With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn, and the power pin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindjoke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Welcome in, Pokemon fans and friends, to the Stuttgart, Germany Regional Championship. It may be chilly outside, but this epic battle's going on. We'll soon be warming up the venue and our battle arena. My name is Amanda, and I'm here alongside Abby, Martijn, and Adelian, and we are simply having a wonderful winter time here in Germany. Look at our nice sweaters. Thank you, Pokemon. Now, this is the last regional of 2023, but there are plenty of more opportunities in the 2024 Pokemon Go Championship Series. Adelian, walk us through other places where champions may be competing.
Yes, of course. So, if you are not here in Stuttgart already, and you totally should be, their next opportunities will be in the new year, in the new calendar year in 2024. First destination will be Liverpool towards the back end of January, so that'll be in the UK. And then just 2 weeks after that, we come back to Germany to go to Dortmund, which was coincidentally the place for one of the Pokemon Go Fests a couple of years ago. So a lovely city, highly recommend. Following on from that, we go to Utrecht in the Netherlands in March, a very popular and very central European venue as well, so highly recommend that. And of course, the European International Championships comes to London in April. Don't forget double championship points, so many amazing things you can do at EUIC, so do not miss it. After that, we have a relatively recently announced regional in Stockholm in Sweden. And then, let's not forget, there are other international championships available as well. You can go over to New Orleans in the United States and compete at another international championship, the NAIC. But of course, all of these regionals, all of these internationals lead to one place, the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii, and that is where we all want to be.
Yeah, speaking of World Championships, Stuttgart has a very special place in my heart personally, because it was the very first regional that I really took a part of last year. And so I know that I'm not the only one that this one is kind of important to. Martijn, I think Stuttgart also has a special place in your heart.
Absolutely. It's actually the regional championship where I qualified last season through a 3rd place. Last season, players had to get in on the 1st or 2nd place to qualify for the World Championships. And if the 1st or 2nd place already was qualified, the invite would cascade down. And that's how I qualified. But this season, we have championship points for the first time in Go. And as you can see here, these are the amount of points that players need to achieve to qualify for the World Championships. As you can see here, in the US and Canada, players require 500 championship points to qualify for the World Championships in Honolulu. In Europe, here, players will only require 400 championship points. And in Latin America, Oceania, there will be 300 championship points. In Middle East and South Africa, there will be 200 championship points.
Yep, and these are not the only things that the players are competing for in the regionals. You also have prize money and cards that you can win. And the prize money for the Stuttgart regionals for the place number 1 is $2,500, and for the second place it's going to be $2,000. For the third place it's going to be $1,500, and for the fourth place $1,200, and so on. Of course, the winners also do get the booster packs that we all love and adore. The first prize with 72, second with 72, the third with 36, and the fourth also with 36, and so on. These are amazing things that you want to compete for.
Yeah, so not only are players playing for the accolades, for the clout of being that regional champion, they're also playing for some pretty nice prize packages as well. But speaking of competitions, well, let's rewind it back a couple of weeks, because there was just a regional competition in Gdansk, Poland. And Martin, I believe you were commentating over that one as well. Could you give us some brief highlights of what players really saw there?
Why, yes, I can. In Gdansk, we saw so many good players having very off-meta picks, especially using fairy types and dragon types. Let's take a look here, Abi, at the top 12 we had in Gdansk.
Yeah, the top 12 in Gdansk looked very, very stable from what we have been seeing in this whole championship circuit. You have Medicham, which is the most used Pokemon, and it's been there for a long time. Seviper slowly crept its way to the top and now being used 51% of the time with Gligar, Lantern, Lickitung, and Sandslash. Of course, there is a very special Pokemon in here that made a very special appearance, which is that Clefable being used 14% of the time, and it made a very, very deep run into that tournament.
Adelian, looking at it, is there anything in particular that really stood out to you at Gdansk?
Yes, absolutely. So I was actually very excited to see Clefable make such an impact here, because this Pokemon, I haven't seen it used heavily in any regional so far, but it was piloted by a very, very competent trainer who has had a lot of experience and a lot of talent in previous regionals. And it just goes to show that the Pokemon is one thing, but if you are a talented trainer, you can make pretty much any Pokemon shine. And Clefable is a fantastic example. Has Meteor Mash, of course its fairy moves. It was fun to watch, and it's always nice to see something different, I think.
Yeah, so a champion really being able to pilot that to success. Let's go ahead and look at those champions, the people who did so well in Gdansk as well, and also kind of take a look at the teams that they have brought. I mean, Martin, we can't not talk about it. I mean, since Tonto brought that Clefable, but really the champion brought a Charm, Alolan Ninetales. Am I right?
Yeah, and that Charm, Alolan Ninetales, we haven't seen as much Pokemon with the fast attack Charm, but Patamon showed and really punished players who weren't prepared for this. And as we can see here in the second place, Tonto not only with Clefable, also with Artibax and Seeking. We haven't really seen Seeking in the Pokemon Go Championship Series before. And in the third place, we have a Mind Joke. He doesn't have exactly a dragon, but Shadow Steelix, really relying on that dragon fast and charge attacks, performed so well for him.
I think we've really noticed so far in the European regionals that the champions are bringing some what we call meta teams, but also being able to bring some spicy picks, some Pokemon that aren't being able to use by everyone in the past as well, right? We have Patamon, like you were saying, using that Charm, Alolan Ninetales. We had Galaska Bolton as well with the Leaf Tornado.
Yes.
And then, so it's going to be really interesting to see. Let's go ahead. Adelian, can you walk us through our champions of the past regionals?
Yes, for sure. So we had, so at the very start in September, we were at the special event in Barcelona, and there we crowned Syler as one of our champions. So he has punched his way to the World Championships in Hawaii. And then in Lille, I had the pleasure of commentating with yourself, Amanda, commentating for Galaxa Bolton as he ensured his dominance with that Leaf Tornado Superior that you mentioned. That was very fun to see. Sometimes it's not about the Pokemon, but also just a more unusual moveset, something that goes, oh, that's different. We don't see that so often, but that adds to the excitement, and it was such a pleasure to see Galaxa Bolton ensure his dominance with Superior. And then, of course, Inadequance has mentioned how successful Patamon has been in Gdansk. Brilliant, brilliant play. You can see how much it meant to Patamon when he won. He jumped up off his seat on stage. The emotion was overwhelming, and you just love to see that. Those are the stories we like to see here in Pokemon Go.
Yes, of course, and we're here in Stuttgart being able to chart the next regional champion as well. But it's going to be a little bit different, because even though these trainers brought some Pokemon that were unique to the meta that you're in, it's like a snow globe. We're completely shaken up now in the Timeless Travels with some new movesets, and with new movesets, we are the first regional in this new meta, so we're going to see a lot of new Pokemon. And because of this as well, us casters did a little bit of a prediction of what we think that we're going to go ahead and see in this. Abi, why don't you kick us off?
Ooh, my prediction is pretty meta. I think one of the top Pokemon that will be used is going to be that Wishcash, with that Skull getting buffed. Also, another good Pokemon that's been absolutely brilliant throughout the whole championship circuit, and that's the Swampert as well. I'm going for the Poliwrath because with the coming in of that Icy Wind, potential to debuff your opponents and then countering them down is a huge bonus to get for that Pokemon. And Frostlass, because overall it is an amazing Pokemon, and with energy it will do a lot of work.
And we have something in common because I also picked Poliwrath. I think it's a really good fighting type right now with an Icy Wind and Skull coverage. And I also give a nod to the Claw. I still think it's one of the best Pokemon around, even though many players haven't decided to use it just yet. I think at some point it will conquer one of these regional championships. And obviously, Pelipper. I love Pelipper, so it's definitely on my prediction.
Well, for me, you know what? I know that two of yours, Martijn, the Poliwrath and the Clodsire, are going to do really great against one of my picks, but your other two, the Dugong and the Pelipper, are not going to be so happy. And that is, I picked a Bastiodon on my side. And guys, I know it's pretty controversial, but with the update to Talonflame, which is also one of my picks, now getting a buff to Incinerate and to Fly as well, with these flying type Pokemon, I just think also with the rise of Carbink being used by the Latin America second place, by our second place in Lille as well, we're going to see more of that. And Bastiodon just does so well against these. My other picks are a little more staple with the Sableye always being on my team, but the Artibax, I loved seeing it in the last couple. I think it has a lot of potential.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that we've both shared on Talonflame, Amanda. I also feel that the buff to Incinerate is going to be a very significant factor. But let's not forget that with the moveset updates, there have been some changes to some other Pokemon. So I'd like to point out Toxicroak recently got the addition of Shadow Ball. And Shadow Ball, I think, is going to give it some additional coverage against some of the typical counters you would see to fighting types. Bearing in mind as well that Medicham has also had its Psychic weakened, so maybe it may be slightly less viable. Maybe Toxicroak has now space to take that spot as the premier fighter, but it will be down to the players to see that. And then, of course, we know I'll come to Wigglytuff first because it also had a move update and now does have access to Icy Wind. That will reduce the opponent's attack. That additional coverage in lieu of Ice Beam is going to be quite handy as well, in addition to the huge charm damage it can do. But of course, the other thing is Cresselia. We've seen Cresselia before, and the reason why I think it might be quite useful here is all these fighters are still going to be around, be it the Deoxys Defense, be it the Toxicroak, maybe the Medicham still. Cresselia deals with all of them. It doesn't have to worry. So if you want a consistent answer to all fighting times, maybe Cresselia is the Pokemon that you want to pick. And Grassnot might put off some of the Whiscash and Swampert that Arby is quite fond of, so who knows?
Yeah, we'll have to see. These are just our predictions, of course. I'm sure the players have a lot of different ones as well, and it's not just the Pokemon that we're keeping an eye on. It are indeed those players. We talked about it a little bit earlier. There are so many regional competitors here. We have around 100 competitors, and these are some people that we think that you guys should be keeping an eye on. We have Emmy Weedle in the first spot. Emmy Weedle was actually the previous year's Stuttgart Regional Champion. I've just actually seen him walking around the venue. You can tell he has on an Eevee hat with his ears are just bopping along. So who are some others on this player?
Ooh, for me, it's the number 2 is Stone Collection. We've seen him throughout the circuit. He's done very well, and his performance has constantly been improving one after another. In Lille, he made day number 2, and he was also a top 6 contender. So I think this is the one. This is the one where he will go all the way and claim that elusive championship title.
And the third one we have is Scafo 99, the best performing European player at the World Championships. He is here today in Stuttgart, and I have very high expectations of him.
Yeah, so we are going to be having a simply good, wonderful winter time here in Stuttgart. We're going to be crowning some champions. We're going to be seeing some epic battles. And make sure everyone to follow along with us. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon as well. Tell us who you're cheering for in that as well. So maybe we'll see a couple of the tweets on the channel. And don't forget to make sure that you're following along on Twitch as well and on YouTube, so you can make sure that you can see us go live and catch these events in person. So what do you guys think? Should we get started?
I'm
Absolutely.
all down for it.
All right, we're going to
Absolutely.
go ahead. We're going to not delay this any longer. We're going to get into the action. But first, we're going to go ahead and get you guys warmed up as well and show you guys a little bit of a preview of those highlights in Gdansk.
Hi Pokemon trainers, this is Martijn. You may also know me as Inadequance, and I'm here to give you the highlights of the 2024 Gdansk Regional Championship. Once upon a time, there was a tournament that was full with fairy and dragon type Pokemon. Gdansk was the first tournament in Europe where competitors faced off against each other with open team sheets, and the players immediately challenged the current meta. 2023 EUIC champion Tonto ran through the bracket with a Scafo. In the winners finals, the dominant fairy type trainers Paterman and Tonto faced off against each other. Tonto was able to position his Deoxys defense artifacts and even Seeking perfectly. In the very last battle, Tonto built up so much energy on his artifacts and managed to not only knock out the dominant Alolan Ninetales, but also took out Gligar in a single charge attack with the double super effective Avalanche. Then, in the losers finals, Paterman faces off against a Mind Joke with the Shadow Steelix. Steelix is a Steel-type Pokemon, but has a rough matchup against Alolan Ninetales because of the Dragon-type attacks. Pelipper, Superior, and even Alolan Sandslash are unable to deal with Alolan Ninetales, and Paterman advanced to the Grand Finals to continue his fairy tale. There, Tonto awaited him for a rematch. This marked the third time Paterman had made it to a Grand Final. In his last two, he lost. And this is it for Paterman. He needs to overcome the one player who managed to defeat him earlier in the tournament. Paterman's Alolan Ninetales and Gligar pair extremely well, and with the support of his bulky Pokemon Umbreon and Lickitung, he manages to reset the bracket in the first set of 5 against Tonto. In the final set, Paterman reaches his peak form and finds the ultimate strategy. Tonto simply cannot win the lead matchup against the Alolan Ninetales with all the shields in play. Twice has he lost the Grand Finals, but the third time is the charm. Alolan Ninetales leads Paterman to the victory over Tonto, and Paterman is your Gdansk Regional Champion. It's a fairy tale coming true.
So many times he's tripped up, but now he wins this! Paterman is your Gdansk Regional Champion 2024!
Do you have what it takes to find that unique Pokemon to surprise your opponents and ride your own fairy tale in a championship? Go to Pokemon.com/play to see where you can find all the play Pokemon tournaments this season and start your journey.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hello trainers, we are here from the casting booth. I am Adelian and I'm joined with the fantastic Martijn, aka Inadequance.
That is I. It's good to be here again in Stuttgart, just barely after Gdansk, but we do have a new meta, I think, right? We had significant changes, and I think particular Pokemon may be better now. We saw Whiscash earlier in our predictions. We saw Poliwrath earlier in our predictions. I think those are Pokemon that are good now. And you know what we have here? We have Weedle. He won Stuttgart last season with Pokemon like Noctowl and Trevenant. How do you see Trevenant right now, with Noctowl really being gone?
Yeah, that's true actually. So I think Trevenant could have space here. The logic I'm thinking is this. So we know that a lot of these what we refer to as mud boys, water ground type Pokemon like Whiscash are going to be more prevalent because they've got those buffs. You need a grass type, but you also could benefit from having something that can handle maybe the buff to Toxicroak. So maybe that combination is quite useful to have, and Trevenant might be able to answer that niche, and it doesn't have weaknesses. Lantern also might be a good thing to deal with, so who knows, maybe Trevenant's the way to go.
Perhaps. Yeah, I'm thinking like Trevenant was one of the Pokemon he already is familiar with, and that he won the Stuttgart Regional Championship last season. Now, is it the Pokemon that make the trainer work, or is it the trainer that make the Pokemon work, right? Because since Stuttgart and since his victory in the Senior World Championship, he hasn't gotten as far back then, right? Maybe it is because that Noctowl wasn't as dominant anymore. And I'm curious to see how players like Weedle will adapt to that, because Noctowl is not there, but maybe Trevenant. I think one of the more dominant flying type right now could be Skarmory, and Trevenant might have a lot of play there.
Yes.
But then there's Talonflame.
Yeah.
I'm really excited how that will do, right? We have Talonflame with the fast attack Incinerate. It is the best fast attack in the game now, and I'm curious to see if a player like Weedle might use that. Now, what do you think of the other player to watch? We had Stone Collection. He got very far in, I believe, Gdansk with 2 counter users, which were Medicham and Deoxys. But now we have more. We have Toxicroak and Poliwrath.
Now he's spoiled for choice now. What will he go with? So whenever I think of Stone Collection, I remember from many regionals ago how fond he was of Samurott as well. So I wonder if, in order to sort of accommodate his love of the fighters, maybe he'll try out the new fighter, maybe he'll try out Toxicroak, maybe he'll still keep Samurott. And I wonder if with those 2 Pokemon as the sort of 2 Pokemon that, yes, I definitely want this, what are the other 4 Pokemon he can build he can add in order to build a nice cohesive team of 6. I know that in your experiences, Martijn, you've picked a certain Pokemon like that Shadow Magnezone, which I was a big fan of, and then added 5 Pokemon to support that. And I think you're a very brilliant team builder. So if you don't mind me asking, how do you go about making one of your favorite Pokemon shine in the best possible way?
It's really not as difficult as it sounds like. I just pick one Pokemon that I like, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to make this Pokemon work no matter what. And then I ask my friends, and then they're like, no, this Pokemon's not that good, don't use it. And I'm like, no, I want to use this Pokemon. What can I combine it with? I think that's the best way to work towards a team, right? That you pick one Pokemon, and then you pick another Pokemon that pairs well with it. And what else covers those 2 Pokemon? And in that kind of thought process, you basically build towards your team of 6. Now, the last person we didn't talk about on that players to watch was Scafo 99. Scafo is someone who really likes using basically the best Pokemon in the meta, the Pokemon that are used the most in the top 12 Pokemon usage, and I expect those from him as well. But right now, it's the first tournament in this new meta, so no idea what to expect from him. One Pokemon that I really do expect is Lickitung. How do you think Lickitung might perform in this meta?
I think Lickitung is very consistent. One thing that it's been a staple in many different metas over the last few months. I know when Noctowl came in, it was perhaps dropped a little bit, but Noctowl being sort of taken off that sort of meta staple has allowed Lickitung to really shine. It's consistent, it's safe, it's bulky, it can withstand. It's got so much so much HP that it can withstand that I think it's very, very useful here. You can see on the screen now, you can see the fast move that's preferred is Lick, very appropriate, of course. And then you have Body Slam. Nice, it's quick to charge up. It takes advantage of the same type attack bonus that Lickitung has. But then you have Power Whip for coverage. Again, very useful against the Poliwrath, against the water and ground types. That might be very, very useful as well. So
I think as a whole, the bulk combined with its coverage against those water ground types makes it a key staple. I think it's going to be, I'm going to be very bold here, I reckon this will be the most popular Pokemon used in this new meta, despite the adjustments that have been made very recently. What do you reckon?
I think that's a very good guess of you, Adelian. Lickitung has been meta for a while, and as you say, it's a very safe Pokemon. It has damage output in 3 different types. In Ghost, as you said, the fast attack Lick. In Normal, the charge attack Body Slam. And in Grass, which covers those water types really nicely. So I think Lickitung is a very good call. Now, we can take a look at how to use these Pokemon, right? You have battles to win when you go to the Pokemon Go Championship Series. We have a video prepared for you, which is how to win a best out of 3. And we have that format currently at the Pokemon Go Championship Series, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So yes, have a look, educate, learn, and then see if you can use this video to dominate in your best of 3 local tournaments or these regional championships.
Alright trainers, I'm Will Dunphy, and today I'm going to teach you how to win your first match at a Pokemon Go Championship Series event. Let's get started! In the Championship Series, Pokemon Go trainers compete in a Show 6 Bring 3 format. Both trainers begin by analyzing their opponent's team of 6 Pokemon and selecting their 3 best Pokemon for battle. However, Pokemon selections and playstyle adjustments made between battles are equally as important. Let's uncover the mysteries behind the team selection screen and give you the tools to win at your next championship event. There are 2 sides to team reading in Pokemon Go PvP. First, understanding your team's strengths and weaknesses. Second, identifying your opponent's team's strengths and weaknesses. The key is to maximize your team's capabilities while preventing your opponent from doing the same. First, identify which of your Pokemon has the most positive matchups against your opponent's team of 6. Then, choose 2 other Pokemon that cover its weaknesses. Next, choose a macro strategy that fits your team. Finally, envision your win conditions. Will your opponent bring 1 key Pokemon to every game? Can one of your Pokemon defeat your opponent's team with a shield advantage? Typing matchups, shield scenarios, switch advantage, and energy management all play a role. To see these principles in action, let's review Tonton Batuz versus Nezabethan at the 2023 European International Championships. In Game 1, Nezabethan identifies that his Galarian Stunfisk can defeat Tonton Batuz's Shadow Alola Ninetales, Registeel, Shadow Dragonair, and Shadow Charizard. He also brings Swampert because Tonton Batuz doesn't have a Grass-type Pokemon. Nezabethan doesn't bring either of his Flying-type Pokemon because of his opponent's Shadow Alola Ninetales and Registeel. Nezabethan leads Medicham because it's his trio's best response to an opposing Medicham, and Ice Punch provides coverage for Shadow Dragonair. Tonton Batuz doesn't expect Nezabethan's Flying-type Pokemon, so he comfortably leads his own Medicham. Shadow Dragonair is his safe switch because it can defeat most Pokemon in the 2-shield scenario. Finally, Registeel is a great answer to Altaria, Noctowl, and Lantern. Tonton Batuz's ABC-style lineup prefers switch advantage, while Nezabethan is playing an ABB-style double ground team. Nezabethan wins Game 1 due to 3 key factors: weakening Tonton Batuz's Medicham, protecting his Galarian Stunfisk.
It happened! Oh my goodness, what a swap! And I said it earlier, it could come down to a sacrificial swap. That was absolutely beautiful, saving all of the energy on Galarian Stunfisk.
And aligning his Galarian Stunfisk versus Tonton Batuz's Shadow Dragonair. For Game 2, Tonton Batuz benches his Shadow Charizard in response to the Shadow Swampert and Galarian Stunfisk from Game 1. Nezabethan selects the same team, while Tonton Batuz chooses the more flexible team of Shadow Dragonair, Medicham, and Lickitung. Tonton Batuz leads Shadow Dragonair and uses a Protect Shield to KO Nezabethan's Medicham and control switch advantage. He aligns his Medicham against Galarian Stunfisk and uses his Lickitung to absorb Shadow Swampert's energy. Tonton Batuz's adjustments win him Game 2. In Game 3, Tonton Batuz repeated his Game 2 lineup, while Nezabethan selected a team of Altaria, Medicham, and Galarian Stunfisk. Tonton Batuz takes a Protect Shield early, then switches to his Lickitung to lure out Nezabethan's Medicham. Tonton Batuz makes a spectacular catch.
To catch the charge move on a site. Well, it doesn't matter what it is. They're going to go ahead and let it go through on the Dragonairs. This is going to be taking it out.
Yeah,
But the true skill is his recognition that the Galarian Stunfisk would be Nezabethan's third Pokemon. Tonton Batuz wins Game 3. In this series, Tonton Batuz neutralized Nezabethan's Shadow Swampert, while Nezabethan overcorrected for Shadow Charizard and was unable to contain his opponent's Shadow Dragonair. Nezabethan's best answer to Shadow Dragonair was his Galarian Stunfisk, so Tonton Batuz was able to consistently predict it. Neither trainer had a Ghost-type Pokemon, making Medicham a safe choice for both competitors. Tonton Batuz's team of 6 pressured Nezabethan to keep his Altaria and Noctowl on the bench until it was too late in the series. Throughout a best-of-3 series, making predictions and adjustments are key. Pay special attention to player tendencies like overcharging, switch timing, shield deployment, and Pokemon usage. Some trainers choose their team of 3 Pokemon conservatively, while others like to take more risk. The most elite trainers do 3 things very well. First, build a team of 6 Pokemon that is well balanced and versatile. Second, change their Pokemon selection and macro strategy from game to game to avoid becoming too predictable. And third, influence which Pokemon and strategies their opponent chooses throughout the series. Well, that's all from me. Best of luck in your future matches, and I'll see you next time.
A very helpful video there showing how good players win those best out of 3. And if you want to see more of those videos, there are more on the official Pokemon Go YouTube channel. So if you want to check out more of those, you can do that there. Now, we don't have our next pair ready yet, but we do have the meta breakdown of the Pokemon that we have in this new meta. I can't wait to see the top 12 Pokemon users. Let's see what we have here, though.
Oh, well, look at that for a prediction.
Wow.
So it seems like most trainers did indeed go for that Lickitung as the first Pokemon.
Good call.
Yeah, I'm surprisingly quite proud of myself there. So yes, Lickitung, we know how dominant it is. Well, the other significant factor, and I'm sure you spotted this as well, Martijn, Medicham is still high up there, but it's dropped quite a bit. It used to be on every team, and now it's on barely half.
I think that many players took a safe choice to bring that Lickitung Medicham core, which is still really good. And let's take a look at the other Pokemon, because there are so many new Pokemon here that we can talk about. We have the Charjabug of 37% Pokemon usage. Who saw this one coming?
Not me.
This is crazy. And you know why I think that is? Because it does well against fighting type Pokemon, against Skarmy. It does well against the Lantern with the fast attack, Spark, and obviously Bubble has been buffed as well, so Azumarill is more common. We see Azumarill at the 7th spot here with the 26% usage. So Charjabug, I think, a really solid position here. Now, what do we think of Skarmory?
Yeah, so Skarmory, so I was a bit unsure whether Skarmory would feature quite as high as it did, because for the moveset on Skarmory typically was Air Slash, and then of course you would have Sky Attack as your usual regular bit of charge attack damage. But then you have access to Brave Bird, and the Brave Bird was good for doing a huge burst of damage if you wanted to secure that knockout. However, that made Skarmory rather one-dimensional in terms of if it doesn't do well, if it can't do a lot of damage with its flying attacks, then it's in a pickle.
Yeah.
However, now we have access to Steel. So it had access to Steel Wing, but Steel Wing has been buffed.
Yeah.
Now my question to you, Martijn, is with Steel Wing, do you think it's worth making the switch to go for a Steel Wing and keeping the 2 flying charge attacks, or do you want to stick to an Air Slash? What would you do in your expert opinion?
I would definitely keep Brave Bird, I'll tell you that, for those huge knockouts with the Brave Bird that hits so hard. Yeah, I would go for Steel Wing right now. It's just a little bit of a better fast attack for Skarmy. Plus, we didn't really have that good fast steel attack really before in the meta, right? And Skarmy has it now, and that's why I think we're not going to see a lot of Carbink as well.
True.
Now, another Pokemon we see here, it's basically a veteran by now, right? The Lantern. Lantern obviously counts to flying types and other watering types. But a new Pokemon here is Whiscash. It has now the charge attack Scald. Scald has become better. It does now a little bit more damage. Plus, it's a 50% chance to drop the attack of your opponent by 1 stage. I think that's huge. two more Pokemon that we have seen often, but not in the top 12. Actually, we have seen Azumarill in the top 12 before, just not as often.
Sure.
Azumarill, obviously, with very good coverage in Bubble, player of Ice Beam and Hydro Pump, and Dragonair at 25% usage. Adelian, we have another veteran Pokemon here, the next one.
The Galarian Stunfisk has come back into the meta after falling off a little bit. It's now come back and goes, right, I think there is room here for me to do, to have an impact, and I think Galarian Stunfisk has come as a result of Charger Bug perhaps being more prominent. So we know that Skarmory has been improved as well, and Galarian Stunfisk will have no problem dealing with Skarmory as well, and it doesn't have too bad a matchup against Lantern. It's relatively even, particularly if Lantern is running its Spark variant rather than the Water Gun as its fast attack. So I am excited to see Galarian Stunfisk come back, make its impact. It seems to me, and I don't know if you feel differently on this, it seems to me that a lot of the old veteran OG Pokemon are coming back. Azumarill is back, Galarian Stunfisk is back, Trevenant right at the end is back. All of these, it brings me back, it gives me that sort of festive, wintry nostalgia.
Now, thank you for giving me the honor to introduce the final Pokemon on this graph that I also had in my caster prediction. And I think it's my favorite Pokemon right now. It's the Clodsire. Man, it's such a cute Pokemon, but it's really bulky and it's really strong. It has like a similar function to the Galarian Stunfisk. It has a little bit more bulk, but the one main thing that it has, it resists fighting type, whereas Galarian Stunfisk is super effective. It also has access to Stone Edge, which can do very well against flying types. Fun fact, you can actually defeat Skarmory if Skarmory doesn't go for a Brave Bird. Wild, right? Wild. I think Clodsire, I'm actually surprised it's here because in the previous two regional championships, players didn't really use the Clodsire at all. Even though it was new, it's very accessible. It was featured in a community day last month.
Yep.
And now it's finally here with a 20% usage in all of these teams, right? I'm very excited to see how this new meta is going to play out. I think especially a Pokemon like Dragonair is just so neutral. Like, I love neutral matchups.
And you know, and there wasn't all that many fairy types aside from Azumarill. And also Dragonair, particularly if it's the Shadow variant, will be very, very useful here. For those of you tuning in who have not necessarily come across too many of these, there are Shadow variants of certain Pokemon in Pokemon Go, which gives a boost of about 20%, well, exactly 20% in terms of attack, I believe, to the Pokemon, at the cost of having 20% reduced defense. It will take a bit more damage as a result. So it's a good way to consider a species of Pokemon, and then, oh, maybe I want a bit more firepower, in which case you go for the Shadow. Now, a question I want to ask you, because you are such a fan of Clodsire, and understandably so, what moveset would you go with there? What would be your preference?
So I currently, in the Go Battle League, which I play a lot, as of now, I really like this new meta. I have the fast attack Mudshot for a better Lantern matchup.
Makes sense.
For Poison Sting as fast attack for a better Superior matchup. And then I like Stone Edge. Have you ever used Stone Edge against a Talonflame? Talonflame drops out of the sky, basically. And then Earthquake is like the charge attack you kind of need. It's its strongest charge attack. Now, I must say, we have our first pair already ready in the bracket. We have a local battler, actually, PG Traveler, and they will be playing against Veldwabek. PG Traveler, a local player from Stuttgart. I think very nice to see as one of the first battlers as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is what it's all about when you are when you're coming to these regionals. It's a chance for you to meet up with with your local players, but also other players that have traveled from elsewhere. I know some brilliant players that have traveled as far as from, say, the United Kingdom. I'm sure there's people that have come from, you know, Croatia or Czechia, for example. All over the continent have come to this, but it's a nice way for you as a local to mingle with some of the best trainers that come from all corners of the world, and that is the excitement there of these tournaments. So definitely get yourself down to them, compete, see how far you get, and also you hone your skills, I think, by playing in these regionals. I think you get better with time the more and more you do them. What do you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I think you are very knowledgeable on the topic of local. Can you tell us about local tournaments and how that's integrated with local communities.
Yes, of course. So bear in mind, folks, whenever you come to a regional and you do reasonably well, you get championship points for doing so. But now in Europe, and certainly this has already happened in the US as well already, and LATAM even more recently, you can get championship points for attending local tournaments set up by local gaming stores that are affiliated with the Pokemon company. So I had the pleasure last week of hosting my first local tournament in Manchester in the United Kingdom. We had 10 players. It was very fun, and the perk is you get championship points. You get some, regardless of how well you do, you will get some championship points. Obviously, if you win, you get more. You get trading card game booster packs as well. Those can be very good if you want to get into the trading card game, or you want to collect them, trade them with your friends, and just find another avenue to enjoy Pokemon. All of these things are available, not to mention the social benefits of meeting up with fellow battlers close by, local to you, and you don't have to travel all that far for them.
So if I want to play in one of those local tournaments, how do I find those?
Sure, you can go to the Pokemon website. They will have they will have a list of what all events are happening. So that will be on the video game championships. That can be in the trading card game, or indeed it could be on Pokemon Go. So three choices there. You can also connect with the local gaming store itself via various social media platforms that they choose to use. They will share links there, and they will share, okay, we're hosting a Pokemon Go challenge. Or if you're struggling to find anything close by, speak to one of your local Pokemon professors. They might go, oh, I didn't realize there was interest for Pokemon Go. I'm going to host one. And there you have it. You can get more locals around you. It's just about reaching out to other Pokemon trainers and making those connections and friends.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much for that information, Adelian. Yeah, don't go anywhere just yet. We are going to have our first matchup soon with, again, the local player. And I'm really curious if German players may have a little bit of a different look. That local tournament that you hosted, was it in the new or the previous meta?
It was just at the start of the new meta.
Oh, so you already have a little bit of an idea. Is that why you thought Lickitung was going to be so good?
Perhaps I had a little advantage when I was hosting that tournament. So as a result, I was able to see all of the teams, because of course you do need to check that all the teams are correct when you're hosting one of these local tournaments. And yes, Lickitung was very popular. We did see a fair amount of Talonflame as well, unsurprisingly. So I'm excited to see quite a few Brave Birds. Maybe we can both, build in anticipation and drop a few booms in there for whenever a Brave Bird launches. I'm so excited to see that kind of stuff. That excites me.
Talonflame actually wasn't in the top 12 at all. I'm actually a little bit surprised by that, but also really not. If we looked at the top 12 usage, it was a little bit hostile to Talonflame, I feel like, right? With Lantern, with Wishcash. I mean, there was the Skarmory, and then there was Clodsire. I mean, I just said I really like Clodsire, and that's because it's so good against Talonflame as well.
Yeah.
A little bit surprised that it might not be there, but maybe we will see one soon. I remember that, I believe it was Bench Syler or Talonflow.
Very appropriate.
German players last season used the Talonflame as well. And I wouldn't be surprised, even though it isn't in the top 12 Pokemon usage, we might still see some of those unique Pokemon. I think Talonflame right now is one of those best sweepers. And a sweeper in this case is a Pokemon that does extremely well just taking out the rest of the team with like a shield or an energy advantage, right?
Yes.
Talonflame, if it's not on Lantern or Bastiodon, it just does really well in many of those scenarios. And yeah, we could get to see some boom, but also from a Pokemon like Skarmory.
Yeah,
yes. Right? Also Brave Bird.
Yeah, Skarmory also has, as you say, also has Brave Bird as well, has a good enough attack abilities, attack power in order to take advantage of Brave Bird as well. So we can see here, now it seems recommended attack, so you did, Martin, you were quite right in saying Steel Wing is likely a bit more preferred now, is able to therefore also get that coverage on Rock-type Pokemon like the Carbink. I do feel Skarmory will probably still struggle against Bastiodon, just because Bastiodon's also a Steel type itself, so the damage from Steel Wing is neutral. But nonetheless, I do think Steel Wing is now giving that additional bit of coverage where if you're not running the Bastiodon or a Steel type, then you're going to be in a little bit of a pickle when it comes to dealing with Skarmory. This might also be another reason why, if you remember from the meta breakdown from today, we saw almost no grass types at all.
And this is the reason why. I think this Pokemon, Skarmory, and Talonflame. I think those are the reason why. Skarmory has 10 resist 10 different typings. 3 of them are double resisted. One of them is grass, the other one is bug, and then there's poison. And that's what makes Skarmory so good. And it basically really just pushed Superior, right? The Pokemon that Galaxy Bolton won the Lille Pokemon Go Championship Series with. Just push it out. Skarmory just push it out, right? And that's why I think we don't see as many grass types currently on the top 12 Pokemon usage. I think that if we are going to see a grass type, players might opt for Venusaur, and I think that's because Venusaur has access to Sludge Bomb, which just does a little bit better against a Pokemon like Talonflame.
Yes, that's true. That additional coverage is very useful. We also know about, well, Azumarill is popular now. Venusaur would go for Frenzy Plant in those cases, but let's say we see the return of Clefable once more, because it was proven popular in the last European regional. If that comes out, you'll be very glad if you have Sludge Bomb available as Venusaur, because that will cause Clefable quite a few problems. I'm sure Clefable would much rather not see Venusaur at all, but those are the instances where I think the Sludge Bomb is indeed more useful, because if we come back to Superior as well, that Pokemon only became prominent in the last season because of that buff to Aerial Ace. And so it just goes to show that within 3 months, you see a Pokemon that skyrocketed in popularity, got to 3rd, give or take, in the meta rankings, and now it's gone again. And this is that variation. That means it's always worth competing, trying out something new, because the changes every couple of months are so significant.
Yeah, it's actually crazy, right? That the buff to a flying type attack, which is super effective on Superior, actually made Superior better. I think another thing that really counted into that is that Gligar was the main flyer.
Yeah,
and
true.
Superior, other grass type Pokemon, can still fight back well against the Gligar. I think that also was something that really we took into that. Now, Clefable or Alolan Ninetales, Afterman won the previous regional championship with Alolan Ninetales. I think it still can be good, right? Yeah. Obviously, Skarmory and Talonflame are the Pokemon you really want to avoid. And it's very likely it's on a team. But there's also, apparently, Dragonair on many teams. And if you have a Fairy type on a Dragon type, that's great. It's like Carbink on Talonflame. Is it similar?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That is going to be very one-sided. We all know how that matchup is going to go. That being said, if, however, you have, let's say it is a Carbink, on a Dragonair. Dragonair does have access to Aqua Tail, which might be able to do some respectable amount of chip damage on Carbink because it is a rock type and weak to water. So you might be that if you're able to get Carbink quite low, you might be able to finish off the Carbink with that Dragonair. Ideally, if it's a Shadow as well, even better. So in a pinch, you might be able to pull something off, but definitely don't from a standing start where both Pokemon are on full health. Definitely do not engage your Dragonair with a Carbink. It will not go well. So just like Pokemon 101 here about what things not to do.
Exactly. Don't go anywhere just yet. We do have our battlers ready soon. We have our 2 first matchups soon. Like I said, we have PG Traveler and the local Veldva back, and after that we will have Chimo 91. I think he played last season as well.
Yeah, I recognize the username.
Yeah, I don't think he barely didn't get to top 8 last season in Stuttgart, and he will be playing against Simon Sekshik. So that will be a very fun matchup to see as well, and some names that we know as well. Chimo is known to be a very good Master League player. He has a lot of Pokemon for that. Yeah, and how do Master League players do in the Great League? I'm really curious to see that, right? Can you tell us a little bit about how do you get those Master League Pokemon? Like, I think you need XL Candy, right?
Yes, absolutely. So XL Candy is a resource to power up your top Pokemon from level 40 all the way up to level 50, which is what's needed for Master League. So the best way I feel to do that is by going out and raiding that Pokemon, preferably in person, to get those XL Rare Candy bonuses, and you get additional Rare Candy for the Pokemon species in particular. So that is the way I stock up. So I think I know both you and I, we have quite a few Master League Pokemon available now. Some of them we also can take advantage of community days where if you can maybe Mega Evolve a Pokemon. Yeah, that might be a shout. So I don't know. So for Clodsire, what did you Mega Evolve a particular Pokemon in November?
Venusaur maybe? It is a poison type, so...
Makes sense.
Yeah, and Podday and Wooper, also a poison type, so I think Venusaur could be a good one. There is Swampert, right? They share a ground typing. I think those could be good and accessible Pokemon to Mega Evolve to get more XL Candy in. I'm not sure if Clodsire is a great Pokemon for Master League. Maybe for Ultra League it gets to about 2200 CP, so maybe a little bit usable there.
What would you use instead for Master League then? What's your favorite Master League Pokemon to run?
Oh man, that's a difficult question. You know what one of my favorite Pokemon is? It's Chandelure. One unfortunate thing about it is it's not super strong or bulky in Master League, but man, you have Poltergeist. And we're going to have Litwick spawn this December as well at the Community Day. And that's going to be really cool as well, right? We will have Poltergeist on it, which is a very strong charge deck. Now, we have our plays here, and I must say that PG Traveler did get a loss for an error in his team registration, though. As you can see here, he has 5 Pokemon here. And hey, we see a Clefable!
Oh, and look what else we see! Like, not just a Clefable on PG Traveler's side, but on Felwabek's side, we have the Whimsicott. We've not talked about that Pokemon whatsoever, but it fulfills a very, very nice niche. A fairy type, but also has that grass coverage as well. And we thought grass was being pushed out of the meta, but clearly not in this case. What is going on?
On both teams, there's the Superior and the Whimsicott. Now, what I'm curious about, I personally prefer the Fast Attack Charm. It just has a little bit more damage output.
Yeah.
That Fairy Wind does, right? But Fairy Wind charges more quickly. It makes you more of a grass type because you get to those grass type charge stacks quickly. So I'm really curious on how Feldwabek is going to use that the Whimsicott here. And I think it looks pretty good here. What I wanted to say, Superior might be one of the prime answers to that Whimsicott here, right? You do have Meteor Mash on the Clefable, and you have Aerial Ace, the flying type charge stack that we just talked about, to fight back against the Whimsicott. Now, another Pokemon that we see here at Delian, Whiscash.
Yes, Whiscash is going to be fun, and I'm curious to see what moveset it runs. Will it be that Mud Bomb that was improved last season as well? Sorry, excuse me. Last season, would it be that Scald which was added to the moveset this season, or do you reckon Feldwabek will opt for Blizzard just because it is such a damaging move and it's such a surprise, and it covers a lot of the weaknesses that Whiscash would have typically to flying type Pokemon? Sorry, when I say weaknesses, I mean it can't do a lot of damage to the flyer, rather than taking super effective damage. So that's what interests me, the moveset. Now, we know there's been a change where recently we've moved to open team sheets, and I wonder if that is something, if that's a factor that will augment what movesets to go with. Has that changed when you've been competing? Has that changed your view in terms of what movesets you run for certain Pokemon?
Well, I haven't competed yet in a tournament where we have open team sheets actually.
Okay.
But yes, there are no surprises. So if the opponent is running Leaf Tornado on that Superior, I will now know, right? So that's really helpful, and it will make the Whimsicott even better, maybe, right?
I think it's pretty much safe to assume that Whimsicott will be in every single match here. It is so safe. It has the fairy typing, means it can do well against the Medicham. Just have to be mindful of the ice punches. The Dragonair, of course, can't really do anything. The Body Slam is probably the biggest threat to the Whimsicott, but Whimsicott will be able to hit back with the Charm or with the Fairy Wind, and backed up with the Moonblast. Maybe the Clefable is actually not a bad shout, because Meteor Mash would one-hit KO the Whimsicott pretty much, and I think Clefable would be able to outpace the Whimsicott there. So maybe, if I'm PG Traveler, taking into account that I'm operating with 5 Pokemon here, maybe the Superior is the way to go, a Clefable is the way to go, and then we need something to deal with that Skarmory. So maybe a combination of Lantern, Clefable, and Superior would work. But I don't know if you feel different. Maybe, do you feel that the Medicham or Dragonair would have more play instead of one of those Pokemon?
I think Medicham is basically always good to use, right? It's a very neutral Pokemon, and it has a good matchup against basically anything that's not the Clefable. What I find noticeable about Feldwabek's team, he has basically 2 water types and 2 flying types. I don't know if you know about the ABB strategy that we basically talk about in the community usually, which basically means that you lead strong against a particular Pokemon, and then you cover it with 2 Pokemon in the back, which could be that you lead a Whiscash, for example, and then you have the Skarmory and the Mantine in the back. So basically, you would bait out the counter to Skarmory with Mantine, clean it up with the Whiscash, your A in this case, and then you have your last flyer free. But I think our battle is going to start here, Adelian. We have Whimsicott against Medicham.
Here's a surprise. The Whimsicott is in straight away. This matchup is going to be pretty good for the Whimsicott, but it has to be very mindful of the Ice Punch. And we can see it is Fairy Wind, which is the move that is of preference here. But Medicham able to get to that Ice Punch first. Now, Whimsicott is so strong. Is there going to be an early shield? Veldwell recognizes Whimsicott so useful here. Shields early and takes a calculated decision, calculated risk that he wants to get protected. Oh, this is a big decision. What do you reckon?
Oh, is he going to shoot? Is he going to shoot? Oh, here we go, Adelian. Oh! Big super effective KO on that Medicham. In comes the Lantern, but this has a terrible matchup against the Whimsicott. Oh man, Whimsicott is going on a roll here. Seed Bomb is coming through. This is not the strongest charge attack, but it is super effective. And Lantern only has resisted charge attacks to use against the Whimsicott here.
Yes, it's going to be very challenging. The good timing though by PG Traveler's side to get that Thunderbolt off onto the Whimsicott. While this will be resisted, Whimsicott's not got the best of defenses, so it still does a respectable amount, but it's just not enough, and Whimsicott can get that additional Seed Bomb off, and that's going to either knock down Lantern. No, PG Traveler choosing to really protect his Lantern, wants to keep it good for the back. Sensible, I think, considering what is in the back, although it's a calculated prediction by PG Traveler, but not before another Seed Bomb comes off from the Whimsicott, and this is going to really put a dent into Lantern's health.
Yeah, super effective damage. Lantern does get the fast attack down here. What do you come in with here? Obviously with the Medicham, because Skarmy does not have a great time here. In comes that Thunderbolt. This is a pretty hard attacking charge, hitting charge stack, and Fellenbeck keeping his Medicham very healthy. Does not want the Skarmy aligned to the Lantern. But in comes Superior, and oh man, look what we have in the back here. This is Skarmy, and it's so good. Oh, we have a catch here on the Skarmy actually. This is double resisted.
And this is just even more painful now, because not only do you not have the worst alignment if you are PG Traveler, but you've also been caught as well. Now you can see Steel Wing is being used here by the Skarmory, which means there is not super effective damage being done to Superior. But this is okay, because Skarmory can take so many of these frenzy bars. Look at the limited damage it does, and now
nothing.
It did, yeah, absolutely not. And now the Sky Attack's coming in. Surely at this range, this KOs.
Yeah, and ideally Lantern can take out this Skarmory like all the way down, taking double resist from the Steel Wing. However, this Lantern is a little bit too low. Thunderbolt is coming through. It's going to secure the knockout on this Skarmory, and then PG Traveler still has to go through that Medicham of Feldwell back here.
Yes, and I think here with the Medicham already having the energy for the dynamic punch here, Feldwell knows he doesn't even have to fully charge up his dynamic punch, because this at this range will definitely KO the Lantern, and that makes it 2-0 to Feldwell, which means he advances into the next round of the winners bracket. Bearing in mind though, for PG Traveler, this is a double elimination tournament, and he can drop into the losers bracket and still make his way up. With 5 Pokemon, it might be a little bit more of a challenge, but we know, we have seen trainers do very well in World Championships with 5 Pokemon getting higher, further than a lot of trainers that had 6.
You don't have to remind me that Alchi beat me with 5 Pokemon deep, but here we see Feldwell very happy that he got his first win already there. First win of the day, that feels good, right? On stream, maybe was a little bit nervous, right? The nerves might get to you when you are on stream there, and Feldwell very convincing alignment there with that Skarmory on the grass side. That really cannot go wrong. And Whimsicott was so strong here. We didn't see the Charm fast attack. We saw the Fairy Wind fast attack. I really love saying Charm in Gdansk, but I don't think Fairy Wind sounds as good, right?
No, but it is a very good fast attack, and I think it was only added to Whimsicott's moveset maybe, I'd say maybe a couple of months ago, maybe not last season, but the season before that, if memory serves. And when I heard that was announced, I thought that's going to really improve things. I actually know a good close friend of mine based in London who advocates for Whimsicott in Ultra League as well. And
is it Kazim?
Yeah, it is. It is Kazim. Yeah, Kazim33 from London, who says honestly, it's amazing. It does so well. But I've seen him battle with it in the Go Battle League and Ultra League, and I'm sat there going, you know what? I actually am sold. I want to build one now. I need to find a perfect, what's referred to as a hundo by the community. of the Whimsicott, a perfect fit with 15 and in maximum in all of its statistics, and then just power that all the way up to level 50. Maybe you need a bit of XL candy for that, and then see what magic I can do. Maybe I can be as dominant as Kazim in the Go Battle League, but take nothing away from Feldwebek, who piloted this in Great League and to great effect. I was just amazed just how versatile that Pokemon was. There was nothing that PG Traveler could do.
Yeah, so most grass type aren't as good as Medicham, but Feldwebek just read, okay, my Whimsicott is very good against both Medicham and Lantern, and using that in the lead there. Now, one fun fact there that I recognize from Feldwebek here, a really good knowledge there. Medicham can win the two-shield scenario if you shield both Moonblast. Feldwebek maybe knew this, right? Recognizing that, okay, my opponent might expect me to bait the Seed Bomb, knowing that might be his only win condition in that matchup. But he went straight for the Moonblast, and it knocked out his opponent, the opponent's Medicham in one Moonblast. And that was a really good heads up, basically. That put his opponent in such a tough spot, right? Because then he came in with the Lantern. You don't want to bring Lantern into a grass type.
Yes, I wonder if that was a deliberate thing, or maybe he wanted to tap the other, like I think that was the Superior. That would have been the other shout. I understand though that we have our next matchup that's coming relatively soon, if memory serves. So I'm excited to see who will come on. But yes, that Superior might have been the more appropriate Pokemon to put out against the Whimsicott, because it has the bulk to withstand the Moonblast, taking only neutral damage. Yeah. And then it has that Aerial Ace, which I think will do super effective damage. Yeah, so exactly. Maybe that would have been the shout. I wonder if maybe the only thing I can hazard a guess at is maybe PG Traveler was thinking, I need to save my Superior for some kind of a water type in the back, and he was maybe hoping it wasn't Skarmory in the back. That might be the logic.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
How about we hear from Feldwebek himself? I hear Amanda is ready for an interview with him, so let's head to Amanda.
What an incredible way to start out a Stuttgart Regional with a Stuttgart local winning the first round here. I am here with Feldwebek. Congratulations on your good run so far. You feeling good?
Yes, I'm feeling very good. It was a nice game, and I wanted to be here on the stage.
Make sure to hold your mic.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes, it was very nice. I'm very excited here to be here.
This is your first regional competition?
Yes, it's my first regional.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about how you plan to make your team for this, because I'm noticing some Pokemon. It's a good mixture of old and new, right? So you have some picks that are pretty meta, and then some of the new ones like Skarmory and Whiscash.
Yes, the 5 of my Pokemons are really meta. I make a triple water team, and I take a spicy pick with Whimsicott. It was a core breaker against my opponent, and so I know, okay, well, if I play Whimsicott, I will win, and so
Yeah, I like that pick a lot, and of course you had to feel really good when that Medicham came in, and of course seeing the team. But I think what really secured the deal for you there was when you caught the charge attack from the Superior onto your Skarmory.
Yes, so Skarmory against the Superior is a winning matchup, and it was clear that I would win because I won the matchup, and my opponent can't go out of this matchup.
So since this is your first tournament, I'd love to hear a little bit more about you as a player yourself. Like, tell us a little bit about you.
I come here from the region, and I love Pokemon Go. I play Pokemon Go since Season 1, and I love it. I play it almost every day, and I'm really glad that I'm here.
Oh, I'm really glad you're here as well. What's your favorite Pokemon to use in Pokemon Go, and also just your favorite Pokemon in general?
I don't have to think about it. It's clear that I'm loving Registeel.
Oh boy!
Registeel is the best Pokemon in all leagues.
All right, well there you have it. But we'll have to see if you face many Registeel, because maybe since it's your favorite, it will recognize its trainer and not want to play against you.
In this meta, it was not so good, so I choose another Pokemons. But Reg is the best Pokemon.
All right. Well, I know that you said also you wanted to give a little shout out to your family and friends. So why don't you go ahead and do that before we get back into the battles?
Yes. Yeah, I want to use the special moment to thank the former world champ Dancing Rob. He inspired me to play this game. A game which I enjoy with love and passion. He's such a great person and admire him. And I want to thank my companions. At first, my sweet little brother Stefan, then Simon G, Janice A, Domse D, Jen A, and to the stream, Thomas J, Dennis H, Pascal and Dominic B, to the PNP group, and last but not least, Big here A.
Felfobek, it's been an absolute pleasure. I hope to see more of you in this tournament so far. Congratulations.
I hope.
First run. Yeah, that would be great. We're going to go ahead and get back to the battles. We're going to kick it back to the casters. Don't go anywhere. We have so many more matches. This tournament has just begun.
I don't know about you, but I absolutely loved him. Well, that was so fun. I could listen to him
Such
all day.
excitement, right?
I know. And I think the comment he made about how he was inspired by Dancing Rob, who was the first ever Masters Division Pokemon Go World Champion in London 2022. Dancing Rob, lovely, inspirational guy, a good friend of ours, has gallons of respect from me, and indeed many others, and clearly Feldwebek has been inspired to go, you know what, I've seen one of my good friends become world champion, I want to try and take part, and that is what it's all about, that energy, that happiness, that's what you get at one of these regional championships. So very well said there by Feldwebek, and we'll look on his battling career with great interest. I want to see how far he gets, hopefully all the way, maybe as far as Dancing Rob himself.
Yeah, and to get to the World Championships, you first might want to either win one of the Pokemon Go Championships Series tournaments, right here in Stuttgart, or you have to get all those championship points. And he's already one win in, right? I'm just saying, maybe he does get there. Maybe that inspiration from Dancing Rob might help him there. And, Dancing Rob is on the staff team today, so, he will be helping out as well. Like you said, a really great guy, right? Helping out instead of defeating everyone.
Yeah, of course. He's asserted his dominance on the battlefield. Now it's like, you know what, I'll help others, and I think this is a very nice way to highlight the work of the Pokemon professors, the staff members that support the regionals. Of course, we have our lovely stream production team. We have all the amazing people that work behind the scenes to bring you this show, but it all starts with the Pokemon professors who volunteer their time and their travel in order to come to these regionals to say, you know what, I'm not coming here to compete, I just want to make sure that everyone has a good time. I will help by judging your tournaments, I will help by staffing them, by making sure I get you to the right places. The prizes, of course there are places that you can buy merchandise. All of these people are brilliant people, but we are here for these battles, and the next two Pokemon are here. We have Jemo 91 on the left, and Simon Sexic on the right as well. I believe Simon, is he a local battler as well?
I am not too sure, but definitely from Germany, and I'm a big fan because he is having that Goldsire. Goldsire actually, I think, looks pretty fine against Jemo, but Chemo, a Master League player generally, has no XL Pokemon on his team. Very interesting. But you know what I also find interesting? That's Shadow Venusaur. And you know what's also another thing that I find interesting? I just just interesting all after another.
Always.
But we didn't see any grass types on the top 12 Pokemon usage, but we've seen 4 grass type Pokemon right now. We see the Shadow Venusaur this time.
Yes, and maybe this is therefore a sign that just because it's not in the top meta, maybe this highlights that if these trainers do well and they go further, that it's a mistake for more trainers not to have grass types, and that it's just because Skarmory is more dominant or Talonflame's more dominant doesn't necessarily mean you can't bring that grass type in. You just have to make the calculated decision that you want to align your grass type with the right Pokemon, and certainly not a Talonflame or a Skarmory, or indeed perhaps to some extent a Clodsire as well. So if you are Simon Sexic, you can run that Clodsire. Maybe this comes back to the open team sheets. If Clodsire isn't running Stone Edge though, Jemo could feel quite safe with his Skarmory. What do you reckon?
Yeah, Skarmory does look quite okay against Simon. There's only really the Lantern that covers it quite well. But another Pokemon that Skarmy actually loses to is Lickitungs. It still loses to Lickitung.
Oh, wow.
Despite taking resisted charge attacks, Lickitung's excellent bulk just allows it to take the Sky attacks, the Steel Wings, very comfortably from Skarmy, and still puts a very good fight there. Yeah, now one question that I have for you here. Do you see the Lickitung answer on Jemo's side?
To be honest, it's a bit tricky. There isn't a hard answer because the Deoxys defense can use counter, but it's taking super effective damage from the Licks in response. So I would say that matchup between Lickitung and Deoxys defense is a lot more even, despite the fact that Deoxys defense is a counter user. Nonetheless, I have seen Shadow Venusaur, certainly with a small energy advantage, is able to really put the pressure on Lickitung. Not too super effective damage, but just sheer firepower. It's a Shadow. It has Frenzy Plant, arguably the best grass-type charge attack in the game. Those two combined with the high attack, relatively high attack of Venusaur, that could be an answer to the Lickitung there. So I wonder if Jemo is going to think, you know what? I can have the Deoxys defense. Maybe I could go for that ABB tactic you mentioned, Martijn. Have the Deoxys defense there, have the Venusaur, and then have something to cover the two any Pokemon that it will struggle with. Maybe I want to put the Lantern in to deal with the Skarmory, or or maybe bring my own Shadow Dragonair in, which looks pretty good against most of the Pokemon here. So it's tricky, and this is what it comes down to in terms of picking your team of 3. Like, what do you go with?
Here we go. We have Jemo on the left. We have Simon Sexy on the right. We have the Shadow Venusaur into the Clodsire.
So who's going to win out of these two? Clodsire, we can also find out what the moveset will be. And we can indeed see the Stone Edge you mentioned, Martijn. So what do you think? What's going to be the move that Clodsire goes for first?
Yeah, we'll see. Shadow Venusaur is quite fragile. I don't know how much an Earthquake will do, but it will do a lot. Just like this Frenzy Plant, I think this will do about 50% damage. There it comes. Frenzy Plant does a ton, but Clodsire is quite cloddy. It can take this charge attack quite comfortably. In comes that Stone Edge Bay. Let's see if Jemo wants to preserve that Venusaur. And he does shoot up this Stone Edge.
Yes, I think that might have been a bait attempt by Simon Sheksik, where he's using the lower energy move in order to get... Brilliant catch! Absolutely amazing! Perfect, and also double resisted on the Skarmory. Skarmory has got the defenses to take even a Shadow boosted Frenzy Plant.
Yeah, that did nothing, but in comes Galarian Stunfisk. This is a matchup that is quite old, and here it is again. Now, Skarmory has an okay matchup here because the Rock Slides don't deal as much damage. However, you can only deal resisted damage back on the Galarian Stunfisk. If you can get to 2 Brave Birds somehow, you can get this Galarian Stunfisk really low, however. In comes the first Sky Attack. This won't do as much damage. And because Jemo is already 1 shield down, he's not going to use another one here.
Yeah, absolutely. It would make... this is relying on the Steel-type defenses of Galarian Stunfisk to withstand another move. And Galarian Stunfisk now launching the next attack. This will be another Rock Slide. This will not KO, but it will bring Skarmory close into the red. So now Skarmory is in a bit of pressure to try and throw out more of these attacks, but doesn't get the opportunity to, and Jemo is able to get that next Rock Slide off. So now there's a debate. Now there's a shield. Interesting.
Yeah, puts up the Protect Shield, doesn't want to lose all that energy. Now the energy and catches the next Rock Slide. What a catch by Simon, just dancing around with his Pokemon. Again, this attack won't do as much damage, but Jemo again has something to answer this with, because you resist all the charge attacks here. Again, Lickitung is not the worst here, however. Let's see.
Yeah, no, that's true. But the one advantage now is that Lickitung has already been softened up by that first charge attack before Skarmory was swapped in. So when you were saying about how Lickitung can beat Skarmory, maybe this will no longer be the case because they're not operating from the same starting point as far as health is concerned. So Jemo now going for the charge attack onto Lickitung. This is going to do a fair amount of damage, but doesn't KO as it is the Sky attack. But it does give Skarmory the opportunity to farm a little bit more energy and then potentially take out Lickitung with its fast attacks, not bothering to opt for another charge attack here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you get to another Body Slam here as the Lickitung gets very low. No, it doesn't get to another Body Slam. That's huge for Jemo. Jemo has so much energy on the Skarmory. Simon also has a lot of energy on his Skarmory, but where do you use it? Let's see what he comes in with. He does go in with the Skarmy, going straight for the Sky Attack to deny all the energy from Jemo. Jemo, is he going to put up a Protect Shield here?
I think this is very clever to throw this charge attack straight away. No Protect Shield by Jemo, as Jemo said, and swapping into and now a counter swap. Oh, another beautiful play here as Stone Edge is launched on the Venusaur, but this still will do a huge amount of damage still. So what will happen?
Yeah, it just doesn't do enough damage to knock out the Venusaur though, but can you take this down entirely with the Mudshot? Oh, the charge attack priority on this Frenzy Plant. This is terrible for Simon because now, yeah, you cannot shield this because you would use all your energy here on the Clodsire. Let's see. The Skarmy is still alive, going to get the Steel Wing down, and what comes back in is the Galarian Snuffs. Can you get to 2 Brave Bird here? This is kind of what you need, going for the first Brave Bird. Is this going to be shielded by Jemo? Yes, he does put out the protection and makes a very good call here.
Yes, I think very sensible here because he recognizes that he could farm down this Skarmory just with Mud Shots alone. Can you believe it? A ground-type fast attack farming down a flying-type Pokemon. Incredible. We don't often see that, but it is a reminder for those of you watching who are typically used to the video games, for example. In Pokemon Go, there are not immunities, there are just double resistances instead. So this is where Galarian Stunfisk was able to farm down Skarmory. Incredible first battle, and I think we saw 3 or 4 catches?
3 catches, yeah. These players are just dancing around both Jemo and Simon. Simon with 2 catches, preserving all that energy on the Skarmory. A very heads-up play, however, wasn't able to use it where he really wanted to. And in the end, also miscalculated a little bit on Jemo's Galarian Stunfisk, wasn't able to preserve the Skarmory without using a protection, and I think that may have been crucial in the end game. And what may also have been crucial is that Stone Edge that he tried to knock out the Shadow Venusaur with, but the Shadow Venusaur got there at the same time on the charge attack priority, and then he had to let the Clodsire go, because if he used the shield, the Galarian Stunfisk just use Mudshot to take it down entirely.
Yes, and then with those Mudshots being taking down the Clodsire, hypothetically, all the energy would be there for Rock Slide to take out the Skarmory subsequently. So that was very tactical play. That, to me, was like almost a finals-worthy match in terms of how many high-level plays there was. Both of these trainers clearly very experienced from either from the grassroots or from Go Battle. If that was the first battle, I cannot wait to see what the next battle is going to be.
It was a very catchy battle, I'll say.
Hey, I like that.
And like I said before the battle started, obviously we see the Lickitung from Simon, and we saw the double steal from Jemo, because he brought the Galarian Stunfisk and the Skarmory, and I think those were both used or brought to counter that Lickitung, to take the charge attacks as well as possible, because those are his best matchups against that Lickitung. Here we go, Adalian. We have on the left Jemo, and on the right Simon. We have Galarian Stunfisk into Superior, and this is a great matchup for Superior because you resist Mudshot and the Rock Slides are only neutral.
Yes, and Superior certainly has the bulk to withstand some of these Rock Slides, so we'll see. They're both staying in at this point. Jemo thinking, you know what, let me chip away at the Superior a little bit, and so we go for the Rock Slide here. This will do a respectable amount of chip damage, but not really something to concern Simon Sexwick's over. So, going for the Frenzy Plant here, which is the better and more higher damaging move. This does go shielded by Jemo, an interesting early shield, so calculating that I might need to keep this Galarian Stunfisk, and goes for the Rock Slide here, and now Superior now's thinking, do I need to do another move? Maybe, maybe not. Decides against it, maybe.
Yeah.
And then so now is just thinking, let's see if we can get this Rock Slide off, and it does go off without too much issue.
Yeah, I don't think that Simon wanted to shield there anyway, because Rock Slide wasn't threatening enough there. Your Superior does get quite low now. Frenzy Plant is going through on this Galarian Stunfisk and will do a significant chunk of damage here. Let's see, Jemo going for another Rock Slide now. This will knock out the Superior if it goes through. Will Simon use his first protection here, preserving the Superior? Yes, he does.
Yes, I think that's the right decision here, because now you can farm up a little bit more as long as you time it correctly, and Superior does that perfectly, going on a charge attack priority event. Frenzy Plant at this range KOs. Jemo knows that, decides to no shield and preserve his second shield, and now he can farm down with that Skarmory, which responds with an instant response into the Clodsire, which does have Stone Edge, so it can beat the Skarmory if it's able to land enough of them.
Ooh.
So,
oh man, big. Can we get a boom here?
Yeah, if it hits,
Here we go. Brave Bird is going.
Boom!
Big Braybird on the Clodsire. In comes Deoxys defense. And this is a little bit of a very awkward matchup. And the reason why is because you have to knock out the Clodsire with a Psycho Boost. But Psycho Boost drops your attacks by 2 stages. So that makes it very awkward for this Deoxys defense, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the downside of moves that debuff you after you've done damage. You've got Brave Bird, you've got the Psycho Brave Bird on the Skarmory, the Psycho Boost on the Deoxys. So Deoxys, though, relatively defensive, so it can farm up quite a bit of energy. And now going for the Psycho Boost here, and so now it's a debate: will there be a shield used? But Simon goes, you know what? Let's not do that. I'm happy to let this go, and now I can bring in something like my Skarmory maybe and farm down a bit more. But we know that Deoxys defense has a Thunderbolt, and Thunderbolt does a huge amount of damage to Skarmory, but there's been a debuff, so how much should we do? 30?
Yeah, about both.
Yeah, I think perfectly calculated. Go ahead.
You still have the Superior, but what do you do with it? I think it's only really usable for a catch here. In comes the opposing Skarmory, but it's at so much more health. Now, one thing that's very nice about having the Superior still is that you can clear your defense drop here, right? Because Braver drops your defense heavily. Looks like Simon is going to do that. Going for the Frenchman here, which doesn't do a lot of damage. But hey, every chip counts at this point.
Oh yes, absolutely, and that is certainly the better option here versus the Aerial Ace, I believe, even though it's double resisted, and just able to do some damage. And now it is a race to see who can get more and more energy before they have to throw that Sky Attack. The final shield being used by Jemo finally, and now this is a race to get to another charge attack, and going straight for the Brave Bird. This is risky, but if it works, it will be very impressive. Oh my god,
man,
no shield. Oh, another boom, boom.
It knocks out Skarmory. I think Simon already knew Sky Attack likely was going to KO as well, but Jemo going for style points there with that Brave Bird and taking his first round of the day. Going pretty well in Stuttgart already, just like last season when he did quite well as well. I believe he got to about the losers finals last season in Stuttgart, Jemo. So he is familiar with this venue, with this battleground, and yeah, he wins his first battle here. It's not really a surprise, although his opponent was quite the challenge there, because that Clodsire, even though it wasn't exactly in the position that Simon wanted it to be, I think still was quite threatening at something.
Yes, and Simon did demonstrate a lot of his abilities with all those catches, particularly in Battle 1, which goes to show that even though he drops into the losers bracket now, he will still be very, very dangerous there. So he is going to be, whoever faces him is going to be looking at that first battle and going, I need to keep my wits about me. The amount of catches this guy makes is, I need to be on the ball. Speaking of catches, how do you prevent catches? If possible, is there a way to prevent catches?
There is a little bit of some sort of awareness.
Right.
If you wait just a little bit, like half a second, and you see your opponent perform a fast attack, you cannot switch during your fast attack. So that means that as long as they are in that animation, they cannot switch. And that means that way you could prevent them catching a charge attack. And that's what you see, what some very high-level players do. And you know what's funny? When high-level players play against other high-level players, you see them like, okay, is my opponent going to wait? I'm going to wait as well, and then swap and try to catch him. It's an absolute joy to see.
Yes, it's like, do they go left or do they go right? And you're trying and avoid them. So this is where, so I can think, so maybe an example just for those watching, if we have, say, if we have 2 Swamperts, okay, and Swampert typically has Mud Shot, which is a 2-turn fast attack. What I could do, if I do already have the energy for a Hydro Cannon, I could, whilst I can see the middle of the Mud Shot animation for my opponent's Swampert, when I can see that on my phone, that's when I go, that's my safe time to launch my Hydro Cannon, because he cannot swap out at that time. So that's the way I look at it. Some people can measure by time, some people use animations. As a trainer yourself playing in Pokemon Go, you do what's best for you. You do you do what works for you, animations or timing or looking at the health bar. All of it works, as long as it works for you.
Right, all you need to do is win those battles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Exactly. Exactly. So we've just seen another fantastic battle here by Jemo. Jemo there as he goes further. Maybe he will go a bit further than the losers final as well and go take that one step. And this is what it comes back down to. You come to these regionals, you improve, you get better, you hone your skills, and then secure that dominance, being a champion. Even if you become a finalist, come third or fourth, there's still championship points and booster packs and prize money. Hey, I'm not going to turn any of that down just because I came second or third. That is an achievement in itself, right?
And there's many ways to prepare and try to improve for those tournaments, right?
Right.
You can take a look at, if you look at the Twitch channel or the YouTube channel of the official official Pokemon Go channels, you can take a look at the VOD or the streams, the videos from last regional championship and just see how those players have performed, because you can also try to use their teams, and their teams could just work very well. I mean, they won a championship with it, right? So that's a way to prepare in, like, the best way to do it is to do it step by step.
Right.
Right, you want to take a look at the team. I might want to learn the counts of the fast attack per Pokemon in some way. What attacks do they even have, right?
Yeah, yeah.
What's super effective on my Pokemon? What do I need to be careful of? And another thing that you also see in those videos and in those streams is that top 12 Pokemon usage, right? You see the meta. What do I need to prepare for? What do I need on my team to secure as many victories as possible, to have as many positive matchups as possible, right? To prepare for what you are going to face.
Yes, for sure. So a good way to think about it is if you look at that top 12 and then in your team of 6, you go, right, I can identify 2 of my team of 6 that can take out each of those 12 Pokemon. If you can confidently say you do that, and there are resources online that you can use to work that out, or indeed practice, maybe that's the way to go about it and have a well-rounded team. The rest then is up to you. It's up to who you face and how many exquisite catches that can be made by you or your opponent, as Simon demonstrated earlier in game 1. Just so for the viewers, so you're aware, there is a review going on of one of the previous matchup. So as soon as we have more news, we'll of course let you know. But yeah, the judges are involved, and again, coming back to my earlier point about how handy and how kind the judges have been in volunteering their time and their travel to help support these tournaments. Really, these would not happen without these brilliant professors.
Yeah, absolutely. And what you said about the match on the review, I think that was in that first matchup where we had the Galarian Stunfisk against that Superior, and I think the Superior may have stood still for a second maybe. I don't know how prevalent it may have been if it was on that Scarmy, but yeah, I think that's something that the judges are going to look through now. So once we know more, we will get back to you on that. Maybe we'll see some more of these 2 dancing players, right? Jemo and Simon with all those catches. That was a really nice first game. I also like the Clodsire action that we had from Simon. It's a very bulky Pokemon, and it showed, right? That Brave Bird didn't even put it into the red, right? At like, I believe the red is 20% HP, and they didn't even do that much.
No, it's still well into the yellow. Maybe Simone was like listening to you earlier about about your love of Clodsire. Go, you know what? I like how that Martine thinks. I think he's onto something. Let me put that in. Let me bring that both times, because I know if all else fails, it's going to make Martine very happy to us, and certainly we would love to see more Clodsire. So as this review does continue. I was interested to see that despite Clodsire having Stone Edge, there were occasions where Jemo was still relatively comfortable bringing Skarmory in against Clodsire on occasion. So just because you're aware of the moveset, sometimes it's useful to keep that in mind, but it may not change your overall tactic if you still think, you know what, I can still deal with this even if it has Stone Edge. Another point you mentioned was Lickitung versus Skarmory. I love the idea of Lickitung being softened up when Jemo I think softened up the Lickitung from Simon's side and then brought in the Skarmory. I like that idea. Combination plays. Is that what you call them?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just got in. It will not be a rematch, so that means that Jemo won 2-0. Now we are getting set up for the interview very shortly to hear what Jemo thinks about that matchup earlier, right? And I specifically am curious about his thoughts on like Shadow Venusaur against Superior. We've seen 2 Superior now, which was very meta last season.
Yeah.
We didn't see it in the top 12 usage
for this tournament. However, we did see 2 of them already, and I'm very curious why Venusaur?
Yeah.
That's superior, right?
Yes, I think that's a good question to ask. So differences that come to mind. So both of these Pokemon are starter Pokemon. They have their Community Day moves, so they both have access to Frenzy Plant. They both have Vine Whip as well. The key fundamental difference is their additional charge attack. Venusaur, being a Grass and Poison type, has access to Sludge Bomb. In comparison, Serperior, which is a pure Grass type, has access to Aerial Ace. And we know Aerial Ace got buffed, so that's why it's got now making Serperior a lot more useful. However, it's in that even matchup, Serperior is able to get to the Aerial Ace a lot quicker, but Shadow Venusaur's Sludge Bomb may not one-hit KO the Serperior, but will bring it pretty close. What do you reckon?
It gets really close. I believe that you even lose the 0 shield scenario.
Right.
Because Serperior is able to withstand Sludge Bomb and get to 2 Aerial Aces, which also is super effective. On top of that, Serperior is just a little bit bulkier than Venusaur is, so that also really helps there. But one thing that I found very noticeable is Serperior against Galarian Stunfisk, because the Serperior resists those Mudshots, has more bulk, and lives 2 Rock Slides there, as we saw earlier, right? So I think that's something that makes Serperior a little bit better, and also push out the Galarian Stunfisk out of the previous meta. But now it might be back, and that might be because players might not be expecting the Serperior.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely true. I love seeing Galarian Stunfisk come back. I also liked how it was well piloted by Jemo, where even though he was in a perhaps less than ideal matchup, sometimes there is a overall mastery, overall game plan in the battle where you think, you know what, even though this isn't great, I'm happy to keep see the Serperior here because it means my Pokemon in the back are safe from it. So if I can soften up Serperior with these Rock Slides, and to be fair, Galarian Stunfisk did take a shield and get Serperior into the red in exchange for losing a shield itself, that's not too bad, because then Skarmory came in and was just able to try and farm that down. Of course, Simon went, you know what, I don't want to allow that, and brings in your favorite Clodsire. But that was a nice tactic, a nice game plan that Jemo set up. And so I like to see more of that. I like to see that long-term thinking.
Yeah, exactly. And before we go into our next matchup, which has Jojo Gdansk, Pokemon, they use spicy Pokemon, we have Abi ready with the interview with our previous winner, Jemo. Let's go to Abi.
Thank you so much, Marta, and welcome, viewers. And I am super excited that this match happened. It was so good, so many catches, and I'm joined by the winner of this round, Jemo. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I mean, I won the first round, so I'm happy.
You told me earlier that you took quite a bit of a break from the game and you're coming back and you just won round number 1. Do you have high hopes for this tournament?
No, really no. So like I'm not playing this game that much anymore, like the last 2 months, but still playing GBL every day. So the experience is there, but...
So you're still battling, and that's always good to keep your skills up to date. So just walking you through the game, I think game number 1, it was very, very exciting. Like, what was your game plan?
Yeah, I played ABB Steel, so it's a classic GBL line from me, or ABA Steel. Yeah, I'm confident with it, and that's why I picked the ABA Steel.
Were you worried at any point in game number 1 because your opponent made a lot of catches?
Yeah, I mean, he's a great player. He played very good, but yeah, I had my game plan and it worked.
And game number 2, you switched it up. You bought a new Pokemon into the fix. And how did that work out?
Yeah, I mean, Deoxys defense is, in my opinion, very good in the new meta. It's very safe against almost everything. And yeah, I mean, it's a great mon. Like to use it, and it helped me a lot.
You're absolutely right. I'm also a big fan of Defense Deoxys in this meta. It has so much play, especially with the potential of Psycho boosting and then going away. So with this said, do you have anything to say to the viewers back home, or anything else about your friends that you're here with, something?
Yeah, I just want to thank to the Wasted Potential family. It's my Pokemon Go family. I love them, and yeah, Wasted for the number 1.
I am sure they're here to support you. Thank you so much for your time, and I wish you all the luck in the tournament. Over to the casters.
Yeah, that's some good insight from Jemo here. And like he said, a line that he uses, that he's very familiar with, perhaps from the Go Battle League, that he plays every day, which is double steal, a classic. Steal is such a good defensive typing, right? It has so many resistances, and Jemo really relied on that.
Yes, for sure. So yes, he mentioned ABB, having those two steals in the back, something to deal with the weaknesses that steel types have as your lead Pokemon, and it played very well despite those catches. So hopefully we'll see a lot more of Jemo and a lot more exciting catches in due course. We do have our next matchup as well being set up. So so what happens is when the trainers are taken off stage from the previous battle, the new ones are already brought on and they get logged in. Obviously this process takes a few minutes to set up, so and also to give the trainers time to think as well, because from their perspective, all they're concerned right now is winning this battle. So you need to sit and think, right? Surely.
Right, and it might be their first round even.
Yeah.
And like even if you're the second or third, you want to go for that win.
Of course.
And the matchup we're going to have soon is Jojo Gdansk. He got to top 4 at the special event in Turin last season. And I saw him in Toronto as well. He's a globetrotter. He goes all the places. So he is very competitive, is very keen on qualifying for the World Championships. And his opponent will be Pidgey Jojo. And I believe that might be one of his first tournaments that he will be playing. That will be a very exciting battle. And one thing that I always notice about Jojo Gdansk, he loves the off-meta electric types.
Oh, right.
Look at the Maru, Emolga. He brought both of them before. I'm really curious. Are there any other off-meta electric types? And hands off the Magnet Zone, that's mine.
Yeah, of course. I mean, maybe you've popularized that now. It's no longer off meta now that you've dominated with it. However, I wonder what are your thoughts on Zapdos?
Oh, yeah, Zapdos is an interesting pick. It has that flying and electric type as well, right? Just like the Emolga. However, Emolga has acrobatics, which is a very hard-hitting flying type attack. While Zapdos doesn't really have that. Zapdos is
drill pack, I think, right?
Yes, and it's cheap and pretty hard-hitting charge attack. Also simply because Zapdos is so attack-weighted, right?
Yeah, Zapdos is it's attack weighted. Also also I find you can get Zapdos as a shadow, whereas you can't get Emolga as a shadow yet. That additional damage, when backed up by Drill Peck and Thunderbolt, that might be able to secure some knockouts that Emolga would not be able to do. So these are things that you have to weigh up if you want to try something a little bit different. Obviously, you have to be mindful of the Galarian Stunfisk and the Clodside, but that's true regardless whether it's Emolga or Zapdos. You have to be mindful of those. But anyway, for those of you trainers that are thinking, you know what, I want to try some of these unusual Pokemon, I want to learn how to get into battling, we do actually have a video prepared showcasing how can you take your first steps. So have a look, see if you can get some inspiration.
There's never been a better time to get started with PvP in Pokemon Go. I'm Zionic, and today I'm going to guide you through how to get started. Let's start with where you can PvP. Simply head into the game menu, and at the top right you'll see a battle option. Here you will find the Go Battle League, an online matchmaking game feature with a blind 3 format. Before going into Go Battle League, you'll be presented with 2 options, a free basic rewards path and a premium rewards path, which requires a premium battle pass to enter. These reward paths represent a series of 5 battles, also known as a set. The more battles you win, the more rewards you will receive from that set. You are limited to 5 sets per day, which is 25 battles in total, and during special events like Go Battle Day, you can do up to 20 cents per day, which is 100 battles. As you compete in Go Battle League, you'll begin to unlock new ranks. These ranks unlock rewards such as catch encounters, cosmetics, elite TMs, and even a chance at a legendary Pokemon. Ranks 1 to 20 are progression based, meaning each time you win, it'll contribute to your overall journey to rank 20. Once rank 20 is unlocked, you will be measured through an ELO rating system, the highest rank being Legend, which is 3000 rating. Each positive set with 3 or more wins will increase your ELO rating. Each negative set with 2 or less wins will lower your ELO rating. Go Battle League also operates through seasons. These seasons rotate roughly every 3 months while providing weekly or bi-weekly leagues and specialty cups to compete in. These leagues are typically divided through the Great League, Ultra League, and Master League, which all have different metagames. While Go Battle League may be a different format to the Pokemon Go Championship, it's by far the best way to practice and learn the fine details of PvP to prepare you for a tournament you'd like to compete in. The Pokemon Go Championship is hosted in the Great League, which provides a wider variety of potential Pokemon to use in competition because of the lower level threshold for battle. These tournaments also provide a fantastic look at some of the top performing Pokemon in the Great League, giving you goals to work towards as you look to build your PvP roster. Speaking of building your PvP roster, here's some tips and tricks that you can use to quickly add powerful Pokemon to your team. Firstly, you'll want to do your best to know about the current events in Pokemon Go. They are by far the easiest and most effective way to gather Pokemon and resources you will need to build your teams. You can stay up to date on all the events and seasonal information from the Pokemon Go website. You'll also want to play during dense spawn events, such as Community Day and Spotlight Hour. They can sometimes provide incredibly strong Pokemon that you might need for PvP. You'll also want to take advantage of the Mega Evolution system to increase the candy and XL candy that you can get for the Pokemon you are looking to build. Raids are also a great resource for getting Pokemon that you need on your team. They rotate with the events and can provide key resources such as TMs. Trust me, once you dive into PvP, you'll begin to use a lot of TMs. 3-star raids provide a guaranteed TM reward, so look to leverage that if you're running low. They can be done in most cases solo and with a free raid pass. Finally, and what might be the most important tip, is to trade with your community. Pokemon that you may have missed, such as Swampert Community Day, might just be in the storage of your local community members. As a battler myself, I always hold on to multiple key PvP Pokemon that new players might need for their roster, so don't be afraid to ask around if there's a Pokemon that you are looking for. I hope this guide was helpful to get you started on your PvP journey. Thanks for tuning in. See ya!
Thank you, Zionic, for that guide to how to get started with PvP. The journey starts somewhere for everybody. It might have started in 2019 when PvP first came out. I think it was 2019, if my memory is correct. But for some of you, it would have started a bit later. If you are playing sort of a relative catch-up, these are the ways to do it. Also, take advantage of your other locals who are involved in PvP. They will often have spare Pokemon that they can trade to you. Honestly, your community is an asset. It's a group of friends. They'll make that friendship will make you happy alone. Not to mention the Pokemon you can get from them. Take advantage. They're all good people, right?
Yeah, speaking of good people, I saw some comments in the chat about these festive sweaters that we got from Pokemon.
Oh yeah.
I hope you like them as much as I do. They fit great, they feel great. I feel and I breathe Pokemon right now.
Yes.
Awesome.
All the time. That's all I talk about. I don't know anything else. You were saying.
Speaking of Pokemon, we have our matchup coming up soon, but let's take a look at one of the Pokemon that Jemo talked about earlier, the Deoxys defense. He thought it was really good in the current meta. Here we see a spotlight of Deoxys defense, and it has that fast attack counter, and preferably it has the charge attacks, Psycho Boost, and Thunderbolt. It can also opt for Rock Slide, but I think in the current meta, you probably want Thunderbolt for opposing Medicham and Skarmory.
Yeah, that does make sense, actually. I was always debating with Deoxys defense whether to go Thunderbolt or Rock Slide. It's always a tricky one. I think in the past, Altaria was used to be quite a common Pokemon in Open Great League, and that's where Rock Slide was preferred. But this is another example with Deoxys defense where you have to adapt the moveset based on the typical Pokemon you're more likely to see. Coming back to your point, Martijn, about looking at the top 12 meta Pokemon and what has better coverage. And I definitely agree with you. Thunderbolt, definitely more useful. However, one thing to bear in mind, we didn't really expect Charjabug to be third. Maybe Rock Slide now has a little bit more justification in the future if Charjabug becomes more of a thing, because Deoxys defense really doesn't like bugs, right?
And I believe it was the third most common Pokemon. Now let's take a look at our matchup here. We have Jojo Go-Go Dancer on the left and Pidgey Jojoto on the right. Now, we don't see any spicy electric types on Jojo Go-Go Dancer's team, but he does have that Wigglytuff. And one thing that Wigglytuff is really good against is that Licky Tongue that Pidgey Jojo has.
Yes, I do find it rather amusing that both trainers have Jojo in their name. That's just dawned on me at this very moment. So absolutely love it. But yeah, Wigglytuff, a Pokemon that I highlighted in one of my caster predictions. That, you know what, this might have some presence here, because it has Icy Wind now as opposed to Ice Beam. And I think Icy Wind gives it a lot more utility. The question is, will the trainer will be running Charm? I expect it will be, but here we go into the first battle, and Registeel faces off against Skarmory. Jojo Go-Go Dancer does not like the look of this, so do we expect an instant swap or not? We do, and it's into the mirror match.
And this is interesting, because Pidgey Jojo did not bring a Registeel answer. He has one lock on ahead there, though, so able to outpace the first Focus Blast, and Jojo Go-Go Dancer putting up the shield right away. What do you do here as Pidgey Jojo? You need to land at least one Focus Blast before you can switch out, but if you do that, if you switch out later on, then the clocks are misaligned, and then Jojo Go Dancer might be able to switch as well.
Yes, that is true. So Jojo Go-Go Dancer going for the more, a bit more investment in terms of move, in terms of energy, going for the Zap Cannon here to get a debuff on Pidgey Jojo's Registeel. Pidgey just going straight for another focus. Just wants to go for all damage, nothing else. And look at the amount of damage done on the Jojo Go-Go Dancer's Registeel.
It's the Explo Force. We have our game in the left in French, on the right in German. Another Explo Force is going through, and both Registeel are so low, but look at that. Pidgey Jojo is just a little bit lower. And he's not able to get to the Focus Blast. That's so painful. Jojo Go-Go Dancer winning the switch advantage here.
That is incredible. When do you ever see a lock-on farm down? Going for the Lickitung here, and Lickitung is able to withstand a Focus Blast, but not very well. That's the problem. And so Pidgey Jojo decides to go for that final shield, and is able to get the lick down potentially on the Registeel. Indeed, it happens. So now Jojo Go-Go Dancer has one alignment, would you say?
Yeah, he can bring in whatever he wants. Yeah, no more beep, beep, beep now, because both Registeel are taken down. Bringing in the Skarmory into this Lickitung. Obviously, it's tough to bring in your Whiscash into a loaded Lickitung. It does have that power whip, right? In comes the Body Slam, and this is resisted, so it doesn't do a lot of damage to the Skarmory.
No, at this point, Lickitung is just looking to chip away at the Skarmory, just soften it up. The more damage that Pidgey Jojo can do to Skarmory, the easier the Altaria will have in terms of the taking out the Skarmory afterwards. So this is just at this point, just I will stay in this matchup as long as possible. Launch another Body Slam. Perfect timing by Pidgey Jojo to launch the Body Slam just before Jojo Go-Go Dancer is able to launch his own charge attack here. So now this Skarmory is quite soft. Now going for the Sky Attack here, and this won't eliminate the Lickitung though. So I wonder if Jojo Go-Go Dancer is looking to farm up a teeny bit more.
Yeah, and you gotta take out the Lickitung because his energy is so dangerous against the Whiscash. In comes another Sky Attack. This might barely knock out the Lickitung. I think it barely... Oh, actually, that's the Brave Bird, my bad, because they're both flying. In comes Altaria, and oh, you don't have Blizzard! You don't have Blizzard anymore, so you don't win this matchup likely. In comes a Scald. This might drop the attack of the Altaria, but it's resisted.
Yeah, and I think I think Jojo Go-Go Dancer wasn't expecting Altaria to come in. The Scald is launched, and there is a debuff on the attack. But is this a delay to the inevitable? Pidgey Jojo is shaking his head, thinking he's not happy about this. Another Scald is launched, but Altaria still in the green. When look at the damage that Dragon Breath is adding up onto this Whiscash. No debuff this time. Altaria going for as much energy as possible before launching the Sky Attack. The shield is coming out now because Jojo Go-Go Dancer recognizes even though this has been debuffed, it's still going to do a respectable amount of damage. And getting to another Sky Attack before the third Scald can be launched. Very tactical, I like it. Undercharging though a little bit in order to maybe get some more farm, I wonder.
Yeah, and you need another Scald here, but it's tough to get to another Scald because the Whiscash already is so low. In comes that Scald. Again, 50% chance to drop the attack of the Altaria. Once this Scald does go through, Whiscash still smiling there. It's shiny, by the way.
Oh yeah, it is as well. So yeah, the Scald is launched, just do the damage there, and another debuff, and now they're trying to tap, and the Altaria is trying to get that Dragon Breath off. Whiscash is just waiting to see what happens here, and another Scald is now launched by the Whiscash onto Altaria, and Altaria is going to, there are no shields available now, so Altaria is going to have to take that damage from the additional Scald. I wonder if there will be a third debuff here, because that would be very, very impressive. And I think Altaria is going to start struggling when those debuffs add up to such a large extent.
Yeah, and I think at this point, both players are probably thinking about their next match here. This battle might go into review because Altaria did get a little bit stuck there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a tough alignment though. And one thing that I really noticed there is how much work that Lickitung put in into that Skarmy. Just got Skarmy so low that it was kind of useless against the Altaria later, because it just didn't have enough health anymore.
Yes, yes, and I think maybe I didn't notice that Jojo Go-Go Dancer was looking to get up to 2 Sky attacks, and as a result of trying to do that, Pidgey Jojo was able to get that get that third, maybe, or maybe fourth even body slam off. I think that might have been a very, very small misplay there. Maybe Jojo Go-Go Dancer should launch the Sky attack, that one Steel Wing earlier, just to avoid that additional chip damage, and he would still certainly get to another Sky attack when that Altaria came in, because Skarmory's health would have still been in the yellow. But this match will likely be under review as they just work out what was going on at the very end of the end of that battle. So again, appreciation to the judges for their oversight of this and their insight onto these battles. But I think there was a lot to garner from there in terms of how you play those Lickitung Skarmory matchups, and indeed, I think, yeah, as you were right, Lickitung was the MVP.
Put in a lot of work.
Yeah.
Right? I think that Jojo Go-Go Dancer was just a little bit in a tough spot, right? Because that Lickitung already had so much energy, but the Lickitung technically was the best place for that Wish Cache to be in that moment, and that was just so rough for him. He did defeat the opposing Registeel after that Zap Cannon attack drop, but then Lickitung gets that energy on Jojo Go-Go Dancer's Registeel. And you can't really bring Wish Cache because you can't take a power whip.
No, absolutely not.
Wish Cache was just trapped, right? Because Altaria is one of the best answers. It double resists the ground type attacks, and it single resists that water type attack.
Yes.
Now, if that's Blizzard, it would have been a different story, because Blizzard is double super effective. But this Wish Cache did not have Blizzard.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? It was. This is going to sound. It might sound a little bit silly coming from me, but I found it rather disconcerting to not have Blizzard, because I'm so used before the moveset update just only 2 weeks ago. I was so used to Wish Cache having Mud Shot, Mud Bomb, and Blizzard, that the thought of it not having Blizzard when it came in against the Altaria, that did almost throw me for a second, because I saw it come up on the stream along with all of you watching, and I'm like, oh gosh, there's no Blizzard. What do you do? Oh my goodness.
Drop the attack! Drop the attack!
Skull. Tap. As many skulls, and fortunately for Jojo Go-Go Dancer, he did get the debuff very early on, but Scald only has, did you say it was a 50%?
50%.
Yeah, 50% chance of debuffing, so you are relying on a little bit of Lady Luck favoring your side there, and I think Jojo Dancer did get that with the immediate debuff, but despite that, Dragon Breath, amazing damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe if you get a second Scald debuff, you might be able to live the Sky Attack and the Dragon Breath. And I mean, Scald comes out really quickly. It's only 6 Mud Shots for the first 2, I believe, and then it's 5. Yeah. 5 Mud Shots to Scald. Maybe then, I think you need like 4 or 5 Scalds to take out Altaria. That's a lot of charge stacks.
Yes, and this is the perks of a Dragon type. Being able to resist a lot of these sorts of elemental types, the grasses, the fires, the waters, the electrics. Only one that you have to be very mindful of is ice. Of course, dragons also don't really like each other, so dragon types are super effective against each other. And then, of course, fairies, who have absolutely love seeing dragons. They can wave their proverbial fairy magic and not have to worry about taking damage from dragon types pretty much. There's a double resistance in Pokemon Go. In the video games, it's an outright immunity. So be aware, if you don't like the look of any dragons on your team, bring that Azumarill, bring that Clefable, maybe bring that Whimsicott.
Yeah, Azumarill is a Pokemon that's very good against Altaria. Now, one thing that you said, Altaria is very weak to ice, but where is the ice, right? Alolan Sandslash is also pushed out. There was no Alolan Sandslash in the top 12, which was such a dominant Pokemon in the previous meta, and it really pushed that Altaria out. Now it's not there, and I think against the top 6 Pokemon, Lickitung, Medicham, Skarmory, Lantern, Wish Cache, and the Charge Bug was there as well.
Yep, that's right.
Altaria is good against those.
Yeah, it is.
So maybe Altaria has play again. Sky Attack now is a little bit more or costs more energy now though, so it is a little bit slower to its charge attacks. But I think with its typing, it's just pretty good still, and it does have a little bit more bulk than Dragonite.
Hey, that's very true. And Dragon Breath, so you mentioned Skarmory as one of those top meta Pokemon that that Altaria, despite the resistance that Steel offers and the fact that Skarmory is quite bulky, Altaria's Dragon Breath can still go through Steel type eventually. You can still cause quite a bit of damage. So I think even though Sky Attack requires a little bit more energy now, I think it's what, maybe 8 seconds, maybe a teeny bit more in terms of time to build up to that from Dragon Breath. The sheer amount of damage that Dragon Breath can do in those X number of seconds, that in itself is impressive. The Sky Attack at that point is just bonus damage, really, in a lot of cases. So, yeah, I absolutely agree that Altaria might be the way forward, especially when we see a reduction in ice. But then we do know so many Pokemon have got Icy Wind out now, so they'll come back. Poliwrath, for example, against Altaria, not as easy as one would think, right?
The Shadow version actually wins the one-shield scenario against Altaria, which is very interesting. I'm not sure if the regular version of Poliwrath can win the 2 shields, but you know, if you throw on Icy Wind, you already make sure that the Dragon Breath do less damage. So Icy Wind, indeed a big threat. It's also given to Abomasnow, but that already had Weather Ball, so you already fear that anyway, right?
Yeah, if you're worried about the ice regardless when it's Abomasnow. Poliwrath did have Ice Punch, well, still does have Ice Punch, but I do like the fact that Icy Wind, in addition to doing ice type damage, it will also give a debuff as well, so it's a bit more of a lasting effect, and also has a negative for if you do get your Icy Wind shielded, the debuff will is still guaranteed to happen. I think that is quite a nice feature to have to assist your matchup and not minimize the benefits of shields that your opponent has. So yeah, I'm excited to see if there are any ice types that do make their appearance. Dugong maybe might make appearance. I'm still looking for one of those.
My prediction.
Yeah, it was actually.
Yeah. It pairs well with Clodsire even.
Oh, I wonder why you selected that then.
I think Dugong indeed. If there were to be many ice types, I think that Dugong is probably the premier ice type. But on the other hand, Dugong does not have a great time against Poliwrath. Even your Ice Shards are resisted, so you only have Drill Run to fight back with, and Poliwrath is very tough to counter that. So really kind of needs to be aware of like how many fighters are going to be in the current meta. If there's always a fighter, yeah, Dugong is always a little bit risky. But if the fighter is Toxicroak, which you had on your prediction, then Toxicroak has to feed the Drill Run, so then Dugong has more play.
Yeah, that is very true, and this is perhaps the downside with Toxicroak, because it is a good fighting type, a very has a lot of damage it can provide. However, it is quite frail. It's not got the best of like defenses. It's not, so I think it will struggle perhaps a little bit when it comes to taking damage. So what you want to do as Toxicroak is maybe go after an opponent's Pokemon that has been softened up quite a bit, and then maybe counter down. You do have access, of course, to Mud Bomb, so you can amplify the amount of damage you do to typical things weak to fighting type attacks, because fighting and ground share some commonalities. And then you have that Shadow Ball to deal with any Medicham, deal with Cresselia, deal with any counters that might potentially happen, maybe even like cause a few problems for Skarmory as well. So you never know. Toxicroak could have its space there. I'd love to see one. I personally have a shiny that I use in Great League, so I'm also very excited to see if someone has a shiny one, or perhaps one with a costume.
Does it have a hat?
And sadly not. Gutted. Very good for battling, but sadly no hat. I've seen some fantastic ones with the hat and the shiny. Looks like a right a very Sir-like Pokemon.
Indeed. We are actually not going to have a rematch, so the score will be 1-0, right? Yeah.
Yes. So
the 1-0 for Jojo Go-Go Dancer.
Yes. So Jojo Go-Go Dancer is going to be very reassured, and he's now going to be thinking, right, what do I do from here? So the trainers are now considering considering their next matchup. You can see Eris there, who has likely made the review in support with the additional judges, the assistant head judge and head judge. I've noticed as well, Jojo Go-Go Dancer has placed his Mudkip on the left there, very appropriate. Do you like Mudkip?
I think it's okay. I like Swampert more. One of my friends, Tonto, he really loves Mudkip, however. So yeah, I do like to see that plushie at times. And then it reminds me sometimes, you know, if your Pokemon becomes like a signature Pokemon,
yes,
it just reminds, that Pokemon just reminds of that player.
Yeah.
Right? So I basically see Tonto there on stage.
Right, fair enough.
He'll probably be a bit bigger than Mudkip.
just a teeny bit. Yeah, shout out to Tonto there. And so these trainers now logging. Well, they have logged in now. You can notice on the side of Jojo Go-Go Dancer, he's got a notepad and he's writing down a few things. Is noting things down something that is common in Pokemon Go battles? Is it something that you do, or?
I don't. The thing is, I always forget my notebook.
Right.
So that's one thing I struggle with personally. And then I have to write during battle. I did see at the World Championships, Ishikawa, he just plays and writes at the same time. Some players do that to keep track of energy or to make a matrix to see this Pokemon of mine pairs well against that Pokemon, and if I lead this, and I lose the lead, there's no way they have that in the back, so I can swap this just right in. And I think that's basically what a notebook is good for. It and maybe just helps calm some players their nerves, right? Because there's a lot of pressure when you're playing on stream and so many people are watching.
Yeah, absolutely. And so these are other additional tools that if you as a player think this might help me, you are allowed to bring an empty notebook in and a pen and note down. Obviously, you can't be writing song and verse, so before every battle there is a time limit to make sure that you battle in a reasonable amount of time. But the odd note, the odd preparation or noting within the battle, perfectly okay. And if that helps you win, then so be it. As Whiscash comes in against Registeel here, and Whiscash is going to absolutely love this matchup. No problems dealing with that instant swap out into the Lickitung. Lickitung does threaten with that Power Whip, but Jojo Go-Go Dancer choosing to stay in to get off a Scald onto this Lickitung, maybe looking for that debuff, which does have that 50% chance. That would be very useful if that Scald does indeed get that debuff. Does it do get that? No debuff on this occasion.
Yeah, and going into that Registeel after building up so much energy here, and Registeel has no problem taking all these charge attacks here. Body slam going through, and Registeel can take these all day.
Yeah, well, absolutely, and this is where the energy advantage that Lickitung has is rendered a bit reduced here. Pidgey Jojo, though, calculating exactly when Registeel is going to get to a Focus Blast and launches the second Body Slam just beforehand, which is very nicely done, and looks like it might be a charge attack priority event as Lickitung is able to win against Registeel. It's not often that you see Lickitung win a charge attack priority event, but here we go, and now a response here as the Focus Blast is launched. Oh no, this was a Zap Cannon actually. Will this potentially KO, I wonder? Undercharged by Jojo Go-Go Dancer to get some additional farm. Very well played on the other charge, and an instant swap into another Registeel by Pidgey Jojo. And now we have to see who gets to this move first. The Focus Blast by Jojo Go-Go Dancer is the first to be launched. Will a shield come out? No shield!
Wow, yeah, Pidgey Jojo was having none of that farm down. Swaps out immediately. In comes a Whiscash for the combo play, and this is going to knock out Registeel if no shielded.
Yes, this is, and this indeed gets shield. So we have to see what Pidgey Jojo chooses to do. Goes for the Focus Blast, which will do a respectable amount of damage onto the Whiscash here, but a shield comes out by Jojo Go-Go Dancer in order to ensure that his Whiscash remains healthy in terms of its health. And now there's a farm down attempt here. Is that going to be even possible? I don't think it is. And there another Focus Blast is launched, and just in the nick of time. And now it's a decision. Do I use both my shields here or not? No shield on that Focus Blast.
Yeah, Whiscash takes it like a champ. Now what do you come in with? Likely that Altaria again, because it takes those charge attacks so simple. But on the other hand, that Lickitung at this point doesn't do a lot anymore. Might only be good. Oh, look at that! Brilliant. Look at that catch! It was a peekaboo. Here's my Altaria, and then in comes a Whiscash. But sorry, the Lickitung. But now this does leave the option for Jojo Go-Go Dancer to get that Skull in and possibly lower the attack stage again.
Yeah, that's going to be very problematic. A brilliant play by Pidgey Jojo to do that peekaboo catch. However, with the Wigglytuff is coming in, and there is a debuff as well. And this is where Wigglytuff going, I can charm this Altaria all the way down. I fear nothing.
Charm, charm, charm. That goes Altaria. And that is a 2-0 win for Jojo Go-Go Dancer.
Impressive plays. I have to say, though, his opponent, Pidgey Jojo, excellent plays by him to make it really difficult. That peekaboo catch, we'll talk more about it after this battle, but let's not take anything away from the spotlight. Jojo Go-Go Dancer making that match look seamless. That Wigglytuff, very well calculated right in the back because he was reading
that Altaria might be there, and Wigglytuff has a dominant matchup against Altaria, and there we have it as 2-0. He goes further into the winners bracket. Don't forget though that for Pidgey Jojo, he drops into the losers bracket and will still have an opportunity to defend himself and go a little bit further. And certainly with his skills and the catches that he demonstrated, I think we can see a fair bit of him in the losers bracket, touch wood. So that was pretty good. Now, we talked about the peekaboo catch as a phrase. I'll be honest, I haven't heard that phrase all that much. So for the viewers here, could you maybe explain a little bit more what that actually was? What did we just see?
Peekaboo. Basically, that's what it was. Brings in the Altaria, and then whoop, goes into the Licky Tongue. Basically, caught the charge attack like that. Basically, that's what... I don't know if many people call it the Peekaboo. That's how I call it. Sure. Because basically, you show one Pokemon real quick, peek, and then boom. There's the Licky Tongue. So that's where that comes from.
Yeah. Maybe because now you've said it, maybe this will be the name. Maybe you are a trendsetter.
Well, if I was, then there would be more Magnezone, but...
Yeah, no, that's fair. So yeah, this is so the so-called peekaboo catching, to coin Martin's term, perhaps, is very useful if you know an opponent has a lot of energy. You have two Pokemon, one that's on good health, but you really don't want to take a charge attack, and one on very low health, which you want to use as a sort to soak up some of that energy. You can throw out your full health Pokemon within, I'd say, I wouldn't say split second, maybe half a second, withdraw it back out, put the second Pokemon in, okay, takes the move, and then bring that third Pokemon, bring your full health Pokemon back in. So it is a really tricky and advanced tactic, because you have to be able to make an educated guess that your opponent is going to launch their charge attack straight away. But if you can pull it off, it's very, very exciting, and we saw that. And you know what? If there was a bit more energy left afterwards, maybe that would have swung things in Pidgey Jojo's way there, because it was a really good play. I enjoyed seeing that.
Yeah, and regarding that game 1, by the way, that was under review. We just got in that the Altaria standing still near the very end wasn't impactful enough for a rematch there, simply because there also was energy on that Skarmory, and that the Wishcash may have gotten to another Scald there, and that's why there was no rematch for that first game, just for your information. Yeah, we saw Jojo Go Dancer win 2-0 there. Now, I must say, we're going to have an extremely hype matchup soon.
All right.
We're going to have Paula against Syler.
Oh.
Syler hasn't played in many championships just yet, but he's very well known in the grassroots competition as a very good battler from Germany. I don't think Palasha needs much introduction. She is top cutting in so many tournaments and making phenomenal plays. So very excited to see those plays as well. And you know what I also found curious? The Wigglytuff, right? Are we going to see more of that, you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think that Icy Wind is going to be so good. I would like to see more Wigglytuff. It has great coverage against a lot of Pokemon. Has some very interesting resisting. Being able to resist both Ghost and Dragon can be very, very useful as well. Coming back to your point about Paulisha as well, one thing I'm very fond of with her is so she was, if I recall correctly, the Turin regional champion in the previous season in Italy, and it ended up actually being an also with the two finalists. It was Paulisha versus Andris on in first and second, and I think that, if my memory is correct, that was the first time we had two women battlers come go right to the finals, which just goes to show that this community does not judge. You can have people come from all walks of life, all areas of the world. We're not worried about the different genders and all of that. It doesn't matter. As far as we're concerned, we're all battlers here to have a good time, make friends, and one of us becomes champion. So, for those of you who are, again, looking at this and going, yeah, I want to try it. I saw that video about, how to get started with PvP. Perhaps the next step, once you have those Pokemon, is to talk about team building. How do I build that team of 6? So we have a video that's going to explain how you build a team of 6 for these tournaments.
Hello trainers, my name is Caleb Pang, and let's take a look at how to build a competitive team that can help you succeed at a future tournament. For the Pokemon Go Championship Series, trainers register teams of 6 in the tournament. Each trainer will preview their opponent's team of 6 before deciding which 3 Pokemon they will lock in for the upcoming battle. This Show 6 Pick 3 format allows for another layer of strategy where both team predictions and compositions heavily impact the outcome of matches. There are a number of ways to build your team of 6. Many focus on a balanced approach, pairing Pokemon together to cover each other's weaknesses. A common example of that is Trevenant paired with Noctowl. Others may purposely build unbalanced teams to counter a specific threat in the meta, which are often called anti-meta teams. All teams will have their strengths and weaknesses, and how each trainer capitalizes on them will often be the deciding factor in a matchup. When setting up for a battle, each trainer will have a lead Pokemon with 2 Pokemon in the back. When a trainer is faced with a bad lead matchup, many trainers swap to one of their backline Pokemon, often called the safe swap. These safe swap Pokemon have the potential to dish out a lot of damage to win back switch advantage or take a shield advantage against their opponents. Although there are no official categorization for what a safe swap Pokemon is, there are a number that are used often due to their success in this role, such as Purified Sableye and Registeel. The third Pokemon in the back is often labeled as the Closer, a Pokemon that is very strong in the right matchups, and or when they have a shield advantage. Although this final Pokemon may have to take on multiple enemy Pokemon to finish the match, their ability to turn the tides of battle is what makes them so strong in the endgame. When determining which 3 Pokemon to bring into battle, many trainers like having a backup option when they do not catch a good lead matchup. This is when an ABB line comes in handy. The 2 B Pokemon in the back protect the A Pokemon, so even if the first B Pokemon is taken out, the secondary B Pokemon is still in play and can continue protecting the A Pokemon. Another variation of this strategy is an ABA line, where only the B Pokemon in the middle can protect both the lead A Pokemon and the backline A Pokemon. ABA lines strategize around keeping the backline A Pokemon healthy even at the cost of the lead A Pokemon, hoping to exhaust the opponent's resources early so that the A Pokemon in the back can close out the match. Finally, trainers can run a diverse line of 3, utilizing an ABC line. With the proper alignment, ABC lines can thrive in any battle and their balanced nature gives it flexible coverage. However, if caught in a bad lead matchup, ABC lines have less of a backup plan. As an example of a reliable and safe team, the Toronto Regionals grand finalists of the 2023 season used Noctowl, Umbreon, Galarian Stunfisk, Trevenant, and Medicham to qualify for the World Championships. These Pokemon cover each other's weaknesses well and are fairly accessible for newer trainers. An example of an anti-meta team that is geared towards beating traditional teams is Deoxys Defense Form, Altaria, Venusaur, Walrein, Galarian Stunfisk, and Purified Sableye. This team earned the trainer a top 8 placement in the San Diego Regionals of the 2023 season. Utilizing Deoxys as a counter to popular fighting types makes this team very strong in the right situations. There are a number of ways to build a team for a tournament and the possible combinations are endless. Whether you're a trainer who prefers to build safer teams closer to the meta or a trainer who wants to build a team to counter the meta, finding out what team fits your playstyle is part of the journey, and we hope to see your unique team one day at a future Championship Series event.
It's funny that Caleb's video mentions these sorts of trainers and their SO6 team because I feel like you, Avi, are one of the trainers who is someone who likes the safe meta picks, and I'm also someone who's trying to break that core a little bit. Welcome back in. I am Amanda, also known to everyone as Lundberger, and
I am Count Sevius, and my name is Abi.
And like we were talking about, this Show 6 Pick 3 format is really interesting as these people can make various types of teams.
Yep, Show 6 Pick 3 is an amazing way, right? To not only test your skill as a battler, but also test your skills as a team builder, because in the end, it's 6 Pokemon that goes up against another 6 Pokemon, and how you build this team is very, very important. You need to have a little bit of bulk, a Pokemon that can be potentially work as a safe swap, and also a Pokemon that can be a closer. So it's very, very important how you hone your team building skills by going to these tournaments.
And of course, this tournament is the very first one in the new Timeless Travels meta, so we're seeing a lot of Pokemon that we haven't seen in other tournaments so far. And speaking of, we're going to go ahead and get right into the battles with Paula and Syler and see what sort of teams that these two are cooking up. I am already seeing some major spice on Sisler's side here. Look at that.
Yeah, so that was a bunch of amazing Pokemon there. You see that Chimo there. I did not expect this Pokemon, but it is an amazing Pokemon, amazing typing. It's a dragon fighter, a lot of damage with those dragon tails, and it has access to Dragon Claw and that heavy, heavy hitting close combat. Not a lot of Pokemon in this meta want to tank a close combat, but on the other side, you have Paula, who has one of the Pokemon that can deal with close combat very comfortably, and that's the Azumarill. Paula going for a very meta-ish team in a way, and I'm glad that she's running the Poliwrath that I picked. It's going to do so well against Syler.
I mean, we talked about Timeless Travels, and if you think about these teams, there are some Pokemon that have been relevant in past metas as well. Skarmory never really made it to the Show 6 Pick 3, but it's been around since the beginning of Go Battle League, and now with this new update, we're seeing it almost everywhere. And look at Paula's team. Trevenant is back.
Yep, Trevenant is back. I think with the meta condensing how it is, Trevenant does have a very, very good place now. You don't see those Noctiles anymore and Gligar, so the only real answer that you can potentially have for the Trevenant is that Lickitung. Another Pokemon that I would kind of like to point out from Sisler's side is that Skarmory. Skarmory is going to do a lot of work against Polasha's team. Polasha will have to find a way to beat that Pokemon. It is with the Steel Wing buff, it is in a very, very good place there.
Yeah, that is absolutely true, Abhi. I think a lot of people are, and there's no actual lantern or anything to really hard counter that Skarmory on Paula's side. I do want to go back to that Trevenant pick as well, because with so many water-type Pokemon that are now on a lot of people's teams, Trevenant has a lot more places to hit. Like you were saying, it was really only fearful of the Noctowl before. No Noctowl in sight. Let's see if the Trevenant's in the game. Doesn't look like it is, but we have a Poliwrath lead against that Defense Deoxys.
Yeah, Poliwrath into the DD, and that is not a great lead for Polasha, and immediately swapping into her safe switch Pokemon, which is a Lickitung, but Syler is going to do exactly what most Defense Deoxys players will do, which is Psycho Boost and go into a Pokemon that can do well against the Lickitung. Let's see what comes in, and it's his own Lickitung.
This is a very, very common matchup. Syler doing what we call a chip and dip strategy, just getting a little bit of extra damage off before retreating that attack, and then coming in with something that can really take this well. Two Lickitungs against each other is going to be quite a long matchup. These two long tongues just like licking at each other and hitting a body slam. Looks about at the same time as Syler is going ahead and releasing it first.
Yeah, while we watch this Lickitung, this body slam comes in. One body slam from Syler puts the Lickitung in about 30 to 35% HP, and in comes Polasha's Lickitung's body slam, and this is looking very, very good for Syler because he's in a very commanding position. Body slam doesn't do enough damage. As we know, these licks are resisted, so it's not going to do a lot of work for each other, but it's always going to come down to these charge moves.
And yep, and the first one now going off by Paula's side. Looks like Syler opted to get one more lick in. It did look like he won charge attack priority last time. I guess he's going ahead and taking this information, getting a lot more energy. He's almost at 2 body slams here, going ahead and getting full energy here before releasing the body slam. At this stage, it should be enough to knock out Paula's, but he still has another one in store for whatever comes in the back.
Amazing energy management by Syler, going up to 2 moves and now saving some for this Poliwrath as well. Poliwrath comes in, will it get to the Power Whip? And what a catch by Polasha, getting that Power Whip onto that Clodsire. Of course, because of the ground typing of Clodsire, this is going to do neutral damage, but that's still an amazing position to be in.
Wow, like you said, that was completely good, and I think we're going to see a full poison jab down here, poison sting down, I'm sorry, and then being able to, but not before a parting gift of this body slam goes off. But man, Clodsire is a beast here, being able to tank this, still in the green, looks like just barely now into the yellow, but now with almost 100 energy to throw whatever comes back in.
Yeah, Clodsire is looking like it's in a very, very dominant position here, but in comes his defense Deoxys. Defense Deoxys is also a very bulky Pokemon here, but these Stone Hedges will do a lot of damage. But Syler is still in a very, very good position. First Stone Edge comes in, not a lot of damage.
Yeah, the hard part though for Syler is he's going to have to go for those Psycho Boosts to be able to do any damage. If he does that, he now lowers his own attack by 2 stages, so that is not a great position. Paula knowing this as well, using that Protect Shield, but Syler's Charger Bug in the back wants really nothing to do with the Clodsire. Everything that it throws at it will be resisted. This attack has fallen and the Earthquake will go through. Will Syler use his shield as well?
Oh, he does not pull up that Protect Shield and immediately swaps into the Charger Bug. This is not a great matchup for the Charger Bug, but of course he does have a shield advantage at this moment. Here comes that Clodsire. Clodsire is not taking any damage from those Volt Switches, and first shield goes up for Syler.
Syler knows that this is going to be crucial in the back because he hasn't even seen that Poliwrath, but he has a ton of energy. Will be able to get throw off this charge attack versus X-Scissor won't be doing too much. Paula going ahead and not shielding this up, not giving any indication of how weak she is to this Charger Bug in the back. As you can see, not very effective. Clodsire still semi-smiling about it, able to reach this other Stone Edge, and both Protect Shields now used on Syler's side.
Yeah, both Protect Shields gone on Syler, but this is a very, very good position for him to be in. He will get outpaced to 2 X-Scissors, but let's see if Paula goes for this catch here. No, she does not, and here comes his X-Scissor, more than enough to take out this Clodsire, and will we see that Poliwrath, and will we see if that Poliwrath can flip this matchup on its head?
Poliwrath is going to have an uphill climb for it because there is a discharge and a half. Baiting here with the X-Scissor. The question is, will Paula realize it? She does not. This puts her at also a bigger energy advantage as well. Her last Protect Shield's gone. This next thing going through will be super effective.
Yeah, we'll see who gets there, and it's the Poliwrath that gets to the Scald. Scald will do a lot of damage, but is this enough? It is also a Shadow Poliwrath. Scald comes in, and of course that Charger Bug. What an amazing, amazing way to close that game out.
Incredible, incredible matches. Paula not quite sure herself. I think that she knew that it would be able to take it out. There was still a bit of a defense Deoxys in the back. Unfortunately for Syler, not able to reach that Psycho Boost in time, which would have been enough to take out Paula. That was a race to the end with the first matchup going to Paula Shah.
Yeah, mastery of game sense here. She had a very, very, very bad lead. That's not a lead that you would want to see. Going into that Lickitung, setting up the end game in a way that Clodsire can have everything in its favor. Of course, Paula did pull up the Protect Shield first, but making sure that that Clodsire had HP, enough hit points to make sure that it will be able to finish the end game, and that was very, very, very well played by Paula Shah.
I think we're all kind of waiting on bated breath there to see if that Scald damage would be enough. We do know that that Scald has gotten a little bit of an increase, and not only that, it has a higher chance of now debuffing your opponent's attack. Let's talk a little bit about Paula because she was the Tour and Special Event champion. What was the event that we commentated over, Avi?
We were commentating the finals of that event as well, and it was an amazing run by Paula. I think she had one of the highest win rates ever in the last season's Play Pokemon circuit with that run. She's also a World's Top 16 competitor and Gdansk Regional Top 8 as well, and what an amazing way to showcase your talent. We see that all these achievements are because you understand the game a lot, and it shows in this game number 1.
Yeah, and this is absolutely incredible. We have to also remember this is like one of the first, that's the second one I guess for Paula, since she did do so well in Gdansk, that the teammates are now using open team sheets. So in the past, we weren't really sure what attacks all the Pokemon were using. Now the opponents know that what all the attacks are going to be. They know what the Poliwrath is running, the Ice Punch and the Scald ahead of time, which also changes your play style, I think, a little bit. There's no more surprises in that front.
Yeah, and I think it's very important to see if there's going to be a Lickitung Skarmory coming in, but we do see a Skarmory on Syler's side, but the lead is a Clodsire into this Lickitung. This is a pretty neutral lead for both parties, but let's see how they decide to play this out. Lickitung is going to farm a lot of energy here and tries to catch a move on the Skarmory.
It looks like he caught a move. Indeed, this is not great for Paula here as the Earthquake is going through. It is going to do some damage because it is a part Steel-type Pokemon, but it definitely not something that I think Paula wants to necessarily stay in. However, because it is a Steel Wing against the Clodsire, it really relies on what exactly, Abby? I mean, there's nothing that the Skarmory can be throwing at the Clodsire that's hurting that much either. Even I think 2 Brave Birds wouldn't be enough for a full health Clodsire.
Yeah, at this range 2 Brave Birds is not enough, but at this point I think Skarmory is in a very good position here. Syler knows that Paula does not have an answer for the Skarmory, so he knows that this is very pivotal that he stays in this matchup. He protects that Skarmory a bit more, and here comes Polisha's Clodsire going for that Stone Edge. Stone Edge will be enough to put that Skarmory into the red, but Syler, as I said before, wants to protect this Skarmory. He knows that this Skarmory is the key for him to win this matchup.
Yeah, going ahead and just getting up a ton of energy here before releasing the Sky Attack. Sky Attack, I mean, doesn't do that much. I think Paula also recognizing, okay, he's trying to keep the Skarmory around. I'm going to go ahead and put up a shield too because I am so close to an attack. Going ahead and throwing one over and throwing the Stone Edge. Now it's up to Syler. Do you want to go double shields down in this matchup, or are you going to let your Skarmory fall?
No, he does not want to go 2 shields down, and the Skarmory is gone, but let's see how he decides to play this out. We can see potentially at the back line how him choosing the Pokemon will affect this game, but here comes his Lickitung.
This is crucial for Paula because she has now the opportunity to line up her Trevenant against a Whiscash. This was wonderfully played by her. We'll have to see how this goes. Meanwhile, another Stone Edge is going through. Lickitung still in the green. Bulky Pokemon facing each other here, but we're going to see an aggressive lick down. Syler is now at like 100 energy.
Yeah, 100 energy to the Lickitung, and here comes the first Body Slam. We are going to see a lot of Body Slams coming in quick succession, and this is going to be the first Body Slam, and immediately switching into that Wish Catch, and he's going to be met with that Trevenant. This is not the matchup you want to be in as Syler.
Yeah, especially now because Whiscashes most likely are running that Scald and Mud Bomb rather than the more heavy-hitting Blizzard. Paula knowing this as well, not even bothering to shield that up. Doesn't do that much to Trevenant, as you can see, and not very effective. Meanwhile, just charging away here up to 2 Seed Bombs at the same time, releasing it because she knows that they win CAP, which is a charge attack priority, when 2 Pokemon get to the charge attack at the exact same time, forcing this last shield from Syler.
Yep, last shield goes up from Syler, and here comes another Scald. Polisha knows that Trevenant will survive this Scald, but probably Syler is trying to fish for that debuff. Will he get it? No, he does not, and Trevenant charges to so much more energy. Here comes another CAP event for Polisha, going for that Seed Bomb. This Seed Bomb is enough to take out that Wish Cache, and we will see how Syler can find any way to come back into this absolutely devastating matchup.
I mean, he does have so much energy on the Lickitung, but the problem is the Seed Bomb is going to be doing a lot. Paula still has not only her own Lickitung, but a shield left as well. I think Syler knows it's going to be a really uphill climb for him, and Paula not even giving him any advantages to lick down that Trevenant, going ahead and swapping in that full healthy Lickitung to now hit a Body Slam.
Yeah, here comes the Body Slam. Body Slam, of course, is going to do quite a bit of damage, but if Polisha has this Lickitung, Lickitung has a Body Slam sword, but she is going for that Power Whip. Power Whip will be enough to take out the Lickitung in this range, and I think she is going to charge all these bubbles to make sure that this is enough. This is enough to put her through to the next round. Power Whip lands, and off goes Lickitung, and Polisha takes this round 2-0.
An incredible first round for Paula here in this matchup here. Of course, not the first round that she's played in this tournament so far. I mean, I think that she has a little bit of support with her on the screen too. Some of the buddies that I would say that she was even on her team. We have a Poliwrath, which can, and also a Clodsire that can turn in, or a Wooper that can turn into the Clodsire.
I really adore the design of the Palladian, the Wooper, and Poliwrath, of course. It's one of my predictions as well. I think with the moveset that it has now, it has a lot of ways that you can put a lot of pressure onto the opposing Pokemon. Poliwrath with counter can actually flip the Skarmory because of that Steel Wing of that Skarmory, it's no longer running that fast attack, which is going to be super effective against that Poliwrath. So this kind of matchup is what puts Poliwrath a little bit above for me. And Scald, you saw how much damage Scald does.
I'm a believer now, my goodness, as well, because I was not even sure that the Scald would have been enough. And if it wasn't, I really think in the first game, Syler would have had a chance. Because of that incredible bait that he did, recognizing his possible win conditions, he would have been able to reach that discharge, which would have been enough for the Poliwrath. Unfortunately for him, that did not play out in the way that he wanted. However, he is not out of this tournament. This is a double elimination tournament. He has now been knocked down to the losers bracket, and Polisha will continue on in the winners side.
Polisha is going to go on the winner's side where she has, I mean, I think that was an amazing display of how good she is with the game, right? She knew that in game number 1 that she needed to flip switch, and she did. And in game number 2, she said, all right, fine, this Skarmory is going to be a huge problem for me, and I would want to make sure that it's either like very deep in the red or it's out of my way so that I can make sure that this game is going to go without any glitch, and that's exactly what she did. She had the lead, she had the swap, and she perfectly executed it.
I think that a lot of times, especially for maybe newer trainers or trainers who are really caught in the moment, you have this mentality where, like, if my opponent switches, then I have to switch as well. But we know that that's not always the case, right? So I think that was really good of Paula, recognizing when that Skarmory swapped in. This is, I don't need to swap out, even though he caught the Earthquake, even though this is not a wonderful matchup for my Clodsire, I know I can do a lot of damage with this. And look, because she was able to get that lineup, it really prepared her backline, because Lickitung against Trevenant would not have been great for her, and neither would have been the other Whiscash against Lickitung.
It was amazing gameplay there. I think as well what was interesting to see is that, of course, it was an Earthquake catch, but still it's a neutral move because of the part Steel type of the Skarmory, and it was very, very, very well executed. I'm very impressed. She's been impressing us for a long time now, right? And it is amazing gameplay.
Yeah, I think that let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the team compositions in general. Did you expect to see so many Charjabug? I know that, of course, in the past meta at LAIC, Harjeff used it to win the championship, and it was something that was not super common at the time. However, with this new meta shakeup, and there's different Pokemon that are now being our flyers of choice, I think it has a really, really good spot.
Yeah, Charjabug, it really, really comes into the meta, mostly because of the fact that the top flyer now is no longer Gligar. Right, that was the biggest threat that it had. Without Gligar, even if there is, like, let's say Pokemon like Whiscash or Swampert, you still can hit them for neutral damage with your X-Scissor. So it's a position to be in. Like, all right, my Charjabug is safe, and we have seen so far that there's not been a lot of Galarian Stunfisk. Of course, we saw in I think game number 1 where we saw one Stunfisk, and also it's being, let's say, in the top usage. But in a way, other than Stunfisk, there's not really a huge threat for the Charjabug.
We saw in these matchups, I'm going to have to disagree with you, because Clodsire, I didn't think it would be as big as it was. I think I hate to admit it when Martijn is right, but we have to definitely, as he said, give a nod to the Clod, because it has been doing a lot of work for trainers so far in these battles.
And again, Clodsire, another important thing that you'll have to discuss or think about at some point is based on your team comp, whether you want to do the Poison Sting version of it or the Mudshot version of it. I think the Mudshot version of it will do slightly better against Pokemon like the Galarian Stunfisk, just because of the fact that you can still hit it for super effective damage.
That's absolutely true. I think it also has better Lantern matchups, and I was going to say that it maybe has better Skarmory matchups, because Poison Sting really does not do much to a Skarmory. However, we did just see Paula's Poison Sting Skarmory Clodsire take down the Skarmory, so what do I know?
I think it was very, let's say in a way, she knew that the Skarmory cannot throw the Brave Bird, because you need to throw the Brave Bird to kind of secure that matchup. But since Syler switched in his Skarmory, it puts him in a very, let's say, difficult position where if I throw my Brave Bird, then if whatever comes in after, I'm going to have a lot of trouble dealing with it. That's one of the troubles of safe switching a Skarmory into a matchup. And the same thing with Defense Deoxys, for example. If you safe switch a Defense Deoxys, then potentially you'd want to get that Psycho boost to do the damage that you need to secure the matchup. But unfortunately, if you do that, then, well, it puts you in such a big disadvantage in the mid game and also in the late game.
You know, we talked between ourselves about the advantages of Mudshot over Poison Sting, but Paula picked the Poison Sting. Paula is clearly the winner, and we're going to go and kick it over to Paula to hear a little bit more about what she has to say about it. Adelian, take us away.
Hello trainers, how are you doing? I'm with Paula Shah, who has just won her battle. How are you feeling? You said you were a little bit nervous. Have you calmed down a little bit since?
Now I'm better because I just won and I'm relaxing, but I have to breathe away a bit and just relax.
Yes, for sure. I noticed you've got a Paldean Wooper, folks. So I think that was an inspiration for how well Game 1 went. What were your comments on Clodsire? Because I know Inadequance was like, oh my god, Clodsire is so exciting. How did Clodsire work for you?
I think Clodsire right now is a very important pick because he can beat Lickitung, Lantern, Wolf's Charjabug, and deals a lot of damage in neutral matchups, and it only loses against Whiscash, and I think it's pretty good right now.
Was there any point in Game 1 where you were thinking, because you saw quite a few different Pokemon come up against the Clodsire, were you struggling to decide when to shield the Clodsire and when not to, or was it pretty...
In the first one, I thought that I would lose because it was a very tough alignment battle.
Yeah.
But well, I thought about having energy advantage on Poliwrath and trying to deal with the Deoxys and whatever he had in the back.
Yeah.
And well, with when I farmed down the Lickitung with the Clodsire,
yes.
and I saw the Deoxys, I was like, fuck, I lost.
So the question I want to ask you now is this is the first regional with the new meta. You have Clodsire, you obviously saw Poliwrath and stuff like that. How difficult has it been for you to adapt to this new meta?
A lot. I don't like this meta right now. I don't know how it will evolve, but right now it's like the first one with a great shaking of the meta, and I don't know. Right now I'm feeling better than in the previous one, but I'm waiting for the next rounds.
Yeah, for sure, to see how far you go. You have a good track record of going quite far in many regionals. Do you think you could repeat Turin maybe?
I don't know. I prefer not talking about it because I don't want to have bad luck, but
sure.
I'm waiting for everything that can happen.
Yeah, for sure. Well, in that case, we will wish you the best of luck, and hopefully we'll see you in a couple more battles on stream. So we're going to send it back to Amanda and Avi to take away the next battles.
Thank you, Adelian, and thank you, Paula. You know, Paula, like he kind of said, she didn't want to say she wanted to jinx it herself either, but she is a very, very strong competitor. She's a world's competitor. In fact, she made it into the top 16 last season, and our next two battlers who are up are also pretty familiar with Worlds.
Yeah, the next two battles are going to be absolutely stacked as well. We have Statistan going up against 23 EJB. We know 23 EJB from the regional in Bochum, where he won that regional with an amazing record as well. He was one of the few who went with that huge lower bracket run and then managed to win the tournament. That was amazing to watch as well. We were there in Bochum, and that was an amazing run.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And Statistan, of course, as well, one of the what we call the most consistent players in EU, top cutting almost every single tournament that he competed in, getting second multiple times. I mean, and he also was running kind of an interesting team that he never switched it up last season. He always said that, you know, he knew that meta. He knew how his Pokemon would perform against it. He's a statistician in real life, so I mean, I think he's weighing his odds a lot of the times and deciding, even though maybe this Pokemon isn't at the top usage or top overall, I know that it'll fit my playstyle best.
Talking about, you know, weighing the odds, Statistan has a very, very interesting way to select some teams as well. He knows he has this set of 3 teams that he wants to play.
No, I think it was for whether or not to shield.
No, it's for the team selection as well.
Okay, my goodness.
Which Pokemon he would probably lead, and that's when he will roll the dice. Let's see if we see the dice, but it's not there. But let's go take a look at all those achievements. Look at that. Liverpool Regional finalist, World's competitor, 2023 Stuttgart Regional top 16, and 2023 again Liverpool Regional top 4. Of course, he's going to try and do better than that Stuttgart Regionals that happened a while ago.
Yep, and we'll have to go ahead and also see the other side, 23 EJB, who has a lot of accolades himself. He was in the European International top 16, but the main thing that really put him on the charts was he was in the last chance qualifiers and in London the day before World started, and he got his qualification at that very place. He also, like we talked about earlier, was the winner of last year in Bochum, Germany.
Yeah, I mean, 2 amazing battlers. You see how their achievements, and now it's going to be very, very, very pleasurable to watch how these 2 battle against each other. They're already locked in, so we don't have a lot of time to talk about the teams, but here's the Shadow Poliwrath going up against the Guslot. This is an absolute nightmare for 23 EJ.
Yeah, we'll see 23 EJB wants to respond to this. He definitely doesn't want to stay in, so we're going to go ahead and see an immediate swap out to a Charge Bug. Charge using as that safe swap just to be able to get that Volt Switch advantage, which is going to come in very handy in this game. Charge Bug being able to now throw off this X-Scissor into the Lickitung.
Yep, X's are going into the Lickitung, and due to the bulk of that Lickitung, you know Statistan does not want to shield this. He gets to this Body Slam, but of course he's going to wait for that perfect timing to throw the move here. He goes for the Body Slam, but absolute perfect timing, and the Body Slam lands. 23 EJ does not pull up a shield.
Not putting up a shield for this and going ahead, just charging away as well. It's still a little bit in the yellow now, but almost at 100 energy, throwing right before. Really optimal timing here by EJ, throwing this next X-Scissor, getting this Lickitung desperately low as well.
Yeah, at this point, Statistan has to make this decision. Like, he knows that there's a potential that 23 EJ can flip this matchup. But, of course, let's see how he does it. He goes for this body slam. EJ does not opt to shield there, and it takes out that Charger Bug. And in comes that Guzzlord.
Guzzlord going ahead and going for a Jagged Tail farm down here, meaning that it's going ahead and not throwing any charge attacks, just getting as much energy as possible. In comes that Poliwrath, an immediate swap out to the Zoomer, only to be met now by a Charger Bug on Statistan's side as well. Statistan said, hey, that Pokemon looked familiar. Let me bring it onto the field as well.
Yeah, Statistan absolutely reading 23 EJ like a book here. Charger Bug has an amazingly dominant matchup against his Azumarill, and he knows this. Statistan is very comfortable in his seat right now. He's over farming a little bit and goes for this discharge. This will EJ opt to shield this. He has to, right? Because he needs this Azumarill to do a little bit more work, and here comes a Protect Shield.
Yeah, Protect Shield going up on EJB's side. Like you said, the Azumarill is going to have to do work as well, because this Charger Bug could end up completely sweeping this team here with this discharge doing so much to Azumarill, but also those X-Scissors are going to be doing even more to the Guzzlord in the back.
And that shield did come in handy for EJ. You see that the Azumarill is still surviving with so much more HP, able to throw this Ice Beam. Statistan now letting the Charger Bug go and potentially going for this full counter down on this Poliwrath. Will this Shadow Poliwrath be able to pull this off? Here comes the Ice Beam on that Azumarill. Will this be a shield? He has two shields. Of course there's going to be a shield here.
It has to be a shield, even though there's not going to be that much damage overall. The Shadow Poliwrath taking 20% more off of anything anyway, doesn't want to take that risk. Going ahead and throwing this, it's going to be doing a nice amount of damage as well. And I think we also are going to see an attack debuff, because an Icy Wind has an automatic 100% guarantee already at another one, and it looks like EJB not even shielding that up.
Yeah, he knows that there's no way he can come back into the matchup. There are some matchups, it's very, very difficult for you to come back, especially when it's all the way down in the late game. A matchup like a Poliwrath with energy into a Guzzlord is very, very difficult. There is no way, even with two shields, it would be a summit that you cannot climb.
Yeah, I think EJP realizing that as well and just going ahead and conceding that matchup. But a lot of times game number one is just an information gathering matchup anyway, as well, seeing how is my opponent playing. But I have to say this about Statistan. This team was a little different than what you normally see. Normally, if you joke around, 23 EJB is really good at getting in his opponent's minds and sort of being able to create these rock, paper, scissors scenario where he is hard countering after hard countering. He's winning the lead when his opponent safe swaps. He has already a Pokemon ready for that safe swap as well, and this time the tables have been completely turned on him, and Statistan is showing it how it's done.
Yeah, he's being kind of forced into this situation because the team of 6 that Statistan built, you see how good that Trevenant is against 23 EJ's team. He's kind of forced to bring that Charger Bug, he's forced to bring the Guzzler, he's forced to bring that Skarmory and Azumarill as well, because these are the Pokemon that have remote plays against this Trevenant. So in a way, Statistan knows, okay, this is what my opponent will want to play. I am in control because my team is superior to theirs and I can make them make the mistakes. All I have to do is make sure that I do the best possible team of 3 that I can, and they will make the mistakes for me. And that's another thing that comes from experience into team building. You also see Pokemon like Mantine there. It's so good. Again, the only thing it has to worry about is that Charger Bug, but if you kind of avoid that matchup, it's going to do so well as well. So it's kind of forcing your opponent to play to your strengths and not their strengths.
I really like that line of thought, Abhi. We're going to have to get into that as soon as these other games are done as well. But I mean, I think you're in a unique position where you have a really good read on teams. A lot of times, because I know that I've played games against you and even with you, where we look at teams together and you just have a completely different mindset of how you would bring Pokemon in. So if you're EJ, what are you doing in this scenario?
Well, we will find out, but it's going to be a Charger Bug mirror here. What will come in handy here is who's going to win that charge attack priority here. Let's see how these two players decide to play it out. Will they both tap the move at the exact same time to find it out, or will they go for an extra volt switch? No, they tap at the exact same time, and it seems Statistan Charger Bug wins charge attack priority.
Yeah, going ahead, and at least EJB is taking this information and also looks like taking this X-Scissor as he now is going to release his own. It's up to Statistan. Do I want to shield this? And also, I think there's a potential for a lot of different things to happen here. Now knowing that these players have this information, we could see a potential catch on EJB's side, but also Statistan knows that maybe this is a potential that my opponent wants to do this. No, EJ instead opting to go for an extra volt switch, just getting a little more energy. But will he have to use a shield to do this? I think he will, and he does.
Yeah, he does use a shield, and EJ is in this very difficult situation where what does he catch that X-Scissor on? He has a Defense Deoxys and a Guzzlord at the back. Both take super effective damage, but maybe Statistan knows how important this charger bug is going to be because of the shield of 23 EJ. And the charger bug again goes for the charge attack priority, and Statistan wins it again. Very, very unfortunate for EJ.
Yes, of course, it's the charger bug with the higher attack overall is going to be the one that wins. That is enough to take out EJB's charger bug as well. In comes this Guzzlord, but Guzzlord does not want to take this X-Scissor, and Statistan is able to get to it. Will he use both of his shields so early on? No, choosing to let this go through, but we're going to see how much his damage is done already down to the yellow.
Ooh, that is a lot of damage for taken in by the charger bug, going for that full farm down, and EJB pressing that defense. The Ox is hoping it would work out, and Poliwrath does not have the greatest matchup, but I think Stan's game plan here is to going for that Psycho Boost immediately. This is very interesting. This puts him in such a huge disadvantage against the backline matchup. Will Statistan add more misery to this by going for that Icy Wind? He goes for that Icy Wind and adding even more debuff on that debuff, self-imposed by 23 EJ.
EJB is kind of grinning about it, but it's a grin through the grimace here as well. It's soaking up the pain because now Statistan has dipped out into his Licky Tongue. The switch timers are completely misaligned now, forcing to go for that Thunderbolt. Doesn't want to debuff himself a third time overall, but now this is basically triple debuffed almost, because, so my goodness, you can see how little that did to this bulky Pokemon. Meanwhile, these Licks are going to be doing so much damage to Deoxys. Will he even be able to make it to the Psycho Boost?
Yeah, he makes it to the Psycho Boost. Of course, we know that this is not going to do a lot of damage. It's really, really fun to watch that the Lick is doing more damage than the super effective counter from the defense Deoxys. Licky Tongue now has 2 body slams stored, goes for the first one. If unshielded again, it will do a lot of damage. EJB knows that this game is done and dusted. Very, very good read by Statistan here. As I said throughout this game, that he knew that his team had the superiority, going for that power whip as well. He knows the body slam is enough, but he just wants to add a little bit of those style points to make sure that he brings this home.
An incredible, incredible round here. And you can see these two trainers who have battled each other, who know each other quite well, shaking hands. Statistan winning, I think round 4, I believe. We're quite far in the bracket. He's very happy about it as well, celebrating. Like we talked about, we saw his accolades, we saw it, and I think what we need to talk about as well, Abhi, is what you brought up. He has a very interesting team composition.
Yeah, I think his team composition is very structured in a way. It has that Trevin, it has that Mantine. In a way, they cover each other pretty well as well. Of course, with Mantine, we don't know what its moves are right now, but I think it's super interesting to see. And Charger Bug, as I said, is very, very good. Unless you saw 23 EJ's team there, he doesn't really have like this huge hard counter for that Charger Bug, and Stan absolutely abused it. You know, it's very interesting because sometimes in some games you win the game by just your team of 6. That's where I always say that, you know, you pick 2 Pokemon that you're super comfortable with, you practice them throughout the season in Go Battle League or you go to tournaments, and then you build based on that and how you think the meta evolves. Especially, I think, when there's a huge meta shift, like what happened now, the one who will come out on top is the one who learns, who understands the meta the fastest.
Right.
And that's very, very important. I think this happens in a lot of esports as well, where the team that kind of understands the meta first will be in a very, very, very dominant position. And we saw Stan's team just giving no chance whatsoever. It's such a clean gameplay, and it was amazing to watch.
I think all eyes are on Stuttgart this weekend because, like we said, since this is the first of this new Timeless Travels meta, I think it looks like Stan might already have a pretty good grasp on what this meta should shake out to be. We have San Antonio that will be also next weekend, so we'll have to take note to how many players of what they will also be running because, again, this meta shakeup has been completely different. We're seeing Galarian Sunfist, we're seeing Trevenant's back, we're seeing Skarmory's, and since when have we ever seen Skarmory's?
We've also seen Azumarill's back, and I think some of the things that I would like to see from Stan is like as the tournament progresses, is like how he's going to handle that Clodsire. Of course, we see his team is not super well equipped to handle Clodsire. He does have some soft counters in like the Poliwrath, for example. He does very well against the Clodsire because Skull does so much damage, and he outpaces the Clodsire as well. But of course, that Clodsire, as Martin has pointed out, is going to be very, very pivotal in this tournament. This is the tournament for Clodsire to shine. Let's see if it does. Right, that's the most important question.
Now, another question, we briefly touched on it, and this is that Statistan has a set of dice with him. Okay, and so apparently he's been doing a lot of different things with his dice. He told me that sometimes in a matchup, when there's only 1 shield left, or maybe if there's 2, but there's human error, right? You don't know whether or not that you should shield this. It's going to be a 50-50 call regardless. Sometimes he will quickly roll the die, and if it's above 3, I think that he'll shield, and if it's below 3, he won't, because he just doesn't want to put any human thoughts into the field. He just is going to rely solely on the numbers.
Yep, I think that's a very good way. Like, to be honest, for me when I play, it's like I either opt opt to always shield or no shield. In the sense that I take that ifs out of the equation. No, don't take notes. Because it's very, sometimes it's very difficult as for you as a player, like when the game is going on to kind of make that split-second decision. There's only two things. Either you kind of have a set habit that you rely on, or you try to rely on instinct. And a lot of times, instinct is very difficult to rely on unless you're battling a lot of times. It's very simple, because if you trust your instinct, more often than not, you're probably right. But instinct comes in with multiple hours and hours of gameplay, hours and hours of battling, and that's what these players are, build up to. But Status Stand adds an extra layer on top of this. Okay, I have this, I have my instinct as well, but I don't want to take any chances, so I'm going to let some random number generator just decide what it's going to happen, and I'm going to deal with it after. It's another level, because you prepare for how do you say it? You prepare for the worst case scenario, also the best case scenario.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I'm going to steal a phrase from our caster Leo as well. Status Stand, the man with the plan, from the Netherlands. And you know who else is from the Netherlands? Martijn. We're going to go over to them for an interview.
Thank you, Amanda. Yes, we are here with the winner of the previous match, the man with the plan, Dr. Status Stand. Welcome in. How are you feeling after that win?
I am feeling pretty great. It went really well. Didn't have any trouble with this one, luckily.
So I have a question about that final match. Why did you go for the resisted power whip on that Guzzlord?
Yeah, so EJ was like, it's over after he threw the Psycho Boost. He literally said it is over, and he was like, power whip me, power whip me. And I body slammed him first. He wanted me to power whip him first, and then he was like, power whip me. So I power whipped him. It was on request of my opponent.
Fair. Okay, so have you seen the top 12 Pokemon usage in this meta?
I have not. I'm expecting my team to be pretty meta, but...
There's Charjabug in the 3rd place with a usage of 37%. Why do you think Charjabug... You also have Charjabug. Why do you think it's so common? Is it good?
So I think you need an electric. Like you have the Skarmory and the Lantern, the Azus and stuff coming back. I think you need an electric. I think you as well run in a practice tournament, you ran an Alolan Raichu.
It was very bad, but Charjabug, I think, does
yeah,
the job
Charjabug is the nice bit of the electric that also beats like counter users, right? Because you resist the counter, and you beat the Lantern. I think you beat the Lantern, or at least you resist the Spark. Yeah, I think you want an electric in this meta, and I think Charjabug is the only one that really does the job well.
That's fair. Thank you for your explanation. What do you think of the new meta in general? We have big changes.
I think it's a new meta, and that we haven't seen a lot, right? Like with the last, well, in Gdansk, the meta was really predefined. Like every team I played, and I played a lot of games in Gdansk because I did a lot of losers rounds. All teams were sort of semi the same, so it was really easy to play against them. Now I have no idea what my opponents are going to bring. Like we know Talonflame is buffed, we know Wigglytuff is buffed. I don't necessarily want to see all of these new buffed Pokemon, and then, I don't know if you noticed, my team is really weak to Gligar. If someone didn't read the memo and brings a Gligar to this tournament, I'm in trouble. Yeah, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble then.
Do you like it so far, the new meta?
So far it's going alright. I mean, I made the winners final, right? So I have nothing to complain. Can't go much better than that. And it's my first winners final of the season, so pretty stoked about that.
I have 2 more questions for you. Are you planning on qualifying for the World Championships this year?
Yes.
Are you going to attend more regionals after this?
You'll see me at literally all regionals. I have not decided about Stockholm yet. I don't think I'll do Stockholm. If I get points in all regionals, I don't need to do Stockholm. But I think the main bit of qualifying is trying to do those cups and those locals, those challenges. And I see them now popping up in the Netherlands, which is great. Now I can't make the first one or the second one, but I'm sure that in January, February, I'll be able to attend those as well, and then we'll rack up those point totals.
I think we'll be facing each other at the 30th of December, right? In a local.
No, I'm gonna go to Belgium.
That's where I'm going to.
You can go to Arnhem. Stone Collection is going to Arnhem, so that'll be 3 wins, right?
Sure, if you say so. Is there anyone you would like to give a shout out?
Yes, I would like to shout out to Memi. He's always helping me with team building. Steiner has been really useful as well, actually. And all the members from Team Pizza, like Tomahawk, like PvP David. They're always helpful in just discussing ideas. I haven't done many scrims. I think just discussing ideas is really helpful for me. So yeah, thanks to everyone, and people who I forgot, you probably know who you are.
All right, thank you so much, Statistan. And I wish you the best of luck in that winners final. Now, let's head back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Martin, for that amazing interview. And thank you, Stan, for the great insight into the meta. And of course, I hope for you, people do read the memo. If that doesn't work out, I'm sorry for you. But we do have another important and amazing game next up. It's going to be Tonton going up against Coxiac.
Yeah, this is the semifinals, sort of like what Stan said before. Now he's in the winners finals for today. This is the matchup now that will determine which of these two trainers will also be there. Looks like they're getting ready to get their battles already started as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at the teams. We saw one a little bit earlier in our very first matchup. There is a Whimsicott on Tonton's side. You know, Tonton, before he was like, he brought some really interesting spicy picks to Gdansk. He got second overall, and I think he said, you know what? I got the memo.
I'm
doing what I want.
Yep, exactly. And that's what he did as well. Like, he did play that Seeking. I was to be honest, Seeking and Clefable was a breath of fresh air. But looking at both these teams, of course, he did bring that spicy pick with the Whimsicott, but also you see on Coxiac's side, you have that Buzzwole. Never seen it. We were just discussing about it in our yesterday as well with Martin, and it's looking pretty good. Like, it has access to superpower and also lunge. Lunge is going to do quite a bit of work against Pokemon like the Cresselia that we see.
For sure.
And also constantly debuffing the Pokemon as the game goes on. So if a Buzzwole wins the lead, then it's a very, very difficult position for you to come back from.
But it also is sort of an indication of playstyle as well, because like that Defense Deoxys and like that Buzzwole as well, they also have charge attacks that will do something to themselves. So the superpower from the Buzzwole will lower its own attack and defense as well. So a lot of times what players like to do is use this Pokemon, use that charge attack right away, and then swap out to just clear that buff. So potentially, I think Tonto knows, well, Buzzwole is probably not going to be used as a safe swap, right? So it's either going to be in the lead or it's going to be probably an end game scenario Pokemon. But like you said, with that Lunge being able to go through, Lunge doing that automatic attack debuff as well, I mean, I think the lead is really where you like to see it.
Yep, I would also just like to point out that we know Tonton was the one who piloted that Shadow Dragonair to absolute perfection last season. But we see a counter here. We see his opponent bringing the Shadow Dragonair, and Tonton saying, okay, I've done enough of my Dragonair. My Dragonair is finally evolved, and it's now a Dragonite. So he switched to a Dragonite in this. Of course, he does have those two Dragonairs sitting next to each other. Maybe he should pass one to his opponent as well, just so that the margins are even.
I like the nod on Coxiac's side as well, though, because I believe that he qualified last year in Gdansk. No, I believe it was in Warsaw.
Yeah.
And he qualified with a Victini that he has as a plushie on his stage. So one of his, I would say, maybe favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, Victini, I also really love that Pokemon. It has amazing attacks and amazing coverage, but let's see what these two trainers do. It's a Dragonite lead into a Lickitung. This is very favorable for Lickitung in a way that Dragonite will have to throw that superpower. Let's see how these two trainers have played out.
Yeah, going ahead, looks like they're both staying in, going to be able to reach that Dragon Claw. Now, the problem, like you said, is that Dragonite is so frail that it definitely needs to shield up basically anything that is thrown at it. So this Body Slam, while it wouldn't be enough to knock it out, it would get it so low, so Dragonite has to shield that up, getting up to almost 100 energy here. Will he throw the superpower, or will he go for the Dragon Claw? He is not baiting, ladies and gentlemen. He is going straight for that superpower. There is no shield on Coxiac's side, and this Lickitung will be going down.
Lickitung goes down, amazing damage, but now he will be forced to switch here. Goes for that extra farm there, goes for so much more energy, and swapping into that Cresselia. Cresselia does have a very good matchup against his Azumarill, but the Azumarill has so much more energy.
Yeah, going ahead and take this grass knot. It looks like Koksiak wanted to go ahead and switch to that Registeel, not quite in time for this charge attack go through. Will go ahead and take this grass knot, and now it looks like they're going ahead, getting a little bit more bubbles, getting 100 energy, and now flipping into that Registeel here. Registeel versus Cresselia favors the Registeel just a little bit because neither one of these are throwing that many effective moves, but this is a Future Sight, which will be doing more damage than the Moonblast or Grass Knot would be.
Yeah, but Future Sight and Grass Knot for the Cresselia are resisted. Meanwhile, for the Registeel, you have access to Zap Cannon. Zap Cannon does a lot of damage. Of course, it doesn't have the same type attack bonus, but it has also the opportunity to debuff that Cresselia. Let's see, first cannon, Zap Cannon comes in and, oh, gets that attack fall.
Yeah, really, really good play. You can tell Koksiak is also happy about this as well because now this Grass Knot, which like you said, not doing very much to the Registeel before, definitely not doing much to it now as the Registeel is still in the green. Meanwhile, charging up a lot of extra energy. In comes that Dragonite, forcing now maybe the first shield off of Koksiak here as the superpower would also be putting that desperately low, probably taking it out at that point, and the Zap Cannon is reached.
Yeah, the Zap Cannon gets there. Let's see what Tonto does. He does not want to preserve this Dragonite. He's like, okay, I wanted you to get me a shield. You've done it. Let's see what I can do. We both know that it's a Charger Bug at the back. Of course, Koksiak does not know this, but Charger Bug is going to have a lot of work here to be done. It will need to put this Registeel deep down into the red so that this Cresselia can do something. But of course, this is the best place you can be as Tonto because that Azumarill cannot be swapped in.
Yeah, can't be swapped in. Neither one of these Pokemon being able to do that much. His Zap Cannon also, since this is part Electric Bug, is not going to be doing so much. I think he's just hoping for that debuff again. We'll have to see if he gets it. That still brings it almost down to half health, and he does get that debuff, doing a combination play as well. We're doing this Ice Beam, forcing a shield off of Tonton Batu's side.
Yeah, absolutely brilliantly executed combo play there, getting that shield of Tonton Batu's, but Tonton Batu's now does have these 2 discharges stored. Koksiak needs to find a way to get to another move here without committing that last shield. Let's see what happens. Of course, that is not enough for taking down the Azumarill. In comes a Cresselia. Oh, goes for the move immediately. This is absolutely devastating for Koksiak.
Yeah, Koksiak is in a kind of a position of trouble here. He was going ahead and getting us some extra bubbles. The switch timers are not aligned either. He's at 100 energy. I don't know if this will be enough, but he needs to be able to get to another one as well. Undercharging it just a little bit, hoping to get those bubbles that he needs. Will he be able to get it in time? Yes, it looks like he does.
He does, but this is going to be pivotal. Going for that X-Scissor here. X-Scissor does take a little bit less energy than discharge, so now it's all going to come down to this. It's going to come down to that raise for that charge move. Here comes Charger Bug. Charger Bug is 2 away. Will it get there? 1, and the second one comes in. 1 more. Will it get there on time? Yes, it does, and it outpaces that Registeel. And here comes his discharge. His discharge will be enough to send that Registeel packing back into his Pokeball. What an amazing game by Tonton Bateus.
Yeah, it looks like the discharge does connect. Registeel goes down. Tonton has taken game number 1. That was such incredibly close matchups there.
Yep, and I think it was very, very well executed, knowing that, it was a pretty good lead for Koksiak, and Tonton understood that, all right, I can't shield again, so if Koksiak calls my Dragon Claw, it's going to be a huge uphill climb for me. And again, having that, let's say, game sense in a way to over-farm that Dragonite, even though Azumarill comes in, he knew that the bubble's going to be resisted. I'm going to get as much energy as possible on my Dragonite because he did not have enough for the superpower. Imagine the same situation where he did not have the superpower and he swaps into the Registeel and he had to wait to throw the move. That shield would not have come up and that game would have been over.
Yeah, no, it was a really good call overall from, like we said earlier, Koksiak being able to take the Warsaw Regional Champion. He also played last weekend in Gdansk as well. I think he did quite well, not quite enough to be able to reach that top 8. It looks like this first matchup, however, was under dispute, so we're going to go ahead and let them review all the matches going on. I think we saw in the mid-game as well, it looked like Koksiak wanted to try to swap out into that Registeel, wasn't quite able to before the Cresselia was able to throw that Grass Knot on the Azumarill. As we know, Grass Knot is a super effective, being a Grass type against a Water type Pokemon, so I think that it definitely warrants at least to be looked at.
Yeah, of course, we have amazing judges here who will review the game, but I would also like to kind of point out certain intricacies that we saw with Tonton Bateus as well. He did not wait to get, like against the Cresselia, against the Registeel, he did not wait to get to that future side because he knew that he needed to run that switch clock down so that he can swap in the Dragonite and then try to win the game, put the game in his hands.
Right.
It was very pivotal because sometimes, of course, you have like moves that are not effective, but you need to also consider consider the switch timers and how you want to play the game. It's a game of tug of war basically. You pull the game to your side and you try to dictate how you want to play it, and your opponent is going to try to throw you off. And as long as you play your gameplay and the opponent is playing to your gameplay, there's no way you're going to lose.
Yeah, I think that, but let's go back to a little bit what you were talking about before with the Dragonite play. That is a really, really good example, right, of really playing into the Tonton's play style and what he wanted to do. I mean, obviously, when you look at it on paper, Azumarill versus Dragonite, Azumarill is going to win that hands down any shield scenario. However, Tonto knew that he could swap out, and what he did was Bubble is a 3-turn attack. And it also takes Azumarill, because it has so much bulk and defense, so long also to get to its charge attacks. He knew that the lowest amount, the possible amount, would be 5 bubbles to go through. So Tonton says, I have all the time in the world, going ahead and charging up a ton of energy before swapping out, because he knows, okay, the Azumarill is not going to be able to get to a charge attack before I even get to this energy.
You're right, and also again, gameplay like this kind of gives an incentive to your opponent to kind of understand what could be at the back. We saw that Tonton decided to swap out to a Pokemon like Cresselia. This kind of gives an idea that, okay, he comes in with the Cresselia, so probably he has a Pokemon at the back that's going to be good against my Azumarill. So in a way, Coxiac had a choice to make. It was either going to be a Whimsicott or a Charjabug. And I think one of the choices he made was it's potentially a Whimsicott, and that probably lost him the game. Of course, we're going to see how he adapts as well. Both these trainers have huge credentials to them, and we will see how these two trainers adapt. Tonton looks like he's in the driver's seat. He looks absolutely unfazed by this opposition, and Coxiac is in the zone. He's like, all right, that was a very close game. I could have won it. Actually, he could have won it in multiple instances, but he will try to make sure that there's going to be no mistake this time.
I mean, even in this scenario that they played, I still wasn't, it's not like the whole time I was like, yes, this is definitely in Tonton's hands. There were potential things that Coxiac could have done in that matchup as well to flip it. Again, to remind people who are watching at home, we are in winners round 4, which means neither of these trainers have lost a matchup yet. So they are still in the winner's side of the bracket. In this double elimination tournament, that means that whoever loses this matchup will still continue on, but just in the loser's side of the bracket.
And whoever wins this will be one game away from going to day number 2, and where they will have access to a lot more championship points.
That's absolutely true. I think day 2, top 8, no matter what, gets 100 championship points, which puts you well on the way for Europe, which needs only 400 points to qualify. And like Status Dan and Martijn were talking about earlier, with the addition of locals and challenges and cups, I think that a lot of trainers are going to be doing some more of these sorts of events to get some more points to get their qualification for Worlds.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to the cup that you are hosting.
It's the one that they both said that they were going to be at as well. We are all going to be in Belgium on January 30th competing in a local challenge.
Yep, and I'm looking forward to it. I have not, unfortunately, have not had the time to play any tournaments, and you know how much I love the battle. So I'm looking forward to the tournament. I'm going to prepare, and I'm going to try and beat Martijn and Status Dan. I know it's a huge call, but I will try my best.
Well, we already saw that, and I mentioned it before that once Stan has a team, he likes to stay with it. So maybe we can already have that in our minds and just completely counter his team and the Clodsires that Martijn will bring.
I'm just going to play Poliwrath Lantern Charjabug just to make sure that everything's kind of covered.
That's a good plan, looks like, overall. I want to go ahead and talk a little bit about some of the picks that we thought that would be seen a lot in this tournament. I tell you what, mine are really nowhere to be found.
I think some of your picks were pretty polarizing, right? If you pick a Pokemon like Bastiodon, it kind of puts it in a situation where you would be more open to these RPS scenarios. Of course, as I said, the meta is evolving, and potentially this meta has kind of like, let's say, the opportunity to evolve into a RPS meta, just because of the fact that people are using Skarmory, and Skarmory can get very, like, absolutely walled by Lantern. It's kind of like the Noctowl Trevenant Lantern matchup we had. So, of course, the meta will evolve and people will adapt, and that's the main thing, adapting. Because whenever you want anything to be competitive, there should be changes, and these changes need to be adapted to. And the one who adapts the best will take it all.
Usually the one on top. That's the way it seems to go. We have just gotten word as well that it will not be a rematch for that first matchup. So Tonton did take game number 1, and that means as well Coxiac has some new information to take in for game number 2. Because a lot of times, and Martijn jokes around about this, that he loses game 1 on purpose. Air quotes here. Abby also loses game 1 on purpose so that he can gain information. But then they usually end up winning game 2 and 3. And this is a potential that we could definitely see from Coxiac as well.
No, I don't lose game 1 on purpose. I just try to play the most neutral matchup, game number 1, and try to understand the moveset of my opponents, or let's say what they're trying to do against my team. And that's, I think, in a very good way to understand to build your strategy, because most of the times against me, if I like for me personally, if I win game 1, it's highly unlikely I lose the set, just because I'm already one ahead. I just need best one from a best of 2. And again, I would also understand that what my opponent wants to do.
Right.
And it's like, it depends on your playstyle, right? Some people want to put their best possible strategy in game number 1 and try to really put pressure on your opponent. Some people, as I said, like Martin, for example, tries to, test the waters. And me, I'm like, I'm going to give you 3 neutral Pokemon. Let's see what you're going to do.
Well, let's see what these two are going to do as well, because it looks like they are going to be getting into their second matchup pretty shortly as well. What would you do in this scenario? Looking at these team compositions overall, I mean, I don't think that Coxiac had a bad team overall. I think Azumarill looks pretty safe against almost all of that team, except for the Charger Bug and the Cresselia. I mean, like, obviously, it gets close. The Grass Knots from Cresselia, well, it's not same type attack bonus, so it's not going to be as heavy as hitting as, say, it would be from a Venusaur or from the superiors that we've seen in the past meta.
Yes, you're absolutely right. But what I want to point out here is that Shadow Poliwrath, honestly, yes, of course, that Azumarill is a counter, but if you land the first Scald and you debuff the Azumarill, you can 2-shield farm it down by throwing Scald, if the Azumarill does not decide to shield as well.
And let's face it, what Azumarill is going to shield in that scenario?
Yep. I think it's going to be the first Scald no shield, the second Scald no shield. If you get both of that down, you can potentially farm down that Azumarill.
Wow, that's good information.
So it's huge. So as you see here, it's a Poliwrath into that Azumarill. Of course, Poliwrath is not a shadow in this case, so maybe this matchup is a bit more different.
But maybe we'll see how it plays out if it goes ahead and doing what you think it's going to do as well. I'll be going ahead and going for that. So it's trying to catch with the Charger Bug, not being able to get it, and now met with the Registeel. But again, this isn't necessarily that great. This Charger Bug has a ton of extra energy, and this Discharge is going to be doing a nice chunk of damage to Registeel.
Yeah, this is not a good matchup for the Registeel, but of course, Coxiac had to make this move because that Poliwrath has so much energy. This is a Pokemon that doesn't have a lot of play against a Poliwrath, so he is going to throw it against his Charger Bug and to see how he wants to play the backline. But in comes his Zap Cannon. Zap Cannon is going to do a ton of damage. Of course, it's resisted, but again, will he get the attack fall? Yes, he does.
Wow, they say it's a 66% chance, but it looks like 100% for Coxiac here as he's going ahead and just charging away. Now this Discharge is not going to be doing as much damage, and I think it gives Coxiac an opportunity to farm a little bit more on the Registeel. However, when it's this low as well, I don't know if the counter damage from that Poliwrath will be able to be enough anyway. We'll have to see. The second Zap Cannon already going through, getting that first shield from Tonton Betu.
Yeah, Tonton pulls up a shield, and will he get another attack fall here? And yes, he does. This is very unfortunate, but of course, this puts him in a position where he can opt to farm a lot more energy against the Registeel. Registeel's moves are super hard hitting. His fast attacks are also super energy efficient as well. So let's see what he does. He opts for no shielding it, and in comes this Lickitung. Lickitung is going to take this discharge, but we know that this is being debuffed multiple times by the Registeel.
Yeah, I think I maybe even want to see an aggressive, completely lick farm down. No, not even giving the opportunity. Swapping in and getting this Scald off onto the Azumarill. I mean, I think if you're Coxiac, you're really happy about this because Poliwrath against a Lickitung is not that great for the Lickitung. Getting an attack fall, it's just like you said, Abby.
It's a 50% attack fall, but in comes this player off. I don't think this player off is enough because it's not a Shadow Poliwrath. Shadow Poliwrath is a fairly bulky Pokemon. It does not allow, and also the debuff is in play there. In comes a Poliwrath. Poliwrath is going to do so much work here. Goes for another Scald. This Scald will put the Azumarill in the red because it's such a good move.
Yeah, it's going to be very good as well. The Scald does connect. It does put the Azumarill into the red. However, there's still another attack default. This is an Ice Beam going through. This is not going to be that very effective, but at this low range, it should still even be enough to take out the Poliwrath and not get another bubble advantage afterwards. And now we see that Whimsicott coming in.
Yeah, Whimsicott is poised to take it all here. Here comes the Ice Beam from this Azumarill. It is going to do super effective damage, but we know that it's been double Scald debuffed here, and it is not going to do a lot of work. But again, it is going to be pivotal on how these two play it out. Will this Tonto bait with a seed bomb? And yes, he does. He goes for that seed bomb bait. And we know Coxiac has 2 shields, so this is a very, very safe bait for Tonto.
Yeah, it's very safe, but I like this play by Coxiac as well. Putting it all on the Licky Tongue in the back. He had 2 shields left, so put him at a small advantage there, going for that body slam and getting that last shield up for Tonto as well. So, I mean, the Licky Tongue is going to be definitely putting in work here. And now let's see if we're going ahead. Going for that heavier hitting Moonblast. Will Coxiac call this as well? He does, using both shields in this mid-game.
That is an amazing call because Moonblast would have put him in a range where discharge would have been enough to take him out. Let's see how Tonto adapts to this because he is in body slam range. Waits a turn. Oh, amazing there. Waiting a turn, but yeah, Tonto manages to catch even though Coxiac tried to wait a turn.
Tried to wait a turn, but I don't hate this either, that the won't be able to get off the energy. Will a Moonblast even be enough? We have to remember Licky Tongue is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Great League. We're about to find out, Abby, as the Moonblast is released on Tonton's side. Will this could be enough to knock it out? No, not even close!
Not even close, but gets that attack fall, but that does not matter because the Licky Tongue can safely lick down the Whimsicott. What an amazing comeback by Coxiac, tying the game 1-1, and it's all up for grabs in game number 3.
Coxiac says, I don't care how many times you debuff me on any of the Pokemon, I am still going to be able to take that game number 2. I'm staying in this tournament. We're both in the winner side of the bracket for a reason.
Yep, giving us the heart emoji as well, and he knows that he's done a lot of work there. That was an amazing lead for Coxiac, and he managed to ensure that that lead is not gone to waste. He made alignment throughout, and as I said before, he made sure that the Registeel goes onto that onto the Charger Bug, even though it's not a positive matchup, just because he knew that Licky had a little bit more better play against that Poliwrath. And it's all about this, right? Like, I have both my backline is weak against Poliwrath. I just need to try and find a Pokemon that's going to do less worse against Poliwrath to keep at the back just in case. And again, it was very, very important and pivotal as well. It could have gone either ways, right? If he came in with a Licky, it would have been a safer play because maybe endgame, his Registeel gets matched up against a Whimsicott, and that's game over.
That's absolutely true. I mean, I think both players obviously had to have this in mind. When Coxiac made his team, it's what we had talked about a little bit earlier on in this stream. He had an A-B-B team, so a team with an A Pokemon that was really good against Poliwrath, and then 2 B Pokemon being that Registeel and the Licky Tongue, which were not good against the Poliwrath. So I think his plan overall was he was going to draw it out with one of them regardless. Lucky for him, that was that Azumarill in the lead. But of course, if he's playing this strategy, you have to also think as an opponent, is my opponent playing this strategy? Are they trying to lure out a specific Pokemon? So I think, yeah, coming in Registeel was indeed the safer bet, like you said.
Yeah, and Tonto as well went for that ABB strategy in the sense of against that Azumarill. But unfortunately for Tonto, Azumarill was in the lead. And of course, in cases like this, it's very, very difficult to try and overcome these matchups. But they both played well and made it go all the way to the wire. Let's see how these two adapt. It's going to be a Dragonite against a Registeel. This is not the greatest of leads, but you do have play here.
And this is a decisive game 3, so whoever wins this will stay in the winner's side, will go into the winner's finals. This is all in the hands of the Dragonite and the Registeel to begin with, throwing right before that Zap Cannon is available, knowing that it wins charge attack priority. Will Coxiac be able to shield this? He does!
Oh, that is an amazing shield by Coxiac because now the Dragonite is debuffed and whatever comes in after this is not going to do as much damage here. Tonto Butters also opting to save his Dragonite, going for the shield here. Zap Cannon comes in. Will he get another attack fall on top of the superpower? Yes, he does.
Wow, this is incredible. I wonder if we will see the same thing again. He knows the counts for the lock-ons. He knows how long it takes to get to things. We might see him try to swap out. It does. It looks like he catches. But the question is, and you can tell on Coxiac's face, unless he is joking around with Tonton, that this is the thing that he exactly wanted to catch because this is a damage against this Galarian Sunfist.
What an amazing catch there by Tonton Butters. Absolutely predicting stay. He was in Coxiac's head. He's like, they both overfarmed, right? And then threw the move exactly at the time when Tonton wanted it. And here comes his Stunfisk. Of course it is debuffed. These Earthquakes are not going to do a lot of damage, but he did manage to preserve that Dragonite with so much energy. In comes his Azumarill. Azumarill does not have Hydro Pump, so all of these moves are going to do a little less damage to that Stunfisk.
And we also have to remember, the Azumarill is the main Dragonite counter as well. So I mean, like, this is the thing that maybe Coxiac wanted on the Dragonite. However, there's another Earthquake going through. Like we said, it was debuffed from that Zap Cannon, so it won't be enough. I think we're going to see a bubble down. So this Azumarill is going to come out with a ton of energy, which is great for Coxiac as well. So it's almost 100 energy. One more bubble will be able to get there.
Yeah, that is a lot of energy on on this Azumarill. Azumarill is known to be fairly bulky as well. In comes his Ice Beam. Ice Beam will do a lot of work against this Charger Bug, but Tonto wants to save that 2 shields for that Dragonite for the end game. Let's see how this goes. Gets to another Ice Beam here. Tries to catch a move. In comes that Lickitung. Lickitung, of course, is having an amazing time here. Let's see if this Dragonite goes straight for the Superpower. Goes for the Superpower at Charge Attack priority. Let's see if Coxia calls this, because this is not enough to take out the Lickitung. He calls it.
He calls it indeed, going ahead, and like you said, since it is charge attack priority, this body slam was going through already. We see the defense and attack has fallen, putting Tonto in kind of a rough position, forced to use that last shield as well, because he has a lot of energy left on that Dragonite. He will be able to definitely outpace anything that Lickitung has, but will he double debuff himself in the process, and will it even be enough because of it?
Yep, he goes exactly for the charge attack priority here. Beautiful gameplay by Tonto. Will this be enough? It's already debuffed. Will it take out the Lickitung? Yes, it does. This could be a huge pivotal moment in the game. But here comes the Azumarill. He needs to throw the move. He goes for the Superpower. This is amazing. Superpower will be enough to take out the Azumarill, and it's all up for grabs now.
This is a triple debuff Dragonite now. I mean, this is going to be coming in. It is him, Registeel against the world, but these lock-ons are doing so much damage now, giving Coxiac just that much more energy. The question is this now a race? This discharge will not be enough. Tonto is not at 2. Will Coxac be able to get to a Zap Cannon of his own in time?
Tonto is a few wall switches away from taking this game. One more in, here comes the discharge, and it's a Zap Cannon. Zap Cannon, is this enough? This is resisted move as well. Here comes, he's charging it, charging all of it. Let's see if this is enough. No, it's not!
But it's not quite enough, and now Tonto is at this discharge. Incredibly close matches in this winner's round 4. Tonto now throwing this discharge into the low health Registeel, taking it out to win game number 3.
And 2-1 to Tonto going all the way now to the finals. 1 game away from day number 2, showing why he is an absolute contender to take it all. What an amazing energy management. That evolution for Tonto going from the Dragonite to Dragonite paid off. Game number 1, Dragonite did so much work. Game number 2, I think Dragonite took out half a Lickitung, did his job on the Azumarill as well, and also forced the shield on the Registeel. Absolutely amazing work. Played that Dragonite to perfection, and I guess if there was any Dragon Master, it has to be Tonto.
Yeah, this was our EUIC champion. This was our 2nd place in the last regional in Gdansk, and maybe potentially our new regional champion here in Stuttgart. We'll have to keep an eye on Tonto and see how he will continue to progress in this tournament. Meanwhile, like we said before, this is the winner side of the bracket, so there are still plenty of more matches being played out that we're not showing on stream, and also in the loser side of the bracket as well. So plenty of players that will still be making it onto our day 2.
Yep, I'm seriously looking forward to what's going to happen. The tournament is progressing fast, and I think like competitors like Paula, competitors like Tonto and Statistan, they're doing so well. These are all competitors that we know throughout the championship series as well. They've done so much work and they've had so much credentials. So it looks like there's going to be a huge stack day number 2, and I'm super excited. All the plays, all the amazing energy managements, and all the reads, and I'm super hyped to look forward to it.
I think what's so cool about so far in our Pokemon Championship Series is that we're relatively new into it, right? I mean, like, we've only had 2 or 3 years going on, but we've already seen so many names that have really made a name for themselves in Pokemon Go. I mean, we've saw Paula earlier on. We've seen Tonto too, like we said, our EUIC regional champion. We saw Scafo. I mean, like, these players that are getting well known, but then we also see new players who we just saw like earlier on in the broadcast as well, who we featured round 1. Someone from the Stuttgart region as well, saying he loves Pokemon and that he got so interested into it because he was so inspired by Dancing Rob, our first regional champion. Or not, I'm sorry, not regional champion, our first world champion. And for those of you who maybe weren't around for that time, we also wanted to just show you guys a quick video about Dancing Rob, about this Pokemon Go Championship Series.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss sent Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the grand finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The grand finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here and right now. You might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hello trainers, there we are again, and that was an impressive run from Dancing Rob. We saw our first world champion. Really, always a hype video to see, in my opinion.
Yep, and like I said, I was so excited when the first person said as well that Dancing Rob was an inspiration to him, and that's almost the reason why he started going to these tournaments. I mean, Dancing Rob is standing back here grinning at us as well. He's also an inspiration to us. And I have to say, I'm getting a lot of good gifts this holiday season. I got a cast alongside you, and I gave you a good gift yesterday as well. Do you want to tell everyone what I gave you?
What was it? You can tell me.
Oh, our lucky trade?
It was a Shundo Terrakion, and a Shundo means that it was a lucky trade, but it was also shiny, and it had
its attack, defense, and HP entirely full. I have another one now. I'm so happy with that.
Yeah, so I say, he gives me his presents as my present, and I give him a Shundo. So, I mean, I guess it's an equal comparison.
Another present that we have are these sweaters.
Beautiful, right?
We got these from Pokemon, and
yeah.
I really like them. It's
I
so
know.
comfortable, right? It's just a little bit of a change from a suit.
Yes, and exactly, and it's something to get into this festive season as well, and also because, like we said, it's pretty chilly here in Stuttgart. However, these battles are on fire so far. We're in winners round 3 now with Dinoski against Mini Benoit.
Ooh, and we've seen quite of these Pokemon already, but we've not seen these trainers on the stage yet today. On left, Dinoski, on the right, Mini Benoit, and we have... Oh man, this warms my heart. Clodsire.
I would say not only Clodsire on Dinoski's side, but also a Pelipper.
Yes!
I mean, I think this guy is just taking a page out of Martine's book here, wanting to win him over this season. Mini Benoit also going with some little things that are making it more meta as well. We're seeing that Shadow Dragonair, the Whiscash, and also the Licky Tongue, which is now for the first time in forever being in that first place spot on the meta usage.
It's all because of Scald. Scald is a very good charge attack now, and that's what makes Whiscash more favored than Swampert apparently. Swampert had that throne of the best water ground type, and now it apparently is that Whiscash. Now, another interesting comparison that I find here is that Dragonair against the Guzzlord. Guzzlord has a dark defensive typing, and it makes it a little bit better against Licky Tongue. It didn't do a lot of favors for 23 EJB earlier in the tournament, but I think it has a lot of merit as well. On the other hand, you take super effective damage from the Charger Bug, and we've seen quite of those as well.
Yeah, so what would you say in this scenario? Do you think the Dragonair has a little bit of an advantage over that? Dragonair has a 1-turn fast attack, being that Dragon Breath, but also the Guzzlord has a 3-turn with that Dragon Tail. So being able to hit about this, I mean, you know, it's definitely Dragon damage on Dragon damage. Neither one of them wants to be taking either of those attacks. But I think that overall, it seems like there's a more favor towards Dragonair because it's not taking that counter damage from like the Polyrats and stuff as well, and also from the Charger Bug, like you mentioned.
Yeah, Polyrat now has a slight advantage though, because it has that Icy Wind charge attack, which drops the attack stage of your opponent's Pokemon by 1. And that means that the counter damage will add up more than the Dragon Breath damage. So in that regard, even though Polyrat is much better against Guzzlord, obviously, it's also pretty decent against that Dragonair now. I think Polyrat is definitely going to make a difference in this matchup. It just has to be careful of the, what was it? The Deoxys defense that we saw, right? It resists the counter damage, and maybe it's an Air Slash Mandibuzz, I don't know.
Yeah, but we don't know, but we do know that the opponents know because there are open team sheets in this tournament, so they will be able to get to see all the fast attacks, all the charge attacks on these Pokemon. Mini Benoit as well, I believe that he top cut in Lille.
He did, yeah, and he had a pretty interesting team there as well. I believe he had Dragonite there. And we saw Dragonite earlier. It was a very strong Pokemon in the right position. Obviously, when a player like Tonto can make anything work at this point, I think, right?
It does seem so, and he is making that challenge as well because of, like we saw before, the Seeking, and now we also see a Whimsicott on this side. Dinoski, a player that I actually recently faced in the Go Battle League, he was running something that scalded me. I thought he was baiting. He was not. It knocked out my Talonflame, and then I just top left it.
So I guess you lost then.
I did end up losing that matchup. I think Mini Benoit probably has a better chance than I do.
So Talonflame is an interesting Pokemon because I think right now it is one of the best, but no one is using it. Why do you think no one is using Talonflame right now?
I think it's exactly what you called out before of why everyone is using that Whiscash, and also because of the Poliwrath. There is so much Scald damage going on. Not only does Scald do so much, it now has this higher potential to debuff the opponents as well. And Talonflame, even though it did benefit from that Incinerate buff and also that new Charge Attack Fly, there's just not a lot of space for it with so many Water-type Pokemon, with the rise of dragons as well. It just seems to have, even though Fire is doing better, it's not in this particular Show 6 Pick 3 meta.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, looking again at these teams on the left, Dinoski, and on the right, Mini Benoit. What is a Pokemon that really stands out here? Again, I think that Poliwrath just does so well against anything that Mini Benoit has. It's just that Deoxys defense you have to be careful of, but against Mandibuzz, against Licky Tongue, against Galarian Stunfisk, against Whiscash, Poliwrath does so well against all of those Pokemon. So I think that Poliwrath is really standing out here. I think that Guzzlord is also a really strong pick. Guzzlord actually has a very fine matchup against Deoxys defense because Dark is actually super effective on Deoxys defense, where it was not on the meta gem.
And we have to remember too, if Defense Deoxys is up against that Clodsire or even like the Guzzlord and everything, it's only going to be doing the counter damage to the Guzzlord that's going to be doing that much. The Psycho Boost, well, that's not going to do that much at all.
Yeah.
Thunderbolts, I mean, it takes so long to get to by that point. So I think Defense Deoxys is in a weird position where it does seem to be like one of the better counter users, especially because it does well against Poliwrath. However, having an attack that debuffs yourself puts you in a weird position of where do I want to place this Pokemon?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you don't want to necessarily use that as your pivot Pokemon because like we saw with EJB, throwing that Psycho Boost right away, you're already now putting your attacks down 2 stages.
Yeah, and you're stuck in that matchup.
And then you're stuck, exactly.
You cannot swap out, but it also gives it a very nice coverage in the lead, right? If you can throw the Psycho Boost and then switch out to clear it, come back in later, and maybe throw another one. You know, I think that also gives it a very nice usage as well there. Right? It's like a chip and dip
Yes,
method.
exactly,
That's what they call it.
I mean, I think that a good example of that was earlier on in the matchups as well. But I can't even remember. It was one of the matches that you guys were casting. They were like dancing with the charge attacks, with the clocks, the timings, throwing a move, getting a debuff, swapping out, and all the switch timers were all misaligned. And I was like, this is high-packed action.
That was a very catchy battle. Yeah. Players, it's just what I love to see sometimes, right? Players making catch after catch after catch, realizing, no, I need this energy elsewhere, and I need to catch this energy also elsewhere. If you can get that position, sometimes, even in matchups where you are just not aligned where you want it to be anywhere, right? If you lose the lead, you lose the switch in, you don't have any alignment, but if you can make some of these catches, it can flip around some games.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. We have some social posts that we were going to go ahead and show you guys as well. Please use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know what you're thinking of this tournament so far. Let us know if you're here in the venue. We have Arceus Aurelius here, one of our top competitors in Gdansk, saying, what a massive shakeup. Charjabug, top 3. Skarmory, Whiscash, Dragonair, Azumarill, Clodsire, Galarian Stunfisk, Defense Deoxys, and Trevenant are new from last season in top 12 usage. The Metacham Licky-Core is still supreme, but more balanced than before. He's surprised that Lantern isn't higher, but bring on this season.
Yeah, Arceus Aurelius, I already called him before the #1 hype man, and he's bringing the hype again on the social media here. So yeah, and I do agree, this is probably the biggest shakeup we've had. So many Pokemon pushed out, but also new Pokemon in this top 12. I really am just as excited as Arceus Aurelius is here. And yeah, again, Clodsire, I'm a big fan.
I know. We've been talking about the whole time, giving your quote nod to the Claude. I really like that saying, and I've been enjoying seeing it so much on stream as well. Again, this is the very first Pokemon Regional in this new meta, so not to say that this will always be it, but this is pretty exciting to see how it's already shaking up.
Yeah, speaking of which, that you guys were talking so much about the nod to the Claude, I also heard you say that I like to lose the first battle purposefully.
Yeah, quote on purpose. Well, that's what you told me if you lose. Like, no, I did that quote on purpose.
But I think that's also something something strong to have in a match, right? Because one thing that I noticed about Paula against Syler won the first battle, but once he lost, he looks a little bit defeated. Now let's take a look here at a post from Zoe 2 Dots. Don't forget your cryogonal timed research on Saturday. That's today.
That is today, ladies and gentlemen.
It took 98 checks to get her shiny, but only took Alan 13 checks. A classic, obviously, right? Your friends always get those shiny Pokemon earlier and easier than you do. Time tests are easy, but some rely on catching Snort and Bergmite. Spawns are heavily boosted for both. Field research are curve throw related and reward cryogonal. So, well, if we didn't inform you yet, Zoe 2 Dots just did.
Yeah, thank you, Zoe. A big content creator for Pokemon Go as well. And she was also at the most recent regional in Australia, I believe, in Brisbane. So that's exciting. And also, congratulations to them. We have some new Australian people on the leaderboard. They're also going to be already qualified for the World Championships in Honolulu as well.
Yeah, that was Jakobovic, I believe. He had a Kanto Ninetales, which is an interesting pick, to be honest. Like, Fire Spin also has been buffed, right?
That's true.
But I don't see a lot of place for Kanto Ninetales in this current matchup. Now we see our competitors here again. Yeah, if I compare Kanto Ninetales here, Pelipper, Clodsire, Poliwrath, Whiscash, Dragonair. Yeah, I think Jakobovic did a thing, and we're likely not going to see a Pokemon like that again.
Well, we'll never know for sure, but because it was in the old meta, I believe, as well. So we'll have to see if he would still use that to its full position. I do think that if there is someone using a fire-type Pokemon, I think it's going to be Talonflame. Like I said, I really think it benefited from the update, but with so many Water-type and Electric-type around, it's just a very dangerous Pokemon. Charge a bug everywhere.
So if Talonflame is going to be so good, is Dex going to win the World Championship?
That's what I was wondering, if one of our French competitors, Dex, who really, I believe he won Lille a couple years ago as well with that Talonflame. He did replace it with Charizard last season, so I do think he has a thing for flying-type Firebirds, but however, maybe he'll bring a Moltres this season.
I would love to see that. It's definitely spicy. I would expect that more from Tonto Bateus, but maybe. This is the time to bring Talonflame. Dex is not here today, but he will be participating in future tournaments. Let's take a look here. Our battle's going to start. On the left, Dinoski. On the right, Mini Benoit. We have Guzzlord into Whiscash.
Pretty neutral overall. Those Dragon Tails will start to add up, but like we saw, Whiscash is also a very bulky Pokemon, something that we haven't seen in this Show 6 Pick 3 until this meta, and I am loving it so far. Going ahead and just charging up a little bit extra. Will he go for the Scald or will he go for the Mud Bomb?
Yeah, looks like he's trying to press that Skull. In comes a Dragon Claw now. And what I really like about Dinoski's team here, he's having nothing of this Whiscash, because all his Pokemon resist Water type, which means that Scald is generally not the preferred attack. But looks like Mini Benoit is going for it anyway. Here's a coin flip, 50% chance, or sorry, 50% chance to get that debuff.
Yeah, and I think that maybe is what he's going for overall. He knows that it's not going to be that effective, but he does get that attack ball, and now he can swap into something else. He's going in for that Galarian Sunfist, however, only to be met by that Poliwrath with counter being able to do so much damage, but because Mini Benoit flipped him first, he's able to get to this Earthquake at least to do a heavy amount of damage, and Dinoski choosing to let that Earthquake go through.
Yeah, it's only regular Poliwrath though, so it can take quite a hit here. Poliwrath standing strong, still punishing this Galarian Stunfisk, and going to take a Rock Slide here. Does Dinoski? No. This Rock Slide is resist, won't do a lot of damage, and looks like he's not putting out the Protect Shield.
Now this is a Poliwrath really putting in the work here, not very effective, down in the red, but still just meanwhile just going to 100%, completely farming down this Galarian Sunfist, coming out with 100 energy for whatever is going to be coming in the back. Will it be that Whiscash? It is, it's going for that Scald.
Oh man, and Scald is going to do a lot of damage here. I don't think this will knock out yet, but another counter might. Scald comes through, doesn't take out Whiscash. 2 more counts, I think. Yes, and it is. Oh, it even comes out. The Poliwrath still has an Ice Wind, but doesn't get it off against the Dragonair. Now it's Dragonair against the roll. In comes Guzzlord again with almost 2 Dragon Claws.
The first Dragon Claw getting shielded up by Mini Benoit here. There's still a lot of energy left on this Guzzlord, but not a lot of health. So we'll have to see how they want to play this out. Meanwhile, this Dragon Breath going through. This second Dragon Claw going through. Will Mini Benoit cannot shield it up? Will it be enough to take out the Dragonair?
Here it comes. Dragon Claw, not a strong attack, but super effective here. It doesn't take it out yet, but the next Dragon Tail does take it out. 2 shields, 2 Pokemon from Dinoski. What a convincing win here against Mini Benoit.
What do you think about that complete farm down? Because this is something that I don't know, a lot of players would, you know, once you're at a charge attack, I think sometimes people are like, okay, well, I should throw it. I have the energy to throw this.
Yeah.
But now being able to do that, Dinoski had 100 energy to be able to throw at the next Pokemon that came in.
Yeah, I really like this over the Shadow variant, because I don't think the Shadow variant of the Poliwrath can take that Earthquake and the Rock Slide, and it looks like Dinoski really knew his matchup well there, knowing he can fully counter it down. Here we see his achievements. He got to top 8 at the first regional championship in Europe, the 2022 Liverpool regional, and he also got to top 16 in the Europe International Championship.
Yeah, the UIC top 16 this year will be giving out a lot of championship points overall. And also, of course, on Mini Benoit's side, like we talked about a little bit earlier, Mini Benoit was a player. He was a top 16 in Lille, but because both years in Lille, but because Lille this year was enough competitors, it was actually top 16 was day 2, so it was technically top cutting in that tournament.
Yeah. Really good performance from Mini Benoit here. Performing very strong in his own country, right?
Yes, it sounds like it. It's really a home turf advantage a little bit there. Neither player getting that home turf advantage in Stuttgart. We have been informed that this first matchup is under review, so we're going to go ahead and just kind of analyze a little bit more about the team compositions that these two brought. I mean, we did see it a little bit in the end, but Guzzlord had such an energy advantage. That Dragonair against that Guzzlord, what are your actual thoughts on it?
Yeah, Guzzlord does a little bit better there because it has way more HP than Dragonair has and just a little bit more bulk. Obviously, Dragonair is also the Shadow variant that we see here, so it's even more fragile than the regular already is. And that basically solidifies Guzzlord's position to win that matchup against the Dragonair. And I think Guzzlord wasn't exactly the main key here, but one thing that I really liked about Dinoski's team, he just doesn't want to take any Scald from Whiscash. So he brought three of his best Pokemon. Actually, the Crusader is a little bit better, but 3 Pokemon that do very well against Whiscash, so it can only go for Mud Bulb.
Yeah, that is a really, really good point. And I noticed it earlier, because Whiscash is now running Scald over Blizzard. I mean, do you think that this is actually sometimes a disadvantage to the Whiscash in these, you know, when we saw earlier with the Altaria?
Against like grass types and dragon types, again, it's not great for you sometimes. Maybe if you get enough Scald debuffs, you can flip something.
We have seen them. It seems like a 50% is almost a 100% nowadays.
Yeah.
But this, I do think Scald is like something that has been so good on these Pokemon. It's such a breath of fresh air to see so many new Pokemon that you would be like, oh, that's not viable in a Show 6 Pick 3 format, and people saying, watch me use it.
Exactly. Now, one thing that I found interesting about Mini Benoit's composition there, I believe he did not bring the Deoxys defense at all. And that is like the prime Poliwrath answer. So now that you know this, man, Poliwrath's actually really strong against my team. Maybe I should prepare a little bit better for it, because that Whiscash, what's the other Pokemon, the Galarian Stuffs and the Dragonair, not good enough.
I think I completely agree with that. I think if you're Dinoski, he had a really good plan in mind where it's like, because Poliwrath is so good against basically this whole team, you can use it in almost any position. Like, do you want to lead with it and just get, you know, shields down with it, or do you want to use it as that safe swap position? I think Dinoski's thoughts were, if he would lose that lead, he would swap in that Poliwrath and just maybe 2-shield whatever to be able to maintain that alignment that he wanted to keep, and then he's out of that bad matchup that he would have had at the beginning. Fortunately for him, it was that Whiscash, so it's like a Whiscash against the Guzzlord, not doing that much, even though that attack happened with the Dragon Tail.
All right, and we just got in. It will not be a rematch. The Whiscash not getting that Skull off sooner was not impactful enough to decide this game for Mini Benoit. I mean, at the end, we did see such, like, Dinoski was so far ahead in that matchup, right?
2 shields at the end as
exactly.
well,
I think that Poliwrath countering down that Galarian stuff is entirely, that just solidified his victory so well.
And that is, like, again, a really heads-up play, because I think a lot of times, even like being scared that I might not be able to do this, so I will at least throw the Icy Wind to make sure that the opponent won't be able to get to attack. But no, Dinoski having that wherewithal, saying, this is just a Rock Slide. I know I'm going to be able to survive that, and I'm going to come out with 100 energy to throw whatever in the back. Really solidified that matchup for him.
Yeah, the Galarian stuff is safe switch was a little bit risky on Mini Benoit's side, but here's what I think Mini Benoit thought. I think because I faced that Guzzlord lead, which doesn't do very well against Deoxys, there's no way there's another Pokemon weak to Deoxys in the back, that Poliwrath.
That's true.
However, Guzzlord isn't that bad against Deoxys, like I said beforehand. It has that Brutal Swing or Crunch to deal super effective damage to Dragon Tail, a very strong fast attack. And in that case, I think Dinoski went this so-called ABA strategy, right? He was basically soft weak to the Deoxys in the lead with the Guzzlord, and then he had another A in the back, that Poliwrath. And the Poliwrath basically was going to be safe either way from the Deoxys, because you take it out with the Guzzlord in the lead.
ABA strategies are a little bit more risky, because if you do happen to face that Pokemon, that A Pokemon that you don't want to necessarily be facing, you need to have a good plan in mind. Do you just soft lose it, or do you can't swap out? We're going to go ahead and maybe potentially even see it, as now we do see that Defense Deoxys against a Poliwrath, and an immediate swap out, not even fooling around on Dinoski's side, coming in with that Pelipper.
This is not ideal, because it has Thunderbolt, and you don't want to get shocked on your Pelipper. Does Dinoski respect this? Yes, he does not want Pelipper to get fried here.
Yeah, Pelipper, this would completely be able to take out that Pelipper, put it back in its ball immediately, getting that first shield, and now coming in with the Galarian Sunfist. Now, Martijn, I know this is a matchup you are very familiar with.
Yes.
Pelipper against Sunfist, please tell us all.
Finally, I can tell you so much about this matchup. This is the best matchup there is. Pelipper is very good here, because the Weather Balls come out almost equally as fast as the Rock Slides. Weather Ball actually is now 4 wing attacks every second attack, so you are a little bit faster. And because the wing attacks add up, 2 Weather Balls eventually take out, and that means that Pelipper wins most equal shield scenarios. Actually, in the 0 shields,
the wing attacks and the weather balls barely don't add up enough. But as you can see here, Pelipper just does so well in this match.
Yeah, and really wonderful countering by Dinoski as well, knowing he wants to get just as much energy as possible. But Mini Benoit's shield is up because he is one away from Rock Slide. I think he's forcing, let's say, Dinoski's hand as well. But Dinoski winning that charge attack priority.
Oh, man.
Mini Benoit going one over. Will he go double shields down with such a low health Stunfist? No, choosing to let that go.
I forgot to tell you, Pelipper also wins charge attack priority. That was, as we just saw, but now this Deoxys is going to get so much energy. This energy, however, is probably all going to the Guzzlord. Now counter as your fast attack is super effective into Guzzlord, but your energy is not good.
Yeah, your energy is not good indeed. Being able to completely counter down, though, is not great for Dinoski as well, because this was going to be able to not take the counters and has up to 2 Psycho Boosts, throwing that Thunderbolt instead, because, again, heavier hitting, even though it's not very effective against the Guzzlord, he doesn't want to debuff himself and make his counters do any less. As you can see, Guzzlord's still in the green, but in comes this Dragonair.
Yeah, I think that was kind of needed, though, because if you bring your Dragonair straight into the Guzzlord, you basically just lose because you have less bulk than the Guzzlord, and Guzzlord just farms you down. In comes Poliwrath, full HP, definitely being able to get to an Icy Wind, still has that protection as well. In comes the first Body Slam, though.
This Body Slam will be able to connect. I think Dinoski is saving his shields. He knows it won't be enough to knock out that Poliwrath at this point. Being able to tank that like a champion, and now almost at the Icy Wind. Icy Wind being an Ice type, super effective against this Dragon type. And I think this is the end of the Dragonair. What do you think, Martijn?
Yeah, this is going to blow away, whoosh, by Dragonair, and in comes Deoxys. Can Deoxys pull this off? There's still a shield. Deoxys need to gather so much energy here, but in comes the Icy Wind, and this will decide the game for Dinoski. A 2-0 victory, a very commanding 2-0 victory as Deoxys goes down.
Yeah, incredible plays by Dinoski there. Incredible counting on his end as well. Getting that 2-0 sweep in winners round 3. And it looks like a Mini Benoit, if you're a fan of him, as he's been doing rather well in these tournaments, he's still in this tournament. Winner side will now be going down to the loser side of the bracket. This was just his first loss in the tournament.
Yeah, and Dinoski just putting up a Poliwrath showcase, right? Just flexing the muscles of that Poliwrath. It just put in so much work, and I think he just even at some point didn't respect the Deoxys at all, right? Brought 3 Pokemon kind of weak to Deoxys defense, still won the battle. Just sheer team power.
I think one thing that really showcased in this battle is as you're continuing to get better at PvP, some things that you will be helpful in your journey is knowing how long it takes your opponent to get to their charge attacks to begin with, and then also knowing if you win charge attack priority, which is kind of what we saw. I do think that Mini Benoit was at the attack, but he just chose to go 1 over, and instead he lost that charge attack priority because of that very fact.
That may have been crucial, because then you lose the switch advantage, or you could force your opponent to use another shield, and that shield may again have been crucial later, because then the Poliwrath couldn't shield the body, or sorry, it didn't shield the body slam, it couldn't shield a Psycho Boost.
Right, exactly.
So in that case, that may have changed that game a lot, but again, Pelipper against Stunfisk, it's just mind-blowing sometimes, right, that matchup?
Yeah, I know how much you love the matchup. So when it happened, I was like, yes, we definitely have to talk about it. One thing I really did like that Mini Benoit did at the end was he was just playing towards his win condition. He knew the only possible way he could win that matchup was if he was able to counter down the Poliwrath and be able to throw a charge attack at that Guzzlord. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to do it, but at that stage as well, I think that's a sign of a really good player, is recognizing I need to do this and be able to take the game.
Yeah, a very heads-up play from Dinoski, and that's why he's now going to the winners round 4, right? He's making a very strong run, and again, Poliwrath, I'm telling you. It was in my cast prediction, right, for a reason. I think it's really good. Maybe I should have put Guzzlord in there. Guzzlord is making a pretty good appearance as well. It's very good against Pokemon like Lickitung, but it's also a very bulky dragon, so it does well against other dragon types, as we saw the Dragonair.
Yeah, but because of that as well, I think what we talked about earlier, it definitely fears that Poliwrath more than the Dragonair does as well. And with Poliwrath now being the main counter user, I mean, to be fair, we're seeing a lot of different counter users. Medicham still number 2 in this top meta. However, we're not seeing that many of them on stream.
Yeah.
Guzzlord does not really want to be facing that either. So because of its dark typing, against these fighters, I'm still not completely sold on it.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough. If you had to pick a fighting type, Amanda, which one would you bring?
You know, I'm on the Polyrath bus now. I have to admit, I think that it's been doing really well. I was before this tournament going to say Defense Deoxys, and we've been seeing a lot of those and people utilizing them really well. But it's just so hard to position it. We saw it in this very last matchup because you have to debuff yourself with the Psycho Boost to be able to do some super effective damage. Because a lot of things maybe even resist the Thunderbolt. It's a hard position to be in because you don't want to be debuffed for the rest of the round that the Defense Deoxys is in.
So the fighting type I would bring, and please don't shame me, it will be Medicham. I think Medicham.
I can't shame him. He asked me not to. So, oh, interesting. Medicham. Tell me more about this Pokemon.
It's brand new! Well, one thing that I really like about Medicham, basically it does something similar to Deoxys defense, countering other fighting types, but you don't have to debuff yourselves. Plus you have Ice Punch for those dragon types as well. You have the bulk. I'm sorry I'm advocating for Medicham after it's already around for forever, but I think it's still very solid, especially when people jump on the bandwagon of I want to use another fighting type now, and then it loses to that one fighting type that already has been so dominant all the time, right? I think for that reason also, it's still top 2 right now and Pokemon usage this tournament.
It is top 2. Polyrath is not even that high, but Dinoski did use it to, like, just chef's kiss. A really wonderful job. We're going to go over to an interview with him and Avi so he can discuss a little bit more and maybe kind of convince you guys to get back on that Polyrath bus.
Hello there, trainers. What an amazing game we just witnessed. I am Count Xevious. I'm joined by the winner, Dinoski. How do you feel? This is an amazing performance by you.
Yeah, I feel very good. This is my first time on stream. I lost the first 2, and so I've finally made redemption and won today. So good.
It's always nice to have a redemption story, right? Now you have that energy that's getting you going. Game number 1 was so dominant for you. Could you walk me through your thinking process? Like, why did you bring those 3 Pokemon?
Well, I thought that my Guzzlord was very safe. I only really need to worry about the G-Fisk since the charge moves from Defense Deoxys didn't do much damage. So my plan was to stay in with Guzzlord. If it was Stunfisk, bring in Pelipper, but that didn't happen. So I had a really safe option, so I just stayed in. And then when the Stunfisk came out, then I just knew I just had to counter down with my Polyrath and had energy on the back end.
Yeah, you went for, let's say, the very tried and tested ABA strategy in a way. You went semi-weak to Defense Deoxys, but I guess also it kind of pointed out that you really don't like the Whiscash. You bought 3 Pokemon that are going to be strong against it, and you see it in the lead, and you knew that it was an amazing thing for you.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the Whiscash, just because my Clodsire looked very strong as well, but I was not going to bring Clodsire just because of the DD. Stunfisk matchup is not very good as well, so I stuck with the 3 Pokemon I brought and was very happy with the performance they had.
Game number 2, just walk me through that huge farm down of that Polyrath against that Stunfisk.
Well, I was going to throw after 6 because he was going to get to an Earthquake, but because he threw after 5, I knew it was a Rock Slide, so I was comfortable just to keep farming down after that and had all the energy in the back end. He wasn't going to get to another Rock Slide, and it wasn't the Earthquake. There was no Earthquake, so therefore I was very comfortable to survive.
At any point, were you afraid that your Polyrath might faint without being able to throw that energy?
I was when the Whiscash didn't go down to the Scald, and then it didn't get the debuff. I still believe it's a myth that the Scald got buffed to a 50% chance, because I've yet to see that increase myself, but but I was very fortunate that I was able to farm down. I was a bit frustrated I didn't get the Icy Wind, but I was on 1 HP with the D-Nair came in.
But I think, these, let's say, RNG add up slowly as you go forward into the tournament, and you're in a very good place. Maybe the Scald starts working for you a lot more from now on. Do you have anything that you want to say to the viewers, or any shout-outs that you want to give to your teammates, friends, family?
Well, I just want to say thank you to everyone that I've played with in the last 3 years while I've been with the Pokemon PvP scene, my previous teammates, my current teammates. Special shout-out to StatStan, who's traded me the Guzzlord that I'm using today, and I hope that I'll be using it again in the next few rounds if I'm in.
Thank you so much for your time, Dinoski, and viewers. We are going to have so many more of these explosive games, and we are going to cover all of it today. Thank you for watching. Over to the casters.
Some incredible insights there from Dinoski. And he made a really good point that at the very end about status data that I completely forgot about to mention earlier. Guzzlord is one of those Pokemon that it's really difficult to get under that Great League 1500 CP threshold. So the only way you can really do that is if you are trading with someone who what you call a low friendship with.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what's cool? At these venues where the Pokemon Go Championship Series take place, you have 5 special trades. So you have 5 chances that day to get that Guzzlord. Now, let's take a look at our next match.
I know, it takes low friendship for the Guzzlord, but I think that we have some people that maybe a high friendship here for you, Martijn, as we have Toe Tactical on one side against Wolfpack on the other.
Toe Tactical, who's that again?
More like,
ooh. He actually casted Gdansk with me 2 weeks ago, and this is actually a replay, or not a replay exactly, but a match that we also had last season in Liu, where Toe Tactical played against Wolfpack in his first winners round on day 2, and then later on, I believe, in his losers finals. And back then, Wolfpack won the first matchup, but Toe Tactical won the second matchups. So these players know each other quite well. Now let's take a look at these teams here. I see on Wolfpack's side 2 flying types, the Skarmory and the Altaria.
And I also see what you were talking about. You wanted everyone to get, you know, we basically all got off of the Medicham bus, and then you said, false alarm, guys, get back on. Wolfpack was the first one in line as he has a Medicham still on his team. I mean, I guess it's no surprise. It didn't fall that far down in the meta. It's just in the number 2 spot rather than the number 1. But his team looks overall, I mean, pretty interesting. We see some of those picks earlier, like the Umbreon and the Medicham that were pretty popular last meta. However, everything else on his team looks like pretty new.
All I'm thinking of right now, if I was Wolfpack, we saw a Whimsicott in our first match today. I would not like to face one of these as Wolfpack.
Tonto also was running one as well.
You gotta avoid those players.
How to avoid them?
Medicham, Charjabug, Umbreon, Altaria, Whiskers, all very difficult against Whimsicott. Luckily, Toe Tactical does not have one. Toe Tactical is running that Trevenant, and there is no Lickitung to counter the Trevenant on Wolfpack's team, but there is an even worse matchup for it. It's the Umbreon, a very bulky Dark-type Pokemon that can take those Seed Bombs like a champ.
Indeed, and also Toe Tactical is running that Shadow version of the Poliwrath. We've seen a lot of the regular Poliwrath Shadow ones being able to do 20% more damage, but also taking 20% more from its opponents as well. So it is a bit of a trade-off. It's like you were saying in that last matchup with Dinoski. I'm not sure as a Shadow if it would have been able to survive both of the Earthquake and the Rock Slide.
Yeah, and this case that won't be because we don't have a Galarian Stunfisk, but I'm not sure if you want to use the Poliwrath here. There is that Medicham, there's the Charjabug, arguably one of the best answers to Poliwrath in the current meta, and then there also was the Altaria, which is a matchup you win in the one shields as the Poliwrath, but in the other even shield scenarios you lose that. Here we go, Toe Tactical against Wolfpack. We have Trevenant into Altaria.
Oh my goodness, this is not as bad as a Noctowl versus a Trevenant, but still not in favor of the Trevenant overall, as we see those Dragon Breaths are just so oppressive, and you do need to land that Shadow Ball to be able to do any damage at all to the Altaria, charging up to it and going over both of them, throwing right before the Sky Attack is released on Wolfpack's side.
Yeah, and I think, letting the Shadow Ball go, this is gonna do massive damage. The Shadow Ball lands, taking Altaria quite low here, but I think in the 2-shield scenario, the Altaria might be able to Dragon Breath down. Let's see, going right before the Seed Bomb. Such meticulous counting on both sides, and Toe Tactical just letting it go.
Letting this go down, the Altaria does have a lot of energy as well, but not a lot of health, so a potential farm down opportunity.
Wow.
Whatever comes in, we're going to see it. Will the Sky Attack be able to reach? It is just in time. Will Toe Tactical use this because this is a super effective Sky Attack against that Poliwrath? Yes, getting that first shield.
Not fearing the Charjabug, the Altaria, or the Medicham. Poliwrath standing on the field with a lot of energy, and Wolfpack does not have a great answer here. You likely bringing the Whiscash. Let's see. Whiscash comes in, but it's behind on energy, and both these charge attacks will do so much damage. Going for that Icy Wind on the charge attack priority. Is Wolfpack going to shield this? Icy Wind is being shielded. This will drop the attack.
Wow, this is worse for the wear for Wolfpack, because not only did you end up shielding the baits, it's also a guaranteed attack debuff, so this Mud Bomb that is going through will not be doing as much damage. Toe Tactical knows it as well, not even bothering to shield that up, as you can see. Still in the yellow and still a ton of energy. He's definitely going to be able to outpace.
Oh, the charge attack priority again. Does Wolfpack shield this one? I think the Scald might knock out, but he does put up the protect shield here. What do you do as Toe Tactical though? Because the Charjabug
it can't knock out this... another attack drop. It can't knock out the Whiscash quite yet with an X-Scissor.
Yeah, I think if you're so technical, you're maybe in a little bit of a worse position here. However, he's going to have to be able to do something. No, still not quite able to knock it out. Going to go ahead and swapping in that Charger Bug into the Whiscash. Wolfpack now knows exactly what's in behind there. This Mud Bomb is going to be doing super effective. This X-Scissor, I mean, chip damage is chip damage.
Yeah, it's actually quite a good charge stack right now. X-Scissor is equal to Surf, and look at how low it puts the Whiscash actually. But what can Whiscash do? It can go for a Skull and actually get an attack drop here. Going to build up to 100 energy and catches the X-Scissor. This is a super, I don't know if this is catch, but this is super effective damage actually.
This is super effective damage. However, Umbreon, one of the tankiest Pokemon in the Great League, able to take that very easily. This is 3 turns versus 4 turns here, which gets to be a little bit tricky sometimes. We'll have to see if these two will be able to throw on optimal timing here. Throwing this X-Scissor now, and again, no Protect Shields. Not quite enough to knock out this Umbreon. Now Umbreon has a lot of energy.
This is really gonna be close because there's 2 charge attacks still on that Whiscash. There's 2 charge attacks on this Umbreon, but I don't think 2 foul plays will knock it out. So Tactical might not have to shield that Charger Bug, but what if Whiscash can just get that much shot down? Look at how close he's already at the axis here. This will knock out the Umbreon.
Umbreon will definitely go down to this. Will the Whiscash have enough in it to be able to take out this Charger Bug and the low health Poliwrath in the back? It is at 100 energy. Throwing one Mud Shot first. I think he was hoping that Phil would not be able to catch it. Instead, not using a shield. This is crazy.
He is using a shield, barely using a shield here. You have to throw another charge stack here though, as Wolfpack going for the Mud Bomb. I'm not sure if this is enough because this is not a very strong charge stack. Here it comes, Amanda. Mud Bomb is coming in. Does this knock out the Charger Bug? It does not!
Not able to knock it out.
Hold switched it.
Go down. My goodness, what a very close matchup. I think Wolfpack did everything in his power to be able to get through that matchup. However, that Charger Bug just being able to really power through that backline there.
Yeah, and I think Poliwrath also was so good in setting up that matchup, right? And here we see the achievements from Though Tactical. A lot of achievements, right? We have him in the 2022 EYC. He got to top 8. He got to top 4 at the last chance qualifier. He was finalist in Lille last year and top 8 at the EYC last season as well.
I know he has a lot of accolades to his name, and I think it's a name that is very well known in not only the Show 6 Pick 3 community, also the Go Battle League community. Not as famous as this other guy from the Netherlands, Inadequance. And maybe not even as famous as this French player, Wolfpack. As we can see, we talked about it before, they did compete in Lille last year. They're both, and Wolfpack making into the top 4, and also he was in the top 16 in the Turin Special event, which I believe was also a top cut.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in Turin, yes, I believe we went over the 128 cap, yes, so it was a top 16. And I find it so interesting that besides countering that Poliwrath so well, Though Tactical still brings it, right? Wolfpack has that Charger Bug, the Medicham, the Altera, but only 1 out of those 3 showed up, and Poliwrath was so good in the back against that Whiscash and the Umbreon. They just fell to the pressure of the Poliwrath, and it just set up the Charger Bug to, you know, do its job.
And this is a wonderful part about the Show 6 Pick 3 as well, because I think a lot of the games is like mind games, right? Because you have so many Pokemon that do well against a specific Pokemon, already in your head, you're probably thinking, well, that person's got to be crazy if they're going to bring this. And Toe Technical says, I am just that kind of crazy. I'm going to go ahead and bring that Poliwrath because I am banking on the fact that Wolfpack thinks I'm too scared to bring it.
Yeah, all right, here we go. Game number 2, Though Tactical against Wolfpack. We have Galarian Stunfisk into Medicham. This is not what you want. Oh, man, look at these lines. Going into the Poliwrath. This is not great against Medicham. But also Medicham. Oh, man, it's a power-up punch Medicham.
Wow, a power-up punch Medicham. Every time they get to the charge attack, it's going to raise your own attack. So it's these counters are going to be doing more. Any attack afterwards is going to also be doing more. But it is not the attack that you see very often. And this Skull might just knock it right back down.
Yeah, putting out the protection because this would do so much damage, right? Scald is being shielded here on Medicham. No attack drop. Do you even get to another charge stick now as the Poliwrath? Well, definitely not after this power punch.
And this power punch going through, so now this Medicham is 2 stages up. Let's see, no protect shield from Toe Technical side, and I think we're just going to see a full counter down before an Icy Wind or Scald be able to get there. Now, what do? You have a Medicham, but they have a really great answer for it back with this Trevenant.
Oh man, this is so risky from Though Tactical, right? You probably have to shield this because this will do a lot. But also swapping in immediately meant that Wolfpack could have even swapped in the Umbreon immediately because he was locked in here. Going into the Umbreon right now, this is even riskier. Let's see. Going for the seed bomb first. You likely want to get out of this as the Trevenant, though.
I think, yeah, we're doing what we called used a little bit earlier, the chip and dip strategy.
Yep.
Just trying to get a little bit of health off of the Umbreon before swapping in to the Galarian Sunfist. This is a more neutral matchup, but the Umbreon does have a lot of energy already. Being able to throw this first foul play and with the... I don't think that the Tactical wants it to be able to shield that up.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting, the Power Punch on the Medicham. I also know that Tactical has that Bubble Beam on Mantine, so these players really like dropping and raising those attack and defense stages here. Earthquake is being shielded here. I find this a very interesting play. I think Wolfpack at some point wants to switch out of this again.
I like this play by Wolfpack, though, knowing that this was going to be the heavier hitting attack, knowing that nothing that the Trevenant really throws at the Umbreon is going to be doing that much. The Earthquake would be the appropriate move to be able to shield up, and now he's able to still stay in the green, throwing yet another foul play into this Galarian Sunfisk.
And after this foul play, the timer is up again, so you would be able to bring in the Medicham, but the Medicham would have to take that Earthquake. Let's see, he's 2 off that Earthquake, going for the Earthquake here. I think this guarantees the knockout against that Medicham, but this is so tough for Tactical because now you have to take out that Umbreon with a Trevenant.
And not only that, I don't even think that we've seen the third Pokemon from Wolfpack. That is Altaria, and we saw it at the beginning of round number 1. Dragon Breath just being able to do so much damage overall. There are no Protect Shields left. The Shadow Ball will be able to connect. However, these Dragon Breaths are just doing so much damage.
Yeah, and so confident with that Trevenant here, but Trevenant is only 1 tree, only has so few roots to hang on to, and look at those Dragon Breaths adding up. I think even if you were able to make that, the Snarls on the Umbreon will just add up as well, right? So it's a very difficult position right now for Tactical.
Yeah, Tactical already taking some notes, going ahead and shielding that up. Wants to see if he'll be able to at least reach his attack, see if he can do something, not even able to go to that Shadow Ball, getting completely Dragon Breath down. And now we see a Dragon Breath down on the Galarian Sunfist as well. Wolfpack takes game number 2.
Yeah, really interesting battle because we see that Altaria every single time from Wolfpack so far. I believe that's a Pokemon he really likes to use. He brings it more frequently in the previous meta in other tournaments as well. So how do you deal with that as Tactical? Because you only have the Galarian Stunfisk to answer it, and I think that's why he keeps bringing that Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and something that we kind of brought up earlier. If you're super familiar with the Pokemon, you know its playstyle, you know how a Pelipper does against a Stunfisk, you know these things. You're not scared when people bring necessarily counters or things that are neutral against it because you already have a plan in your mind of how you want to play that out. And Wolfpack really had that plan in mind already as well with how he wanted to play out his team. He's not phased losing game number 1. This is winners round 4, so whoever wins this will go into the winners finals of today.
Yeah. And I really like that strategy, or bringing the Medicham from Wolfpack, because one of the main counts that Tactical has is the Mantine. But because Mantine is not packing Ice Beam, it's not as great against Pokemon like Skarmory and the Altaria. So I really like bringing the Medicham there, because the only thing you fear is a Trevenant, and it wasn't aligned to the Trevenant. In fact, he caught Tactical on his ABA strategy, leading weak to that Medicham with the Galarian Stunfisk, and then swapping in the Poliwrath. Another terrible matchup. Right? It's also not great against the Medicham.
Yeah, I like this play overall. Again, like we talked about, ABAs are just, I mean, they're great strategies when they work out because your opponent is definitely not expecting you to run something like this. It's way more typical to run the Pokemon with 2 Pokemon that share a similar weakness in the back. However, it's a very high risk, high reward. It didn't pay off for Tactical this time. We're going into decisive round 3, and we're seeing the Altaria, but this time against that Mantine that you were talking about.
Yeah, Mantine is not packing Ice Beam, I believe. Yeah, we see Bubble Beam and Aerial Ace. Aerial is not the strongest charge attack, but it does come out quite quickly. While Altaria takes a while to get to its own flying type charge attack, the Sky attack.
Yeah, and we also have to remember that since these are open team sheets, Wolfpack knows what this Mantine is covering as well, so there's definitely no need to shield or worry about an Ice Beam overall. Meanwhile, this Sky attack will go through. These 2 are very bulky Pokemon. They both will be able to tank a lot of these charge attacks that are going through. As you can see, Mantine just barely now into the red.
Yeah, and I find
the yellow.
in the yellow. I find this strategy from Tactical really risky. He leads the Mantine with the Poliwrath in the back. What if you run into that Charger Bug lead? You're toasted. But going for another Air Ace, does Mantine actually win this Zero Shield scenario? Well, it's not going to be the Zero Shield because Wolfpack puts up a Protect Shield.
Putting up that Protect Shield, and I think we might see an aggressive Dragon Breath down. But no, going ahead and swapping into that Poliwrath now, having to now shield up the Sky attack that was already loaded. And we'll have to see. I mean, if you're Wolfpack, I assume that Charger Bug is probably coming in.
Yeah, this was kind of scary for Tactical, simply because he kind of had to get out that meta champion was there. Going for the X's here. Does Tactical shield this? Yes, he does. This is only a bait. This is a resisted charge attack.
We did see this before as well in one of Polishaw's matches as well. I mean, the Scald does so much damage, so much more than you would expect, and it also has that 50% chance of debuffing as well, getting that shield off from Wolfpack. We'll have to see, will this be able to be a debuff? It's going to be in favor.
Oh,
if it is no debuff, and now on another X-Scissor.
But this does not knock out. This is only resisted on the fighting type from that Poliwrath. I think this allows the Tactical to get to an Icy Wind here.
Will he be able to reach it, or will that full switch go through? He does be able to reach it. This is good. Even though that Scald did not get that debuff, Icy Wind guarantees to get a debuff. So while it's not going to be hitting as heavy, at least it is a nice amount of chip damage that puts it into the yellow. I do know the difference between yellow and red, and now this is something that is great for the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, but it's a long way to Mudshot down. You might have to expend some energy into the Rock Slide there. Alteria's drown energy though, so the only thing in your way... Oh, in comes the Altaria. This allows the Tactical to get some more energy here, but you still have to expend some of your own with the Rock Slide, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, at least going ahead and getting a little bit more damage. He knows that the Altaria had already done his job, forcing the Tactical to at least be able to throw something, not charging up all that energy. And now we still have a fully healthy Umbreon in the back and a Charger Bug, but the Charger Bug definitely would rather be faced up against that Mantine.
Yeah, this is looking very tough. The Tactical basically always has to bring Galarian Stunfisk for that Altaria. So you're hoping that there is a good matchup in the back there. Going for the Earthquake, and this will do a solid chunk on the Umbreon.
Yes, I definitely with no shields, it's still in the green. Favorite attack is the Umbreon, puts his little paw up there, but now at this foul play, great timing from Wolfpack here, and now this foul play will connect. Again, no shields left on the field. We're getting very close to the end game here. This decisive game 3, it's going to be close.
Yeah, getting very low on the Galarian Stunfisk here. Going for another Earthquake. Foul play is charged on Wolfpack's side. It won't take out yet, but this is getting very close. I'm not sure if after an Earthquake, you can now go for the Rock Slide as the Tactical. I don't think so. I think you need an Earthquake.
I think you need Earthquake. Where are we going to...
Oh, go to try catch. Oh, unsuccessfully. But you know what this... Oh, this allows the Tactical to farm down and get an Earthquake off, possibly.
This could be true, and we do know that Galarian Stunfisk will win that charge attack priority over the Umbreon as well. This is Tactical's win condition. This X-Scissor will not be doing that much damage. Will he be able to completely Mudshot down? Will he be able to get to Earthquake energy? He's there.
One off.
He is there.
He's at the Earthquake. He's at the Earthquake. Is this going to knock out? Who wins charge attack priority? It is Galarian Stunfisk. Is this going to knock out the Umbreon? Earthquake is being... Can we get a boom? Can we get a boom here?
We'll get a boom when it goes through. Ready?
Earthquake, here we go.
1, 2, 3, boom!
Umbreon goes down. Tactical wins this matchup 2-1 against Wolfpack.
Wow. I mean, let's just go ahead and take a pause for that incredible matchup. So well played on both sides there. I mean, Tactical being able to miss that catch. However, because Wolfpack man switching in that Charger Bug, it just gave him so much energy to be able to win that charge attack priority in the end game. Tactical will go on to the winners finals for today, and then potentially we see him in tomorrow's Top Cut.
Wow. Yeah, this was a very, very interesting match and very exciting at the very end as well, right? And what we saw there basically is Wolfpack making a very heads-up play. He did anticipate Tactical trying to catch on his Mantine, right? And then swapped into the Charge Bug, immediately expecting it. Ha! I knew what we were going to do, but that only led to his downfall because that allowed Tactical to farm down that Charger Bug with the Galarian Stunfisk and then get to another Earthquake on that Umbreon.
Yeah, I think that was like a really hard call to make, especially because we have to remember each turn is only 0.5 seconds. So when someone ends up swapping in, you're like, do I swap in? Do I throw? I mean, Tactical, really, I think he thought he might lose in that scenario too when the catch didn't happen. However, once that Charger Bug went in, you saw his eyes light up a bit. You saw him recognize his new potential win condition.
Yeah, hold up. Let me cook. Let me cook. That's what he said.
Yeah, he put on a chef's hat and an apron and he said, let me cook.
At the start of that game, both players had a really interesting strategy there, Amanda, because we saw I pointed out that Tactical went really weak to the Charger Bug, right? With the Mantine lead and the Poliwrath in the back. If you lead into the Charger Bug, it's awful. It's very hard to come back from that. But what Wolfpack did himself was leading that Altaria with the Charger Bug in the back. It's almost similar strategy. We saw ABA from both sides, right? And like we said, ABA leading weak to one Pokemon and having another Pokemon weak to that lead in the back as well. Really, I don't know how you get to that on both sides.
And also, like, I think that the Tonto did something that was also really risky because he didn't want his Mantine to get completely farmed down, giving all that extra energy to the Altaria. He ended up swapping in his Poliwrath, so he introduced both of his A's. It's just like a lot of times, if you don't win the lead, you at least want to be shields up or you want to be doing something. He almost gave up both advantages there.
Yeah.
It was a very, very risky play.
Well, I think he wanted to bait out the Medicham, so he did have the Medicham a little bit covered, right? I think he wanted to bait out the Medicham with that Poliwrath and then potentially sweep with the Galarian Stunfisk. I think that's why he had to keep that Mantine alive, even if it was just for a little bit there. I just think he totally forgot about the Charger Bug, to be honest.
You know what? We can go ahead and we can try to keep assessing all the time, but I'd love to hear from the man himself. Adelian's going to go ahead and give us a little interview and insight with Toe Tactical.
Hello trainers, I'm here with Toe Tactical, who has made a brilliant win here. How close were those battles? I was watching at the back, I was on the edge of my seat. Were you worried at all? Were you in doubt?
Very, very worried, especially game number 3. He leads at Altaria, and with an Altaria lead, I wasn't expecting Charger Bug in the back.
Yeah.
So, because that'd be very weak to like a Galarian Stunfisk lead, which I did in game number 2.
Yeah.
But he made the call that I wasn't going to lead Galarian Stunfisk, brought the Altaria in the lead, Charger Bug in the middle, and just had very good alignment in that game, getting the Charger Bug aligned to my Poliwrath, which I dared to switch lock. And at that point, I was like, this is probably over. He's going to have a Whiscash in the back because he needs that good Galarian Stunfisk answer, but ended up being Umbreon. And my Galarian Stunfisk was luckily able to triple Earthquake it, then knock it out.
Yeah, it was impressive how close that was. What made you pick Galarian Stunfisk? Because it hasn't been seen for quite a while. Do you feel now it has a more solid place in the meta? What's good about it?
Definitely. There's just a lot. Well, first off, I was expecting Talonflame. And as far as steel types go, you want one that beats the fighters, I think.
Sure.
Registeel is definitely still good, but loses to Talonflame and shields are up. Galarian Stunfisk takes every even shield scenario, so that's why I picked Stunfisk. Also, a Charger Bug matchup as well, which you saw number 3. So having a good answer to the Charger Bug in Galarian Stunfisk, I think is going to be very nice too.
Sure, perfect. Yeah, no. So my question to you now is, like, if we take a step back away from Galarian Stunfisk to the team as a whole, how did you gauge how you were going to build your new team of 6, considering this is a new meta? Did you practice, or do you have some immediate insights? Like, how did you go about it?
First off, I did a ton of practice.
Okay.
Ton of practice, a lot of scrims with my friends, my teammates, and one thing I noticed immediately is Poliwrath is incredibly strong. So I wanted my team to be built around Poliwrath.
Sure.
And then secondly, I wanted to be as strong as possible versus Whiscash. Because Whiscash with the new Scald, being able to debuff 50% of the time is incredibly annoying. If you don't have a Grass type or a Mantine or an Altaria in your team, you're gonna struggle versus it. So I decided to bring 2 really good checks or counters to that Whiscash, and Trevenant and Whiscash, and just build alongside that.
Yeah, no, perfect. So my question to you, and the other thing now, was there one Pokemon that you felt in those team of 6 you couldn't risk bringing at all in this particular matchup? Was there one Pokemon you thought, let's not even try?
Versus Wolfpack?
Yeah.
Let me think. Oh man, I mean, I really want to bring the Poliwrath first off.
Sure.
So I needed to have good Charger Bug answers. Actually, first off, I thought Mantine. I wasn't going to bring Mantine.
Yeah.
Because I want to bring the Poliwrath. I thought it was pretty good in his team against everything but the Charger Bug.
Sure.
And bringing Mantine alongside that is incredibly risky.
Yeah.
So in game number 1 and 2, I did not do that. But since I was kind of struggling with the Umbreon, I decided to bench the Trevenant and go with Mantine instead, even though it seemed risky at first. And it worked out, so.
Yeah, absolutely, it did. Do you feel there always has to be an element of risk as you play against stronger and stronger players, and Wolfpack certainly is quite a strong one. Do you feel you have to take a little bit of risk in these battles?
Oh, definitely. Again, going back to game number 3, I led the Mantine with Poliwrath in the back. Honestly, if he had led Charger Bug, the game would have probably been over. Right. But as he didn't bring it in game number 1 and 2, and I brought the Galarian Stunfisk, overall built pretty strong versus Charger Bug. I wasn't expecting it, and luckily this time I was right.
Yeah, no, it was a very, very good call. I think many of the people watching, just here in the stands, they were like, "Wow, this is so close." I don't think up to the very end we knew who was going to win that. So it was very close. You mentioned some of the trainers that you scrimmed with and you practiced with. Are there any that really stand out to you that you're very grateful for that practice?
Well, there's too many to name, to be honest. But for sure, my team, Legends United, EU Emperors, they put in a lot of hours with me, scrimming. Some of them are even here playing. You know, Paula, a Mind Joke is here playing, Elephant Flush, Scafito, they're all here. Unfortunately, I'm in the group with 2 of them, so I might have to face one in one of my next battles. But I hope everyone honestly does well.
For sure, for sure. Though it's been a pleasure to speak to you. We're going to go back to the commentators for the next batch of battles.
A very tactical approach from the tactical.
I want to say he was naming off all these like really good EU Emperors. I mean, I think he named Paula. She's been doing fantastic in this tournament. You know, a Mind Joke. He was 3rd place in Gdansk, I believe. Scafo, the highest ranked player at Worlds last year.
Oh, they're also good.
I feel like there was like maybe one person on that team that he was No, I don't think he was forgetting anyone. Congratulations again, Though Technical. You did an absolutely incredible job again. He's now going to be in the winners finals of today. Whoever wins that matchup will be able to get the top cut and top 8 for tomorrow. I'm just kidding. This man is absolutely fabulous. I, again, can't think of a better holiday gift than getting to cast alongside my good friend Martijn.
It's mutual, Amanda. It's mutual. It's an absolute pleasure. And we have a lot of good players to shout against the battles for, right?
I mean, you can't ask for a better way to end the EU regional tournaments, I think, for the 2023 season.
Yeah, the 2023 year. Because
yes.
we're gonna have way more in the next year as well, right? This is only, I believe, the 4th European regional
That's right.
tournament.
We're not even like halfway there. We have so many more people who are going to be able to qualify not only by winning, but also from championship points. How many championship points do you have?
I have 130 right now.
That's incredible.
I only have those from Lille from the 3rd place. I haven't played in local tournaments just yet. I will be playing. You will be there as well, I believe.
I'll be there as well.
Yeah, in 3 weeks from now, we'll be playing in local tournaments in Belgium. Will be good fun, and I'm just going to be looking on that Pokemon.com website, to find those local tournaments.
That is a good tip. So if people want to be able to find these, then that's a way to do it, right? To be able to go look on the website. Another good tip I think that we have is tagging Pokemon. And Adelian is going to tell us a little bit more about how to tag your Pokemon for best usage in this PvP arena.
Trainer, my name is Adelian, and I'm here to give you some guidance on tags in Pokemon Go. I'm hoping you will find it useful when organizing your Pokemon in the game. You can use tags to group up Pokemon such as for the different leagues for battling. For example, you can create a tag for Great League to group up Pokemon that perform well in battle when the combat power is restricted to below or equal to 1500. You can do the same for Ultra League by creating an Ultra League tag and then adding Pokemon that often perform well where combat power is restricted to below or equal to 2500. And finally, you can make a tag for Master League where you can group up the very powerful Pokemon that perform well when there is no restrictions to combat power. These are the 3 most common leagues in the Go Battle League, so these tags will be very useful to gauge the Pokemon you have available at a glance for each league. There are other tags that some trainers may find useful to utilize, aside from Great, Ultra, and Master League. On rare occasions, the Go Battle League has a Little Cup available for Pokemon under a combat power of 500. This might be another useful tag to consider grouping certain Pokemon for. It's not just about battling though, as you can have tags for saving Pokemon you want to trade for those coveted XL candies. Why not consider grouping up all your duplicate shiny Pokemon to offer for trading when you bump into your next lucky friend? Or consider having your team of 6 Pokemon for a Play Pokemon tournament ready to go in one tag. The possibilities for tags in Pokemon Go are endless. They can be very useful organizational tools for arranging all your Pokemon and selecting the right Pokemon for the right situation. Try creating some tags that work for you and see how you get on in your Pokemon Go journey.
Should I say thank you, Adelian, to that one?
You did a great job being at 2 places at the same time.
I know, I'm magical. I can teleport wherever I wish. Just like Abra, funnily enough. Folks, welcome back in. We have an excellent pair of matches coming through soon. We have Scafo versus Tomahawk. I'm Adelian, but if you weren't surprised by this already, and I'm with Count Xevious, aka RB. It's, I think, back on the caster set. I think the last time we were together was in Lille, wasn't it?
Yep, it was an amazing set as well. We had a lot of fun there, and I think we're going to have a lot more fun here because we just got an absolute monster of a match. As you said, it's going to be Scafo going up against Tomahawk, 2 amazing battlers, and Scafo was one of the players to watch for us as well, and we can already see their teams on there, and there's a lot of interesting picks on both sides. Do you have anything that stands out?
Yes, absolutely. Look, Tomahawk has a Cresselia, one of my master predictions. And the reason why I'm so excited about this is because the first time I've seen Cresselia come in this tournament, if memory serves. Tomahawk doing quite well to get this far. Against Scafo, though, one of the toughest opponents. He did so well in the World Championships. Most went the furthest as a European competitor. So this is going to be a really, really tough match. I'm trying to think, for the Cresselia, do you think it has good play here? Because the answers are Dragonair quite nicely, but I'm just a bit scared of the Trevenant. What do you think?
I think Cresselia does have good play in most matchups here. The main problem that I think it's going to be facing is the Skarmory and the Trevenant. Of course, you're going to be able to hit back depending on whether your Cresselia is running Future Sight or Moonblast. You're going to do quite a bit of damage back to them as well. But of course, Cresselia does look like it's not in a great place, but in the end, when you look at Tomahawk's team and when you look at Scafo's team, you have to try and understand, does he actually need the Cresselia there? I don't think so, because one Pokemon is a Dragonair, but they're already locked, and we can all see a Lickitung mirror. Both these players are rocking a Best Buddy Lickitung.
Yes, they're playing conservatively here, opting for a relatively safe selection with Lickitung, noticing that both trainers do not have particularly hard counters to Lickitung here, so this is where it's safe. This is where the bulk of one Lickitung versus the other may have an advantage. Tomahawk launching the first body slam here to try and chip away at Scafo's Lickitung, and then they're returning fire in due course. Scafo choosing to farm up a little bit more, but not before Tomahawk gets 2 body slams off. Wow.
Yep, and Tomahawk going in the front foot already by throwing these body slams and making Scafo make the decision whether to save the energy and go or not. But here comes Scafo's Lickitung as well. Lickitung going for the body slam, and this matchup is going to come down a lot to who wins the charge attack priority here, because as we can see in the backline, this could be very, very critical in how this match ends up with. So Scafo may be recognizing this, and Tomahawk also recognizing, and both of them staying in this matchup without making any changes whatsoever. Let's see if they try to go for the charge attack events, but no, they don't.
No, they're finally calculating, and this is where body slammers are just going to be used. This is the more efficient move to use, with it being a same type attack bonus, but Tomahawk able to get another body slam off, chipping away at this Lickitung here. Now we're going to get both these Pokemon into the red. It does look like to me maybe the Lickitung on Scafo's side is slightly higher in health. Oh no, there's not really much in it, and this is the charge attack priority event we were talking about.
Yeah, charge attack priority, unfortunately for Scafo, goes to Tomahawk, but let's see which Pokemon he brings it in, because he knows for the Trevenant this is one of the worst case scenario, and once that Lickitung is out of the way, Trevenant can have a free reign into the matchup. In comes his Dragonair. Dragonair does get a little bit of energy advantage, but it's lost quite a bit of HP because of that Licks adding up.
Yes, and so now the dilemma, Tomahawk, if he brings the Poliwrath in, that will be able to launch the Icy Wind, but Dragon Breath so oppressive, decides to go for the Altaria. This is a Dragon Breath of both these Pokemon are really, really doing high damage against each other, but it's going to be problematic because Dragonair can launch a Body Slam off first, a shield coming on Tomahawk's side in order to preserve that health, and an instant swap into the Trevenant, which is responded to with the Poliwrath. So now it is a race, Seed Bomb versus Icy Wind, and Trevenant is able to get that Seed Bomb off first.
Seed Bomb is going to be super effective, and Tomahawk is already a shield down, and he goes for that shield again, knowing that if he applies this Icy Wind, he can potentially try to tank the next Seed Bomb that comes in from the Trevenant. Scafo understands this is going to be super effective, shields up his Trevenant, and that's exactly what Scafo wants to do.
Yes, I think this is, both trainers are operating right at the optimum in terms of tactics, but Poliwrath were not able to get the move off, so the attack off first. Another Seed Bomb coming in at this range, even with the debuff. I reckon this KOs.
Yep, it does KO. Scafo understanding the energy quite well, goes for the charge attack priority, keeping track of his opponent's energy and making sure this Trevenant can do a lot more than what with the energy that's gained from it. Here comes the Altaria Sky Attack being shielded. Trevenant is one away from a Shadow Ball. He farms a little bit more. Amazing gameplay there, switching into the Dragonite to clear the debuff and going for that full Shadow Ball. Trevenant wins the charge attack priority here, and that's exactly what happens.
Wow, that is impressive, leaving nothing to chance there. A lot of trainers would have just thrown their charge attack there and then swapped out, but Scafo having the wisdom to go, you know what, I want to soften up this Altaria a bit more, put my Dragonair in, and as long as I'm able to launch my charge attack when Trevenant comes back in, that will be more than enough to knock out the Altaria. Really, really well calculated. I am very, very impressed.
Yep, Scafo on full control through the whole game. He made sure that Tomahawk had no chance to come back into the game. It was a mirror lead, but then again, the backlines kind of lined up in a way that Scafo took full advantage of it. Unfortunately, for Tomahawk, of course, there could have been a small play if the Altaria was matched up against the Trevenant, but it doesn't usually always work out what you want. But he knows now that a critical thing is that his Lickitung wins charge attack priority over Scafo's, and Scafo also has that information. Let's see how these two players kind of adapt. Looking at what Scafo ran, I think it makes quite a bit of sense to try and pivot into Charger Bug, because he didn't really bring a big Charger Bug answer. Of course, Dragonair has a decent matchup, but then again, you do have to deal with those X-scissors.
Yes, that makes a lot. That I can see with X's, so that will probably do about maybe 40% to a Shadow Dragonair, maybe a little bit more. But with the Volt Switches chipping away, even though dragons resist electric, because Shadow Dragonair is quite defensively a little bit questionable, that will still be enough to cause a few problems once two X-scissors are landed. And Charger Bug does have the bulk to withstand at least a little bit of the Dragon Breaths and perhaps the Body Slams on top of it as well. So the question now is, what do you lead with here? Do you change your tactics? Do you go for that Lickitung mirror? Maybe Scafo, aware that you will lose charge attack priority, as you say, bring in something that is even more able to take advantage of the farm if you were to lose that mirror matchup. So I'm curious, maybe that Skarmory can be quite useful with a bit of farm with Steel Wing, or do you think there's another Pokemon that you would farm with instead?
I think for Scafo, Defense Deoxys does look really good. Based on what Tomahawk played in the last game, Defense Deoxys has quite a bit of play. It can also Psycho Boost against the Altaria and then dip out. That already puts the Altaria in quite a bit of predicament. As we saw earlier as well, that Lickitung is quite safe into Tomahawk's lineup, and it could be used as a very good pivot. It's something that we discussed before in stream as well.
Yes.
The Defense Deoxys and Lickitung pair very well in the sense you throw the Psycho Boost and then go into the Lickitung. Considering that there's no Medicham, it's an amazing pivot Pokemon.
Yes.
Just because, all right, you don't have an answer to the Lickitung, so I'm just going to use it.
Yeah, absolutely. It amazes me just how little Medicham we see in a lot of these battles now. The meta shake-up from new season has really brought a few changes. It brought in Poliwrath. We saw Though Tactical mentioning how useful Poliwrath was. He thinks it's quite a dominant Pokemon. He selected it accordingly. It seems Tomahawk had the same idea, opting for the non-shadow in this case, but it does give a bit of additional bulk, which I think is useful against perhaps the Dragonair on Scafo's side. So it looks like both trainers are getting prepared as we go into battle number 2. Tomahawk needs to win this in order to stay in the winner's bracket. For Scafo, he is one win away from going that step further as Skarmory faces off against Lickitung.
This is a very, very nice lead for Scafo. He can potentially try to play this two ways. He can try to make sure that he throws the Berry Bird and then dips out into his own Lickitung, as we discussed before, or he can try to do some Sky attacks here. All the attacks from this Lickitung will be resisted by the Skarmory, and that's one of the best things about this Pokemon. It has so many resistances. Here comes that first charge attack from Scafo. It goes unshielded. Will there be an immediate swap in here?
Oh, and he gets to... Oh, no, there's a charge attack priority event, and Skarmory is able to just get that off. That was amazing how quick that was.
Oh, Scafo caught Tomahawk napping. Unfortunately, Tomahawk waited for one extra second to throw his charge move, and it was so costly for him getting that shield off. Now Scafo looks like to be in a very, very good position.
Yes, and unfortunately, while Tomahawk would have liked to have farmed down the Skarmory, the Lickitung is so low on health, he has to throw that additional body slam, and so he takes alignment, but he is a shield down, and Dragonair is able to, but not before body slam is launched again on the Dragonair, so now we're in an even shield situation.
This could be a costly mistake for Scafo, but of course, energy on Dragonair is always going to be amazing. Oh, this is interesting. Coming in with the Poliwrath. Poliwrath's counters are adding up so much damage to the Dragonair. It is, of course, a Shadow Poliwrath, so it's going to do so much more damages with the counter. Going for the body slam here, trying to chip the Poliwrath, but Tomahawk knows his Poliwrath is a Pokemon that he needs to rely on a lot more. Another interesting fact is that it's a power-up punch Poliwrath.
Yes, it is, but unfortunately, Dragonair is able to get that body slam off, and that is really significant. All that energy on Poliwrath had suddenly gone to waste, and now is just stuck with the Lickitung against the Altaria, and the problem is there is a shield on Scafo's side, but Tomahawk has no shields. He has nothing to protect that Altaria, despite the huge amount of damage it can put out.
Yeah, absolutely nothing to hide behind, but this Lickitung is going to do so much work. With that Lick slowly adding up, Tomahawk going for that one play that he can have. He's going to try and fish for this Moonblast debuff. If he gets this, there is a way he can crawl back into this game. Let's see what happens. Scafo shielding it, amazing shield, and no debuff. He knows, that's why he was having his fingers crossed as well. Body slam comes in, and this will definitely put that Altaria into the red, and this much closer for taking Scafo into the semifinals.
Yes, absolutely. It is getting close to the wire here. We are just a few licks away. It is a race. Altaria rushing to get to that Moonblast, but I don't know if he'll make it. Doesn't make it. Body slam is able to come through first, and that is it for the Altaria. Scafo is just charging all as maximum amount of damage he can, and down goes that Altaria, and Scafo makes it 2-0. Unfortunately, Tomahawk moves to the loser's bracket, but Scafo ensuring his dominance, demonstrating why he went so far in the World Championships as European. Brilliant plays there. I think it was unfortunate for Tomahawk, maybe over-farming a little bit there, and Scafo took advantage. Unfortunately, if someone presents you such an advantage, you can't help but take it if you're Scafo.
You are correct. I think in a way, Scafo took absolute advantage of every small mistakes that Tomahawk did. I think one of the biggest things that were there was, number one, Scafo did try to make a mistake. He did not really keep gauge of the energy that was on Lickitung. He was forced to shield his Dragonair, but then again, it was the other way around, where Tomahawk did not keep track of the energy on the Dragonair, and that made him lose his whole Poliwrath. Imagine if he had thrown that power-up punch there, whatever comes in after, he could have Icy Winded, and that could have added up to the win. Like, imagine, there was only Lickitung left, right? So if the Lickitung was left, and if that was being debuffed by that Icy Wind, the game would have been done, because the Altaria would be just happy to clean up. It was a very pivotal moment in the game.
Yes.
It was a small error, but in such high-stakes games, whoever makes the least amount of mistakes go through.
Yes, and I don't think you can say that there's ever a game where there isn't at least even one small, tiny mistake or some kind of improvement that could be made. But it is, as you say, Alvi, so close. It is 0.5 seconds worth of reaction time. Sometimes that makes all the difference. Both of these trainers are very experienced. Both of them have competed at high levels. They've reached top cup many times. They do know what they're doing. It's just those small things that make all the big difference here, and that was demonstrated no better by Scafo, taking advantage of that sort of miscount by Tomahawk's side. So, how far do you reckon Scafo is going to go now? Because he's got a reputation after all.
I think most of the battlers we've seen in the last few games were amazing battlers. They have had quite a bit of credentials, and Scafo is none different. So isn't Tomahawk. I think Tomahawk has a high potential of trying to sweep the losers bracket and then come all the way to the top again. So in a way, I think there's a lot to go, and there's still quite a bit more games to play as well.
Sure.
And Scafo, I think, has a chance where he can potentially go to day number 2 and also take it all. He is, after all, one of our players to watch, right? We decided that he has the potential, and that's why he's on there.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many other trainers. You come to a point at these regionals where they draw such a great crowd of people that sometimes it's hard to even limit yourself to like 3 players. Like we named Emmy Weedle, who of course is the defending champion, so it's a bit of a no-brainer. You got to mention him. We mentioned Stone Collection, a local here from Germany, got a great reputation. He's done so well. I've battled him a few times in the past. I won't deny it. I've not done very well.
So I know he's very, very good and a lovely person to boot. And then of course we mentioned Scafo as well. But I think we could easily double or triple the number of players that we think has a really good chance of winning this. That is the level of ability, and not to mention, you never know, you might get someone that just comes out of the blue, surprises all of us, and ensures their dominance just suddenly, and you're like, who is this person? I also love those stories as well when a new surprise comes out.
Yep, and we did see quite a bit of new players making an appearance. We saw, I think, in the top 8 there were like 2 new players as well, and of course here we so far we haven't seen him, but maybe in the top 8 tomorrow we'll see a lot more players coming in from the losers bracket as well. So it's going to be super interesting, and I think the only way you can get better in these formats is come here, join the tournaments, and just test your mettle. GBL is a different monster, so is Show 6 Pick 3, and me personally, I prefer the Show 6 Pick 3.
Yes, yes, I think I do too. Much as I enjoy the Go Battle League, and it's good to have practiced those mechanical skills of how well can you catch, timings. You can also, there are some great resources. The community itself is a resource. There are some fantastic content creators, for example, that will make graphics showcasing like how many counts are needed for a particular charged attack. Those things, if you can commit that to memory, or if you can have that to hand, like when you're doing your Go Battle League, you have that printed out in front of you. That's perfectly okay. You can use that and build that into a habit. I'm sure there's certain Pokemon that if I told you, could you tell me like what the count is for, say, Medicham with Ice Punch? I'm sure you'd be able to know that straight away by now.
Yeah, but I mean, Medicham, of course, it's easy. It's 6. But
there you are.
But the thing is, another important thing that you can try and learn coming to these events, or try and achieve coming to these events, are low IV trades or lucky trades as well. We saw in the last regionals where in Lille, yeah, where we got that 100% Pokemon in the end. So these are things that you can get. And another thing is that we saw Guzzlord doing a lot of work as well for Dinoski. These are Pokemon that you cannot obtain below the 1500 CP ceiling for the Great League, and the only way you obtain it is through low friendship trades. And where's the best place to find players looking for PvP Pokemon and willing to do low IV trades? Here.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Another Pokemon that is good to keep an eye out on, in addition to Guzzlord, great suggestion, is Tapu Fini. That's a really good one. Very useful. It's similar to Azumarill, and I think Azumarill is generally a bit more popular and a bit more available. But if you want to focus more on the water type damage coming from a water fairy Pokemon, then maybe Tapu Fini might be an option as opposed to Azumarill. You'll have to weigh that up as you build your team of 6, and therein lies the art. Some of the homework done before, picking your team of 6, speaking to your friends, battling with them. We saw in the interview with Tactical, he said he practiced a lot with some of his teammates. This is the way to do it. And so we now move to our next battle. This is a winners final in one of the groups. So 2 fantastic trainers here. What would you highlight about these 2 trainers?
Well, to be honest, both are amazing trainers. We have Colin 6, who is the Lille regional champion from the last season, and we have Tonto, mostly regarded as one of the best French battlers there is. Colin did take that title away from him in Lille, not letting him keep it at home. So here you have Tonto trying to pick one over Colin as well, and these 2 teams are absolutely totally different from polar opposites in a way. You see that Whimsicott against Colin 6 does not have any answer there. Whimsicott is free. It can hit everything for a lot of damage. The only potential check is Altaria, but of course Whimsicott does have access to that Moonblast as well. So it's going to be very, very difficult for Colin to kind of maneuver around this. You also have Pokemon like Stunfisk on both sides, which are going to do a lot of work. Another thing that I would like to say is like setting up a Whimsicott to get a shield and then sweeping with the Shadow Dragonite, as you have seen Tonto do earlier as well.
Yes, that's right.
It will be an amazing thing. And Colin's job right now is try and find a way to break through that Whimsicott.
Yes, absolutely. And Tonto has made a little bit of a name for himself by saying, you know what, I'm going to spotlight a new Pokemon at most of my regionals. He did Seeking and Clefable in Lille, I believe. No, sorry, not Lille, in Gdansk, my apologies. And now he's like, right, let me see if I can make Whimsicott the star of the show. I am very excited to see if that happens. Whimsicott, great Pokemon, and yes, as you say, RV, very, very flexible into a lot of Colin Six's team. But let's not talk Colin Six out of it. He is a brilliant battler. He knows how to win regionals. He's got that reputation, that clout behind him, and he certainly has some Pokemon that can go toe-to-toe with Whimsicott. I think Cresselia has a reasonably good balanced matchup against Whimsicott. They'll both take each other out to a reasonable extent. If Altaria does get an energy lead, and it's in a no-shielded scenario, maybe that Sky Attack will cause a huge problems for Whimsicott, because it's not the most bulky of Pokemon. And of course, you do have to be mindful of the Icy Wind coming off that Shadow Poliwrath. That will deal super effective damage, not only to the Whimsicott, but the Shadow Dragonite as well.
Yep, Shadow Dragonite, as you said, is going to be a pick that we probably have to look out for. Cresselia is pretty balanced from Colin Six's side as well, and the only thing is that it could potentially lead to a scenario where both players might have to predict their lineups and try to win win the game. It looks like Tonto has the upper hand, but of course it depends on energy management quite a bit as well, and we've seen how good Tonto does this.
Yes, there is. I don't think there's any better. He knows. He's like a mind reader. It's surreal sometimes how good these trainers are at keeping track of their opponents, and this is all kept in your mind and kept in your memory. You can see Nicholas putting the thumbs up, saying that both the trainers seem to be getting close to being ready. I love the plushies, by the way, but we can hear as well the battles coming through as we see Cresselia coming up against Shadow Dragonite. So this is going to be interesting, because if it's running Moonblast, that might be problematic for the Shadow Dragonite.
It is not running Moonblast, unfortunately, so Shadow Dragonite does have a decent play here, and it is not close team sheet, so both these trainers know exactly what the other person is running. Colin making sure that there is no catch attempted here, throwing at a very random time, and Tonton is forced to shield his Dragonite here. But again, look at the amount of damage that Dragon Breath's done already to the Cresselia. So many, it's already in the yellow.
Yeah, this is the strength of a Shadow boosted Dragon Breath, one of the strongest fast attacks in the game, coming off a very high attack Pokemon as well. Swapping into the Lickitung to avoid having to do that, but Dragonite does not throw, and now they can start playing bait games where he chooses to go for the Dragon Claw instead of a Superpower. What will happen?
This was a huge call, and unfortunately for Colin, he makes the wrong call. Will the Dragonite be able to get to another Superpower? No, he saves the move and goes to the Stunfisk. Stunfisk does have a much better matchup here against his Lickitung, but of course these Power Whips are going to be neutral, and it's also a shiny Stunfisk. I love how it looks.
Yes, it's always nice to see a shiny come out to play as well. So now Tonton's able to just charge up a bit more energy. No, deciding to go for the Earthquake straight away. To be fair, this makes sense because this won't KO the Lickitung, but it'll soften it up enough that then there is scope to farm up more, maybe throw a Rock Slide, do a lot of different things here depending on how much health Tonton is willing to lose on his Galarian Stunfisk in exchange for more energy. Another Power Whip coming in now.
Yeah, Power Whip comes in and is charged to the full, and unfortunately Stunfisk is such a bulky Pokemon, it can tank this with ease. It goes for the Rock Slide. Rock Slide, of course, is going to be enough to knock out this Lickitung. Let's see if Colin wants to do anything here. He lets the Lickitung go, and potentially he's going to try to put everything on his Stunfisk at the back. Of course, this Stunfisk does have an energy lead and is not in Mudshot range, so it's going to be super interesting on how he decides to play this out. He gets to the Earthquake. Oh, and what a catch there!
That was amazing! That was such a brilliant catch. Earthquake onto a low health Cresselia. Colin's making the right call there. The Cresselia goes down, and now you can see him trying to swap into the Dragonite, but this Galarian Stunfisk has a Rock Slide ready, and now the Superpower, is this going to be shielded? This is a big decision.
He has to shield this because this is his last Pokemon. He needs to make sure that there is some end game play for this Stunfisk, and that's exactly what he does. Will Tonton get to another move? No, he does not, and he does not shield this Dragonite. Dragonite's done it parts. It's taken the last shield, and it's all going to be up to that Cresselia to slowly whittle down this Galarian Stunfisk of Colin. But of course, we should also make note that there's a little bit of Stunfisk left, and it has an Earthquake loaded.
Yes, and I think that will be the key thing. If he's able to get that off, that is going to be the key decider, but not before a Rock Slide is launched by Colin to try and soften up this Cresselia a little bit more. So Cresselia is able to go for the Grass Knots here, which is the lower energy move, and it is not a same type attack bonus, but it does neutral damage, and you can get out of quite a few more of them. So this makes tactical sense, and this Galarian Stunfisk opting to keep maximum energy on his Galarian Stunfisk, just so if there is a swap, Colin can quickly react and launch the Earthquake. So this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, shielding that that potential bait from that Stunfisk, and here comes the Earthquake. Earthquake is a move that you want to throw against the Cresselia because you do have the same type attack bonus on it. Earthquake comes in, it's not going to be enough to put this Cresselia in a range where it's going to be threatened by the Stunfisk, and 2 Grass Knots are already loaded. Here comes the first one. First one is definitely going to put the Stunfisk deep into the red. He's charging, great, excellent. Grass Knot lands, so just a few more HP left. One more Grass Knot, and this is it. This will take out this Stunfisk.
Yes, that's the end of this first battle. So Colin's going to have to readjust and think, how do I go about this? I also noticed, I don't think there was a Whimsicott even brought on Tonton Batus's side.
It was a great call from Tonton Batus in the sense that he knew that Colin would want to prepare for the Whimsicott. Right. So Colin went for 3 Pokemon that were neutral against the Whimsicott. He went for Cresselia, he went for Lickitung, and he went for the Galarian Stunfisk. And identifying that this is potentially what Colin 6 wants to do, Tonton made the right move of saying, all right, I'm not going to bring it game number 1, but I might bring it game number 2, potentially putting Colin now on the back foot. This is one of the things that I was explaining earlier in the tournament as well. Like, if you have a team comp advantage, you should always try to make your opponent dance to your tune.
Yes.
If you let the opponent, give the opponent any line to come back and tell you to dance to theirs, you will lose. And this is something that Tonton has done absolutely brilliantly.
Yes, he has done this quite a few times. You are starting to see a pattern, a style in how different trainers battle, and that being aware of people's style will allow you to adapt, will allow you to almost mind manipulate them in a way into getting them to do what you want them to do. So here, if you're Colin, how would you adapt?
It's a bit difficult if you're Colin right now. I think he potentially will want to bring in the Poliwrath because he just saw the Cresselia at the lead, and he saw the Cresselia, but it was not at the lead, right?
Yes.
And he can also try and lead that Galarian Stunfisk this game around because it does have plenty good matchups against what Tonton Batus did.
Yes.
But as Tonton, if you might want to kind of in this game want to lead the Whimsicott, because of course you didn't show it game number 1. Your opponent might be like, maybe why is he not bringing the Whimsicott? So that could be a mind game as well that you can play. But if I was Tonton, I think Whimsicott would be a safe lead for me, and so probably would be the Galarian Stunfisk, because Colin really is afraid of that Whimsicott. So let's see what he does here.
We have Stunfisk going in against Shadow Dragonite. So unfortunately, unfortunately for Tonton, Colin's brought the one counter that he's not going to appreciate. As he goes straight, tries to get a catch, and that is not successful. Cresselia coming in, responding to with the Charger Bug, which is going to be a good matchup here because those bug-type X's are going to be very problematic for Cresselia. Cresselia launching the future sight here, but Charger Bug, very bulky Pokemon, probably is able to take this without too much trouble.
Yeah, but it's still going all the way down to about 40% HP because of it. Here comes the first X-Scissor. X-Scissor is going to do about like 35-40% damage to this Cresselia, putting it deep into the yellow as well. Let's see if what Tonton does. Tonton is kind of in a semi-driver's seat as well because this move does not knock out. He can potentially try to win swap here, but he knows his energy on his Dragonite is going to be pivotal. He's going to let this Cresselia go and try to farm down this Charger Bug fully so that he can try to get to that back-to-back superpower.
Wow, I'll be very impressed if he's able to pull that off. So let's see what he does. This is a huge amount of damage from those Dragon Breaths. Just able to get a move off with the discharge. That is going to be significant. That forces the shield from Tonton Batus, and that might cost him in the long run. So let's see what happens. Does get the farm down, though, and now it's a question of what do you bring back in? If you're Colin, if you bring that Galarian Stunfisk in, the superpower is a threat. If you bring the Cresselia in, those Dragon Breaths and those Dragon Claws can be problematic and build damage over time. Tries to do it was a peekaboo catch, and I think he might have just about pulled it off. What do you reckon?
He went for the peekaboo catch, but unfortunately for him, Tonton was baiting, and the Dragon Claw comes in. This is really good for Tonton here. He can farm a bunch of energy and go into his Stunfisk, and that's exactly what he's doing. He swaps just before that future sight, and this looks, again, in a way, flipping towards Tonton Batus. That catch might prove really costly here, but of course, Cresselia does have that shield advantage.
Yes, and the Grass Knots are still going to be doing neutral damage to Galarian Stunfisk, and while the Earthquakes are going to be a same type attack bonus, they don't come quite as quickly as the Grass Knots, and Cresselia does have a bit of an energy lead here. So let's see how much damage that this Cresselia can do before Galarian Stunfisk has to throw the Earthquake. So launches being here, no shield shield immediately from Colin's 6th side, so maybe he's trusting. And this is an undercharge by Tonto, but he's trying to get some more mud shots in.
Yep, that is perfect gameplay there. But now the switch clock will be up for Colin. He can potentially come back in with his Stunfisk and mud shot this all the way down. Let's see what he does. Will he? Yeah, he immediately swaps into his Stunfisk, and now this is going to be a mud shot down. But oh no, he gets to the Earthquake. This is going to be a huge call. But he has those 2 shields. He knows that that Dragonite does not have enough in his tanker to get to 2 superpowers. Let's see how this turns out. Shields up. Dragonite comes in. Colin knows he has to make a call. Oh my goodness, that is not the right move on to shield.
No, unfortunately not. So this is now, it's a race to see, can he get 2 rock slides off in the nick of time? So the first rock slide coming in, of course this goes shielded. The question is the second rock slide, when is that going to be launched? Has he got that already in order to launch it? He does, and is just able to get that rock slide off onto the Shadow Dragonite before he can get that superpower. This is decisive. This is going to eliminate the big threat to the team, and then all you have is that Galarian Stunfisk on very little health, able to mud shot down. Colin 6 comes back out fighting.
Yep. It's a 1-1, and both these trainers are 1 game away from day number 2 as well. It was an amazing read by Colin. As I said, for him, it made a lot of sense to lead the Galarian Stunfisk. That's also one of the reasons why I was suggesting Tonto should probably go with a Whimsicott. Now it's kind of a dangerous situation. You see that Tonto is like, Colin's like, oh yeah, he didn't bring my Whimsicott game number 1 and game number 2. So potentially there is something that he can do, Tonto can do is like, he still doesn't bring it game number 3. But as such a dominant Pokemon and you don't try to make the best use of it, I'm not sure if this is a great idea.
Well, it's one of those things as well. I think there's a concept that players talk about called bench pressure, and I think this example you're highlighting with Whimsicott RV is very much that, where it is not the fact that it's in the that Whimsicott is in the battle. It is the fact that Whimsicott is there on the bench in the first place. The existence of it in the team of 6 makes you a bit more fearful to bring in the water types. Oh well, the water types or the fighting types or anything that Whimsicott is weak to. Presence counts for something.
Yep, we see here the reason why he brings these spicy picks is because he's such an amazing trainer. He's been in Liverpool, he's done well in Liverpool, he's top 16 in Stuttgart. He's also the reigning, he was the previous UIC champion as well. And Colin, he is ready to match this, right? Look at these achievements. Lille Regional Champion, Utrecht Special Event Top 16, World's Competitor, and this season Lille Regional Top 8 as well. So these 2 competitors are almost evenly matched. But it's all up to this game, right? These credentials don't matter. What matters is what you're going to put in this decisive game number 3. Let's see if Tonto brings his Whimsicott, and we'll see how Colin reacts.
Yes, I'm excited to see how these 2 trainers try to outwit each other. It seems like they are tapping away and selecting their Pokemon now. It is decision time. This is the key moment. One of these trainers will be able to push their way through the winners final, make it to day 2, and that means another accolade here. We've noticed Colin went in as defending Lille champion from 2 seasons ago, was able to reach top 8. Lille seems to be a very popular spot for him. Can he make Stuttgart another new place where he can make an impact? They're not giving each other the nod. I always talk about the civility between these 2 trainers, but the civility ends with words. The battle is here for game number 3 as Galarian Stunfisk faces off against Lickitung.
Yeah, this is not a bad lead for Tonto Batters here. Going for that Galarian Stunfisk could be really, really important, but unfortunately it's not. It's met with that Lickitung. Lickitung, of course, does not have the greatest matchup against the Stunfisk, but it can stay in here pretty comfortably. Here comes the first Earthquake. Earthquake will do a lot of damage. It does have that same type attack bonus, and here comes Earthquake.
Yes, I think this is the sensible play to go for the Earthquake here. It's less likely that Colin will shield this unless he's desperate to keep the health up on his Lickitung. Lickitung responding with a Power Whip here, which is going to do neutral damage, but it is coming off Lickitung's relatively low ability to cause damage here. So now it's another race, and this is another Earthquake here. Will Colin no shield? He does indeed, and this is going to bring Lickitung really close to the red.
Yep, it will be deep into the red indeed, but this Lickitung is still hanging on. Goes for this Power Whip. Power Whip, of course, is not enough to take out this Galarian Stunfisk. Let's see how Tonto plays it out. He goes for the no shield. Power Whip comes in, puts it deep into the red as well. Let's see how these 2 trainers try and adapt here. Galarian Stunfisk goes for the Rock Slide, but is not enough. Unfortunately, it gets licked down by the Lickitung, but here comes his Dragonite. Dragonite now does have a little bit of energy lead. Let's see how he played out.
Yeah, this is interesting because unfortunately Colin 6 doesn't know what's in the back, because maybe he would have wanted to have kept his Galarian Stunfisk in against Cresselia, but it comes out anyway, and now Galarian Stunfisk can go, you know what, I can try and get some energy, bring in my own Cresselia here, and now we are seeing another mirror match here. Both of these trainers are going to go for Grass Knots because the Future Sights are resisted. I bet one of them wished they had Moonblast now, didn't they?
I think Grass Knot is still a good move to have in this matchup, but
sure.
of course, Moonblast does a little bit more damage. You're right in that sense. Here comes a Grass Knot from Colin 6X. Of course, this is going to take quite a bit of time to finish this matchup. Here is the Cresselias going at each other.
Yes, so Psycho Cut's being launched left, right, and center. Another Grass Knot coming in. Now, Cresselia is another Pokemon where sometimes you have to get, you have to sometimes trade for a decent one that's below 1,500. And so there was a charge attack priority event, and useful information. Tonton now knows that he wins a charge attack priority against Colin 6's Cresselia. So this might mean that he's now a bit more confident to tie up and go into more of these charge attack priorities if necessary. So Colin responding now with a Grass Knot of his nose, and we're getting very close now and so it's an instant swap and an instant counter swap, and the Rock Slide is coming through, and so a shield comes out from Tonton Batuse's side.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shield there. He knows that this Rock Slide will do a lot of damage to the Dragonite, and his winning in this matchup is going to be pivotal on this Dragonite, being able to get those two shields from that Stunfisk of Colin. In comes the second Rock Slide. It's being shielded. Let's see what Tonton does.
Yes, it's a race here because I don't think he'll reach 2 superpowers, so he's going to have to just throw as many of these as possible. The first shield is successfully baited, so that's good for Tonton Batuse. Colin 6 wishing he hadn't shielded that, but now they are able to get to another Rock Slide first, and Tonton's not able. No more shields, cannot get that superpower off. Colin's smiling away. He thinks this might really help, and down goes that Shadow Dragonite, and now we're stuck with the Cresselia, and Galarian Stunfisk typically has a strong matchup against Cresselia here. So this is getting close. Earthquake coming in here, and this might be enough to KO at this range. What do you reckon?
It's probably not enough to KO that Cresselia, but of course it's a few much shots away. Oh, it is enough! That was barely enough to take out the Cresselia, and that is amazing. Colin is going to be our first contender for day 2. What an amazing game. Tonton a champion, and so is Colin. Colin is now this much closer to winning the Stuttgart Regional Championship.
Yes, he wants to make that impact. That was so close there. Very impressive. I think it was decisive when Colin was able to outpace, get that Rock Slide off just surely a turn or two away before Dragonite was able to get another superpower off. That was a decisive play that allowed him to win. As you can see, he's very pleased about it, about himself. I think going up against Tonton, you're always a little bit intimidated because the man has so many beautiful accolades. Yep. But still, pulling that off, I'm sure he'll be very pleased with himself today.
It was an amazing game, especially in such a high-stake matchup. Going one game down and then bringing it back is such a huge achievement. He knew what Tonton wanted to do, and he just absolutely read Tonton. Those leads of the Stunfisk into the Dragonite, of the Lickitung into the Stunfisk, and playing it out to perfection. Unfortunately for Tonton in game number 3, the last Rock Slide wasn't able to go off, and that kind of ensured that Colin was absolutely in control of that game.
Yes, absolutely. But it just goes to show, for those of you watching, these are two fantastic trainers, and the decisive moment was determined by barely a second, maybe even half a second. And this is what it comes down to. No matter what level of skill you feel you are playing at, you can always get better, but recognize that you're only this much away, just this much.
Very good gameplay there. Understanding this is also where, let's say, how you train your Pokemon comes into hand. You're going to train your Pokemon with a little bit more HP, a little bit more defense, or a little bit more attack. That Lickitung, I think, did a lot more damage to that Stunfisk. Usually in that Stunfisk matchup, you potentially will always get to that Rock Slide to take out the Lickitung towards the end game, but unfortunately that did not happen for Tonton Batuse, of probably using a Stunfisk to try and win charge attack priority against other Stunfisk, so maybe he trained it with a little bit more attack.
Yes, and sometimes these sorts of things where you want to favor certain Pokemon that are a bit more of an asset in certain ways, they're maybe a bit more bulky, and that can be significant as well. This is what comes down to really sort of micromanaging the type of Pokemon you want. I've got a question for you. Do you sometimes keep more than one species of a Pokemon based on where their natural strengths lie?
Yes, of course. I always try to train Pokemon with different distributions. In a way, I have some Pokemon that have higher attack. For example, I was really looking for a Stunfisk that had a high attack so that it could still beat the Registeel in the Zero Shield scenario, even if the Registeel had energy advantage. If you have like a really high stat product, Stunfisk, in the sense Stunfisk having, if you train the Stunfisk having very low attack, high defense, and high HP, in the Zero Shield scenario, if you swap into a Registeel, potentially you lose that matchup because the Registeel will outpace you for the second Focus Blast, and that's enough to take you out. But other way around, if you train with a little bit more attack, then you can flip that matchup. So it's always interesting to keep different stat product Pokemon.
Right. Okay. So you heard it here, folks. I heard it here first. Make sure when you're catching Pokemon, have a look at what you get. You might find that there's a couple of different types of Pokemon that are useful. We had the Quagsire Community Day relatively recently last month. I think I've got about 6 or 7 Quagsire ready to go, and I'm like, oh, which one do I pick? Do I want one with Aquatail? Do I want one with Stone Edge and Earthquake? And of course, don't forget Martine's favourite with Clodsire as well. Again, have to be mindful of whether you want to have that special Community Day move or not. But nonetheless, let's hear from Colin 6, who did win. We believe he's now ready in the interview area. So we're going to go over to Martine, I believe.
Yes, we are here with the winner of the tremendous battle we just had, Colin. Colin, I have so many questions to ask you, but first, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. There were an intense set of battles, but I'm glad I managed to pull out the win there.
I saw your team was quite similar to that of Tomahawk. Did you guys practice together?
Yeah, that's not an accident. I kind of stole it from him. He beat me with it in practice, and I was like, that looks really good. Made a small adjustment in bringing G-Fisk. It's working out well so far.
So, a question. Tonton Batouche, you know him, he brings very unusual Pokemon. He had the Whimsicott and the Dragonite. How were you going to deal with those Pokemon?
I was bit scared for the Whimsicott because it gets quite a good matchup against a lot of Pokemon on my team. Didn't get to face it, but at D-Night was still a problem. Luckily I managed to get G-Fisk on it twice, which won me these battles.
Why do you think he did not bring it?
Maybe a bit afraid that I would overcompensate for it, that I wouldn't have any targets. Might be the case. I'm not sure.
Another interesting pick that you have that I noticed is the Cresselia. Usually Cresselia has Moonblast on it, but I saw you have Future Sight. Why is that? Is that just stolen from Tomahawk, or was it your own idea?
No, he did give me that idea, but it beats Lickitung, or it can beat Lickitung with Future Sight, because 2 nearly take it out, so you can farm down after, which is a big benefit, so that's the reason.
All right. Now about the championship points. This is the first season we have championship points, and I believe you already got some from Liu, right?
Correct, and from Gdansk as well.
And from Gdansk.
Yeah.
How many championship points do you have now?
I was at 160, so now at 260, I believe. So getting close, getting close.
Very nice. Are you going to qualify for Worlds this year?
I sure hope so. It's the plan.
So we're going to see you there.
Exactly.
Is there anyone who you would like to give a shout out to?
Well, of course, Tomahawk, right? He kind of built my team. And as well to my parents. They drove down here with me, so that's the reason I could make it here.
Question. Is it awkward between you and Tomahawk if you win the tournament and he does not with his team?
It might, but we have a good bromance going on, I think, so it will be fine.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much, Colin, for your time, and good luck in... Oh, that was the winners final, right? You qualified for day 2.
Yeah.
Sorry, congratulations on qualifying
for
day 2. All right, thank you so much. We are heading back to Adele and Abi.
Thank you so much, Martin, for that great interview. Of course, he was a bit lost there, but he found his feet again. Of course, thanks, Colin, and he was an amazing battler, and I'm super looking forward to what he can bring in day number 2. That said, one big matchup goes, another comes in. We have Paula going up against Statistan, 2 absolute heavyweights of the game.
Oh yes, absolutely. These trainers have already, both of them have top cutted many times. Paula, of course, winning in Turin in the previous Pokemon Go Championship Series season. So that was in June, if memory serves, June 2023, when Paula won. Statistan has top cut many times. I don't think he has won a regional yet.
No, I don't think he's won a regional, but I think he's done a lot of top cuts. I think 5, second only probably to Inadequans maybe. Another thing that I would like to point out is in that regionals, Paula had one of the highest win rates, right? She barely dropped any games except all the way in the finals, and that was amazing statistics to have in that regional last season. And then you have Statusen, the stat man, who's going up against Polisha, trying to break that stat of Polisha. It's going to be both these trainers have amazing statistics so far. Let's see how they've played out.
Yes, the statistics from the Statustan. Do you know
it's a tongue twister, right?
It is. Yeah,
you almost got me.
Yeah, we should practice. We should practice that for our casting. The Statustan, he actually, believe it or not, random fact about the player, he actually has a PhD in statistics. So that's where the actual username comes from. And of course, having that mathematical sort of know-how can be very useful in Pokemon Go. Just goes to show, if you do well at school, if you're good at your maths, who knows, it will make you a champion one day. And you can see him showing off that, I think that's, is that Poltergeist? No, that's the... Yes, I think that is. That's one of the new yes, Poltergeist there, the sort of namesake for Statustan in comparison.
We have the Wooper and Poliwhirl and is that Gardevoir? Is that a shiny Gardevoir?
Yeah, it's like a little baby shiny Gardevoir. You were quite right.
It's amazing to have these plushies as well, trying to represent the Pokemon that they like, and it's always nice to see as well. Both these trainers are actually deep in thought. I think Statustan is having a few seconds of meditation there, trying to align his thoughts, knowing what he wants to do. But, you know, he's preparing a game plan, and let's see if these two trainers already have it. We have a very similar team here. The only big exception is for the water type here. You see Mantine going up against the Azumarill, and Clodsire having to go up against the Defense Deoxys. Just looking at it, Defense Deoxys is going to have a lot of time here. We see the Clodsire lead into a Mantine. This is going to be amazing.
Yes, and Clodsire does have that Stone Edge, I believe, which means that it can cause a few problems, but it's also a Poison Sting Clodsire, which will mean more additional chip damage. Statustan just going for the Bubble Beam, I believe, in order to soften up this Clodsire and make sure the Stone Edges are not quite as threatening at this point.
Yep. Bubble Beam does coming, and unfortunately for Clodsire, it is a move that guarantees 100% debuff chance. Statustan probably knows and understands his matchup quite a bit, going for the shield immediately. And let's see what he does. Mantine again goes for this Bubble Beam slowly adding up. It is super effective move and also does have that same time attack bonus. Second Bubble Beam, and again attack drops.
Yes, and so now the question is, do you shield this second Stone Edge at this point or not? I personally wouldn't, but what would you do in Statustan's shoes?
There is no need to shield the Stone Edge because it's not going to do a lot of damage. You see how easily that Mantine tanked that move here, but now going for a slightly different play, going for that Aerial Ace. I think Statustan really knows and researched his matchup. He knows how to beat the Clodsire. Going for that Aerial Ace, putting that Clodsire in the red. Let's see what he does.
Yes, this makes a lot of sense. We know this Stone Edge will not KO, so Statustan can afford to throw the more stronger charge attack at this point. Look at the amount of damage done on Mantine, and now a Bubble Beam here. That's going to be more than enough to soften up this Clodsire so much that the wing attacks then can do that. Statustan wisely undercharging here to get even more wing attacks off, but Paula goes, no, I'm not going to allow you to do that. Lickitung comes in, responded to with a Lickitung mirror matchup at this point, but Paula Lickitung has a bit of an entry lead, so the first Body Slam comes in.
Yeah, first Body Slam is here, and we see a no shield from Statustan. Statustan is quite in a very, very difficult situation here. He's a shield down, and so and Polisha does have extra energy on the Lickitung. So this is going to be super interesting to see how he tries to play this out. Here comes a Body Slam.
So Body Slams from Statustan now launched, and now Polisha can respond back with Body Slam of her own. So they're both trying to maximize how much energy they can get before throwing the Body Slam here. So now the question is, at what point does one trainer blink and go, you know what, I want to swap out, I want to do something different. Both of these trainers, their switch timers are not yet active for them to swap out. So until then, they're just going to have to keep trading what's almost like body blows with each other. But Statustan's Lickitung is starting to struggle a little bit with health issues and may not be able to withstand too many more body slams after this.
Yeah, apparently it has health issues, unfortunate for Status Stan's Lickitung, but here comes another body slam. This is not enough to take out Polisha's Lickitung, but it is going to put it just exactly into the red. Let's see what Polisha does. Is she going to overfarm a little bit more? Yes, absolutely amazing timing there. And Status Stan, what a player. He knew exactly what Polisha was going for. One before he gets to that body slam, he swaps out, ensuring that his Lickitung can do a lot of work in this matchup.
I really like that catch. But interesting, bringing the Trevenant, not something that we like to see all that much, but you get a huge amount of farm here as a result because these Shadow Claws are double resisted. But Status Stan now maybe was hoping to farm this down before the Power Whip got launched, but still, this is not very effective. And now in comes the Charger Bug here, and unfortunately, Status Stan going for the Seed Bomb, which will be resisted, maybe trying to get a bait, but the bait is successful, so this is actually okay now all of a sudden.
Amazing bait call there. Unfortunate amazing call by Status Stan to go for the bait, but this is still looking like a huge uphill climb for him. In comes his X-Scissor from the Charger Bug. Of course, Trevenant does win Charge Attack priority here, but will it be able to get that second Seed Bomb bait, followed up by that Shadow Ball? In comes that second bait. This is going to be a huge call by Polisha. Oh my! She does pull up that shield. This is going to be critical. Let's see what happens here. Is there enough energy for that Shadow Ball? Oh!
And there's a catch, another catch. I think Stan was hoping for that. He was waiting for it, and this might be his only way to then get that Trevenant back onto this Charger Bug in order to throw. And now he's just trying to make sure he just throws with the last bit of health he has. This Shadow Ball needs to KO. Will it KO? That is the key question here. We watch with bated breath, just about KOs, and that was so close here. And now it looks like it's going to be a timeout.
Yeah, perfect timeout by Polisha, knowing that she does not have any intention of coming back into the game. The counter was going out. She has 2 Pokemon left, and Status Stan had 1 Pokemon with limited amount of HP. Coming in there would have been very detrimental to Polisha. She identified the win condition there and placed that perfectly. And even if she came in with the Pokemon, I don't think it would have been super favorable for Status Stan, because he would have had to take a Poison Sting or 2 from that Clodsire, and also a few licks from the Lickitung before it can be knocked out. This was Polisha's game with or without the timeout.
Sure. And there is and that's a reminder for those of you watching at home that in some occasions, if you have more Pokemon left who haven't been fainted, and is coming to the end of a battle, because there is indeed a time limit in Pokemon Go battles, it does mean you can just play the timer a little bit. So anyway, Status Stan coming in has his accolades: Liverpool Regional Finalist, a Worlds competitor, top 16, and then of course Polisha, you can see Turin Special Event Champion in 2023. Did manage to reach World's top 16, a very impressive achievement in the last World Championships, and then Gdansk regional top 8, and that was only 2 weeks ago. So coming off the back of plenty of recent experience at a regional.
Yep, I think both these trainers are, warmed up quite a bit.
Yes.
They have the history of being amazing battlers, and they put on quite a bit of show. This game went absolutely to the wire. I thought that with that lead, it would mean that Status Stan 100% loses the game, because, yeah, it's not the best matchup for Clodsire, but it was favorable to Clodsire. They're already locked in. Let's see what changes they make. It's a Trevenant into a Clodsire. We know that the Clodsire is not running that Sludge Bomb, but this Stonehenge is still going to hurt, and these Poison Stings are going to do neutral damage and maybe slowly and steadily head up.
Yes, so nonetheless, Trevenant is using Shadow Claw, and Shadow Claw is one of the better fast attacks in the game, so you can see the chip damage on Clodsire, despite it being so bulky, able to do a fair amount of damage. The first Shadow Ball comes in, immediately dropping that Clodsire down to just below half health here, and so Polisha responds with a Stone Edge.
Yeah, that did a lot of damage to the Clodsire. Let's see how Status Stan plays it out. He lets go that Stone Edge. He knows it's not enough to knock out, but we will see if he tries to catch here. Oh, that was an amazing pause by Polisha, making sure that Status Stan does not catch this. Stan knows that he wants to preserve some more HP on this Trevenant, and the Trevenant's job here is not done, so he shields it up. Let's see how he plays it out. Will he go for another Seed Bomb? Yes, he has back-to-back, and he goes for the first one. This is amazing. Polisha knows that even if she shields, she's never getting to that second Stone Edge, so she lets go.
Yes, I think great tactical decision by Polisha. Status Stan also making the right call here to get up to 2. The second seed bomb is now being launched on this Lickitung, but Trevenant doesn't really appreciate this matchup all that much. So it's a question of whether some farm is allowed, or he just lets the Trevenant go down, therefore making sure he can now pick who he goes up against. But this is interesting because Poliwrath needs to be mindful of that power whip, doesn't the Poliwrath?
Of course, Poliwrath has to be mindful of this power whip, and that's exactly what Statistan is doing. If he shields as he has a situation where he can potentially counter down, and that's exactly what he'll go for. And this is even better. Now he's in a position where he can Ice Punch this Charger Bug, and on top of it, he gets that Protect Shield from Paula. He will immediately try to come in with the Lickitung and absolutely push its advantage to his fullest.
Yes, this is the benefit of Icy Wind. Even if it does get shielded, you can use the debuff. This makes the matchup against Lickitung so much better the matchup for Lickitung versus Charger was so much better for Statistan. So now these body slams can just keep going, perfectly timed, making sure right at the end of the Volt Switch is the body slam is launched here. So very, very calculated by Stan here.
That is a lot of pressure coming in from Stan's Lickitung. These licks slowly and steadily adding up, and these body slams, of course, do enough damage to make sure this Charger Bug will be out of the field soon. But this is going to be critical here. At this point, Polosha has the potential to try and catch. Will Statistan give it the time to have that? No, he does not. He will want that Charger Bug to pull up the shield and make sure that his Poliwrath can try to finish the game. Here comes the body slam, and it's immediately shielded.
Yes, and I think now we're just trying to chip away, trying to get a swap out into Polisha's own Lickitung. So now it's just, now we are thinking, okay, maybe you've just thrown your Lickitung in, I can body slam it and take it out now, potentially. This is very low health on Polisha's Lickitung. Will it survive?
He can try to snipe here, but will he do it? Oh, he tries to snipe, and unfortunately, Polisha is not able to get to that power whip, and it is just going to be a body slam. Will this body slam be enough to put this Poliwrath in a range where Charger Bug can finish off the game? Charger Bug does have a lot of energy here. It's charging up to 2, and oh, Poliwrath wins the charge attack priority. Amazing for Statistan. He evens his game out with his Ice Punch from the Poliwrath. 1-1, and this is going to the decider.
Wow, that was so close. You could see the facial reactions there from Polisha and from Stan. They're thinking, wow, that was so close. Both these trainers respect and know each other's abilities. These are household names in the Pokemon Go Championship Series circuit here in Europe. They both know how good each other are. To get it so close to the wire, you can see Statistan thinking, oh, I'm so glad I was just able to pull that off. Unfortunately for Polisha, reacting a little bit to, oh, I was just one move away and I could have pulled it off.
I think she was just one turn away.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, it was one turn for that energy to register, and that was amazing. But Statistan just, I think it all added up, right? He started cooking a game plan. You saw him like sit down and then think about, okay, I'm going to do this. This is what I will do when I see this Pokemon in the lead. And he planned it out perfectly. He pushed that Trevenant advantage against that Clodsire, going for that big attack, Shadow Ball at the first, knowing that most players who run Clodsire, because it's a very, very bulky Pokemon, they opt not to shield it. And that's exactly what happened. He knew what he was doing. You saw from the game number 1 as well how he played out Manti.
Yes, absolutely. So now the question is, how do you react that little bit further? How do you outfox your opponent when you know how good your opponent is? How can you out-statistic the Statistan? How can Polisha do that? And likewise, it isn't one way. How can Stan use his statistical mind to go, what do I reckon Polisha's going to do here? Is she going to react? Is she not going to react? Maybe she sticks to a game plan that she had before, but expects Stan to change and is a double bluff at this point. This is the beauty of this game. I always say this, half the battle happens before the battle with your team and with the team of 3 that you pick out of your 6.
I think Stan, only what he has to do is potentially plan for that Charger Bug. As I said before, most of these matchups are in a way dependent on how efficient or how dominant your team is. Charger Bug really doesn't have a huge answer on the side of Statistan. Charger Bug can be used as a very efficient save swap or a very efficient closer. That's what Polisha tried to do as well, but unfortunately, Stan managed his energy to absolute perfection, getting that Ice Punch onto the Charger Bug, flipped the game on its head.
Yes, so I'm now actually looking at Statustan's team and thinking, yeah, what do I bring if I have to deal with a Charger Bug? I think the Lickitung has could potentially work. Trevenant, if it can avoid the X-Scissors, might be quite good, but we won't have to wait much longer to find out. Charger Bug is being launched on both sides, I believe, so it'll be a Charger Bug mirror match. Again, this is where one Pokemon's bulk will impress upon the other. Who is going to blink first?
Yeah, it's going to come down to a charge attack priority event here, and we see at the backlines, and this is going to be very pivotal on how this game is going to go. Stan fires the first X-Scissor, and that is no shielded by Polisha. Polisha is at a back-to-back X-Scissor here, and Stan is at his second.
Yes, so now with their trading charge attacks here, we're going to see whether this takes... Oh, Statustan's Charger Bug does actually go into the yellow, and so does Polisha's now. So now another X is on no shielded, so Polisha's just happy to soften up Stan's Charger Bug and then just go a little bit further here. Let's see if they can push a little bit more. And no, Polisha going, no, I think I'm comfortable here. Stan decides, you know what, I want to hold my Charger Bug a bit more and puts out a shield.
That could be a very, very good decision for Stan here. Goes for another X-Scissor, and he knows he wins the charge attack priority, and that's exactly what happens. Polisha's Charger Bug has very little HP. Maybe this would be a shield knockout if she goes for a shield up there. No, she does not want to take any risks. Let's see what she comes back, and it has to be that Lickitung at this point, right?
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. But there is a lot of energy, a lot of health still left on this Charger Bug, enough that it cannot be licked down, and so Stan is able to go for that X-Scissor and just soften up this Lickitung a little bit more, and these Volt Switches also help add up as well, which is quite nice.
Yeah, at this point, I think the Charger Bug gets to a move. No, it does not. This is absolutely detrimental for Stan's battle plan because he's now forced to bring in with the Licky, and we see what's in the back line here, right? Lickitung comes in to probably tank all these body slams, knowing that the Poliwrath cannot. This gives a huge indication for Polisha what could be at the back.
Yes, that is true. So really, Stan doesn't want to put that Poliwrath in against the Azumarill, but he doesn't know the Azumarill's in the back. They are racing to charge attacks here. Polisha just trying to get as much damage off on this Lickitung as possible because she knows the more that she can do this, the safer her Azumarill potentially might be. So this is a good tactical play on Polisha's side.
Yep, Polisha is managing this game to absolute perfection is how I call it. In comes a Poliwrath and in comes that Azumarill. Azumarill that did not see any action in game number 1 and game number 2 is out here trying to make sure that Stan has nowhere left to go.
Yes, and even worse for Stan, Polisha does have a shield advantage as well, so it's not so you can attrition your way through with just powering through on your fast attacks and the Icy Winds as well. Going for the play rough straight away. This is decision time for Stan. Chooses to shield, the right call here, because the more Icy Winds that he can get off, the more likely his Shadow Poliwrath can withstand a play rough. But it is an uphill battle nonetheless.
Yep, it's slowly chipping down on this Azumarill. Azumarill is already in the yellow here. At what point as Polisha do you want to pull up your shield? Because this play rough, if it's not enough, is going to put Stan in a very, very commanding position where he's going to make you force a shield or put that Azumarill so deep into the red. Player off lands, but it's not enough. This is unfortunate. Maybe we see a combo play here, and that's exactly what happens. And oh, Polisha gets that amazing catch there.
Wow, so now the body slam is coming in, does get shielded by Azumarill nonetheless, and now we swap, we get the swap out, and Lickitung is here, and now we're back to the mirror matchup where both trainers know their Lickitungs are relatively safe against each other, and so they're trying to fight for alignment at this point. Body slam coming in, softening up Polisha's body slam, but not before Polisha's able to potentially get to a power whip. It's so close. Yes, they're able to get hold of it, and this body whip, this power whip is going to definitely take out Statustan's Lickitung.
Yep, Statustan Lickitung is gone, and in comes a Poliwrath. Poliwrath unfortunately has quite a bit of energy, but I don't think it has enough energy to get to 2 moves. Let's see what happens here. In comes that first Icy Wind. Will Polisha answer this with a shield? Yes, she does, but this is all going to come down to can this Poliwrath get to that Scald before this Azumarill can get to an Ice Beam. Azumarill is one away, and it does get to the Ice Beam. Ice Beam will be enough to knock out Statustan, knocking him down to the loser's bracket.
That was so close, and Polisha having the wisdom to know the Ice Beam is going to be enough. Doesn't need to go for that super effective play rough. Sometimes in the heat of battle, you forget these things that, okay, it's a super effective move on play rough, but I don't need it. You can see how much it means to her. Moving to day 2 now, Polisha has made it. She has top cut again.
Yeah, Polusha, and what an absolute contender here, making it to top cut again after Gdansk. So she's going on a back-to-back now. This was an amazing game to watch. I think at a lot of points in the game, Statistan was in absolute control, but Polusha identifying that shield advantage would come in critical, knowing that Lekitsang matchup against that Poliwrath is not going to be that great for the Poliwrath as long as as Lekitsang has shield advantage. So that's exactly what she did, identifying the win condition there and absolutely playing it.
Yes, yes. You have to remember, though, this is a double elimination tournament, so Statistan, one of the most dominant names in the European circuit for the Pokemon Go Championship Series. He does have the ability to fight his way through the losers bracket, make it to day 2 via that way, and I am confident in him. He's a good friend of mine. I'm confident that he will be able to pull that off because I think he is a great battler. So, both of these trainers took advantage of new moves that have been added, like Poliwrath. Poliwrath's got Icy Wind, and there have been other Pokemon that have also benefited. And I believe there's a little sort of discussion that's been had with some of the players in terms of, okay, what moves do you think are going to be advantageous with this new meta shift? So we sat down, the casters, and we had a little chat about it as well. So here is a little discussion about the meta shift that we saw.
Welcome, trainers. With this new Timeless Travel update, we have had a lot of things that changed in the meta, and some of these changes are going to be pivotal in what's going to happen in the upcoming regional championships. So, Martin, just to ask you, what do you think is the most important change that's happened?
Definitely the addition of Icy Wind to a couple Pokemon such as Poliwrath, Abomasnow, even Avalugg has it now, right? That might have effect in the Go Battle League as well. And those are basically attacks that keep debuffing your opponent's attack by 1 stage. And I think that has a lot of influence on how you can manage your energy and, winning your battles.
Yep, it's a very interesting move that goes to a lot of these Pokemon that needed this little extra push to get into the meta. There was another important move. I think it's Scald, right? It's got another debuffing move as well. And Amanda, what are your thoughts about this?
I think Scald was already a pretty good move before. I mean, being able to use it on Poliwrath, you had the potential that you would debuff your opponent. Now that potential is even higher, and Whiscash learns it now as well. So I think we're going to see a lot of Whiscash in this meta, running probably Mud Bomb and Scald. But that leaves the question, does it even need Blizzard anymore? Are there going to be flyers that it would be wanting to hit with this that are not going to be beneficial?
But there's also another Pokemon that slowly crept all the way on top of the rankings that we have, and that is Skarmory. Skarmory learned a new move. Which one is it?
Well, it's not new actually, it's Steel Wing, and it has a much higher energy generation right now. And that means that it can get to those charge attacks way faster. It has Sky Attack and Brave Bird. Brave Bird hits so hard, it does drop your defense by 3 stages, but it also does so much damage to even some of your worst matchups as a Skarmory. And that's why I think that Skarmory is going to be very dominant in these upcoming championships.
I think with Skarmory though, I mean, talk about Timeless Travels, it was one of the first Pokemon that we really saw. There is another Pokemon that got an update that I think does well against Skarmory, and I'm wondering if we're going to see it, and that is Talonflame. Talonflame runs Incinerate, the only 5-turn fast attack in the game. It has an energy, and also it now learns Fly, which is a lot of new Pokemon have been learning this. But I think that if we're going to see Talonflame, it's most likely going to be running Fly and Flame Charge.
Thank you so much for that amazing insights, guys. I think with moves like Scald on Whiscash and Steel Wing on Skarmory, we're going to see a lot of new meta shifts and a lot of new ways these games are going to be played. That's it from us. We go straight back to the action shortly.
Welcome in, Pokemon trainers. We are here in Stuttgart, Germany for the regional championships. We just got done going through some of the winners rounds, and now we're going to bring it down to the losers bracket because this is a double elimination tournament. That means you need 2 losses to be out. A lot of these players are still up and running.
Yeah, we just had the winners final of Group A and Group B. Now we're going to take a look at the losers final of Group A. Who do we have? I think we have Tonto versus Stone Collection.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the matchup. We've seen Tonto quite a few times already on this stream. He got second place in Gdansk, which was just a couple weeks ago, running a very spicy team of 6. And I mean, he hasn't disappointed this tournament either. He's also running some spice even now.
I don't know if Whimsicott and Dragonite are on par with Seaking, but it's definitely off meta, right? We haven't seen those picks. I think actually the first matchup of the day, we did see a Whimsicott, but after that we didn't see any Whimsicott anymore. So now we see Tonto, and Tonto is a player who can make about anything work. Just give him, roll a dice, 6 Pokemon, here you go, and he might make top cut with it.
It seems like that has been the case for him so far, but it's even funnier because Whimsicott seems like a really good core breaker for this meta that we're seeing with no fire types to be found, really. We thought that we might see a lot of Talonflames, which would do it a lot of trouble. I mean, it's going to be doing pretty decent against the Whiscash, against the, I haven't even seen any Quagsires, but a lot of those water types as well, that grass typing, grass not being able to do too much. I don't know, but we're going to have to see what Stone Collection brought himself. Also, some spicy picks with that Shadow Dragonair and a Shadow Sableye. My boy! Finally, my boy!
Wow, we haven't had Stone Collection on stream yet today, so this is the first time we see that Shadow Sableye. And man, Whimsicott though, good against Dragonair, decent against Shadow Sableye, although those Shadow Claws really chunk.
True, that is true.
Lantern, Medicham, all targets for Whimsicott, so I'm definitely thinking that we're going to see some play there from Tonto. And then also that Dragonite, right, has a lot of play because there is no Fairy type on Stone Collection's team. There's also no Steel type, I believe, that we saw.
Yeah, I think Tonto has really been utilizing that, and we saw it get masterful potential as well. Even superpowering at first the Lickitung to be able to take it out, and Azumarill comes in, one of Dragonite's hardest counters.
Yeah.
Tonto says, I'm not fearing this at all, going ahead and getting a lot of energy before swapping out. He definitely knows how he wants to play this style. It's a very unique play style, but he is making it work.
Yeah, as we saw at the EUIC as well last season, he just makes the most off-meta Pokemon work like that. At that time, Dragonair and Charizard were a little bit more off-meta picks, but now it's the season of Dragonair, it looks like. Here we go, Tonto versus Stone Collection. We have that Shadow Dragonair from from Stone Collection into Dragonite. It's a Dragon Battle here.
This is a Dragon Battle. Dragonair loses that charge attack priority to Dragonite too, so we'll have to see if they want to throw at the exact same time. They will get to it. No, instead, Tonto deciding to go out into that Whimsicott like we were talking about. Even though this is Fairy Wind, a Fairy type, it's going to be charging slowly and catching this onto the Cresselia. A wonderful counting by Stone Collection there.
Yeah, interesting. Went for the Seed Bomb on that Dragonair, but it's caught on the Cresselia, and Cresselia takes these charge attacks so easily. These are just such good support Pokemon for your fragile Pokemon because they can basically take about anything. And here comes a Moonblast here. This is going to chunk a lot though.
Yeah, these both have the same type of charge attacks there with Grass Knot and the Moonblast, but there's a Psycho Cut versus a Fairy Wind as well. The Moonblast now coming through on Stone Collection's Cresselia, and will Tonto choose to use a shield? No, he's going to go ahead and let that go through. The Moonblast connects, and now the Whimsicott is down into the red, but still charging away, getting to that a little bit quicker.
Yeah, going for the Seed Bomb right before the next Moonblast. I think Cresselia might hang on there. This is not a very strong charge attack.
This is not a strong charge attack, and Cresselia is pretty bulky, just hanging on by a thread, and now throwing the Grass Knot of his own here, and Tonto looks like he will let that Whimsicott go down, and not a lot of farm left on the Stone Collection side for whatever comes in against that Cresselia.
Yeah, Dragon Breath is going to knock out very quickly here, so perhaps you might want to opt here for that full Volt Switch on the Cresselia. Let's see what Tonto is going to do here. Going in with the Charger Bug to get a little bit more energy than the Dragonite would have gotten here.
I like that play.
Yeah, let's see what the... Oh, we have the Dragons again.
The Dragonair coming back in now, already up a little bit extra, throwing that Body Slam, and Tonto once again not using that shield, knowing that it's not going to completely knock it out. It does get it pretty low, and now that Dragonite comes back in, but there's another Body Slam already stored, forcing Tonto to use that shield, but that Dragonair is desperately low in health.
Yeah, trying to Dragon Breath quickly before Body Slam is fired, but Stone Collection still gets there. In comes Leaky Tongue, but there are 2 shields in play. You have that super effective superpower, but Stone Collection can just protect for it. In comes a Dragon Claw, though. Stone Collection not taking any chances, however, going to put up that Protect Shield.
You got 2 Protect Shields, you might as well use them at some point in the game as they don't carry over. But meanwhile, just being able to now completely lick down before another Dragon Claw was able to be reached, and now it is Charger Bug against the world here. A Body Slam going through. Tonto forced to use his last Protect Shield against this because he doesn't want to get down too low. He does have a lot of energy, but not a lot of health left.
Yeah, and the world is a lot to take on for this little bug here. Looks like Tonto Bateus knows this is tough because his Body Slam, I think it doesn't take out just yet, but the licks afterwards will. And that's a 1-0 victory here for Stone Collection.
This victory is in a good point for him as well because this is, again, losers round 7. So whoever loses this best of 3 matchup will be out of the Stuttgart Regional Championship. I mean, you've played a lot of tournaments, Martijn. Going down to the losers bracket does not mean that you are down and out, but it is definitely more of an uphill battle to be able to make day 2, to be able to go on to win a championship.
It's very tough, actually, because going into that losers bracket means that you have to do way more battles, right? So that makes it very tough. It might be a little bit discouraging at the start, but man, if you win many battles in a row, it actually feels pretty good in that losers bracket.
I mean, I want to go ahead and bring up our Barcelona special event, the first special event for Europe of the season, where I believe we had 2 trainers, Adrian Wildcat and Maximilian P, who lost in round 2 of the tournament, so very, very early on, and managed to win, I believe, like 10 games in a row. Not only did they top cut and make that top 8 of day 2, they made it into like the top 6, I believe Maximilian, the top 4.
Yeah, they got like 8 wins indeed or something, which is a crazy run, right? So it's not over in that losers bracket. And I think these players are a perfect example of it because these are good players. And I think Stone Collection lost pretty early on in the tournament, but I think he's also on like 6 or 7 wins in a row. So doing really well and standing strong here against the former EUIC champion, Tonto Bateus. I'm curious if we're going to see that Shadow Sableye this time.
I'm also curious about that. One thing that we've just informed on is this match is under review, so we're going to have a quick look at it with the judges. But in the meantime, we can continue to talk about the team compositions because, like you said before, this Dragonair is now evolving into a Dragonite for Tonton's side. And I feel like the Dragonairs on stage, each round, they just get a little bit closer to the center.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he's missing the Dragonair.
He's trying to bring them away. Says, no, Dragonite is my buddy now. Again, Tonton, we've talked about his accolades a lot, but he, again, in this very tournament last year was in the top 4, and then he went on from there to be in the top 16 of Liverpool. He was our last year's European International Champion.
Yeah, and then he also got to top 16 at Turn Special Event, but 2 achievements that we don't see on here. He was top 10 at the World Championships, one of the best performing European competitors in Yokohama. And then 2 weeks ago in Gdansk, he was the runner-up. So yeah, Tonto Bateus has a long list of achievements. And Stone Collection also has a list. He got to top 4 at Liu, the very first tournament in Liu 2022. In the last chance qualifier, he actually won his group of the last chance qualifier to qualify for Worlds. He got then to top 16 in the World Championships, and then he got to top 16 at Liu 2023.
I have a very fun story about Stone Collection and the last chance qualifiers, which was in London, England, right before Worlds. He ended up getting in, and apparently his hotel did not have the reservation for him that he was supposed to have, so he ended up just hanging outside the venue until the venue opened, you know, running on very little sleep, but lots of adrenaline. He managed to pull through an entire day's worth of battles to become a champion, to be able to not only do that, but compete and get in the top 16 of Worlds.
Wow, now my excuse that every time I lose, I just have very little sleep. It doesn't really count anymore.
Doesn't work out for you, Martijn.
It doesn't work for me anymore.
So maybe that's why Stone Collection hasn't had the best championship run so far this season. He's just had too much sleep.
Yeah, that's possible, right? So yeah, the game may be under review, and that still leaves us to think about what these players, because if we do have a rematch, it might be completely new teams. And you've seen the first lineups of your opponent. What is that going to change in your lineup? I think Tonto Bateus is definitely going to expect the Cresselia again. And that might make it tempting to bring that the Poliwrath, the Charge Bug, and the Galarian Stunfisk.
That is a good plan overall. I mean, we did see Metachamp. We weren't sure how many Medicham users there were actually going to be so far, since we've been mainly seeing Poliwraths on screen. But Medicham now on Stone Collection side looks like it'd be a pretty good answer to the Galarian Sunfist, but not to the Charger Bug. And we see a lot of the competitors here in the audience today as well. These are people who are watching.
That's our next matchup, actually. Squark and Statisen, I believe, our next matchup in the losers final.
They're comparing team notes already.
Yeah, I believe those are good friends as well. Squark we haven't seen as much of lately, but I believe he was the runner-up. He was the runner-up in Stuttgart last season.
I would assume that you would remember coming in third, but yes, I mean, Squark in this very, very tournament, maybe hoping to make a similar run this year for himself.
Yeah, and also top 4 at the first European International Championship. So he also has that, that winner's mentality in him. And that's going to be a good match as well.
I completely agree. I mean, I like what Tonto did in the very first matchup, using the Whimsicott as a, what we call that safe swap, or like a pivot Pokemon. So if you don't like what you're facing in the lead, you can try to switch out to something. Because I feel like Whimsicott as a whole has pretty neutral matchups across the board against Stone Collection's team. The worst matchup that he would see would be that Cresselia, and he did see, I mean, we saw basically how it turned out.
Yeah, absolutely. I did like that play in the lead a lot, because basically what Tonto did was Dragon Breath down this Dragonair until the Fairy Winds plus the Seed Bomb will knock it out. So a very heads-up play, in my opinion, there. However, Stone Collection,
even more heads-up, right?
Obviously not stuck in that play, is just going to switch into the Cresselia. And, Cresselia just takes those charge attacks like a champ. And, yeah, that just makes it very tough for Tonto to come back from that.
Yep. But like overall, I think that it was pretty well played, pretty evenly matched as well. I mean, I think that's also why we're having this match quickly reviewed. We want to make sure that everyone got in all the counts that was necessary. But I mean, speaking of Stone Collection's team earlier, we talked about that Medicham. That was something that was always around. Lickitung has now taken that #1 spot, always around. Lantern, I mean, this half of this team is like meta, and then the other half is like new-ish meta.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So we've just heard that it will be a rematch here between Tonto Bateus and Stone Collection. If they want to use the same teams, they can. But it's also possible that we see entirely new teams.
Yep.
And yeah, again, Dragonite. I think we're definitely going to see a lot of Dragonite here. I think on Stone Collection side, it's very risky actually to bring the Dragonair, right? Just because of that Whimsicott double resisting the Dragon attacks. And Dragonair, out of the Pokemon that are weak to Whimsicott, is probably your worst pick there, right? Shadow Sableye, Medicham. Medicham can win the 2 shields if you correctly shield those Moonblasts. Those are probably your better matchups there.
I think that's also because Fairy Wind, even though it is a charm type attack, it's not doing that much damage overall. It's just generating energy a lot quicker to be able to throw those heavier hitting charged attacks. But if you have a fast attack that is a charm, it's not going to be doing that much. So Medicham can take it, like you were saying. Sableye will be able to take it a lot better. Even as we saw on the Stone Collection team, that Dragonair was able to take it a lot better than if it was actually charm as the fast attack.
Yeah. Absolutely, it will chunk on Dragonair. I personally would like to use Charm.
I know you said that earlier as well.
Yeah.
Give us some reasonings. Let's talk people into it.
Yeah, so I recommended Crimson K90 once for the North American International Championship. I recommended Double Fairy. It was Charm Whimsicott and then Power Snow Alolan Ninetales. And basically what Charm did, it just takes the fighters and it also takes on water-type Pokemon. Because the water-type Pokemon in that meta, they basically use water-type attacks, which are resistant, or ground-type attacks, or electric-type attacks. And Whimsicott resists all of that, so you don't really need Fairy Wind and quick energy generation to get to those grass-type attacks. The only thing that really gives you is Galarian Stunfisk. And Galarian Stunfisk wasn't really around in that meta. So that's why I really liked the Charm, the Charm Fast Attack, right? The hard-hitting Fast Attack Charm. That's why I like that on Whimsicott. And for Alolan Ninetales, I think at the time, it was just very quickly in its Ice-type offensive coverage.
So I believe we're getting word that this is indeed going to be a rematch, and if the reasoning behind this as well is because Tonto, when he did switch in that Whimsicott, he lost a Fairy Wind, and because of that, he wasn't able to actually knock out the Cresselia. And we saw in that game as well, Grass Knot not be able to do quite enough, the Cresselia just hanging on by a thread, and that did end up flipping the matchup.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because then the what's called the Dragonair just had to expend. It could keep its energy. Otherwise, it had to expend that energy earlier on, and now the energy was thrown into that Dragonite. And if the Dragonite didn't have to take that energy, it could put in more work perhaps against that Lickitung. You would have another shield.
Yep, exactly. And so, I mean, I think that that's definitely worth reviewing and worth considering as well. So the Dragonite at the beginning, I mean, do you think that was just a good prediction from Stone Collection side? We've seen Tonton play a lot. We've seen Tonton playing, and if there is a Dragonite user, Dragonite is another one of those Pokemon that is usually used at the beginning of a matchup.
Yeah, that's because it has that superpower charge attack. It can basically throw that and get out. And usually Pokemon that are weak to superpower are like Lickitung and Registeel, and they don't have very much fast attack pressure, right? With lock on, or well, Lick does add up from Lickitung, but you still have the time to get to those charge attacks, and I think that's what makes Dragonite so incredibly good. I think that also, if we compare it to Moss League, for example, Rayquaza doesn't have that superpower, and in that case you struggle against steel types. This is a little bit similar. If you don't have that superpower, right? It didn't have superpower before. It was quite new, and then it just struggles against like Registeel or Galarian Stunfisk, and now it does better.
Yeah, it does better. It's able to hit back. Of course, like you said, once it uses it, it does lower its own attack and defense. And again, that's why I think people use it at the beginning, to be able to maybe switch out of those bad matchups. Another thing that is really advantageous, I think, for Dragonite, and you see Tonton use that to full capability, is that it wins charge attack priority on like almost anything. It has a very, very high attack. I mean, and Tonton has definitely trained it to have a high attack as well. So it's going to be able to, especially if Tonton knows how long it takes for a Stone Collection to get to a charge attack, be able to throw his first.
Yeah, or at the same time win the charge attack priority. It even wins charge attack priority against like Pelipper. So yeah, that gives you an idea of how high that attack is from Dragonite. Yeah, Dragonite definitely a Pokemon good in basically every single format. And Tonto, it's not the first time that he brought it. He is very familiar with Dragonite already. He used other dragons as well. Guzzlord at, I believe that was Barcelona, where also the Power Snow Alolan Sensors emerged, so that did not have a great time there, because against Shadow Claw Alolan Sensors, Guzzlord was just fine, and then he dropped it. I don't think we've seen Guzzlord after that again from Tonto, but he really likes those dragon types, right?
And you can really see why, and especially now, as like you were saying, like now is the time for dragons. The dragons finally get this opportunity to shine, and I think if you are someone who likes to be using dragons, and then you're like, wait, what? Wake up, this is my time.
Yeah, I think a Mind Joke might not be very happy with it, because he loves using Alolan Sandslash, even though he already got to, I believe, the winner semis currently, and if he wins his battle there, he might play against his teammate, though Tactical. But a Mind Joke without Alolan Sandslash, is that the same?
I know, it's like a Martine with almost like without a Pelipper. But it is true. As the people continue to play, you get your favorites, right? You get Pokemon that you're super comfortable with, or not even that you're comfortable with, but are maybe just even associated with you as well. Like you were someone who really piloted Dunsparce a couple seasons back as well. You recognize that it was kind of filling a core-breaking position, and I believe that you and 23 EJB were the first people to actually utilize it, and then it really took off in the different European regionals as well.
So I basically did the same thing that Colin did with Tomahawk. Colin stole Tomahawk's team and made it work a little bit better. And that's what I did with 23 EJB's Dunsparce pick as well. You know, everyone knows me as the one who qualified with Dunsparce, but I technically took EJB's advice the evening before. I powered up the Dunsparce in front of him. Lurgan Rocket told me I'm crazy, and I mean, I am crazy, but I made it there with a Dunsparce, so who's crazy now?
Yeah, another thing that was from that, I mean, again, the Timeless Travels theme for this Go Battle League season is so funny, because I'm seeing so many timeless Pokemon on these fields as well, because Shadow Sableye was also really big a couple seasons ago in that Noctowl, Trevenant, Medicham meta, especially because two Crunches were able to... or not Crunches, Foul Plays were able to take out the Noctowl. But now, again, on Stone Collection's team, we're seeing another Shadow Sableye, something that's completely dropped out and is now back in the tournament.
Yeah, and the judge just want to double check real quick if it was going to be a rematch, and now they double checked. And we are sure. Here we go. We have the rematch. We have the same leads. Are we going to have the same teams here, Amanda?
It looks like a very, very similar lineup here. I wonder if there was an agreement or if they just don't know. But now we're going to go into it and play it a little bit differently. No, it looks like Tonton's going for the exact same thing here. And but this time, the catch was expected from Tonton too.
A gentleman's agreement to play the same match, to play it the same way, except this time there's no catch from Stone Collection. So this time the Moonblast is going to land and does a massive chunk of damage. And you know what this also might change? potential debuffs.
Yeah, exactly. The Moonblast does always have a potential debuff. It's not super high, and it looks like a Tonto is also ready to take that risk, not shielding up the Whimsicott just like he did before. It is in the yellow, but already at another Moonblast, going up a little bit extra energy. He knows his counts, he knows, and going straight for that Grass Knot bait.
Ooh, it's actually a Seed Bomb. It does learn Grass Knot, but this is the cheaper charge attack, and it looks like Stone Collection, knowing he would survive the Moonblast, no shielding this attack, and the charge attack priority, but I think Cresselia still hangs on.
Wow, this is incredible. Winning that charge attack priority, being able to throw the Seed Bomb off, and now it doesn't. Cresselia is going down, and this Whimsicott does not have a lot of health left, but it should be able to get to another attack. These licks are doing so much damage, going ahead and just going for that safer bet there, going for that Seed Bomb, and it looks like no shield from Stone Collection's side.
Yeah, just a little bit of chip damage, and because Whimsicott has a relatively high attack, it still does a respectable amount of damage. Now you have energy on Dragonite, but there's also energy on the Dragonair. Ooh, going for the full Volt Switch, sneak in comes the Body Slam, and Charger Bug takes this much easier than the Dragonite.
Yes, indeed, the Dragonite has a lot of attack, but it does not have a lot of bulk, and an immediate swap out here by Stone Collection, going ahead and now throwing a Body Slam, and this one is from the Shadow, remembering that Shadow do 20% more damage as well, getting that Protect Shield from Tonto Betu.
Yeah, you gotta respect this. Going into that Dragonite. Oh, getting it farmed down before Dragonair is able to get to another charge attack here, and then go, oh, doesn't get that Dragon Claw off. What is going on here?
Oh man, all of these farm downs, these are absolutely incredible here. There are still 2 shields left on Stone Collection side. These licks doing so much, and there is 2 attacks already on Tonton's. This first X-Scissor going through, getting that first shield off of Stone Collection.
This may have been so crucial because on the Dragon Claw, Stone Collection may have needed to use another shield here, and then he wouldn't have been able to use it on another X-Scissor here. I think at this point, Tonto Bateau still needs another X-Scissor, and I believe Stone Collection already is at 2 Body Slams.
Yeah, is that 2 Body Slams, and I'm not even sure if an X-Scissor would be enough. There is a shield left even on Stone Collection side. This X-Scissor will go through, definitely stripping that last shield off of Stone Collection here, but like you said, those Body Slams are reached. I believe this was charge attack priority, the Body Slam about to go through.
Really smart play by Stone Collection, getting the maximum amount of fast attacks in there, right? Getting exactly 4 licks, so he gets a charge attack priority on the X-Scissor, and then putting up the shield. A very well played game by Stone Collection here, getting that 1-0 victory.
Yeah, that was incredible matchups. The actually, like, when the Dragonite was able to knock out that Dragon Air, and then the Lickitung being able to knock out the Dragonite, was just so much happening in a short span of time. And it really, I mean, that was the part of the matchup, though, that really mattered the most. Because like you said, if that Dragonite was able to get to that Dragon Claw instead, that would have forced one of those shields, or at least some more damage as well off of that Lickitung. Fortunately for Stone Collection, wasn't able to quite reach it, and he ended up taking that game number 1.
Yeah, that was such a roller coaster of emotions. I can imagine if you sit there, you're like, yes, he didn't get to another charge attack. No, I don't get to another charge attack, right?
I think that in the position for Stone Collection, he felt pretty comfortable knowing that Lickitung had a lot of bulk in the backside. And not only did he have bulk on his side, he also had 2 Protect Shields. So no matter what that Charger Bug was being thrown, he knew that it wasn't going to take that much damage from it with 1 HP.
Yeah, and I think both players decided for a gentleman's agreement to go with the same teams there, right? Because we did see the same teams there, and I think some decisions were made based on that knowledge, because keeping the shields for the Dragonite, not needing the alignment, that was very helpful information for Stone Collection there. But let's see how both players will adapt. So we have Medichap into Galarian Stunfisk.
Wow, this is a tale as old as time, and not a good one for the Galarian Stunfisk either, going ahead and immediately swapping out into that Charger Bug. Charger Bug has been a very nice safe swap, it seems, so far this meta. Going ahead and getting off this X-Scissor. We have to remember, Shadow Dragonair, it's not going to be doing that much, but it is a pretty frail Pokemon in the Great League.
Yeah, this X-Scissor is going to chunk, though. I believe that Charger Bug, with this energy advantage, can win the Zero Shoot. I'm not sure if you need the energy advantage even, because this Body Slam, yeah, I think you actually do need the energy advantage. However, this Body Slam should barely not take out, but the X-Scissor definitely will.
Yeah, at this stage, we'll have to see if it will take it out. It looks like the Charger Bug's still in the red, being able to tank that like a pro, and it's Stone Collection's turn to see if he wants to go ahead and shield this or let that Dragonair go down, because if he doesn't shield it, Tonton is going to get that middle game scenario, is going to get that switch that he was looking for. No, not taking any advantage, and coming back in with that Galarian Stunfisk.
Wow, and you also saw the undercharge there. I think that Tonton Bateau's plan was to go for the farm down on this Dragonair anyway. This Aqua Tail is super effective. Goes to do a chunk, I think like 35, 40% or so.
It's a hefty chunk.
Yeah, let's see. You come out with a full Earthquake, though.
Coming out with a full Earthquake is going to be huge, because this is going to be the heavier hitting attack that's going to that Medicham. We're going to go see it through, but not before that first counter goes through on Stone Collection side. This Earthquake will connect.
Yeah, and hold on for dear life, because here comes Dragonite with a shield advantage. But a shield advantage not going to last for long. But now you have the energy advantage for that Licky Tongue.
This is going to be big. Yes, this Ice Punch would definitely be enough to hurt that Dragonite. Going to have to use that shield. But now an aggressive swap out again by Stone Collection. Going to go ahead and absorb all this Dragonite damage onto this bulky Pokemon. But there's so much energy on the Dragonite side.
Yeah, and it's chunking so much. And now here's the problem for Tonto Bateus. Because if you throw 2 superpowers, you will debuff your defense by 2 stages. And what if the Meta Champ can counter you down at that point? You might have to go for a Dragon Claw here. Let's see what Tonto's going to do. Going for that superpower here. See if Stone Collection respects it. No, this is going to land. Can we get a boom?
Well, we're going to boom. You want to boom, you got to boom here. Boom!
Superpower lands, knocks out Licky Tongue. In comes Meta Champ, but I think Meta Champ might be able to counter it down.
Wow, incredible plays there by Stone Collection, having that wherewithal. However, will he be able to reach it? And the real question now, Martijn, is will this Ice Punch be enough?
I don't know if it does. If this KOs, he is in, he wins. Oh, it doesn't, and the match just goes through. Oh my goodness, Tonto makes the score 1-1. What an incredible battle. Even the judges looking wow.
Holy buckets there. If you look at that, what was going on, hanging on by just a thread. I thought that Stone Collection might even still be able to have it by not even shielding that superpower, because being able to completely counter down that Dragonite was great for it. However, even though that attack was debuffed, still those Dragon Breaths doing enough to put that Metachamp too low.
Now I'm thinking, what if you threw the superpower earlier as Tonto Bateus? Then you would take less lick damage, I think, and maybe more, you can get more Dragon Breath damage in. Either way, it worked for him, right? He won the battle, and I think that's all he wanted. I think at the end, he even looked quite surprised there, like, wait, I won?
Yeah, he won the battle, and who knows, he might win the war as well, as this is a 1-1. Whoever wins this next battle between Tonto Bateus and Stone Collection will keep going in the Stuttgart Regional Championship. This is the losers' finals.
Yeah, absolutely. So the winner of this matchup will qualify for day 2, yeah. And again, this is the losers finals of Group A. We have another group, losers finals, after this as well in Group B. But yeah, we'll see if Tonto Bateus can again make it to top cut. He's been doing so well already this season, right, in Gdansk. And he did quite well in Lille. Unfortunately, didn't make to top cut there. But I think he's just, you know, just getting powered up there. He just becomes better every tournament.
I think that is completely true. I mean, this is the thing. Some of these trainers, you just start getting used to hearing these names as well, right? The more regionals there are, the more chances there are to play against other people, to play against people maybe you haven't even played against in the past. I know that Tonto Bateus and Stone Collection, by this point, I mean, I think they've both been playing since the beginning. They're probably pretty familiar with each other, but I don't know how they want to play out this very last matchup, because best of threes, especially with such high stakes, there's got to be a lot of nerves on both sides.
Yeah, but what does that knowledge help you here? Because apparently it's not enough to take out each other. Anyway, here we go. Decisive game number 3. Tonto Bateus against Stone Collection. We have Galarian Stunfisk into Cresselia.
Cresselia, I mean, this is a pretty even. It favors the Stunfisk just a little bit, being able to throw those Earthquakes, which will hit a little bit harder. The backline matchup, however, is where we're going to see that Dragonite. Normally we see it at the beginning, but Tonton has it in the back pocket here. This Grass Knot coming through to hit the Galarian Stunfisk, and no Protect Shields from Tonton's side.
Yeah, this matchup is a little bit less favorable for Tonto Bateus, simply because the Earthquake is now 10 less damage than it was before, and that makes Cresselia hang on a little bit longer here. Now, I was gonna say, looks like Stone Collection brought his best Dragonite answers, but looking at his team, these are the best things he has either way. He doesn't really have Pokemon weak to the Dragonite. He also doesn't have Pokemon strong against Dragonite.
Exactly. So, I mean, I think the bulk of the Pokemon, maybe he's just hoping to have 2 bulky Pokemon and one that can actually hit it head-to-head with those Dragon Breath damage. Meanwhile, this second Earthquake is going through, and no Protect Shield from Stone Collection side either, getting that Cresselia desperate low, and now coming into completely Dragon Breath down, but an immediate counter swap. Dragon Breath against Dragon Breath damage here, and we'll see if Stone Collection wants to use a shield, because he has a lot of energy left on his side. No Protect Shield either.
Wow. Going to farm down with the last Pokemon potentially. Dragonite just did its job, just getting Dragonite low and going for that energy on the Licky Tongue. I like this play a lot from Stone Collection, because there isn't really a hard answer on Tonto Bateus' side, except that Poliwrath. But Tonto Bateus, I don't think he feels very confident with the Poliwrath. We didn't see it the previous matchup either a lot.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of it. In the last Pokemon has now been revealed. It's going to be that Fairy Wind Whimsicott. But meanwhile, like you said, Licky Tongue already has an energy advantage, forcing Tonton to use that shield here, because the Body Slam coming through is not anything that he really wants to take.
Yeah, exactly. There's still the Galarian Stunfisk as well, which has some relatively health, and I think can still put in some work. First attack is coming through, and is Stone Collection going to bait? No! He calls the C-Bomb! This will do so little damage compared to the Moonblast!
This is a big call by Stone Collection, knowing I still have 2 Protect Shields. My opponent wants to try to get them off me as soon as possible. I am not going to let him. Meanwhile, another Body Slam coming through from Stone Collection side, going ahead and connecting with this Whimsicott. I think Stone Collection is feeling a little bit nervous. He only really has his Pokemon. Maybe we'll see a Cresselia try to catch as well, but at this point, Tonto still looks calm and collected, going for yet another Seed Bomb, finally getting that shield from Stone Collection.
Yeah, but there's one more. And then you have the Galarian Stunfisk still. I'm not sure how much energy it had. I believe it swapped out right after that Earthquake. In comes another Seed Bomb. You do survive this as Stone Collection, and he is hesitating to shield it. Let's see, he does no-shield this, but is there any chance you can get much shield down now by the Galarian Stunfisk? Here it comes.
We're going for the heavier hitting Power Whip here. This is going to be and Tonto no shielding this as well, thinking that maybe Stone Collection was taking a page out of his book. He wasn't. It connects, the Galarian Stunfisk goes down.
Yeah, I think he expected the bait here, but man, this is exactly, I think, what you needed to shield here. Going for the Fairwind down, but it's the Lickitung that wins this match, and Stone Collection wins 2-1.
Wow, and an impressive game against 2 Titans in this Pokemon Go Championship Series. Stone Collection narrowly taking that game at the end against Tonton Batuz, our 2nd place of Gdansk, who already has a lot of points. This was the losers final, so he's still going to take home a lot of championship points, although maybe not the title of that Stuttgart Regional Champion.
Yeah, and this is just not an easy opponent as well for Stone Collection. You're playing against Tonton Batuz in one of your most important battles of the day. That has to be a huge challenge, with Stone Collection being strong there and winning this battle against Stone Collection. Despite that Dragonite being so difficult to overcome there, he managed to find a way.
Would you say he was stone cold? Thanks, guys. I'll be here all weekend.
If it's not Leo, then it's you. He was very calm, though. He was very calm. You do have a point, even though it was a really bad pun.
Oh. No, but what really, congratulations to Stone Collection. I mean, these 2 trainers are also trainers who are well known for bringing spicy Pokemon. They did not disappoint. I can't think of, honestly, a better way to end that losers finals between 2 trainers who are used to bringing some off-meta picks, playing a best of 3 scenario as well, and all of the matches coming down to the wire, all of the matches coming down, those split-second decisions. Do I shield this? Is my opponent baiting? And Stone Collection just made all the right calls.
Crazy, especially that game 2, right, where that Mudshot came through as the manager went for the Ice Punch, and it barely knocked out. And everyone was, the judge was like, whoa, what did I just see here? And then Tonto was like, wait, I won? It was actually mind-blowing.
I mean, I think that's also the thing too, because you can always, as a battler, you prepare for scenarios. Like, if I lead this and my opponent leads something else, you always have to have a plan for what you want to do. But that plan can get a little bit muddled as the game continues to go on, because then you start to lose track of energy. Maybe you start to think, did my opponent actually throw a bait, or did they actually throw the heavier hitting? How many shields do they have left? Are they a person who's going to shield my bait or not? And there's so many different factors that get into play that I think, yeah, even the best players sometimes lose track at the end of, will this knock out or not?
It's true, right? And I think also making those calls, indeed, as you said, at the very end of Game 3, we did see Stone Collection going straight for the Power Whip. And I think Tonto's idea was like, okay, he can get to a Power Whip, but only if he baits the Body Slam. And in that case, this call by Stone Collection was just so smart, knowing that his opponent might predict that. So he just goes straight for the Power Whip, and then getting that knockout, securing game number 3, and securing day 2.
Yep, and I mean, what a bold call as well, because say Tonton just decided, yes, I'm going to shield this. I need to shield it regardless. That would have put Stone Collection completely on the back foot, and the game could have been completely swapped. We only get 2 Protect Shields for a reason, and it's to make games like this incredibly, incredibly exciting to watch, and probably to play as well. I'm sure both of their hearts were pounding.
Yo, absolutely, and if not theirs, it was absolutely mine, I'll tell you that. But you know what I really like? That Dragonair play as well, right? Swapping in the predicting that Tonto might just swap in the Dragonite at any time to get an energy advantage, answering with your own Dragonair just right away, swapping in it, and just Dragon Breath on each other, getting it low right away, and then you're like, okay, well, Dragonair did his thing, didn't even need to throw a charge deck here. Dragonite's already low, so I'm just gonna bring in my next Pokemon and get energy myself. What he wanted to do, Stone Collection just counter-played that.
Yeah, I think this is the not necessarily the problem with Dragons, but this is definitely the play style. If someone else has it on their team as well, you can bet that they're also thinking the same thing you are. Like, okay, where would I put my Dragon in this position? And then it looks like Stone Collection just had that wonderful idea, because, again, that's hard. a part of me wanted him to shield that Dragon Claw, be able to farm down the Dragonite, and throw a charge attack at whatever's in the back. So it's also hard to decide what you want to do in the moment. But Stone Collection said, like absolutely what you said, Dragonair, you've done your job. You can go down now. I'm going to go ahead and get all of the energy here in the Licky Tongue. And that energy proved to be the crucial thing at the end, which gave him that match.
There are many ways to, many paths to a victory, right? And this was the one the Stone Collection chose. And speaking of those dragons, if you are looking for a Shadow Dragonair or Dragonite yourself, they are currently, you can currently get them from the Rocket Leagues. I believe it's Cliff that gives the Shadow Dratini. Yes, I actually got 2 shiny of those.
I thought Cliff liked me.
I guess maybe it's your bad puns. But yes, you can get one from there. And when we have a Team Rocket event again, you can TM the frustration attack off, which is not very useful. But once you have that Dragonair or Dragonite working, you saw what it can do here.
Now, I heard you say bad puns, and I heard you give a lot of information after that, but all I really learned from that is Cliff doesn't have a sense of humor. In the meantime, we're definitely going to go ahead and talk to Stone Collection about his battles and how he did and how he is still in this and has now made it on to day 2. Go ahead and take it away.
Hello trainers, I'm here with Stone Collection, who has just come off a loser's final victory, which I believe takes you to day 2, is that right?
Yeah, that is right.
Oh, awesome. How do you feel? Did you think you would make it to day 2?
No, honestly not.
Oh, right.
Because I got obliterated in winners round 3 by Jojo Gogo. And yeah, he completely annihilated me. And so my mindset was a bit down, to be honest. And I didn't think I could punch my way through to the loser's bracket, because I think it was going to loser's bracket round 3.
Sure.
Yeah, and yeah, now I've done it. I can't recall any memories of that. I'm just here, I'm just standing here, and I'm happy.
It was all just a blur getting to this stage, is that right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So now that you're here, I imagine you will have to do a fair bit of practicing tonight to, you know, kind of hone in on your skills. Will you be doing any of that or not?
No, to be honest, it doesn't change anything. Usually I tend to overthink things.
Sure.
So yeah, so I'm just gonna, I don't know, eat something, drink something, and go to sleep. Have a bunch of sleep, and that's all I need for tomorrow.
To be fair, being well rested is important when you're going into day 2. Now, I know that you have a love of a certain Pokemon called Samurott, but we don't see that today, and I wanted to ask why that is. I know you're a fan. Why no Samurott?
Yeah, because it's not that good in the meta.
Oh.
I mean, I was thinking about using it in Gdansk.
Yeah.
Actually, I should have used it, because every water gun, every lantern was running water gun, and there were not that many counters to Samurott.
Yep.
Maybe the only one to mention is Superior, which has also gone down in use, but Samurott can fight back against that one.
Yeah.
But now it's pretty much unusable for the moment, I think.
Right, fair enough. So you need to find a new favorite Pokemon. Out of the new changes to the meta, because of course this is the first regional with the new meta, has there been any Pokemon, one single Pokemon that stands out to you as this is the one that I wanted to use or I'm most fearful of?
Yeah, I'm fearful of Wigglytuff. I think it's way too strong at the moment. That one also, obliterated me in the winners round 3.
Yeah.
I also think that Charjabug might be a sleeper pick. I mean, I knew about people using it, but not to that extent. I think it's like the 3rd most used Pokemon.
It is indeed.
So yeah. My team is not that good against it, but it has still some play. So
yeah.
I always have to play around it. But yeah, it has worked out until now.
Yes. These battles you've just had. Now I was watching the game 2 and 3. They were very, very close. Did you feel? God, did you know that it was going to end that way in terms of as you were getting to the end game, or do you think I might not have this?
In the 3rd game, I was thinking, no, he. I don't know why, but he no-shielded Power Whip. Did he have a shield left? I'm not sure, to be honest, at the moment.
Yes, you have to review back later, won't we?
I think he had a shield left, and maybe he miscounted or thought that I would bait.
Sure.
But I thought that he won that game, but somehow it turned out to not be the case. So I was a bit surprised, to be honest. And yeah. that's yeah. That's basically it.
It's how it goes sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah.
But certainly to your benefit going into the top 16. I've got one final question to ask you.
Yes.
Okay, and this was suggested to me by a good friend of mine called Tho Technical. I'm sure you've heard of him.
Yeah.
He's wondering, do you actually collect stones?
Not directly. Maybe sometimes if so I have a huge interest in like gems and sometimes shiny stones, but I don't actually have them.
Okay. I mean, I can agree with you that shiny stones are very pretty and are very collectible.
Yeah.
An expensive hobby to have.
Yeah.
Thank you, Stone Collection, for your time. It's been lovely to get to know you and about your love of collecting stones as well as battling. We're going to take it back to the commentators and so to go for the next battles.
Yeah, interesting fact behind those names, right? He's not collecting stones right now. I do know that he also collects Pokemon cards.
Yes, I was just going to say that as well. As Stone Collection is very infamous in the Pokemon Go community. He loves those booster packs. He loves all the cards as well. You see him at the events. I think if he wasn't so good at Pokemon Go, we might lose him to the trading card game.
Now, we are going to have our next loser finals soon. Okay, let's take a look who we have next. I believe we have Statistan.
We have Statistan up against Squark. We were talking about a little bit earlier, Squark getting second place last year in this tournament. And Statistan, just as we saw briefly earlier on in the tournament, losing out to Paula Shaw as well. So, I mean, this is going to be a very heavy-hitting tournament overall.
Yeah, and those were very close battles as well. Statistan was one of the most consistent players last season, and he's here again, trying to make the top cut. I believe he got to the losers finals in Gdansk, so he already got so close there. So just like Tonto, just keeps getting better every tournament.
I think that Statistan has definitely proved his assault overall for these tournaments. He has been a competitor in, I believe, both seasons so far of Worlds as well. So, I mean, this is something that not all players, who are even top level players, can say that they have been a part of.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And he's definitely going for it this season again. I believe this Squark's second tournament, he played in Liu as well. But I believe there's also some incentive or intention to qualify for Worlds as well. So two very motivated players. One thing that I found, that I noticed about Statistan is that he usually likes to play the same team.
Right.
But when there's a meta change, how do you adapt to that? I think maybe at the start of the Play Pokemon season, he may have struggled a little bit, right? Because of that meta change. And maybe if he finds the team that he likes to use now, he might stick to that, right?
I mean, we saw him do it really well against 23 EJB earlier on in the tournament. This whole combination that he was playing seemed like it was working to his favor, that Mantine overall with the Charger Bug and the Trevenant, which we're not seeing on so many teams, but it is making a comeback. Overall, I am absolutely loving this meta shift. There's, again, seeing so many Pokemon that have not got a chance to really shine in this Show 6 Pick 3 format are now on the stage. I mean, would you have thought we've seen that many Whiscash?
Yes, actually, yes. I didn't expect the water flying type that we have here, though. I expected more Pelipper, to be honest. Which actually seems like a pretty risky pick now with so many Charger Bug, right? Charger Bug hits double super effective on those Pokemon. And yeah, that makes like Pelipper or Mantine in this case just very difficult to use, in my opinion. Charger Bug also is pretty good against Deoxys defense. And that's another Pokemon that Statistan has here.
Yeah, and again, like you were talking about earlier, Medicham was top of the meta for a reason. Medicham is on Squark's side as well. However, it doesn't do that well against the Deoxys. It does do pretty good against that Poliwrath, though. I mean, having this pseudo double fighter team on Statistan's side could prove kind of interesting.
Yeah, because one of them is weak to Medicham, and the other one counters Medicham. On the other hand, though, I think that the Lickitung looks very good for Squark. Basically, only has to fear that Poliwrath, but you do cover the Poliwrath quite well with the Mantine, with the Charger Bug, and the Medicham. It's just 3 counters to the Shadow Poliwrath, but that didn't stop Tho Tactical earlier on as well. I believe his opponent had a similar team composition, and still Poliwrath put in so much work there.
That's true. Again, a surprise that it's Mantine on both sides of these tournaments as well. Mantine, Charger Bugs, Lickitungs all around, but the rest of them seem to be up for play. What do you think of Squark's pick of that Galarian Stunfisk? Because it really only has to super fear the Poliwrath, because again, the defense Deoxys, even though it is running counter, it's really going to be the only attack that's doing a lot against that Galarian Stunfisk. Trevenant also is a little more in favor of the Trevenant, but it's not a hard loss.
It's not exactly Clodsire, who I dearly love much more, but it has a similar coverage. Rock and ground is only resisted by Breloom and Torterra. I don't think we see those a lot.
No, not yet in this tournament, at least.
Exactly. So that makes the Galarian Stunfisk a very good pick. On the other hand, though, you only really pick that if you do not fear Whiscash. Whiscash is definitely more common this season, and Galarian Stunfisk really does not like to see one. Now let's take a look here at the achievements here from Statistan.
As Statistan, as we talked about earlier, he was the finalist in the first Liverpool, the very first regional that we had over here. He was a Worlds competitor that year as well, and then he just consistently top cut in the 2023 season in Stuttgart, in Liverpool. I believe it was in Utrecht.
Yeah, in Utrecht he got to... Was he the run-up? No, he was top 3 at the EUIC as well in 2023. So yeah, very consistent. But after that, he didn't do as well anymore. At the first battle at Worlds against Crescent Angels, it already went wrong there, unfortunately for him. And then in Liu, didn't quite get there. In Gdansk, he got to the losers finals, and now he is here. He's again in the losers finals, but now he still has a shot to get there to day 2.
Yes, he just needs to win these matchups to be able to make it to day 2. On the other hand, so does Squark, and Squark has kind of the momentum on his side if we're taking Stuttgart just into account itself. Because like you were saying, he was top 4 for in the UIC last year. He was a Worlds competitor as well as Statistan was. He was the finalist here at Stuttgart and Worlds competitor. So, I mean, they have pretty similar accolades in that front.
Yeah, and I wonder if they played against each other before. If these players know each well quite well, right?
Well, we saw them sitting together, right? So we
true.
don't know if they were like comparing notes about their teams or what was going on.
Yeah, I think they're just good friends in the community, and it looks like that they might be ready for battle in a second. Very curious what we're going to see. I think we're going to see a Charjabug battle here. Although I must say, against Pokesword, it might be a little bit more risky because there is that double ground, right? With the Whiscash and the Galarian Stunfisk. Although, Whiscash is not the worst matchup because, as we saw earlier, Exeter still hits quite well. It's a Surf clone.
That's absolutely true. I'm also wondering if we are going to see those Charjabugs, which one's going to win the Charge Attack priority. It's definitely good information to bring home about the Pokemon that each trainer will definitely want to know. In the meantime, that's not the mirror match that we are ending up looking at to start. We're going to see a Lickitung versus a Lickitung.
All right, we might be in this matchup for a while, but in the meantime, we can analyze the teams here that the players brought. So one thing that I personally always analyze for, are they playing that ABB strategy, which means that they're strong to something in the lead and they weak to something in the lead and they double cover that in the back. Because if that's the case, one of these players might tend to switch out here, but I don't think that's the case here necessarily. It might be possible, however, that Statistan wants to bait out a potential Mantine, I believe. No, actually, Deoxys is pretty okay here.
Yeah, I think if you are a Statistan, you're at least happy that your own Lickitung is matched up against Squarks because he has the Trevenant in the back, and the Trevenant definitely does not want to be facing that Lickitung. I think that both of them are just pretty content about this neutral matchup at the beginning.
Yeah, I think Statistan's a little bit more happy here because indeed the Lickitung might be out of the way for that Trevenant shortly, and it's very useful because Trevenant does not want to face a Lickitung at all. But on the other hand, there's also the Mantine, and Mantine has a very positive matchup against the Trevenant as well with that consistent flying type damage output.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like to say that if you always lose the lead that you will lose the game, but this will be very interesting. And these two competitors are playing it out very different, even though they're the same Pokemon. Statistan's almost up to 100 energy, almost up to 2 body slams before throwing this first one here. Squark, meanwhile, was throwing right away, and he will be able to reach it first. It is a Charge Attack priority, and Statistan wins it. Will Squark use his shield?
No, he does not. Going to get a lot of energy on another Pokemon here, it looks like. And if that is the Charjabug, Statistan might be in trouble because the Trevenant does not like the X-Scissors either. It's still neutral damage and barely not able to get to the body slam.
This is big for Squark here. There is a lot of energy. Trevenant forced to come in here because neither the Trevenant nor the Defense Deoxys wants to take these X-Scissors. One of them is going to be forced to, however, because there's so much energy. The first X-Scissor going through and a Trevenant taking that. We'll have to see how he wants to play this out.
And Charjabug charges just so quickly, right, to those X-Scissors. Another one coming in, and Statistan has to shield this. He cannot have that Deoxys defense aligned to this Pokemon. And in comes the Mantine, but this is also tough for that Trevenant. Now this Shadow Ball is the best damage output that you generally have. However, if this is shielded, that does mean that Deoxys could land a Thunderbolt, but it is no shielded, and now you still have to go for a Thunderbolt here.
You definitely have to go for a Thunderbolt here. And if you look at Status and Deoxys, there is no Thunderbolt to be found. Forced to be able to go for these rock slides instead. And of course, since these are open team sheets, Squark knows it as well. Going for this aerial ace is going not to be doing that much damage overall, but Deoxys needs to throw to be able to get out this Manton. It's not going to be able to counter down. Meanwhile, this Ice Beam now going through.
Yeah, this does a little bit more damage than that Aries, and it might be an indication of Squark letting that Mantine go. This rock slide is going to be very valuable, however, against the Charger Bug, and that might be exactly what you have it for. In comes the rock slide. Will Squark shield this to get more damage in with the Mantine? Doesn't look like it. Rock slide coming through and takes out the Mantine.
Wow, this is like really just saving it all for this half-health Charger Bug in the back, going for the Cycle Boost, which is going to be heavier hitting, and getting this shield from Squark, but instead now it's also dropping Stan's Defense Deoxys' attack stages, so we might see an aggressive swap out, but the timer's not even up yet.
Going for another Psycho Boost here. He's just pulling all the baits on this Charger Bug, and looks like Squark is shooting the double team of Psycho Boost there. He does not like that, but this Pokemon has so much energy now. Trevenant has to get to a Charge Attack here, but the Charger Bug is at 2 X-Scissors at this point.
Yeah, forcing that last shield from Stan. He is at another X-Scissor, but Stan is also almost at a Seed Bomb. It might not be enough, but we'll have to see, because it is Charge Attack priority. Trevenant does have the higher attack, so this Seed Bomb will go through. I don't know if it'll be enough, Martine, though, but I don't know if the Charger Bug will have enough later to hit the Deoxys.
Oh man, this is gonna get so close. X-Scissor will take out this Trevenant, and then you have to counter down the Charger Bug with your Deoxys defense, but the counters are going to be resisted.
That's just going to be incredibly close. I think there's just a little more health left on that Deoxys, and these Volt Switches aren't going to be doing too much either. 1 counter, 2 counters is enough to knock the Charger Bug down. Statustan has taken game number 1.
Wow, Statustan, the man with a plan. He wins game number 1 here against Squark in a very tight battle that actually was looking so difficult for him. And you know what I think really did it for him? Rock Slide on Deoxys, because it just comes out a little bit quicker than the Thunderbolt.
But now I really have to ask your opinion on that, though. Do you really think that Rock Slide on the Deoxys is the better, or I would say preferred charge attack, knowing that what the meta is right now? I guess there is a lot of Whiscash. There are a lot of these water and ground type Pokemon that would absorb that quite well, the Clodsire also being one of those. But I mean, I think that Thunderbolt just being able to hit a lot harder on a lot of Pokemon is almost better if your other one is always a debuffing attack.
Yeah, it really depends on the team composition that you bring here. Simply because if you already cover Medicham hard enough, and I think Statustan kind of does with the Mantine, with the Charger Bug, and with the Trevenant, and even Lickitung doesn't do very bad against Medicham, you might be able to afford dropping that Thunderbolt, because Thunderbolt is what is mainly to target that Medicham, to make that matchup so much better. But since you already have 3 pretty good answers there, especially Charger Bug, since Medicham doesn't generally have Psychic anymore, it just does very well there too. So I do like the Rock Slide on the Deoxys defense here if your main target is the Charger Bug, and that's possible because we do see the Mantine and the Poliwrath on Statustan's team.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And we know that you talked to Statustan a little bit earlier. He's come up with this team. He's come up with the... He is also someone who should be putting on a chef's hat and apron, because he is also cooking up some interesting things. I really enjoy his team so far. It is... I don't want to call it my favorite team, but the way these Pokemon synergize together is super interesting to me, and I'm really glad that he's been able to utilize this in such a good capacity.
It's just so different from what the previous meta was, right? It's an actual whole shake-up. Even though Medicham is at the second spot in the total usage on the teams here, we've seen only I think this is the second Medicham we've seen in the whole tournament. All we see is Poliwrath.
That's right, and not only do we see Poliwrath, Statustan said, I'm going to go ahead and use 2 counter users.
Yeah.
I'm going to prove to you guys you don't need Medicham. I'm going to bring 2 of them, and neither one is going to be it.
Yeah, and we also, it makes sense, right? I think Deoxys is so strong because we barely see any Ghost-type Pokemon as well. We've seen Shadow Sableye, not on the stage, but it was on Stone Collector's team. Anyway, here we go. Game number 2, Statustan on the left, and on the right, Squark. Oh man, what a lead for Statustan!
Statustan should be grinning from ear to ear here. Mantine looks like it's going to go ahead and take 1 before it swaps out into this, what we call a safe swap. Lickitung. Lickitung is one of the best neutral matchups in the game because it take a lot of these X-Scissors. It has has a lot of bulk to it, doesn't have the highest attack overall, but I mean, you don't need it at this stage when you're just hoping to maybe get to the Pokemon to switch out. But unfortunately for him, now met with Status Dance's own Licky Tongue.
Yeah, Squark just looking around like, come on, man, give me a chance here. As that just brings in his Licky Tongue here. The ideal Pokemon to soak this damage on, right? The body slams don't do as much damage. And yeah, you can. All you have to do here is make sure that you keep switch advantage.
Yes, exactly. And with a little bit of what we call that chip and dip strategy, that Licky Tongue is now already in the yellow on Squark's side. The licks of the fast attacks are doing basically nothing to either of these Pokemon. They're both solely relying on the charge attacks, and because Status Dance is just more healthy, it most likely is going to be able to keep this mid-game scenario, ensuring that a lineup with that Charger Bug and the Mantine. But we have to remember, the switch timers are also misaligned. We could see Squark do a little bit of a desperation dance to get out of this bad matchup between the Mantine and the Charger Bug. We have to see how this will go.
I think at this point, that's the only thing you can do. Mantine's charge attacks just don't do as much to the Charge Bug because you have the Aerial Ace and the Ice Beam. Neither of them are super effective on Charge Bug. Body Slam is going through. I think it barely does knock out. Yeah, it looks like Squark is able to get to another one. No, Status Dance is not taking any chances. Going to throw his own Body Slam to secure the switch advantage.
I like that play as well. Even though licking down would have been better to save some energy, he wants to make sure that he can line up that Charger Bug against the Mantine, saying there's no chance that we're not going to get this lineup. And meanwhile, because he threw, he also has a chance to get to this Power Whip. No, wonderful counting by Squark,
Wow.
throwing this right before able to get there.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this though, because the thing is, you might need the energy more than the HP, because you don't need that HP against Charger Bug. You're going to get shocked here anyway. In comes Trevenant and it's answered by, in comes Charger Bug and it's answered by Trevenant very quickly.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these two play it out, because we have to also remember the Shadow Balls are going to be doing a lot, but these X-Scissors, since Trevenant is part grass, is going to be doing a chunk to it as well. We can see Trevenant, again, not one of the more bulky Pokemon. Meanwhile, Status Dance just charging up to almost 100 energy and now baiting here. We'll have to see, well, is Squark going to once again fall for it?
At this point, you need to preserve HP on your Charger Bug. It might be the win condition that you have here, but Charger Bug is taking so much damage from the Shadow Claws as well. The Volt Switch are resistant on Trevenant, and they don't add up really. It's really the X's that do the damage here on Trevenant.
Yeah, it's just like the Licky Tongues, the Body Slams are only doing the damage. It's now also only the Charge Attacks and Charger Bug doing the damage as well. Status Dance counting wonderfully, throwing this right before we're able to get to the next one. Does Squark want to go two shots down? Yes, he has to. Like you said, he's got to preserve as much health on this as possible. Going ahead and now releasing this X-Scissor. I mean, this is desperately low. What do you think of your stand on this point? Are you just going to get a lot of energy on your Charger Bug? Even an undercharge?
Yeah, it will knock out either way. Trevenant goes down, and in comes Status Dance's own Charger Bug, and it's a shootout. Look at that, Status Dance waiting, maybe 1 or 2 turns even. He really took his time, because Volt Switch takes long to go through. Looks like Squark is unable to catch there, and in comes Mantine. Oh man, Mantine, this is tough.
I think that's exactly Squark's train of thought. If we could see captions on the screen, it would be, oh man.
Yeah.
Not the matchup that it was hoping for, not the matchup that it deserves, but meanwhile, Status Dance going ahead, no Protect Shields left remaining. This discharge will connect with the Mantine, and it looks like Status Dance is taking a convincing 2-0 sweep in this losers finals.
Yeah, Dr. Status Dance, the man with the plan, finally qualifying again for day 2. He is in for Championship Sunday.
Yes, and you can see he's very, very happy about it as well. This meta man, this person, like you said, we've talked about it earlier, once he has a team composition that he likes, he's going to stick with it for as long as that meta is relevant. What do you, I like, again, I love this team that Status Dance put together. I'm hoping to see more of it. I'm hoping that it becomes the new formula of a timeless travels meta that we will see more often.
I don't know, this team seems quite weak to Pelipper, but we'll see about that. He doesn't need Mew anymore, apparently. Maybe he doesn't want to use it anymore with that open team sheets as well, right? Because Mew really thrives on having a very diverse moveset. That is what Status Dance used in basically all his tournaments last season. And now he dropped it. He dropped the Mew and he went for a completely changed team, but adapted to the new meta, because it has that Deoxys, which was in top 12 usage. Poliwrath was not, but we've seen so many of them today. I think it's because it does so well against that Skarmory Whiscash core. A very well constructed team.
I think that Poliwrath wasn't on the top 12 overall usage. However, I will almost guarantee that when we see tomorrow's day 2 usage, Poliwrath might be that #1 Pokemon. It has been used by almost every single team that has been making it on so far, at least the ones that I've been casting over.
Yeah, same for me. So that's a lot of battles covered already.
And I must say, I feel very accurate with my team prediction so far. We've seen many Poliwrath. I think Scafo has that Clodsire, Paula has that Clodsire, so that's also still in. We haven't seen a Dugong, I guess that was totally off, right? Yeah, and...
But, I mean, if it makes you feel any better, no Talonflame, no Bastardon, no Artifact.
Oh, no Bastardon, thank you.
So yeah, I completely mispredicted the meta. I mean, I think a lot of times players take their thoughts off of what they're seeing in Go Battle League, and especially a lot of things that people want to try out at the beginning are the Pokemon that are taking advantage of these new moveset updates as well. And some of those were Talonflame, Skarmory. I think a lot of people by now have their Carbinks powered up. I still don't quite have it all the way. So I was just really expecting a more flyer-heavy meta, or with the Carbinks to counter it. And I was trying to get one step even ahead of them, saying, you know what beats all of these things? You know what usually beats the ice, the fire type? Is going to be that Bastardon. Unfortunately for me, but probably fortunately for the rock, paper, scissors scenario of this tournament, not a lot of Bastardon to be found.
Well, I have an advice for you, Amanda, because if you want to get those Carbink XL candy, they spawn here you need to go to more tournaments.
I've been, yes, desperately collecting. And also, here is another good piece of advice. If you have actually this whole season, anytime you trade a Pokemon, you are getting a guaranteed XL candy of that Pokemon as well. So I will definitely have a Carbink by the end of this tournament.
And how many times are you going to use it, you think?
I mean, it's good to at least have it, right?
I guess you have that going for you, but man, in a meta full of Poliwrath, of Whiscash, I guess you do fine against Charjabug, but man, I think Carbink is a tough Pokemon to use. I think many players predicted a meta that had like Talonflame, Superior, and Whiscash, and we just don't see any of that combination at all, right? That's a little bit of an elemental rock, paper, scissors scenario, and that's just not there. But what we do have here is our winners finals of Group C. We have on the left Dinoski, and we have on the right Tactical.
We've seen both of these trainers on stream already before. Whoever wins this will also be a day 2 competitor, but we have to remember this is in the winner's side of the bracket. So no matter what, whoever loses this still has the opportunity to potentially still be in the winners or in the next day as well.
Yeah, so interesting picks here. We have the Clodsire from Dinoski and the Pelipper. Who, I mean, I like Tactical, but Dinoski has some really cool Pokemon out there.
I have to agree that those two are going to do a good combination. Also, Dinoski has that Guzzlord on his side as well, and Tactical really only has that Poliwrath as a super hard counter. Charjabug also doing well. I mean, again, this is sort of the battle of the dragons. We discussed this earlier, Guzzlord versus the Shadow Dragonair, and I think in your mind it slightly favors, or you would prefer to run the Guzzlord over.
Yeah, I personally do like Guzzlord a little bit more for that Ghost coverage, but also not just Ghost, also the Lickitung, because it has a Ghost fast attack. So that's what Guzzlord really picks up there. And
with the Trevenant on a Tactical side too, I think it's kind of found a mark.
Guzzlord devours Trevenant. It eats Trevenant for a lunch. And yeah, another counter that Tactical has is the Galarian Stunfisk. Galarian Stunfisk has a pretty positive matchup against the Guzzlord as well. Guzzlord doesn't have Aqua Tail like Shadow Dragonair or regular Dragonair does in this case. So is Guzzlord the way here? It might be. Also, when shields are up, Guzzlord can also defeat the Charjabug. When shields are down, those X-Scissors are going to chunk, however.
Yeah, I mean, we did see it before. Charjabug being able to just get to these attacks so quickly. I think it's made one of the most versatile Pokemon in this current meta. I mean, a lot of people are using it as that safe swap. What we normally see Lickitung. I mean, could Charjabug be the new Lickitung? That is also the new question.
Yeah, at this point, but players might adapt to that, and both players have a very strong ground type as well, right? We see the Clodsire that demolishes the Charjabug, but so does the Galarian Stunfisk from Tactical. So I think that's a little bit the trade-off here. One Pokemon that I really like on Dinoski's side, and that's without favoritism, is the Pelipper. It only really fears the Charjabug, right?
Right, and with Charjabug having that Clodsire on the other team too, it makes it a little bit dangerous to want to be able to use it. However, we did see Tactical play earlier when we were saying, ooh, I'm not sure if that Poliwrath has a lot of play. And you know what? Tactical brought it every single game, so he might be seeing some loopholes in this as well, saying, well, I know that if I get this Pokemon lined up with another, that I'm going to be able to win this matchup.
Yeah. Now, one thing that I just noticed about Dinoski's team, that Charjabug, he only has one real answer there. 4 Pokemon take super effective damage from Charjabug, the Pelipper, the Poliwrath, the Cresselia, the Guzzlord.
they all don't like Charger Bug.
Exactly, but I mean, if you're Dinoski, you have to know, I have this Pokemon on my team as well. People are going to be bringing it. He has got a plan. You called Sadistan the man with the plan? Dinoski definitely has a Charger Bug plan if he's bringing this many Pokemon that are weak against it.
Yeah, so that means basically Charger Bug always has one target, even though Guzzlord is more of a soft target, and so is Cresselia. If Dinoski goes with the Poliwrath or the Pelipper, those are way worse against the Charger Bug. I think that's the goal for Toad Tactical this match. Usually I have to avoid Medicham with Dunsparce. Toad Tactical has to avoid Clodsire with his Clodsire with his Charger Bug.
But in the meantime, not even a good matchup either. Galarian Sunfist against the Poliwrath, those counters being able to do so much, and swapping in that Shadow Dragonair against the Poliwrath. Not the best matchup for, I mean, the Dragonair either, but the Tactical making some dangerous plays. The Icy Wind is going to not only knock it out, should he not decide to shield, it's going to definitely lower his attack no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. And because it's regular Poliwrath, you comfortably get to another Body Slam here as the Dragonair. Now, interesting that we don't see any Charger Bug at all on the Tactical side. In comes the Guzzlord, and you're barely able to get to that Body Slam. That's a really nice chip damage you got there.
Wow, this is incredible plays. They're being able to get to it. Even though it is debuffed, it's going to be doing a nice amount overall. Guzzlord already in the yellow. Meanwhile, those Dragon Tails were enough to take out the Dragonair, and in comes back that Galarian Sunfist. We saw this before. I mean, it's not going to be doing that much. Those Brutal Swings do have that same type attack bonus, but it's just not that heavy hitting against that Galarian Sunfist.
Yeah, and while I'm not sure if the Guzzlord is exactly what the Tactical tried to draw out with that Dragonair, it does free up the Trevenant in the back. I think you still have to go for a full Earthquake here as the Tactical, but it looks like he is going for the Rock Slide, likely going for the Rock Slide to then farm down with the Mudshots and get energy to take out the Poliwrath.
I like that play, or at least get a shield there. So you can see Guzzlord barely just able to hang on. Will be able to get off this Brutal Swing, but definitely won't be enough to take out the Stunfisk. Stunfisk just doing everything that it can to help out the team, saying, I am a desperate part of this team of three. Even though it was not a good lead at the beginning, look what I can do. I've taken out the Guzzlord, and I'm about to take at least a shield off of this Poliwrath.
Oh man, you gotta shield this as Dinoski, I think, right? Because the Charger Bug cannot farm down this Galarian Sunfist, but oh yeah, last second shield, and now it's Trevenant's job, but man, this Poliwrath gets to an Ice Wind here to debuff first.
Yeah, this is the hard part, because no matter what comes in, the Icy Wind is going to be able to lower the attack of it. Though Tactical forced now to use that last shield here because he doesn't want to take this damage. However, he still has this attack debuff, which means those Shadow Balls are not going to be doing as much against the Charger Bug overall. Still, really nice timing by Tactical there, being able to throw right before, not letting any extra Volt switches go through, and we see the Shadow Ball connect.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Shadow Claw plus the Seed Bomb will take out next, and I think that is what you have to go for next here. Oh man, he is at the Seed Bomb right now, but I don't think the resistance Seed Bomb is going to be enough to take out this Charger Bug from here.
We'll have to see for sure. This looks like the X-Scissor will connect. The Trevenant is in the red. It is charge attack priority. Like we said, Trevenant does win this, but this is going to rely on if this takes it out. If it does not, there is another X-Scissor stored up.
Oh, it doesn't!
Not take out!
Oh man, I think that's attack drop there. But at this point, can the Galarian Sunfisk again get a farm down here? That's how Tactical got to the winners final in the first place.
That is true. We're going to have to see. There is not a lot left to that Charger Bug. It's 1 Mudshot, 2 Mudshots, 3 Mudshots. It is getting close.
Yeah.
But however, this Poliwrath just has too much left, I think, in the tank, and it looks like countered down. Dinoski taking game number 1. And this is a very interesting team composition that I want to talk to you about, because what do you think was in Tactical's mind there when he didn't bring the Charger Bug?
I think he just thinks it's too predictable. But on the other hand, we didn't see Clodsire on Dinoski's side either, so Charger Bug would have been great there.
Yeah, I think that sometimes at this stage that's not being played on the field as much as it is in each other's minds, especially because both of these trainers have most likely played against each other before. They're both well-known players. So then I think there's a bit of prediction going on as well. Like, well, obviously, since he's so weak to Charger Bug, he has a plan for game 1, so I'm not even going to bring it to screw up the plan. But I don't know if that was truly the case, because like you said, no Clodsire to even be found, but even still Dinoski being able to take that game number 1.
Yeah, Dinoski didn't even bring that Charger Bug answer, right? He had the Poliwrath, the Guzzlord, and his own Charger Bug. So you lead Charger Bug there. It's just really tough for Dinoski to even come back from in the first place.
But now, having said that, this is actually, Martin, where the true mind games begin. Because his first team was so weak to Charger Bug, making Tactical think, man, if I just would have brought Charger Bug, I could have won that. Do you bring it game 2, and does Dinoski know it, and then we're going to see that Clodsire?
The Clodsire is the one Pokemon Charger Bug really does not want to see. It's the worst matchup
that you can find probably. It's probably similar to something like Bastion on Carbic versus Talonflame. You know, that matchup probably doesn't take as long. But yeah, that's the one thing you need to avoid with that charge bug. I'm very surprised though Tactical didn't bring it and really rely more on the Trevenant. Maybe the Trevenant has been working way better for him this tournament.
Yeah, we have to remember that though we're seeing a lot of these matches on screen, there's so many other battles that have been taking place at the tables as well. There's like around 100 competitors that were here at Stuttgart for this tournament, which does mean that, I mean, even though we're seeing some really incredible matches being played here, I'm sure there are just as many incredible ones being played in the other part of the venue.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, let's see how these players are going to adapt. I think though, just locked in his team here. Both players seem ready. Dinoski is 1-0 up. He needs one more victory to get to the winner's bracket of day 2. And we have Guzzlord into Galarian Stunfisk.
You can see this one is a little bit of a better matchup there for Tactical. The Galarian Stunfisk being able to take on that Guzzlord a little bit better than it would that Poliwrath. We do see that Clodsire and the Charger Bug on side, so it does look like our predictions did come true about this. Meanwhile, both of these trainers just plugging away at the very beginning, throwing this Earthquake, which is the heavier hitting attack. It's going to be doing some heavy, decent damage to that Guzzlord.
Yeah, Dinoski not exactly as strong as lineup against the Galarian Stunfisk here, because Galarian Stunfisk also can deal super effective damage against Pelipper, but also against Clodsire. If Clodsire has Poison Sting, there's no way you can even farm it down. First Brutal Swing comes in, and it does do damage, and oh, another one comes in. This actually gets really close now.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be ahead and getting closer, and the Tactical going ahead and letting that second one go through as well. This means that Stunfisk is going to get very, very low. Those Dragon Tails aren't going to be able to do that much, almost like a snipe. But now you can see that there is a Clodsire, and because of this, I think that Tactical is in a very good position because he's going to be able to get a shield, and he's going to avoid the matchup that he does not want.
Yeah, and his Mud Shot on the Clodsire as well, so you could even get to another charge stack on that Galarian Stunfisk is going for the Stone Edge, and Tactical does shield it. This would do about 50% damage, but an Earthquake would have put this Dragon Edge straight into the red.
Yeah, absolutely true. Still plugging away here, just charging these Dragon Breaths do a lot. Clodsire is one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we've seen. We've seen bulk after bulk. Welcome to the club here, Clodsire, as this Aqua Tail, it does manage to bring it down to the yellow. It's super effective, but look at that, still hanging on, still able to get to another charge attack. And I think if you're Tactical, you're really wondering here because you all have a very low health Galarian Stunfisk in the back and something that doesn't want to face that Clodsire.
Yeah, you gotta shield this, otherwise the Charger Bugs are aligned to this Clodsire. Can it get to another Stone Edge? It's almost getting there. Oh, it fades with the Stone Edge. This is huge.
This is amazing for Tactical. He has so much energy on the Dragonair, and I mean, at this point, even though Dinoski is up the shields, he is on the back foot 100%.
Oh man, taking that energy on the Guzzlord, trying to sweep with the best boy Pelipper, but Pelipper does not have a great matchup here.
Yeah, Pelipper doesn't have that good of a matchup. It will be able to get to the Weather Balls quite quickly, but Tactical saying, I don't even want you to get any energy at first. I'm going to try to at least get these shields from you. But the question is, does he want to even reveal his third Pokemon at this point? Is he going to stay in and just try to make all this energy go?
He's going to catch it, watch. Oh man.
Martin used Future Sight, and it was super effective as this Weather Ball is now being caught on the Galarian Stunfisk, negating all of the energy. In comes back that Dragonair, not even showing the third Pokemon, going for a small Dragon Breath down.
Wow, not wanting to reveal the third Pokemon.
I love that play.
That's very strategical, right? Because now you still have not revealed the Charger Bug. Dinoski still has no idea. Pelipper didn't have play in the first place in the back.
Yeah, this was incredible. I mean, I think that the catch was unnecessary. He would have won that, I think, regardless, just because of pure team composition. But however, the catch at the end, Martin, can you explain to people at home maybe why it is so beneficial to not show your last Pokemon?
Absolutely. That is because the more Pokemon you reveal, you show what's going on in your mind, right? And what Pokemon you want to use to tackle your opponent's team. So if you don't reveal that last Pokemon, your opponent's like, what could have been there? Was it the Charger Bug, or was it like a Mantine? Something that didn't like the Pelipper maybe, right? And that makes you think, well, he didn't bring the Charger Bug twice, maybe he doesn't like it at all, right? That's what Dinoski might be thinking now.
This is a lot of times true, especially when there was not open team sheets in the past. So this has changed a little bit over time as well, especially because of these open team sheets. But a lot of times people wouldn't throw their other charge attack if they knew that we're in a losing matchup, or even if they knew they'd secured a victory, because it just didn't want to give their opponent any extra information. Any information that your opponent can gather about you can be used against you later in a matchup. Who wins charge attack priority is a big one. Like, does my opponent like to always go for that heavier hitting charge attack, or are they someone who always likes to bait? I mean, all of this information, even if you don't win this best of 3, we've seen what we call grudge matches, where later on you play someone again later in the tournament and have taken that information you gleaned in that first part to be able to win the second time.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we don't know, however, who wins charge attack priority between each other's charge bug, right? Though Tactical has brought the charge bug once, hasn't revealed it. Dinoski brought the charge bug once as well, and you know, it might come down sometimes to switch advantage, as we saw in previous games. Now, in this last game, however, I think that Dinoski just wasn't prepared very well for that Galarian Stunfisk, but he liked playing that ABA strategy, leading weak to Galarian Stunfisk and being a little bit weak to Galarian Stunfisk in the back with the Clodsire as well, because Guzzlord still puts up a very good fight against Galarian Stunfisk.
What I would love to see Tactical do this time is lead the charger bug. He didn't have it at all game in 1. Dinoski doesn't even know if he has it game 2.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not like you're hiding that much information now. I think this is the part where if you're Tactical, you're really coming out, you got to come out strong.
Yeah. You know what would have been really strong for Tactical there?
Tell me.
The Poliwrath.
Interesting.
It would have obliterated the Guzzlord. It would have been so good against that Clodsire. But luckily for Dinoski, there was no Shadow Poliwrath. I think Tactical might be a little bit afraid of the Pelipper, the Charge Bug, and the Cresselia. Even though the Cresselia hasn't come out just yet, I think it's actually quite good, depending if it's not aligned to, you know, the Trevenant. Here we go, though. We have the Pelipper into the Dragonair. This is a decent matchup for the Dragonair.
This is pretty good. We saw it before as well. Again, the Hurricane is going to be doing more damage. Those Weather Balls not going to be that effective. However, since it is a Shadow Dragonair, it is kind of frail. That 20% more damage that it gives out and takes, doing a lot overall. Able to get to this Body Slam, and it looks like Dinoski is not going to shield up the Pelipper.
Yeah, making that decision to not shield here. This leaves Tactical to get switch advantage if he would like to. Oh, this is not even a Hurricane. If Tactical has counted, and he did count. Oh, what a tactical player. This only a resisted Weather Ball will not knock out the Dragonair. And now you have a little bit less than half a Dragonair. You have some energy, and basically you have all the tools to put into the next matchup here.
Yeah, we can align things up a little bit better no matter what comes in. If it's going to be that Guzzlord, it's going to be, he's going to at least be able to get to another Body Slam. Not quite in time. Now we have 2 Dragon Tails on Dinoski's side, but this is going to be a little bit better for him. As we see this Shadow Poliwrath come in, this Guzzlord does not want to be taking this, but in the back, it's going to be a reverse scenario.
Yeah, Galarian Stunfisk does not like to see Poliwrath either, but Tactical now has some energy to potentially debuff the Poliwrath right away. Let's see what he's going to do. Yeah, staying into that matchup, going straight for the Ice Wind, making sure that the counters do less damage, because at this point you need to get as much counter damage in as possible.
I like this play, and I think if you're Tactical, you might even just stay in this matchup, because obviously the Poliwrath does well against the Stunfisk in the back, but this one is now debuffed, and it's not like the Galarian Stunfisk has a bad matchup against the Guzzlord.
Yeah, exactly. Going for that Ice Wind. Tactical putting up the shield right away. I think he would have lived this, but he definitely wants to get another Ice Wind, or maybe a Scald. Going for the Scald here. This only has 50% chance to get that debuff. And no shield. This might be crucial.
This could be crucial, because even though it's not going to be doing that much damage overall, it's not very effective. It is doing more, and it gets the attack drop, so it's great for Tactical there being able to go through, but now a little bit of a counting. There's no Protect Shields left here, and this Scald is going to be able to go through on Dinoski's side.
Yeah, I don't know about this play, though, because now you don't have a lot of HP on that Poliwrath left anymore. You might have to take out with a Rock Slide here. Going for that Rock Slide indeed, and now, oh man, there's still a shield, however, and Dinoski does put up the shield here. This is actually looking pretty difficult for Tactical now.
This is going to be dangerous indeed, because even though this is debuffed, it's going to be able to still reach this Scald, is going to be able to knock this out, and now we'll have to see, because I believe there is some energy already on that Guzzlord.
Yeah, there's some energy on the Guzzlord. There's a little bit of energy on the Poliwrath, not a lot though. And here we go, it's going to be a race to the knockout, and in comes that Icy Wind. He gets to the Icy Wind, he's going to knock out the Guzzlord.
But does he have enough health to handle Dinoski's in the back as well? This is so dangerous. See, this will definitely knock it out.
Let's see, one more counter on both sides. No, it looks like Tactical goes down. Dinoski wins 2-1.
Wow, an incredibly fast reflexes by Dinoski there, being able to swap out his Poliwrath, clear all of those debuffs as well, and be able to say, okay, the Guzzlord's coming back in. I know it's weak, but you have to throw against it at this point, and that throw caused Dinoski to win that matchup, countering down the Poliwrath and securing his day 2 victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I think though Tactical, if he stayed in with the Poliwrath into Dinoski's Poliwrath, he may have gone, he didn't need to take the energy on the Galarian Stunfisk, because I think that may have been so crucial, right? If you have more HP on the Galarian Stunfisk, you would have been able to take out the Guzzlord there.
Yeah, I think that was a really hard call overall. Obviously, the Poliwrath was putting in work, and Toe Tactical's Poliwrath had an energy advantage as well. He was able to throw that first Icy Wind, so no matter what Dinoski threw back, wasn't going to be hitting as hard. He even got that Scald debuff, but unfortunately for him, switching in at that moment, he caught his Scald. It just gave that other Poliwrath too much energy, and in the back it ended up being crucial for Dinoski, but really masterfully played by him. And again, congratulations on being another Day 2 competitor.
Yeah, making all those predictions. And again, that charge bug, it wasn't revealed in Game 2 at all. And in Game 3, Dinoski went even weaker to the charge bug. Unfortunately, Toe Tactical didn't bring it this time. But I believe he led something weak to the charge bug and then had the Poliwrath in the back as well. That's kind of difficult to come back from charge bug if it was there.
Yeah, I think that, again, Toe Tactical, as we've been able to see, he likes to play extremely risky a lot of times, right? Especially when we're going ahead and looking at a team and we say, man, that charge bug looks like it could pop off. And instead, Toe Tactical says, nah, that's okay. I'm going to show you guys how I can win without it. He did it Game 2, not even showing it, even though it was on the team. Unfortunately for him, just falling a little bit short in that third round. However, he is down, but he is not out. This was the winner's bracket finals, meaning that he will just have to slog through the loser's bracket a little bit more, and we might still see him in Day 2.
Yeah, and it's possible. I haven't seen the bracket just yet, but man, if he plays a mind joke, that's gonna be a really high battle. Two teammates playing against each other there.
I know, and a lot of these competitors have not only trained together, they have, of course, in a tournament this size with this many good competitors, you're going to be able to face a teammate, a friend at some point in the tournament. That's just the way it goes. But I mean, I think that both of them should be pretty proud of how far they've been able to make it. And that's also what I love about this season. Even if you don't make it all the way, you're collecting points. Even if you get third place, I mean, that's a lot of championship points to be able to take home. Day 2 competitors always getting like 100 championship points at the least. And I believe everyone now, even in the Toe Tactical's position, he's already at 80.
Yeah, and you know, when you're playing against friends, it's just business, right? It's just Clodsire business when you get in there with Clodsire sometimes. Yeah, Dinoski is...
Regular business is now just Clodsire business to you. Like, it is just Clodsire business. Don't take it personal. It's just my Clodsire.
We saw Dinoski get to Day 2 with a Clodsire. I'm just saying. And Pelipper.
And Pelipper, yeah. I mean, I think that how I said Statistan's team was maybe my favorite team that I've seen so far. I think Dinoski's team definitely is taking a page out of your books as well. This is like pretty much almost exactly what I would think that you would run if you were playing this tournament.
I have drafted a team to practice with other people, and it had Clodsire, it had Guzzlord, it had Charjabug, it had Pelipper, so there were a lot of similarities. I think the only difference I have with Dinoski's team is that I have Medicham instead of the Poliwrath.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only difference.
Now, I have to ask you, because I know that you've been saying that Medicham, obviously the best fighter, but seeing how many top-level players are using that Poliwrath instead, do you think that you're going to end up shifting over?
No.
No, you're going to stick with that Medicham.
I do not fear the Poliwrath.
You heard it here first, folks. Actually, I don't fear it, but I didn't expect it either, and I am overwhelmingly impressed with how people have been playing with this Pokemon. I think that overall, I think we just thought we'd see so many Whiscash. That is true,
yeah.
But I mean, just as many Poliwrath and just as many Charjabug. These were things that were a little bit unexpected that I think were a little bit lower in the meta that definitely benefited. But I mean, Charjabug didn't even benefit this season from a move pool update.
It was from the previous season where it got Volt Switch added to its fast attack move pool. So yeah, interesting that it now comes in use. Players recognize the potential of Charjabug to core break those cores of like Pelipper and Poliwrath. So yeah, Charjabug really making, you know, its point in the meta there, its position in the meta, and I really like it. It's just such a humble Pokemon as well. It's just like a bussy bug. Basically.
Yeah, it's very, very cute. Dinoski is ready for us with an interview. We're going to go over to him. We're going to see how he manages to play so well against Charjabug, especially since, like we were talking about, almost 5 of the 6 were weak to it. So, Abby, go ahead and take us away.
Hello, trainers. I'm here joined once again by Dinoski. You are now going into day number 2, Championship Sunday. Is this what you were aiming for when you started this tournament?
To be honest, no. With the new CP point structure, I was just trying to get as many points as possible. So if it was top 16 or top 32, I would be content with that. But I'm just very pleased to get to top 8 at the moment and see where it can take me.
Have you done tournaments before? What is your championship points at?
Well, I was in Gdansk. I got top 32, so 60 points, and I've done one local challenge, which I got 10 points. So at the moment at 70, I have to go away and do the maths and check how much at the moment I'll have and see what I'll get after.
So you're almost halfway there, and that is absolutely brilliant. The season is not over yet, and you have plenty of more opportunities to get there. Now, just let's talk about the games, right? You're playing against Tactical, an absolute veteran of the game. Did you feel nervous before the game started?
Yes, I faced him in the UIC last year in our top 16 matchup, and his team demolished mine. He played really very well, and I couldn't really do much there. Today, I just saw a few core breakers from my side, and predicted kind of what he was going to do, and then just the game just went out according to sort of the plan that I had in mind.
It was a very, very close game number one, right? You had to manage your energy, you had to make sure that the switch was aligned perfectly well because you were worried about, let's say, the Stunfisk's energy as well. How did you manage in a way to make sure that none of these things add up so that you would lose the game?
I just wanted to just keep alignment. With the swap into Dinair, I was a bit frustrated myself because my plan was to get the energy and then switch into Guzzlord, because then that time I could be able to farm down, but for some reason clicked it didn't work, so through the Icy Wind went into Guzzlord and then just tried to keep alignment from there. I was very happy that I managed to get alignment, and with the Icy Wind debuff, as I said before, Scold is not something I can rely on, so Icy Wind debuff on the Trev and then managed to survive that Seed Bomb at the end there.
Yeah. You did lose game number 2, and basically it was a very polarizing matchup through the whole game. What would you advise trainers who face this kind of scenario? What was your thinking process that, all right, I've been really hard countered this game. What would you take from that game and go to game number 3? Do you disconnect or?
Yeah, I mean, I should have really fought more of just damage on that Dinair. I was just wanting to get the one-hit KO on that Dinair after that one shield. If I just threw the Stone Age, then maybe I could have got to another move, as I was just about to not do it, and then since then it was just game over for that side. And it's just a case for players when they get in those situations, just don't think that it's be all and end all, because that's just one game. As you said, it's best of 3, so 1-1, and then it came down to game 3.
Yep, and you absolutely turned up for game number 3. It was so close. Yeah. Everything came down to the wire. Were you worried at any point that you were not going to be able to pull the game? What was your thinking process through the game?
Yeah, going into it, I just thought I just need a bit more fast move pressure on the Dinair. I thought I was struggling with it, so I put a risk and put 3 of my mons that would just do damage to it, just with fast move pressure, since they can't shield that. And just very fortunate there was no charge bug that came in, because yeah, that would have been a very tricky situation if that was the case. So as I say, yeah, very fortunate, and then just thought, okay, get as much damage as possible on that Dinair and go from there.
Yeah. You are now in day 2. You're just a few games away from picking up the title of the regional champion. What are your preparations going to be like for tomorrow?
Well, I know the person I'm going to face tomorrow, I know him quite well. He's part of our team, Team Pizza, so I'll have to speak, maybe just think over my head what I'm going to do on that side and then go from there. As I said to you earlier, the top 8 is a great achievement so far, and just to see where we can go.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time and your great insights into your thinking process as well. This is a brilliant game, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching, guys. We're going straight back to the casters to bring back more action.
Thank you, Abi. Yeah, a lot of our day 2 competitors have already been flying out, but there's still quite a few more to go. And like Abi kind of mentioned, does Dinoski think that he has potential to be the new Stuttgart Regional Champion? I have some really great news from on that front as well, and that is the previous year's regional champion, M.E. Weedle, has been officially knocked out of the tournament. So unfortunately for him, it will not be a reigning champion taking that spot. So we will definitely be crowning someone new.
Yeah, and the players that we have remaining for today, we're going to have soon up. We have Though Tactical against Ben Syler in the losers finals of Group C. And then in Group D, we have in the winners finals Scafo 99 against JBG Winson. And the loser of that will have to play Tomahawk UK, who's awaiting the loser of that winners final in the loser final of Group D.
Yeah, so plenty of more really good matches. We've seen a lot of these competitors already on stream, but a lot of them also some new faces as well. So you don't want to go anywhere because there's definitely going to be some more hype matches coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait. We've already seen Scafo 99 earlier, also with a Clodsire. I don't think we've seen Syler today on the stream, so that's a name to look out for as well. He will be playing against Tactical soon, who we just saw earlier. And Syler, I believe, was he the player who brought Psycho Cut Medicham?
No, I think that was Talonflow,
that was
but
Talonflow.
Another German player as well. The German player is really coming up with some spicy, entertaining picks. With open team sheets, again, might not be something that is super advantageous anymore, but definitely interesting to watch.
Yeah, I remember it lost to a wall ring. That's not what you want as a Medicham there. Yeah. So yeah, very good battle still coming up, and you know, good players that we still have as well. We haven't seen JBG Winston as much in those regional tournaments or the streams this season, but he has collected a lot of points already from local tournaments. So he is building up his form, and it's showing in this tournament.
He actually, I believe, played in a local tournament that was brought on by our current stream runner, our former world champion, and a good friend, Dancing Rob.
Oh, really? Isn't he like the world champion or something?
I have heard rumors of such things. You know what? Instead of hearing it from us, why don't we just go ahead and hear some stuff from Dancing Rob himself? We'll be back after this break.
My name is Robert Wassmar. I'm also known as Dancing Rob in the Pokemon Go community, and I've been the 2022 Pokemon World Champ. So I started playing Pokemon Go as everyone in 2016 for a few weeks. And in 2019, my friends from university actually told me, hey, that game is pretty cool. There's a few new features, you might want to try it out. So I started playing again in February 2019, and I had my first community days, and that was also when PvP came out. And I quickly realized that I much prefer playing PvP against my friends and actually interacting with them. When the Pokemon Go tournaments were included in the official circuit in the 2022 season, I wasn't actually too sure whether I wanted to play them, because I never had much experience with the whole official Pokemon tournaments, and I was just playing with my friends mainly. When I saw the first stream from Liverpool, which was a community stream back then from Pokemon Go, me and all my friends got hyped. And I was like, yeah, I want to participate in that as well. It seems fun. And then I actually went to my first tournament with all my friends at the European International Championship. Not expecting a lot, but actually I had a very decent day one. Day two, I was still able to win 3 more matches, barely get my Worlds invite on the very first tournament, which was kind of cool. So when Worlds came, I wasn't too sure how good I can actually be, because I didn't have that much of practice the month before, because I was busy with university. I also lost my first match pretty early in double elimination, so when I went down in the tournament already in the 3rd round, and I was only top 24 at this point, I wasn't too sure how far I can actually go, but then my mentality kind of swapped and I was, okay, I can win that game. And basically going from game to game was like, okay, maybe I can win the next game, maybe I can win the next game. At the top 4 match against my friend James, also known as Lurgan Rocket. Our game basically went down to a 50-50 call in the end, and when I actually was able to overcome that game with some risky plays and was about to face the 2 players from APAC that have never lost so far, and I was like, no way I can beat them. But when I went to the games then, and I had my mentality again just to win every single game, I made the riskiest plays with double swaps that weren't seen before. I made some great catches, and when I actually was able to pull that off in the losers finals against Crescent Angels, that was when I had the first idea of actually being able to just need to win the grand finals. My match in the finals, actually, it wasn't as hype as the previous 2. I had an early 2-0 lead, and I actually felt like, okay, maybe that can go into the right direction, and it all felt pretty even. And it could have gone in either direction, but of course I'm very happy with how it ended, and that I was able to actually win the World Championship with my plays that day. So after the World Championship, I was first very euphoric, and I was debating what I want to do now. Do I want to play again? Do I want to try defend my title? What do I want to do? And what really makes Pokemon Go so special is the community. And since my very good friends were starting to actually judge in Pokemon Go, I was trying to get there too. And when I attended these events, I wasn't actually interested in judging. I was more interested in actually doing the stream stuff, which was my experience mainly at these events as well. And when I saw that there were spots open to actually try and have others enjoy these events and give others the opportunity to enjoy the stream, that was actually my way to have others have the enjoyable experience that I had, and I was actually able to help them, which is pretty cool to me.
Some very fantastic words from our first ever Pokemon Go World Champion, Dancing Rob. Honestly, it is always a pleasure to work with him. He does so much for us behind the scenes here with the stream running, with the management of the event, all to make sure that we can give you the best possible show. My name's Delian. I'm here with Count Xevious, aka RV. How are you doing, sir?
I am doing fine. I saw this last game and I was just interviewing the winner as well. I've also managed to be in 2 places at the same time. So it's been an amazing day so far, amazing battles, and so many different Pokemon that we see now that the meta is changed.
Yes. What do you think is the most common change you've seen? Pick one.
I think it's the Poliwrath, right? Poliwrath has been in a lot of teams, and I think it showed up quite a bit into the tournament. Counter, as you know, is one of the best moves in the game. Does a lot of damage, and the potential to hard hit your opponent Pokemon with the Scald, and also potentially debuff those Pokemon with Icy Wind. Poliwrath is an absolutely amazing Pokemon for this meta.
Yes, I have enjoyed seeing Poliwrath. I've enjoyed seeing some variation in counter users, and it seems like we're going to get a bit more variation as well, as Scafo 99 takes to the stage against JBG, wins an HSV. That's a bit of a mouthful.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. But one of the things that I would like to see from looking at these 2 players' team sheets is that JBG still hasn't gotten the full memo yet. He is running that Shadow, Alolan Sandslash, and I guess it's been doing really well for him because, of course, a lot of the players here are kind of weak to it. If you just look at Scafo, his only real answer to it, in a way, is 2 Pokemon, which is going to be that Defense Deoxys and Whiscash. Even Whiscash is going to take a lot of damage from those ice punches and also from the drill runs. So it's going to be interesting how they try to play it out. Again, this is fairly very well balanced team. Of course, we're going to see a Lickitung safe swap here from JBJ Winston because there is not a lot of hard answers. Earlier, you had Medicham with access to the Dynamic Punch, which is going to be a really hard counter for the Lickitung, but unfortunately you see here the Deoxys, which can be flipped by the Lickitung, so it's going to be super interesting to see how the dynamic of this game evolves, because it's a very well balanced 2 teams.
Yes, it's the fluidity and the fact that you can't ever be certain that, okay, I'm going to have this matchup, my Deoxys defense against Lickitung. It could go either way. We love seeing those.
Yeah, it's all about being in an adverse situation and flipping it and coming out on top. But these 2 players have already chosen the teams. Here we go. Defense Deoxys into Lickitung. I was just talking about this matchup, and that's exactly what we see.
Yes, some foresight there by you, RV. So Lickitung is now going to lead off with the Licks. Deoxys defense responding with those counters. Notice Deoxys defense does have Thunderbolt available, but it does take a little bit longer to get to it compared to Lickitung as the first Body Slam is launched.
Yeah, first Body Slam comes in. Defense Deoxys opting not to shield, or I would say Scafo opting not to shield his Defense Deoxys. Takes quite a bit of damage here, but going for the Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt is not a same-time attack bonus, but of course you really don't want to debuff yourself in this position as Scafo.
Yes, so I think you soften up the Lickitung here, maybe race to the Psycho Boost, see if you can get there, but no, JBG decides, I'm not going to let you do that. I'm going to throw the Body Slam first, but Scafo thinks his Deoxys defense can survive this.
Yep, and it does survive with quite a bit of HP, but at this point, you as JBJ, if you really want to keep the switch, you can opt for a shield here. Let's see what he does. Charge it. He goes for the shield. He really wants the switch advantage here, and this is putting this game in a very interesting position. Scafo immediately going into his own Lickitung. This is going to be a very good way to see how he wants to turn this matchup up.
Yes, and I think this is a good way for Scafo to gauge the behavior of JBG. I've just done this, and now I've just taken a shield, and I've thrown in my Lickitung. What's the response? And here we can see the benefit of a steel type like Shadow, Alolan, Sandslash, able to withstand a lot of the charge attacks that Lickitung Lickitung is providing. So this body slam probably goes unshielded.
Yeah, body slam did not have to be shielded there by the Sand Slash, as she said, but the Sand Slash now learns Powder Snow. Powder Snow is going to do so much better in this matchup when compared to that other variant, which is Shadow Claw. Let's see how Vincent decides to play this matchup. He again lets another body slam go. He's farming up a lot of energy. He goes for that first Ice Punch, opting not to go for the drill run, and this Ice Punch is still not enough.
Yes, it isn't, but there might be a tactical reason here. If you can soften up with the Ice Punch, you can maybe get some more Powder Snows in, and before you throw again, and indeed this is what happened. JBG able to get one more Powder Snow in, throw the next Ice Punch, and soften up the Lickitung, but Scafo says, no, I'm using another shield.
That is a very good heads-up play there by Scafo as well, but this kind of opens up a lot of scenario for JBJ Winston. Will he come in with that Defense Deoxys to counter this Lickitung down? Because it is going to be very, very difficult. Both of these players Scafo's spamming that Dragonair. Let's see if he comes in. Yes, it does come in, and Inca is met with that Wishcash.
Yes, and this will be interesting because Wishcash is able to outpace to the Mud Bomb, but decides to go for the Skull. Interesting here, considering Dragonair is resisting the water moves, but maybe going for a debuff here. Does a huge amount of damage though.
Ooh, and does not get that coin flip. Unfortunate for JBG Winston, because now this Dragonair is poised to take this game for JBG, for Scafo. Let's see how this works out. In comes the Body Slam. Body Slam is being shielded. Wishcash gets to this Mud Bomb, and Dragonair is going to shield this.
Yes, so now both sides are without shields, so now it really does come down to fast move pressure and who can get to that additional charge. An attempt to catch is not successful. Dragonair realizing that there might be an attempt and decides to just power through, now throwing the Body Slam here that will eliminate the Lickitung, and now we're back to that matchup where the Wishcash is forced back in.
Yeah, the Wishcash, as we know, has very, very limited HP here, but absolutely amazing, amazing energy management by Scafo, understanding exactly how much energy JBJ Winston's Wishcash had, how much Dragon Breaths it had to do on that Lickitung before throwing the move to make sure it outpaces the Lickitung. Dominant gameplay there by Scafo.
Yes, and Scafo is being known for this. It seems so rare for him to not know what amount of energy his opponent is at. That foresight and the fact that he can retain that information in the midst of battle and reapply and recall from memory that information later on in battle, it's very impressive.
Yep. It also comes down to this, right? He knew that if he gets a shield advantage, even his Dragonair has play against that Shadow Sand Slash, because of course you do resist the damage by the Dragon Breath, but those Aqua Tails do a lot of damage. Number one, it's a Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, yes, and you take damage from a Shadow Dragonair.
Yes, and so this is where I do think the Powder Snow is a little bit more more concerning, but we do have open team sheets. Scafo is aware that it's a Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales, but this is probably, unfortunately, I don't think he can really take advantage of that because Powder Snow is preferred on JBG's side against pretty much all of Scafo's team.
Yep, it is a good move indeed, and specifically we have here Scafo's credentials. Look at it, it's absolutely loaded. He's the Bremen Regional Top 8, Stuttgart Regional Top 16, Europe International Top 8, and the highest finishing European in the World's Tournament at 2023, Top 8 as well. Amazing, amazing list there. Now we are going to go to the other side. JBJ is not new for this as well.
No, he's been around for quite a while, managing to reach top 16 in the 2022 European International Championships, coming second in the 2022 Lille Regional Championships, and then, of course, top 8 in Bremen and a world's competitor in 2022 as well. So now looking for success in the 2023 season, and maybe this is the place to do it, but Scafo is such a tricky opponent to overcome.
Yep, for the first achievement for JBJ Winston in 2023, Scafo is in his way, and he is a game down as well. It's a huge uphill climb when you're a game down, because Scafo is now one game away from winning, but you need to be focused for two games, and that is going to put a lot of pressure, and this adds up.
Yes, for sure. So it's adapting to tactics. I do think the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash is a nice thing to have. I think the Lickitung is a nice thing to have. Let's lure away that Deoxys defense with that Lickitung so that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash can reign supreme. That would be the way I do it.
Yep, are you potentially a conventional ABB? Let's see how it goes. It's a Deoxys lead into a Lickitung again with exactly the same backlines for JBJ Winston.
Yes, and so counters and licks are going to be flying here, but of course we can see what's in the back for both these trainers, and so I think the Thunderbolt's going to go first. No, going for the Psycho Boost first from Deoxys defense, and then looking to dip out soon after, I wonder.
Yeah, that is a smart strategy indeed. Psycho Boost does do a lot more damage, but unfortunately it does lower your attack. So exactly what I talked about in the pre-game as well, getting that Psycho Boost damage in and going into the Lickitung, because you know that Lickitung does not have a good answer in Scafo's side.
Yes, and I think Scafo was trying to make a catch there in the sense that throwing his Skarmory out at the same time as JBG reaching the body slam. JBG wasn't keen to throw straight away, and so as a result, body slam still is launched, but with a few more licks to go first.
Yep, body slams are coming in quick and fast. Here comes another body slam, and Scafo immediately opting not to shield, knowing that this is going to be resisted and not going to do a lot of damage.
Yes, and so now it's a race. Like, how much energy can Skarmory farm up before Lickitung launches another attack? Going for the Sky Attack here, I believe, but I don't think this KOs, does it?
Sky Attack is not enough here. Lickitung surviving with quite a bit of HP, and it's going to be a charge attack priority. No, it was not. Lickitung gets there one turn earlier, and this will still not be enough to take out the Skarmory, but this puts the Skarmory in an amazing position where it can go for this Brave Bird and give JBG Winston the option. Do you want switch? Yes or no? He does not want it.
No, so this is where the Brave Bird comes through. Clever to go for Brave Bird here, even though Sky Attack would have KO'd, because it lowers the defense of Skarmory, so it means it's less farm for JBG. Very good tactical play by Scafo. This is the high-level stuff we love to see.
Yeah, very, very good mid-game here. Both these players having 2 shields each, but JBG does not want to see this. He does not. This is the one Pokemon that you do not want to see as the Alolan Sandslash, and it is the Whiscash going straight for the Mud Bomb. It's going to do super effective damage and pulls up a shield from JBG.
Yes, I think sensible. This is what you have to shield and protect against. This is doing a fair amount of damage, though Ice Punch is going to be neutral on Whiscash, but still, Ice Punch that is shadow boosted is still something to be feared, and a shield comes out for Scafo.
Yep, Scafo shields here, and he goes for the Mud Bomb immediately, making sure to not give JBG Winston any chance to breathe or try to make a strategy up. Let's see how this goes. Another shield comes up. Both players with Scafo with 1 shield and JBG with no shields left.
Yes, and I wonder if JBG can get to another Ice Punch in time. That's going to be the key thing, as Scafo decides to no shield in this case, and then I wonder what happens. Tries to catch, and it does get that brilliant catch there. That was decisive, because that's going to really help Deoxys' defense.
Yeah, that was an amazing catch there. Probably trying to claw his way back into the game, and we will see this Lickitung come back in. Oh no! He goes immediately for the Psycho Boost. Psycho Boost, of course, is going to drop your defense, but Scafo knows that his Whiscash is pivotal to win this game. He pulls up a shield, and let's see what he does.
Yeah, so I wonder if he's looking to farm. Tries to get a catch, it doesn't happen, but still, the Lickitung is now able to throw on the Deoxys defense, so it's all on this Shadow Alolan Sasha, but no, Scafo is choosing to undercharge to farm up more.
Yeah, that undercharge might be costly here. Goes for the Psycho Boost and gets it. The Sandslash does have that Ice Punch loaded. It will come down to charge attack priority on who gets the move through. And Scafo looks really, really confident here, but it's not enough because of the debuff to take out this Lickitung. It's still close, but he knows. Amazing gameplay there by Scafo, making sure he gets the energy, but he miscounted.
Yes, and I think this is the issue. He wanted to lose that matchup, but he gave Deoxys defense too much farm, and now this Psycho Boost is going to cause problems. And an immediate swap, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash wins that charge attack priority event, so JBG pulls one back by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, amazing game there. JBG, we all thought that it was over for JBG, looking at the matchup, looking up at what was in the backline, but he made sure that he did everything he could to make Scafo make that mistake, and Scafo did at the final moments of the game in the last bit where he absolutely undercounted the energy on Deoxys.
Yes, it's amazing. This is a high-level play. It's actually very easy, I feel, to make that mistake. And with Scafo, he's thinking at such a high level. It's these kinds of predictions and predictions of predictions. That's what makes the difference. You get that even slightly wrong, someone like JBG will be all over you.
I also think that towards the end game, Scafo did not do any licks on that Deoxys as well. He decided to let the Deoxys counter down the Lickitung, and that was unfortunately for him the biggest mistake he could make, because the Deoxys got to that Psycho Boost. This puts the game dead even. We have 1 game for Scafo, 1 for JBG Winston, and 1 game away for both these players to go to day 2.
Yes, and honestly, these trainers, they're both so good. I couldn't decide between them. This match is going to be so incredibly decisive. Both of these players making brilliant plays in both these battles so far. Honestly, I can't
I can't wait to see what happens.
I'm gonna put you in the hot seat here, right?
Right.
What if you're JBJ Winston? What would you do in this game? Which Pokemon would you like to lead?
You know what? I don't know if it's worth me risking Charger Bug here, even though Whiscash has been brought many times. We have seen the Deoxys defense, and Charger Bug is quite good against that. It's not too bad against the Lickitung, and it would be very good if we do see that Skarmory. It's just a bit of a risk because there is that Shadow Dragonair, there is that Whiscash. I don't know. Do you go for the risky play in game 3 or not?
It would depend, right? Like, it would depend on how much you can read your opponent. For me, potentially, Whiscash could be a very good lead because we did not see Trevenant in the other games. And you've been bringing Pokemon that are kind of strong against Trevenant, at least in an ABB format. You bought Lickitung, you bought your Alolan Sandslash as well. So maybe leading the Whiscash could potentially be a good idea because it does have a neutral matches across Scafo's line, except for maybe the Trevenant. Even the Lickitung matchup is not half bad if you can, if you really want to commit shields as well as a Whiscash. So that's something that potentially I might do as JBG.
Yes, you're thinking of Lickitung's Power Whip and ensuring you shield that, because I'm sure there is pretty much no Whiscash around that wants to take a Power Whip from Lickitung. So yes, quite right, RV. Making sure if you shield the Whiscash, then it even has some play against Lickitung there. So we have to see. Just JBG think, you know what, Whiscash could be a little surprise, or does he stick with tried and tested with that Lickitung, with that Shadow Alolan Sunslash, which has been quite useful, and then does the Deoxys defense come in? Those three Pokemon, is that the golden trio for him?
I mean, I would not even be surprised if it's a mirror Lickitung at this point, because both these players know there's a safe Pokemon and potentially we could see it in the lead. But no, we see a Dragonair into a Charger Bug. This is absolutely the worst case scenario for JBG.
Yes, it's unfortunate here, but nonetheless, this is a Shadow Dragonair, so it'll still take a respectable amount of damage from those Volt Switches, even though it's resisted. The X's are neutral, and Shadow Dragonair doesn't really tank very well.
Yep, Scafo pulling up a shield immediately. Let's see if JBG wants to swap, but he does not. He knows that he's going to outpace for this next X-Scissor. Will this be worth the shield? Yes, it is. JBG shields up this Body Slam coming in from the Dragonair.
Yes, and now I wonder if he tries to swap. Well, he is indeed trying to swap straight away. Dragonair more than happy to stay in this matchup and just get some more Dragon Breath damage off, and then launches another Body Slam.
Yeah, Body Slam is going to do a lot of damage to this Lickitung. Of course, Lickitung is quite a bulky Pokemon, but Dragonair is so attack weighted that it's going to do so much work on it. And here comes his defense Deoxys. Of course, this is the best way to play out this matchup, is a little bit of chip, and then you dip into the defense Deoxys to ensure that you have your switch.
Yes, now here's the debate though, if you're Scafo. Do you farm up to the Thunderbolt and throw, but risk taking another Body Slam, or not?
It depends totally on you. I think at this point it's very safe to say that you can farm up a lot more energy, because the Body Slams don't add up, in the sense that you still need a lot more energy on the Lickitung to make sure that you KO the defense Deoxys, and it's energy dry as well. Goes for the Psycho Boost here, and that should be enough to knock out this Lickitung.
Yes, and I wonder if Scafo's thrown the Psycho Boost here so that he has enough health to launch another at what comes in next. But what could that be? The Charger Bug or the Pelipper? That is the key question.
Neither Pokemon want to take this energy from this defense Deoxys, especially because it does have access to this Thunderbolt. Will JBJ Winston call this move? Is he keeping track of energy? Yes, he is. He goes for that shield because that would have done so much damage to that Pelipper, and this will be a full farm down.
Yes, and here we have coming back in with that Shadow Dragonair. But at this low health, the Weather Ball might probably KO or put it close to being KO'd.
Yeah, this is very, very critical here because the switch clock is not up. And oh, that is an amazing play there. Sniping Scafo with that brilliant combo play.
That was amazing. That was so well calculated there. The Dragonair not really able to do all that much. But here comes the Whiscash, and it can farm up a huge amount of energy. It does not mind the discharges. But no, rushing to the Mud Bomb. Scafo deciding, I don't want Charger Bug to do any damage to me whatsoever.
Yeah, but this is going to be still a huge uphill climb for the Whiscash. It is in the ground looking up at that Pelipper, flying magnificently in the air. This is all going to come down to, will this Scald debuff? If this debuffs, then he has a chance. He's hoping for the debuff, goes for the move. Let's see if he gets it, and
no debuff whatsoever, and Hurricane is now launched on the Whiscash. Whiscash, it is going to take neutral damage, but Hurricane, one of the hardest hitting moves in Pokemon Go. Oh my goodness, look at the damage done there.
Yep, it is going to come down to... Ooh! He tried to wait for a turn to catch, but unfortunately it is not enough. Wishcash had too much of a Pelipper to get up to, and this game is over. Defense Deoxys does not have any energy, and one wing attack is enough to take it out, and JBG Winston goes to day number 2.
Wow, look, you can see how much it means to him. You can hear the crowd applauding here. That was a very close battle. So intricate. One decision, either way. Do I shield this Thunderbolt? That made it. If he hadn't, can you imagine the difference this would have been?
That was an amazing combo play there. Getting that shield and immediately going into the Charger Bug to take out that Dragonair, because a win con for Scafo would have been to get a lot more damage into that Pelipper with a Dragonair. Very identifying exactly what he wants to do and playing it. Brilliant gameplay by JBG.
And this is where it comes down to, where you have a Pokemon that is so challenging to deal with that Shadow Dragonair, but what you can do is you can just use the best assets of 2 Pokemon, 2 charge attacks back to back in order to take down a Pokemon that you know would be a threat, just because you can rely on your opponent not being able to react in time. It all comes down to those reaction times. 0.5 seconds makes all the difference.
You are absolutely right. Just coming back to your point where you asked me which of the Pokemon have been doing very well after the meta shift, I have to kind of, draw back my statement, because what I see is that the Charge Bug, even though it did not get any updates in this meta, is doing so well. Almost every other team has a Charge Bug because they're so worried about all the water types and the flying types. And maybe we see a meta shift towards Pokemon that are going to counter Charge Bug a lot more in the upcoming regionals. More Pokemon like Clodsire and Pokemon like maybe Wishcash or something like that. But we do have Wishcashes, but again, Charge Bug is doing so much work.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the question I want to ask is, do you reckon with Charge Bug being so good, being a bug and electric type, do you think Galvantula would also have any play?
Ooh, it depends. I think Galvantula is not as bulky as Charge Bug is. When you come down to tournaments like this, in a Show 6 Pick 3, it's very important to balance bulk with the amount of damage you can do. And that's where Galvantula falls apart. It does have good moves with Lunge and Discharge as well. But again, X-Scissor is so much more energy efficient in a way. And also another thing that we have to keep in handy is that Galvantula has other moves like Energy Ball, which can kind of hit the water ground types a bit better.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but then again, I think just because of the bulk and how you want to have your team comp, Charge Bug does take the advantage there.
Yes, and I suppose with open team sheets as well, you can't really hide or surprise people with the Energy Ball, so that's less of a thing. Can you imagine back in the day before open team sheets, Galvantula landing a surprise Energy Ball is a Whiscash? Wow, that would have been so cool.
Yeah, that would have been amazing.
But we see different things now. We can see a more calculated style of play because open team sheets are a thing. So yeah, it's. I was just curious because I admire your knowledge in Pokemon Go, Avi, and so it's sometimes good to say, what do you think?
I think open team sheets are much better than closed team sheets. Of course, you can win some matchups because of the surprise factor, but then again, once the surprise factor is gone, specifically for people who are going much further into the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Like people already see them, and that kind of makes it a huge disadvantage for people who are on stream. With open team sheets, it doesn't exist anymore, and I think for me, if you do something, as long as it's balanced and it's the same for everybody else, then it's always fair and it's always better.
Yes, I can agree with that. We ultimately want complete fairness in our tournaments. We want to make sure that everyone that comes, whether they are a new player, whether they are a veteran, they all have that same charge. The biggest discriminating factor is your talents as a battler, your talents, your practice, your honing your skills. That is that's what it's all about. When I thought of honing in my head, the Pokemon Honage popped up as well. Not yet in Pokemon Go, but can't wait for that anyway.
Yeah.
Side note.
On a side note, I'm not very familiar with the Pokemon as well, because I did not have, unfortunately, the privilege to play the Pokemon Go games when I was growing up. I had, just like Amanda, for me the first game that I played was Pokemon Go as well. So I'm kind of trying to catch up. I'm playing a little bit of Unite as well, so it works, but I'm still catching up slowly and steadily. I'll get there.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you will. Is there Aegis Slash in Unite?
Yes, there is. I know that Pokemon. Yes,
it's the Honage is the pre-evolution of it.
All right.
So we all learn something new, and this is the best. This is the best thing. You can discover new things, learn from your friends, find out cool, interesting facts about Pokemon. This is what it's all about. Just
just fun. Pokemon is just great.
Also, another thing that I would like to point out is like if you come to these events, you also have like event-specific spawns in the sense we do have a lot of carbings. I was a bit further away from me having enough XL candies for my carbing, but today I made sure I mega evolved my Altaria to get the part fairy typing, then catch all the carbings here, and I am just 2 XL candies away. I'm really hoping at the end of the stream I'll be able to go and then spend a few minutes to be able to catch that Pokemon.
Yes, so you can trade as well and then maybe get a few more. But let's not talk. Carbink is not in these particular teams. We have a losers final here with Though Tactical going up against Bench Styler. I believe Bench Styler, one of the relative locals in the from here in Germany, if memory serves.
Yeah, Bench Styler is from Germany, and he also is very known to me as well because we do play in a team format together. And he is going up against another titan of the game, which is Though Tactical. Of course, this is the losers finals. Both these players I'm very sure they're knackered because it takes a lot from you to go through the losers bracket run, and we will see how these 2 players adapt. What I would like to again just quickly come down to the team sheets, and if you have some insights on it, just give us a go.
Yes, for sure. So I'm thinking that Shadow Dragonair is going to be quite safe. However, Bench Styler's got a very interesting Pokemon I don't think we've seen just yet. That Toxapex. What do you think of Toxapex?
I think Toxapex is a very interesting Pokemon in this meta right now, but it is very, very good against the Tactical's team in a way as well. It can beat the Charjabug, has play against the Trevenant, can do pretty well against Poliwrath, and also do pretty well against the Mantine and Dragonair as well, just because it's so bulky.
Yeah.
Only bad matchup let's say bad matchup in a way that I can see is that Stunfisk, but that Stunfisk also can get hit by super effective damage from that Brine.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So I personally think Bench Styler can use Toxapex as a safe swap in many cases, and just depending on shield usage, could potentially just 2 shield and always win switch, maybe?
I think against the Galarian Stunfisk it will be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
But I think you're on the right track there. You could use Toxapex as a safe swap, and then potentially the only Pokemon that you really want to bait out, the only Pokemon you will bait out in that scenario is the Stunfisk. And if you bait out the Stunfisk, if you run Azumarill with your Toxapex, potentially farming it down and having Ice Beam or Plate offloaded for your Azumarill counters, which is, let's say, the Charjabug and Trevenant, will be amazing way to manage your energy and play it out. But another thing in this matchup is that the answer for Lickitung with a shield up is very, very limited for Though Tactical. It will all come down to can Bench Styler pull that shield advantage on the Lickitung.
Yeah, that's a good point, because yes, Though Tactical doesn't have a Lickitung, the most popular Pokemon in this current meta, well, in the Stuttgart meta, not on Though Tactical's team. So that is interesting, and I will wonder if Though Tactical decided, you know what, I want to try something a little bit different. I want to try that Shadow Dragonair. I want to try something, and Lickitung just wasn't able to fit in that team. So I wonder how he will manage his opponent's Lickitung. What do you think about Altaria?
Well, Altaria does have play, but since this Poliwrath has access to Icy Wind, it might not be as amazing anymore. Of course, Mantine also has access to the Ice Beam, and then you have the Dragonair. Depending on your attack stat, you can kind of flip it. And then the Stunfisk, like looking at, if you weigh the disadvantages to the potential gain you can have, it's a bit iffy for me. I would more rather be happier to run, let's say, the Lickitung on his side and Azumarill as well, to kind of outbulk what Though Tactical will potentially throw at him. And if you have like a Lickitung, Toxapex, Azumarill line,
that's bulk, and more bulk.
Yeah, that would take a while to get through for Though Tactical, but he does have, let's say, the firepower in his team with Pokemon like Trevenant, Shadow Poliwrath, and Shadow Dragonair to get through it. Let's see how these 2 players do. Both of them fist bumping, telling each other good luck, and I think they are ready to go.
Yes, I think they are. I love the humility and the camaraderie between these 2 trainers. I always say this every time I'm at a regional championship. I love just how friendly Pokemon Go players are to each other, be it competition, be it how much this match means to them. It doesn't change that decorum. I love it.
Yeah, and that is a very cute Pancham there.
Oh yes, good observation. It must maybe one of Benchstyler's favorite Pokemon. Is there something else? I think there's a Rowlet as well.
Yeah, it is a Rowlet, but both these trainers are locked in here. Let's see what happens. It's an Altaria going up against a Poliwrath. We just talked about this. Let's see how these two trainers decide to play out this matchup. We also see that Toxapex and the Medicham. It's going to be so interesting. Tactical opting to stay into this matchup and racing to that Ice Beam. He's one counter away and he gets it. It's an Icy Wind, not an Ice Beam. And will it be shielded?
Surely. Oh wow, it does not get shielded, and Altaria actually survives and actually does manage to get not quite a catch but close to it, able to get the Sky Attack off on the Mantine. This is going to be really good play by Tactical. Is there a counter swap? There it is.
It is going to be that Toxapex coming into this matchup, but we know this Mantine has a lot of energy. He does not want to throw that Bubble Beam because it's not going to do any damage whatsoever to the Toxapex. Goes for the Aerial Ace, and it's unshielded.
Yes, I was still reeling in shock about that, about the Icy Wind being no shield, but now racing to the Sludge Wave here, and not before Tactical can get another Aerial Ace off.
Yeah, but I was also surprised, number one, why it went unshielded, and number two, how much damage it did to that Altaria, putting a bulky Pokemon like Altaria straight into the red with just one move that doesn't have the same time attack bonus. That is absolutely amazing. In comes the Sludge Bomb, goes no shielded, Mantine gets knocked out. Let's see what comes in.
Yes, and now maybe Charge Bug here has some play. Surely that would be the way to go. And yes, it is. And now going for those Volt Switches, look at how much damage it's doing, even though Toxapex is such a bulky Pokemon.
Yep, Toxapex going for the Brine here. Tactical taking a second to think, did it have enough energy? Ooh, shielding up a Brine. Brine has a potential to do some... Oh, man, that is unfortunate.
Yes, and now trying to get a catch here, is not able to get it, and so Chargebug is just able to farm down this Altaria, and now we're torn. The Toxapex is no good, the Medicham won't be able to do well with its counters. Benchstyler is a bit stuck.
Yep, he is stuck, but he does have that shield advantage here. Coming in with the Medicham, Medicham is going to do quite a bit of work against this Chargebug. Goes for the Discharge, unfortunately. It's better to go X-Scissor in this matchup, but the Discharge goes and it does a lot of damage. Of course, another X-Scissor is loaded here on the Chargebug, and at this point, Benchstyler, since this is his last Pokemon, has to pull up a shield.
Yes, and I think maybe Benchstyler was hoping that they would go for the Discharge first. So now it's just trying to counter down. It is a race to get through the move, and Chargebug is able to launch X-Scissor because I think Benchstyler recognizing you can probably farm up a bit more. Second shield is now used.
Yeah, second shield comes up here. This is looking really, really interesting on how this is going to pan out. In comes his X-Scissor, in comes his Ice Punch. Ice Punch will Tactical shield this. Yes, he does. And we know that the Medicham is one away. Will this be a potential catch?
Yes, that's going to be the tricky business here. Does try to get the catch. I think it was red, and now Medicham going for the dynamic punch on Poliwrath. This is an unresisted move. I think though was hoping this wouldn't happen, but this is going to surely KO.
Yeah, it does KO, but of course this Toxapex needs to farm, this Chargebug needs to farm a lot of energy. Almost there at the Brine, and ooh, gets there on time, and that is it. What an amazing energy management after losing that Altaria early game. So much went into that Toxapex. That Toxapex ball came down and absolutely got this game for Benchstyler.
Wow, Benchstyler, I don't think he was fully sure if he could pull that off, but he just managed it. The bulk of his Toxapex just able to get to that Brine in the closest of margins. Really, it all comes down to this. We love to see that.
One game away for Benchstyler to go into day number 2 from the losers final, but that was an amazing game. I think Tactical had the game in the bag. He made a few mistakes, but I think he's, as a competitor, as amazing a competitor he is, he will know, identify it, and he's going to bring it all in game number 2. Let's see how these two players adapt, because Tactical, for me, had game number 1. He knew that he was in the absolute driving seat, right? So let's see if he modifies his game.
Yes, I wonder what you change. I mean, with Benchstyler, it worked out pretty well. I think it was a very brave play to go for the Altaria, but it did work out. I'm just, if Benchstyler is brave enough to shield Ice Moves from an Altaria again, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself at this point.
I was really surprised. Like, we were weighing in the pros and cons of leading an Altaria, and he led the Altaria.
Yeah, and maybe he's, and also he might be aware that Mantine doesn't have an Ice move on the technical side, so maybe the Altaria is not quite as unsafe as you would think.
Yeah, Mantine does have Bubble Beam and Aerial Ace here, so this means that Altaria can kind of have a free reign in the skies. It is the only flyer that's going to do well in a way against the Dragonair as well. So let's see what happens. Is the Trevenant into an Altaria? Oh, this is not what you want to see.
Yes, it's not ideal. However, Trevenant is able to outpace to the Shadow Ball. Well, perhaps not. But here we are. We're getting very close to it, and the Shadow Ball is able to be launched onto the Altaria first. And so now the first decision is, do I shield this or not if I'm bench Syler?
Ooh, that is an amazing shield call there, and this is looking really good. Tries to catch a move here, but unfortunately it's not working out. Going for the Moonblast. Moonblast does do more damage. Maybe he's also fishing for that boost here. Let's see the debuff here. Let's see if he gets it. In comes the Moonblast. Moonblast goes in and...
And there is the debuff. That is incredible. And now a swap into the Azumarill. And this Azumarill really likes this matchup. Doesn't mind the aerial aces because they have been debuffed and it's only a neutral damage move. And Azumarill, we know it's the king of bulk.
Yeah, this is potentially going to be a very, very costly thing towards the end game because we do see the backline. Unfortunately, bench Syler cannot, neither does Tactical. The Azumarill is going to take another aerial ace here. This aerial ace is not going to do a lot of damage, but again, it's trying to race to that energy advantage, and it is getting it going just before it throwing one bubble after that player up and making sure you have a little bit of energy to continue.
Yes, I think it's always nice to take a little bit of extra energy into your next matchup as this player off takes out the Mantine, and now the Trevenant is coming back in. And can it reach a Seed Bomb in time? That's the question. It's going to be close, and does no. Azumarill gets the Ice Beam off first. Wow.
I think Thomas electing this stage of the game to have a little bit more energy advantage on that Trevenant, even if it's going to go shield down, because the next move from the Azumarill comes in much later, going up to 100 energy and goes for this Seed Bomb. This Seed Bomb, if unshielded, would 100% knock out this Azumarill.
And it looks like, though, Technical is also choosing to undercharge, but not undercharging enough, and Azumarill does go down indeed. And now, does the Altaria come back, I wonder?
It has to be the Altaria that comes back in here. Oh, going in with the Toxapex, trying to get that energy lead into that Stunfisk matchup. Maybe he's predicting that there's a Poliwrath or something at the back. Let's see how this goes.
Yes, he might be very pleased with this decision as you see the Galarian Stunfisk coming in. But now, bench Syler, you can see his reaction. He's like, oh no, my Toxapex can't deal with this very well. My Altaria certainly can't deal with this. What do I do?
Yeah, I was also very surprised when he switched in the Azumarill into the Mantine that had debuffed as well. But let's see how this game goes. Tactical obviously shielding up that first Brine here. This is going to be so pivotal. Will bench Syler be able to call this Rock Slide bait? He has to call it, and he does.
Wow, that is so impressive here. And they do have a charge attack priority event. When do you see a Galarian Stunfisk win a charge attack priority event?
Against a Toxapex, apparently.
We have it. And so the shield does come out, and Toxapex is able to launch the Brine. But even though this is super effective, Galarian Stunfisk is quite bulky as well, right?
Yeah, Galarian Stunfisk is one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we can play against in this game. In comes the Altaria. Of course, this is not going to look great for the Altaria. Stunfisk is charging so much energy here, going for this Rock Slide. This Rock Slide is not enough, but let's see if the moves from the Altaria is enough to knock out this Stunfisk.
Yeah, it's going to be very close because that Moonblast is a very hard-hitting move. Throwing it straight away to try and take advantage of potentially another debuff, another desperate attempt to try and get some momentum here. Doesn't KO. Is there a debuff? No debuff either. And the Rock Slide now comes in, and there goes the Altaria, and it's all looking very good for Tactical now.
Yeah, Stunfisk knocks that Altaria out of the sky, and Tactical is in absolute command of this game. He is going to outpace this Toxapex to the Rock Slide, and this Rock Slide will be enough to make this game 1-1.
I am not surprised, though, Tactical has been able to pull that back. He is a very competitive battler. Bench Syler doing everything to try and prevent that, but this is going to go to a decisive game 3, and you know what the pressure is on, because one of these trainers is sadly going home.
Yeah, it is amazing that these trainers are able to think and try to come up with strategies in these high pressure situations.
Yeah.
For those back at home watching, it's another experience to be on stage, because it's easier to kind of battle when you're away from the stage, because you're in your zone, you don't really have a lot of thing going on. But when the pressure adds up and when you're on stage, it's another level, and that's why you need to come to these tournaments again and again and again to get used to this. We have so many players who've come to multiple tournaments, get used to this, and then just perform one after another.
I think you make a very good point, Avi, that there are some trainers, they always seem to do well, which highlights just the level of skill required, and shows it's something that you can train like a muscle to become better at it, and that and you don't get that anywhere better than here at a regional championship, getting that experience, or at one of your local tournaments, your challenges or your league cups. This is the way to start and mingle with your fellow Pokemon Go battlers.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of feedback Ben Syler gets from this game, because you did notice that if he had swapped that Toxapex into that Mantine, this game was over.
Yeah.
Right? Because you do have Aerial Ace and Bubble Beam on the Mantine, and on top of it, he got that Moonblast attack fall as well. So in a way, I think Ben Syler still was in a commanding position, but unfortunately, he probably made a read that there could be a Pokemon that is Azumarill could be a lot more weak to at the back, like a Charjabug, for example, and then decided to go in with the Azumarill.
Yes, and I think it's one of those where you have to make that sort of 50-50 call as to what's in the back, and there is only so much of foresight you can have into your opponent. You can kind of read your opponent, gauge their style, but it is still an educated guess, I would say.
Yep, it was an educated guess, but again, you know, when you start doing this, when you're trying to read your opponent, you do make mistakes, and that's another skill that you can try and compete and increase when you do multiple show 6 pick 3 formats as well. Both these trainers are trying to find out a way, because now I would say you just erase all the history, try to just keep the information, don't think the score is 1-1. This is going to be a best of 1. Whoever wins goes to day number 2. Whoever wins goes to Championship Sunday.
Yes, oh yes, Championship Sunday. We love to see it. We can see a zoom in there on Pancham and Rowlet. Rowlet probably looking the calmest one out of all the battlers.
I think Rowlet is taking a nap. It had enough. It had a long day, and it is resting. Do not scream too loudly.
Yes, of course not. But Mantine now comes in against the Altaria. This is a Mantine that does not have access to any ice moves, so Altaria in a relatively commanding position here, but they both take to the skies, relatively speaking, and Aerial Ace might be the first thing to be launched, so let's see. There we go, though, Technical launching that Aerial Ace.
Yeah, Aerial Ace comes in. Does Ben Syler remember that it is Aerial Ace? Yes, he does, and he opts to no-shield this move. These two titans of the sky going against each other. Let's see what happens here. Goes for another Aerial Ace. Ben Syler opting not to throw any of his moves.
Yes, I think maybe he's looking to just farm up because he thinks that Dragon Breath is still going to do a fair amount of damage. And to be fair, look at how much health Mantine has taken away. Now going for the Sky Attack.
Yep, Sky Attack is going to do neutral damage, but it does have the same type attack bonus here. Sky Attack comes in, to Tactical just letting it go, knowing that his Mantine potentially can get to another move.
Yes, and now here it is. The Aerial Ace does indeed come in, and despite the fact that the Mantine's at a disadvantage, it is actually able to get Altaria really low. Super close, in fact, and can it get the move off? Yes, it can. Altaria is able to get that Sky Attack off, forcing the shield from Tactical, who wants switch advantage.
Yeah, 1 HP and a dream, as we call it, and Tactical pulling up that shield, making sure he has the switch advantage, and now is in a commanding position to decide what he wants to do, which Pokemon will he bring in. But then again, Azumarill with this energy advantage energy and shield advantage can potentially do a lot of work against his Trevenant. In comes his Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace will go unshielded.
Yes, it will definitely do so. So now, I think if you're Azumarill, you just farm, and try and get more of that energy off. And it's with the Mantine being so bulky, the question is, Mantine's able to get to another move, and it's the Bubble Beam this time.
Yeah, very smart there, throwing that Bubble Beam, making sure that the Azumarill is not going to do a lot more damage to whatever comes in at the back. Let's see what does come in. It's probably going to be that Stunfisk from Tactical.
Yes, I think this makes sense because the Stunfisk doesn't fear the Ice Beam and the Play Rough as much as the hypothetical Hydro Pump, and Azumarill doesn't have that.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Azumarill is debuffed here, so it's not doing a lot of damage. But Bubble has recently been buffed, so it is adding up slowly and steadily. You also have to understand, Ben Syler has that shield advantage going on for him.
Yes, and I think that might prove decisive. So these Ice Punches chip away at the Galarian Stunfisk, but you can see that Earthquake is going to come pretty soon. To be honest, I think Ben Syler is happy to see Galarian Stunfisk here.
Ooh, Tactical goes for this amazing bait here, wanting to land that Earthquake, and he gets that shield from Ben Syler, one move away, and gets to another Icy Wind here. This is not enough to knock out this Galarian Stunfisk, but the Galarian Stunfisk will need to throw that Earthquake to make a dent into this Azumarill.
Yes, and it throws it straight away, right on QRV. It's throwing the Earthquake. This is now key condition. Now it does go shielded. The right call by Ben Syler to keep his Azumarill nice and healthy. Trevenant comes in and responded with that Toxapex, but though now has that shield advantage.
Yeah, shield advantage is being thrown around by both parties in different directions, but we do know that Toxapex is such a bulky Pokemon. It's going to be able to tank one Shadow Ball comfortably, but it's not going to be able to tank another. It's all going to come down towards his end game here. Will he go for the Sludge Bomb? No, he goes for this Brine Bait. This is going to be pivotal if Tactical shields this or not, and he pulls up a shield.
Yes, to be fair, I think it's a good bait, very effective here, and now it's a race to try and get to another move, but the Shadow Ball is already charged up, getting another Brine off because maybe Tho was overfarmed and didn't realize the Brine could be launched again, but this doesn't KO, surely?
No, I don't think it does, but it puts it in a range where it can potentially get to another move against his Azumarill. I do not have track of Azumarill's energy, but let's see if Ben Syler and Thomas has track of this. In comes a Seed Bomb, and it takes out.
And also, Tho already has another Seed Bomb ready, so he knows he wants to keep that second charge attack to soften up this Azumarill. This won't KO, but it'll put it really, really close. And now, do the Shadow Close KO at this point?
Well, you have to look out for the catch here, and amazing! Tactical gets that catch. Ben Syler not showing the patience to wait a turn, and the Ice Beam goes into this very limited HP Stunfisk, and this could be done and dusted here. Few more Shadow Claws, 1 and 2, and we have Tactical going on to day number 2.
And how close was that? You saw that Trevenant was there with just 1 or barely a couple of HP, just keeping it going. That was close to the wire. I think you're absolutely right, Harvey, that Ben Syler had to throw that Ice Beam straight away, because if he hadn't, he probably would have had his Azumarill knocked out, so it had to go, and Tho was onto it. He was like, I know you have no choice but to throw this move. I'm going to catch there. Perfect end to a perfect set of 3 for Tho Tactical as he punches his way into day 2.
Amazing gameplay there by both these players. Ben Syler was very, very, very close into winning that game. Just a few, let's say, poison jabs away from getting to day number 2. But of course, he's an amazing competitor, and I'm sure we're going to see him again.
Yes, and you have to remember that getting so close, even if you're not don't get into day 2, you still become part of the top 16, I believe.
Yes.
So that still was something. You still get championship points. I believe you still get some booster packs if memory serves. So there's something in it, and those championship points, they all add up. You need 400 in Europe to get to the World Championships in Hawaii, and that is what we'd all love to be there. Wouldn't you like to go to Hawaii?
I would love to go to Hawaii, but again, reeling off from the championship points topic is that this is the tournament where a lot of these players kind of grow over this threshold where they just need one more tournament to get enough championship points, because right now very few players are over that 200 point mark. Sure. But now it's a very good situation, because a lot of these players kind of claw over that 200 points to 260, 280, 300, which puts them just one more good finish away from going to Hawaii.
Yes, and of course we can supplement those with our Pokemon Go League Challenges, Pokemon Go Challenges and League Cups. These are your local tournaments for the Pokemon Go Championship Series, giving championship points at a local level. And I absolutely love hosting these as a professor myself. It is a joy and a pleasure to gather people around in a lovely local gaming store that does Pokemon, trading card game, video games, and Go. It's a great atmosphere, and I just love all games.
Yep, it's a community aspect, right? You always have to, I think the more we put into the community, the more amounts of players grow, and the more amount of players want to come to these tournaments. And it's a very, very, I think, very good decision to have championship points available in local gaming communities as well. I will also be trying to host some tournaments in this season as well. So let's see how it goes. I'm really, really looking forward to it.
Yes, I am excited for your first local challenge. I know it's not too far away. So anyway, we still have Martijn ready and waiting with Tho Tactical for an interview. So Martijn, over to you.
Well, we have the winner of that battle we had earlier. Tho Tactical, how are you feeling after that win?
Relieved. I did not play as well as I was hoping to, especially that game one. I absolutely tossed, but I came back and I'm very happy for it.
How did you feel about the Toxapex of your opponent?
Oh, I wasn't really prepared for that Pokemon, and it did pretty well onto my team. Besides Galarian Stunfisk, I really didn't have any answers for it. But I honestly wasn't expecting it every game, especially after that Altaria lead. Having that Toxapex in the back was very unexpected. That's why you saw me going to Stunfisk into the Azumarill game number 3, because I really thought it was going to be Metachamp. But
how do you feel about that Altaria lead with Toxapex in the back? I believe 3 times?
Yeah, exactly. It's what we call an ABA strategy. I'm not a huge fan of that kind of strategy, because if I lead Galarian Stunfisk, the game is just over for him. But honestly, if I don't lead Galarian Stunfisk, he's in a very good spot and becomes very unpredictable.
I have 2 more short questions for you. So I think the MVP of your team, who has that been? Is that the Trevenant?
I don't know, honestly. In the earlier rounds, Poliwrath was very, very good. This round, Trevenant was quite nice. Mantine has been putting in work as well. Dragon, honestly, I think I've used all of my Pokemon about equal. I think the one Pokemon that slightly underperformed for me is Charjabug. It did very well in practice, but this tournament, a lot of people brought that Galarian Stunfisk and Clodsires as well, and that really make it difficult to bring Charjabug.
Then my final question for you. Who do you think is the best Dutch battler?
The best Dutch battler? Certainly not you. Besides that, I think it's anyone's game.
Thank you for your honest answer there, Tactical. And I wish you the best of luck tomorrow on day 2. Now, let's head back to the casters.
Can you imagine the shade? Tactical making it clear in Martijn is apparently not the best Dutch battler. You heard it here first, folks. This is what it's all about. Taking little digs at each other. I want to point out, they are both friends. They are winding each other up. Don't worry about it.
But are you surprised with Thomas's answer? We know
not
that.
At all. Yeah, not at all. It would not be Thomas if he didn't make that answer. Surely he was thinking of Statistan.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Statistan is the best Dutch battler.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It couldn't be anyone else. It couldn't be anyone else. Folks, we have another battle to come. Don't go anywhere. I'm very excited for this because this might be, I think, possibly the last battle of the day.
It is the last battle of the day. It's going to be Scafo going up against Tomahawk, and as we know, we've already seen them live today, and this is sort of a redemption match, a chance again for Tomahawk, who clawed his way through the losers bracket to the losers final to potentially put his name in contentions for day number 2.
Yes, because unfortunately we did see Tomahawk lose relatively early on in the winners bracket or on stream, and so it just goes to show that he has been able to fend his way all the way through the losers bracket, getting right to the very end, and now he's facing off against Scafo, who did actually drop into the losers bracket much more recently, again on stream. So both these trainers have done really well to get this far. They're already in the top 16, but it's about now making the so-called top cut to go into Championship Sunday and have a chance of being Stuttgart Regional Champion.
Yep, you're absolutely right. But what we see here, again, just taking a quick look at the team sheet, you have another Altaria and a Cresselia as well. It's a very, very bulky team here. And combining it with that Poliwrath, the shadow damage and the counter damage that's going to add up, it looks really, really good in a way for Tomahawk. But of course, Scafo does have answers to these Pokemon. He does have that Dragonair here in this matchup. Is only really afraid of that Galarian Stunfisk. Yes. So it will be interesting to see how these two players kind of juggle their Pokemon. Another Pokemon that's super interesting is that Defense Deoxys on Scafo's side. It really does not have an answer on Tomahawk's side. So we're going to see how these two battlers try to maneuver around these advantages and disadvantages of their team, and how to kind of get energy into their Pokemon to make sure that, all right, I know that this Pokemon loses this matchup, but if I have, let's say, 3 counter advantage, I can flip this in the late game scenario or the mid game scenario. So that's potentially what these battlers are thinking right about now, and it is a very, very, very difficult situation.
Yes, I think this is where it comes down to researching your team, knowing at what point you need X amount of additional fast attacks in order to flip certain matchups. This is the high level knowledge that both of these trainers, I'm sure they have. I personally would love to see some Cresselia come out here. I think it will be pretty good against a lot of Scafo's team. Maybe just that Skarmory and the Trevenant is the only problematic thing. Maybe the Lickitun's Licks are also an issue as well. So it's tricky. It's a tricky one. It is going to be very much down to where you can align that Cresselia, and also I think Galarian Stunfisk has to be there because of that Shadow Dragonair.
I mean, we just saw, like maybe also Tomahawk saw how JBG kind of exploited that Lickitun's weakness, or let's say semi-weakness that Scafo has by always bringing it in all the games and then putting Scafo in the back foot just because of one Pokemon. And this kind of forces Scafo to, as I said before, play that Defense Deoxys Lickitung core. This way, even if the Lickitung comes in as a safe swap, you can do that chip and dip strategy. So it's very, very interesting to see if Tomahawk watched that game and and took some knowledge from that game into this matchup. They both selected their teams. Let's see. We see a Poliwrath into a Lickitung. This is not the matchup that Scafo wants to see.
Yep, but Tomahawk is more than happy with this. We're going to see an instant swap into that Shadow Dragonair, and we'll see Poliwrath is now just going to go going for the power-up punch here, wanting to chip away at this Shadow Dragonair. Scafo realizing this is a power-up punch, choosing to no shield. A rare time you no shield a Shadow Dragonair, right?
Yep, and it is absolutely right. A very rare time to no shield a Shadow Dragonair, but this kind of puts Tomahawk in a position where he can shield the Shadow Dragonair and farm it fully down. That's a lot of energy that is generated by the counters, and in comes one more counter and another counter, and off goes that Shadow Dragonair from the field. Let's see how this plays out. Which Pokemon comes in? Will it be that Defense Deoxys, or will it be that Lickitung? It is the Defense Deoxys, and it is going to be met with this Icy Wind debuff.
Yes, and so with the debuffs, though, that does give the Deoxys defense more opportunities to counter, but Scafo choosing to shield that Icy Wind, maybe thinking that there's going to be a swap in, and indeed there is, and now the Altaria comes in. Tomahawk aware that Scafo's Deoxys defense does not have Rock Slide, so he feels a lot safer. Scafo going, you know what, I'm going to Psycho Boost and then dip, maybe?
That is unfortunate lapse in let's say, concentration for Scafo, not counting, letting that Icy Wind get shielded, but here comes his Altaria. Altaria is having a lot of energy, going for this heavy-hitting Moonblast straight away, fishing for that debuff. Let's see if Tomahawk gets it. Moonblast lands, and...
not on this occasion, so here comes the Lickitung, going in with the body slams here, when they farming up a lot of energy first, and now bearing in mind that Lickitung can get to these body slams a lot quicker than Altaria can get to a Sky Attack.
Yep, Lickitung's first body slam lands. It's just a few more licks away from another. Let's see if the Altaria outpaces it. No, it does not. This body slam will be enough to take out the Altaria. Let's see how Tomahawk decides to play the end game out. Scafo is in command of this game. He does also have a Deoxys with quite a bit of energy. In comes a Poliwrath. Poliwrath, will it be able to counter it down? And yes, it does.
Wow, and if he can get off an Icy Wind afterwards, that's going to be big. And he is able to get it off. That is incredible. That is going to help Tomahawk so much. No shield on Scafo's side, but I think the damage has been done with this Icy Wind.
Yeah, the damage has been done. Unfortunately, our damage has been taken away with the Icy Wind, and this Lickitung is doing so much damage with these licks. Of course, we know Scafo. I think Scafo already realizes that there is no coming back into this game and lets his Deoxys get licked down. 1-0. Tomahawk takes the lead.
Wow, wow. I was so very, very impressed. Scafo did the right thing, recognizing that there is no what's referred to as a win condition with his Deoxys defense. Even though he had all that energy, it's debuffed, and also Lickitung, so bulky. There was no way.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to what we were talking about earlier as well. We talked about the pressure that you get from going onto the main stage. Again, you do have the team shields.
Yep.
Scafo knows that he doesn't run Scald, but he still was under so much pressure that the split-second lapse in judgment, he pulls up a shield and on a move that's not going to do a lot of damage, and that was so costly.
Yes, yes. So Tomahawk in the driving seat here, and must be feeling a little bit more confident. He's definitely competent. We know that. That's been clearly demonstrated. My apologies, folks. Confident now. Is relaxing, leaning back. Now you regather yourself if you're Scafo. You think, right, how do I adjust to this? If he hadn't made that shield call, I reckon that this match would have been a lot closer.
Yeah, I think Tomahawk was competent enough to make sure that Scafo would make that shield call.
Yes, yes. I'm thinking. So I'm just looking now at Tomahawk, thinking, what do I go with here? But I don't have to debate. Trevenant into Altaria. Avi, would you like to take it away?
Yeah, this is not the lead that you want to see, and Trevenant does have a decent matchup here because, of course, the Dragon Breath is not super effective. It is a very oppressive move, but Shadow Ball from the Trevenant is going to do a lot of damage if unshielded. Let's see if Tomahawk goes for the shield. He does not pull up the shield, and this is going to do a lot.
Yes, it definitely will. But Altaria can now fight back with that Sky Attack if he chooses to go for it. Farming up a bit more first because he can count very effectively against Trevenant. Sky Attack coming in. At this range, this would KO, so Scafo has to make an immediate decision. Do I shield or not? And he chooses to do so.
Scafo pulling up that shield, and this Trevenant looks in a very, very good position, going for that next Shadow Ball, and this will most definitely knock out the Altaria from the skies. Tomahawk opting not to shield, keeping that shield advantage to himself, but unfortunately losing the switch.
Yes, so I think that's the aim. Going for the counter here now, that's being responded to with that Shadow Dragonair. It is a race to try and get to that, get to the Icy Wind, but no, going for the same tactic as Game 2. Power up punch and punching your way through this Shadow Dragonair.
That is very, very good strategy if you ask me. You then have, we saw what happened last time. You have a move store to enter the Pokemon that's coming in next, and we know what that Pokemon is. It's a Skarmory, unfortunately, is going to do resisted fast attack damage to this Poliwrath, and this will look super, it looks like a very uphill climb for Scafo at this moment.
Yeah, it does, because you want to bring that Trevenant in, but even then, those Icy Winds are a threat. The Skarmory with Steel Wing also not going to do particularly well until it gets to that charge move. Skarmory does come in, and in comes the power-up punch here, trying to soften up this Skarmory that little bit more. Good counting by Scafo to recognize this is just a power-up punch.
Yeah, power-up punch comes in, and of course it's already boosted. Look how much damage this counters are doing. So much work. In comes the Icy Wind, and Icy Wind will potentially be enough to put this Skarmory so low that the Lickitung can lick this down, and Scafo identifying this, pulling up a shield. Now he will have to be forced to swap into that Trevenant.
Yes, and it's a tricky one because he's already been attack debuff slightly. This Brave Bird is going to do a lot of damage, but with the debuff, he needs to get one off and then get another off subsequently. And so let's see what happens. Is he able to catch? Is he able to get? No, it's just in the nick of time. Lickitung is able to throw a Body Slam. Surely this KOs.
Body Slam comes in from the Lickitung, takes out that Skarmory. Tomahawk is a few licks away from going to day number 2, and that is exactly what that Lickitung is doing for him, taking him to day number 2, beating Scafo.
The dominant performance against an incredible batter. Scafo was one of those trainers that we know was one to watch. Tomahawk has been able to overcome him on this occasion by the tightest of margins. For Scafo, it is a goodbye from this particular tournament, but he has done so well to get this far. Full credit to him for battling, and it's just at this level where those small differences count.
It was a full circle, right? You got knocked down by Scafo, you fight your way through the lower bracket, losers bracket, and then you again get the privilege to play Scafo again, and then you beat him. What an amazing redemption arc here.
Yes, that is a journey and a half for Tomahawk, who makes it into day 2. Another top cut performance from Tomahawk here. Brilliant play, and I'm sure he's going to be looking back on that battle and going, wow, that was close. I'm so glad I was able to pull that off.
Yeah, and one of the most dominant Pokemon that we saw here was that Lickitung. We do have a short video to explain why Lickitung is so good in this meta.
Trainers, let's take a moment to spotlight a competitive favorite. My name is Martijn, also known as Inadequance, and I'm going to tell you about one of the most common threats in the current metagame, Lickitung. We've seen Lickitung on so many teams the past play Pokemon tournaments. Usually it's paired with a Metagem. But why is it so common? A normal type doesn't have a lot of resistances, nor does the normal type hit super effective on anything. There are 3 reasons why. First off, the attack, defense and HP stat. Second, the offensive and defensive typing. And third, its place in the meta. First off, Lickitung is a defensive weighted Pokemon with a lot of HP. Because attack doesn't weigh as much in the combat power formula, Lickitung really emphasizes on its bulk. This means it can take fast attacks and charge attacks quite comfortably. Second, the offensive and defensive typing of Lickitung is excellent. Lickitung generally uses the Ghost type fast attack Lick. Ghost is only resisted by other normal types and dark types. The primary charge attack of Lickitung is the normal type Body Slam. This is a cheap and very efficient charge attack, and it also benefits from the same type attack bonus. This means it hits even harder. The second charge attack Lickitung usually has is Power Whip. This is an efficient grass type charge attack and is incredibly useful to fight against rock, water and ground types. This means that Lickitung outputs damage in 3 different typings, making it very versatile. Its normal defensive typing has only one weakness, fighting. The most common fighter in the meta is Metagem, and because you deal super effective damage back with the Lick fast attack, this is not even that bad of a fight for Lickitung. On the other hand, the defensive typing only has one resistance, Ghost. This does make Lickitung an effective counter, however, against Pokemon like Sableye and Trevenant. Finally, the place of Lickitung in the meta. From the typing analysis, you might already have figured out why Lickitung often is paired with Medicham. It's because it covers those ghost typings that threaten Medicham so well. But how come Lickitung has only become more popular again since the start of this season? That is because the nemesis of the Lickitung and Medicham core, Noctowl, has had a nerf in its performance. Noctowl with its normal typing resists the Lick fast attack from Lickitung, making it a very effective counter to it. On top of that, the offensive flying type coverage also makes it an effective counter to Medicham. However, Noctowl doesn't dominate the skies anymore. Gligar has taken its place and this opens the door for Lickitung again. Players now opt for other counters to Lickitung, such as Mandibuzz, Umbreon and Registeel. To conclude, the fall of Noctowl also led to the resurrection of Lickitung. If you're still looking for a Lickitung to battle with, check if there's a regional championship nearby. You might be able to trade with other players or catch some of your own here.
The Great League only requires Pokemon to have a combat power of 1500 or less, making it the most accessible league for Pokemon Go. Since most Pokemon max out at a much higher level, not as much Stardust or candy is needed to have a viable team for this league. However, there are a few Pokemon that get close to their optimal strength around 1500 combat power. Pokemon you often see in play tournaments, like Medicham, Sableye, Lickitung, and Azumarill, can greatly benefit by being powered up past level 40. But to do so, they need to use Stardust and XL Candy. Here are a few tips to help you collect XL Candy a little faster. Feeding wild Pokemon pineapple berries will increase their catch candy. When you delete Pokemon from your storage, you will also get a minimum of 1 regular candy and, if you're lucky, an XL candy. You can swap 100 regular candy of a specific Pokemon to get 1 XL candy in its place. A guaranteed way to receive XL candy is by trading Pokemon with another trainer. If you trade a Pokemon for another caught at a distance of over 100 kilometers away, you will get 3 regular candy along with a minimum of 1 XL candy. So if you find you're a few XL candies short, make sure to hold on to those extra desired Pokemon to trade with a friend. Another way to gain XL candy is by walking a Pokemon as your buddy. If Pokemon are over level 35, you have a much greater chance of receiving XL candy when you reach the Pokemon's walking progress requirement. To speed up this process even more, consider using a Poffin, which will cut the walking requirement in half. Another bonus of having Pokemon as your buddy is that it allows you to boost your level by 1 whole step if it is a best buddy, making your level 50 Pokemon a level 51. This can be advantageous if you are missing the required candy or want to give an additional combat power boost. Certain in-game events or spotlight hours can also help you on your candy quest. Some event bonuses provide additional candy for successful catches or for transfers. To increase your chances for additional catch candy or XLs, you can Mega Evolve a Pokemon with the same typing. For example, a Mega Evolved Venusaur at its highest tier level has enhanced catch candy for all grass or poison type Pokemon. Not every Pokemon will benefit from being above level 40, but some can really take advantage of the extra hit points and defense. Let's look at both the regular Azumarill, which maxes out at level 41, and the XL Azumarill, which maxes out at level 45.5. Both Pokemon are viable to use in the Great League format, and both end with a similar combat power of around 1500. While the regular Azumarill can beat the XL in the mirror, it is because it is able to win the Charge Attack Priority event. However, this is where the advantage stops. Azumarill gains much more bulk by being an XL Pokemon and can comfortably tank 2 Earthquakes from a Galarian Stunfisk. It also survives attacks that would knock out a level 40, ensuring wins against many Pokemon in the 0 and 1 shield scenario that the level 40 would typically lose. So while not all Pokemon in the Great League benefit from being brought up to level 50, you can see quite a few that are often used in competitive PvP. Hopefully these tips can help you level up your Pokemon as quickly and efficiently as possible. Welcome back in, everyone, to the Stuttgart Regional Championship. The battles are done for today, but that doesn't mean the hype is over yet. There were so many good moments in the day, and I just want to take a moment and ask every single one of you what your favorite highlights were. What about you, Abi?
Ooh, for me, it was Dinoski versus Totactical. The game number 3 was so good, especially when you're reeling from a very polarizing matchup and you had no play. Coming back to win a game like that, that is so much composure. I'm looking forward to see how far he goes in this tournament.
How about you?
Mine was Tonto versus Colin. Tonto always bring those off-meta picks, and Colin with Tomahawk's team, who also made it to day 2, basically ran it through, and he managed to win there.
Yeah, and how about you, Adelian?
Yeah, it was quite the trend. I think for me, there's actually something that you did, sir. I really like the whole idea of the peekaboo catch, and I think it should be. I think we should make this a thing. So I think we can give credit to Martijn. That is for me a moment and a half, a more humorous one.
One of my favorite moments, and it's not necessarily a moment, but just something to think about, is the fact that we will have a whole new top 4 coming out of tomorrow because Emmy Weedle, who was our last season's regional champion, is out of the tournament. Pokey Squark out of the tournament. Inadequance is sitting on this couch, so not even in the tournament. And Tonton Batuz, as we talked about earlier, is also out of the tournament. So no matter what, no matter of these top 8 that are going to be there, someone new is going to be crowned champion. And I think that's pretty cool. But let's go ahead and look at the bracket so far because we can talk about the moments, but let's see the players who have already made it on to day 2 from the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, let's take a look here. We have Colin against Dinoski, and Dinoski had a very impressive win earlier, as Abi said, against Totactical. Yeah, and then we have Palasha against JBG, Winston. Palasha basically top-cutting almost every single tournament she plays, and the JBG Winston, after a pretty dry streak in tournaments, now finally top-cutting as well again.
And we also have some from the loser side of the bracket as well. I believe a lot of those matches have just been finalized. So let's go ahead and look at that. We just saw Tomahawk be able to beat Scafo to be in this tournament. He will be facing off against Statistan. And then Totactical, who was able to come back from that loss from Dinoski to play against Stone Collection.
Yep, that is amazing, amazing set of battles. All these battlers are well known in the championship circuit. They've done so well, and it's going to be a very, very good day number 2.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys, right off the bat, have any person that's sticking out to you or hoping that you will see in the finals?
Ooh, for me, it's got to be Dinoski.
I always say Palasha every week, or sorry, every tournament. I'm going to say Palasha again.
I think for me, I would love to see Tomahawk in the grand finals. It would be great.
I'm going to go ahead and say our good friend and co-caster, Totactical, let's see if we can make it that far as well. Let us know in the chat who you guys think, and also make sure to use the hashtag PlayPokemon and tag it on socials as well. Make sure to let us know who are you liking in this tournament. What surprises have you seen as well? You can go ahead and check out all those links before. And on that note as well, make sure that you're following on the Twitch stream or on YouTube, because then you'll get the notifications of when we go live. And it's not just us. There are some really fantastic things on the Twitch stream as well. But before we get to that, let's go over the rest of the schedule for EU for the 2024 season.
Yes, for sure. Remember, folks, it's not just Stuttgart. There's so many other places you can go to go for more tournaments. So the next one in the European calendar will be in Liverpool at the back end of January. So make sure that it's going to be a big one. And then 2 weeks from there, it will be in Dortmund in the middle of February. That will be in Germany. And then we go over to Utrecht, not far from our dear friend Martijn and a few other, and Antho as well, to Utrecht in March for a special event. And then, of course, we have one of our international championships, the European International Championships in London, my home city. Of course, I'm very fond of that, of London. And then, if that wasn't enough, you have Stockholm in Sweden, a relatively new destination I don't think Pokemon Go's been to. Definitely worth checking out in May. And then the final international championship all over in New Orleans. If you do choose to fly over to NAIC, New Orleans is a great place to go. But regardless of what path you take, the end destination is clear. Honolulu, Hawaii in August for the Pokemon World Championships.
Yeah, I think this is what all the competitors are playing for. And if you don't have a chance to check out these tournaments live, like I said before, you can make sure to follow on the Twitch or on YouTube. But speaking of Twitch, we're not the only thing that's going to be going on this week. Make sure you're subscribed because you can see a lot of good things. Avi, why don't you tell us what people have in store for them on Twitch?
I think this week is going to be amazing. We have holidays together. It's when you watch cozy holiday episodes in front of your TV with a blanket and chill. And Thursday you have the Pokemon series season 2, which is an amazing season as well in Pokemon in the Pokemon main series. And the weekend is where the main action is at, which is the regional championship in San Antonio.
Yes, it's going to be the second one in this meta as well. I think all eyes are on Stuttgart right now, but afterwards they're going to see who will be the champions in San Antonio. Like I said, make sure that you're following along, and don't forget to follow, because tomorrow morning we are starting at 9:30, so we're going to get through our top 8 then. We'll see you guys then. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
See you.